Chapter 1. The Injured Youth. In a brightly lit room, a strikingly handsome youth lay naked upon an opulent bed. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his body was marred by a chaotic array of crimson lines and dense blood spots, creating a scene of horrifying intensity. Beside the bed stood an elderly man, his beard white as snow, intently examining the youth's body. Upon completing his examination, he appeared to summon immense resolve, and with a soft exhalation, the youth's strange exterior was suddenly adorned with over 100 long needles, resembling weapons standing at attention. Under the elder's command, the needles began to tremble violently, emitting faint sounds akin to whispers. The youth's body quivered in unison with the needles, a faint blush blossoming on his pallid skin, gradually infusing him with vitality, as a hint of color returned to his once ashen face. Throughout this process, the elder maintained a grave focus on the youth's body, missing not a single detail. Beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, and ultimately soaking into the bedding beneath him. Suddenly, the youth's brow furrowed slightly, and upon noticing this, the elder swiftly waved his hand, causing the multitude of needles to vanish without a trace, and a blanket was gently draped over the youth. Only then did the elder release a long, relieved sigh, his countenance restoring to its former tranquility. Cheng Yunxian was jolted awake by a sudden surge of heat enveloping him, immediately followed by an overwhelming wave of pain. Ah, it hurts like hell. Am I still alive? Dreamling? I wonder how she is faring? Concern for his girlfriend consumed him, and despite the agony, he struggled to open his eyes. What met his gaze were neither the anxious faces of his parents nor the wearied visage of his girlfriend, mingling, but rather an elderly man clad in ancient garb, his beard as white as the snow. The elder smiled warmly upon seeing him awaken, kindly stating, "Young one, you're awake. That's wonderful, just wonderful." There were no doctors in white coats, no familiar fluorescent lights. The room was furnished in an antiquated style, reminiscent of ancient settings depicted in films and television. This is not a hospital. Did this old man save me? Am I in some sort of play? Cheng Yunxian struggled to inquire. Where am I? However, as soon as the question escaped his lips, he expended his final ounce of strength, and with a whirling sensation, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The elder let out a long sigh of relief, adjusted the youth's blanket, wiped the sweat from his brow, and then turned to exit the room. Creak! The tightly shut door slowly opened as the weary elder emerged. He waved a hand to dismiss those waiting to assist him, sidestepping their concerned gazes as he made his way toward Cheng Lizhan, who stood with his back to the crowd. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Cheng Lizhan understood that his old friend, the so-called deadly medicine Mo Hai, had arrived at his side, yet he refrained from turning around, seemingly unwilling to confront him. How is he? Cheng Lizhan's voice emerged hoarse and rasping. He is out of danger, alas, but it seems he will only lead the life of a wealthy scion from now on. My friend, you must take care of your health. With that, Mo Hai turned and walked toward the courtyard, uttering not another word to anyone. Cheng Lizhan closed his eyes, and tears, long held back, began to trickle down his weathered face, revealing the vulnerability of a figure once regarded as steadfast and unyielding in the eyes of his kin. Yunxian, my poor grandson. At that moment, within the depths of the young man's consciousness, a fierce battle of life and death unfolded. A verdant sapling shielded a humanoid mass, standing defiantly against another entity of similar shape. Who are you? Where is this? Yunxian felt bewildered as the opposing figure seemed to consume a mass of white substance from atop him, inflicting upon him an excruciating pain that gnawed at his very soul. Had it not been for the sapling's protection, he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences. What manner of creature dares intrude upon my consciousness? I shall devour you. Cheng Yunxian gazed in terror at the other being, which roared at him with ferocity. Go to hell. I have no idea how my dreamling is doing, and you think I fear you? If you dare to consume me, I shall devour you first. In the face of crisis, Cheng Yunxian's courage ignited, and he lunged at his opponent, frantically attempting to shove the gray masses from his own body into the other's mouth. Perhaps due to the green sapling safeguarding, his consumption rate surpassed that of his adversaries significantly. Time eluded him, and eventually, the weakened entity cried out in desperation, "Stop! Please! It seems I cannot escape my fate today. I never anticipated that a talent such as I would meet my end here. I only hope you will care for my family in the future." Fine. Without a moment's hesitation, Chung Yunxian lunged forward and swallowed the last remnant of the soul, which had lost all semblance of form. Then, a sudden pressure enveloped his head, and he once again plunged into unconsciousness. In a haze, Chung Yunxian found himself amidst a primordial forest. He dashed through the underbrush, sometimes sprinting, other times crouching low, his bright eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of something of great importance. Suddenly, beneath a massive, nameless ancient tree that required several people to encircle it, the sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating a plant adorned with pale yellow flowers, capturing his attention. Swiftwind grass. At last, I have found you. Chung Yunxian was baffled by his own knowledge of the plant's name, yet it felt as though he had come specifically to seek this precious herb. Ow! Then, a chilling roar echoed from nearby, sending a wave of fear coursing through him. Yet his body propelled him toward the source of the sound. A level 3 advanced wind wolf. A great tiger. This is bad. The great tiger is about to give birth, and it surely cannot contend with the wind wolf. Chung Yunxian remained puzzled as to how he recognized these strange beasts, sensing that the tiger-like creature had once saved his life. Did it save me? Perhaps not, but it seems it truly did. As he grappled with his conflicting thoughts, his body lunged toward the wind wolf, striking terror into Chung Yunxian's heart. Bang! 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 To his astonishment, he managed to withstand the wind wolf's onslaught, watching as the spiritual energy surged through his hands, leaving him utterly bewildered. I have never practiced martial arts. How can I be this powerful? This cannot be me. Infuriated by Chung Yunxian's defiance, the wind wolf let out a furious howl, raising its head and gathering a brilliant orb of white light in its maw, which then hurtled toward him. Terrified, Chung Yunxian repeatedly reassured himself, "This is not me. This is all a dream. I am not here." Yet, as the milky white energy swirled around his hands, he instinctively thrust his palms forward to meet the oncoming attack. Boom! Ah! A searing pain coursed through his entire being, and blood trickled from the corner of Chung Yunxian's mouth. How can it hurt this much? Is all of this truly real? How did I end up here? What is happening? He struggled to accept the reality before him, yet the pain radiating from his body served as an undeniable reminder of his existence. The wind wolf wasted no time, lunging at him with its gaping maw. With its razor-sharp fangs, blood-red tongue, and menacing demeanor, the sight of the great tiger lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life, ignited a fierce determination within Chung Yunxian. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. He sprang to his feet, hands unified, charging forward like a lance. Explosive flame! Explosive flame! At that moment, it seemed as though two voices resonated simultaneously within his mind, and the souls of two individuals intertwined. Boom! The wind wolf's brain matter splattered. Yet, Chung Yunxian felt as though he had been subjected to 1,000 torturous blades, his body propelled backward by the force of the impact. Thud! He crashed against a colossal tree. The intense pain jolted Chung Yunxian awake, his head pounding. So it was all just a dream? Yet the dream felt so vivid, and he was drenched in sweat, the clammy sensation weighing heavily upon him. In a daze, he attempted to rise, but he felt no sensation below his neck, as if his body had vanished. For a moment, he stood frozen, unsure of what to do. As a powerful headache surged, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind. In the wake of this influx, he became enraptured by the bizarre world unveiled within the fragments of memory, forgetting the pain, losing track of time, and utterly forsaking the past and future. No one would notice that amidst the chaotic fragments of memory, a glimmer of golden light flickered. Chapter 2. Past and Present. It was a sunny morning. At the entrance of Ticket Gate 8 for the high-speed train to Huangshan, a long line of travelers awaited their turn. A tall, attractive attendant was checking tickets for the passengers. "Hello, sir. Please present your ticket." "Thank you. Have a great journey." Her exquisite features, melodious voice, and standardized actions exuded an atmosphere of meticulous service. At that moment, a tall, handsome young man in sportswear, carrying a travel suitcase, approached and handed over his ticket. Mayor Chengdong. On the high-speed train, a young woman displayed an expression of mild astonishment, her suddenly elevated voice sparking a wave of curiosity among the passengers queuing behind her. Of course, this was not the first time Cheng Yunxian had experienced such reactions throughout his life. It aligned perfectly with his expectations. He could not fathom what had possessed his parents to bestow upon him such a name. Although he had since adopted the name Cheng Yunxian, there remained circumstances where he had to present his identification, making astonishment inevitable. The reactions of the onlookers were also within his realm of anticipation. One elderly lady exclaimed, "Such a young lad has become a chairman already. Truly remarkable. My grandson, of a similar age, is still in university. What a disparity. Must be a wealthy second generation, right? It's unlikely for someone so young to have ventured into entrepreneurship on his own." Another voice chimed in. Among the queue, a striking young woman with a ponytail, around 18 or 19 years of age, regarded him with curious eyes. Cheng Yunxian calmly met the trained bowtie's astonishment with a radiant smile, accepting his ticket and gracefully proceeding into the carriage. To an uninformed observer, he certainly exuded an air of importance. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, "Mingling, I've finally found you." Cheng Yunxian turned to glance back, spotting a slick-haired young man accompanied by two muscular fellows rushing toward him. This lad appears quite decent-looking, yet his gaze carries a somewhat sullen demeanor, he mused. The ponytailed bowtie's expression instantly morphed into one of revulsion, akin to that of encountering a cockroach after swallowing a fly. From her reaction, it was evident that the young man had little chance of success. Once inside the carriage, Cheng Yunxian stowed his belongings and sat down, lost in thoughts of home. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted by as the ponytailed beauty took the seat beside him, her face intermittently revealing an expression of rage that evoked both fear and sympathy. It must be that scoundrel who has upset her. Despite feeling sorry for her, Cheng Yunxian, drawing from years of observing his mother, understood that women in such a state should be approached with caution, better to keep his distance. However, with no escape in the confined space of the train, he lowered his head, pretending to read. Yet, it seemed fate had other plans for him, as if the universe conspired against him. "Hey, get up and move aside. Stay away from my girlfriend. This seat is not meant for you." Cheng Yunxian lifted his gaze to the young man, thinking to himself, "What a stroke of bad luck. I've unwittingly become someone else's punching bag. Zhang Chong, don't act so familiar with me. We've only known each other for a few days. I hardly qualify as your girlfriend's acquaintance, much less a target for your entitled outbursts. Do you even realize where you are?" Li Mingling did not spare Zhang Chong any dignity, her face flushed with anger as she spoke loudly. "Hey, did you not hear what I said? I told you to get lost." Zhang Chong, humiliated, continued to shout at Cheng Yunxian. "Goodness, throughout my life, I've always been the one causing trouble for others, bullying them. Among my peers, none have dared to prance around before me. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a mere sponge?" With a smirk, Cheng Yunxian retorted, "Where did you spring from, you little pest? Did your father forget to zip up his pants and leave you exposed? What nonsense is this? You say your father taught you to wield a sword, yet here you are, practicing your disgrace. Instead of honing your golden sword, you're busy with a silver one. Truly shameful for your parents." With unwavering resolve, Cheng Yunxian confronted Zhang Chong, driving him away. Thus, their paths crossed, leading to a budding romance. Yet, in the midst of their love, he remained oblivious to the shadow trailing them. Upon their ascent to Huangshan, they found themselves cornered at the edge of a precipice. Amidst the struggle, Cheng Yunxian fell, forever departing from that world and his beloved. Plagued by profound guilt, he could never forgive himself for the negligence that led to such a tragedy. He traversed into a new realm, yet his heart lay in ruins. In this unfamiliar world, could a waste be tolerated within a family? A month later, in the Chung family's backyard, a frail figure sat beside the garden's corridor, his handsome face devoid of color, his expression vacant as he gazed into the distance. He had entered the body of another individual who shared his name, a miraculous tale reminiscent of novels and dramas. Yet he still found it difficult to acclimate to his surroundings. There were no smartphones, no televisions, no urban clamor. Most importantly, she was absent. He could never forget the moment he beheld Li Mengling's heart-wrenching expression and those eyes filled with deep affection, yet tinged with despair. Laughter and love seemed to linger around him, yet he understood he could never return. Though he had acquired a new identity and family here, they bore no genuine connection to him. At this moment, he had lost everything: his family, his parents, and that haunting love. His world had dimmed, devoid of color, and in utter despair, he wandered through life like a mere shell of his former self, silent and unresponsive. "Brother, look what I found!" A cherubic little girl with adorable horned braids approached excitedly, a small white creature trailing behind her. With her hands cupped as if cradling a precious treasure, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she tiptoed toward Cheng Yunxian, suddenly bursting forth with open arms. "Wow! Ha!" A beautiful butterfly unfolded its wings before him, fluttering away. Yet his expression remained unresponsive, devoid of the reaction the little girl yearned to see. He seemed blind and deaf, lost in his own thoughts, indifferent to everything around him. The fleeting flicker of disappointment on the girl's face was quickly replaced by joy as she exclaimed, "Brother, this is what I caught with Xiaobai after a long time in the garden. Isn't it beautiful? Aren't the amazing?" "Brother, I know I can't compare to you. You always took me to the garden, and with just a wave of your hand, you'd catch any butterfly I desired. You treat Xia the best." In the garden, Cheng Xia chattered away, recounting every amusing event she thought worth sharing, occasionally pulling faces at Cheng Yunxian, who remained oblivious yet seemingly content in her own world. She knew her brother was unwell, yet she firmly believed he would recover. Not far behind a foam mountain, a delicate young woman watched the scene unfold with sorrowful eyes, her gaze already brimming with tears as she could no longer contain her grief, covering her mouth as she hid behind the rock, weeping inconsolably. "Oh dear, isn't this our esteemed young master of Shihu City? The illustrious genius, Brother Yunxian. I'm truly honored. Come, brothers, let's pay our respects to Brother Yunxian. If he gets upset, you'll find yourselves in quite the predicament." Suddenly, a group of youths, around 14 or 15 years old, emerged from around the corner of the corridor. The leader, somewhat handsome, yet marred by a faint scar above his brow, exuded an air of subtle menace in his words. The two following him were rugged-looking identical twins, their expressions brimming with disdain as they regarded Cheng Yunxian. They were the grandsons of Cheng Yunshuan's second uncle, his cousins Cheng Yijing, Cheng Yishui, and Cheng Yihua. Though they were kin, in the grand scheme of the family, what brotherly affection could exist? Everything revolved around interests where power dictated relations. Those with exceptional talent and strength garnered greater resources within the family, wielding substantial influence and less restraint in their actions. Anyone who dared to defy them would be swiftly dealt with. Of course, this would inevitably breed animosity. Yet what did it matter? Now rendered a waste, Cheng Yunshuan's existence in this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, became a matter of life or death. What difference did it make? Cheng Yunxian had been reborn into the body of a waste bearing his name. The circumstances were all too predictable. As long as one could maintain sufficient strength, the petty and insignificant would forever be forced to endure in silence. Chapter 3. The Cruelty of Reality. Yet, as fate would have it, unexpected events transpired. Cheng Yunxian, the prodigious heir of the Cheng family and the future patriarch, was a figure revered and looked up to within the clan. Destined for death, he miraculously clung to life, but the abrupt descent from the heavens to the mundane world felt like an upheaval of cosmic proportions. Perhaps overwhelmed by the shock, ever since awakening, Cheng Yunxian had fallen into a profound silence, retreating into a self-imposed exile from the world, as though everything around him bore no relevance to his existence. Thus, rumors quickly spread throughout the Cheng family that Cheng Yunxian had become a fool. Consequently, his brethren, upon hearing the news, flocked to him at that moment. Cheng Xia's face turned pale with fear as she hurried to Cheng Yunxian, her delicate arms spread wide, as if to shield her elder brother from the world behind her. The small white beast accompanying her bristled with its fur, baring its teeth fiercely as it lunged at the group of youths. Danao. A cry of distress erupted as the little creature was kicked away by Cheng Yixue, one of the twins, sending it flying across the room. The trio soon approached Cheng Yunxian, bowing deeply. "Little brother, I am Cheng Yijing. Greetings, brother Yunxian. Little brother, I am Cheng Yixue. Greetings, brother Yunxian. Little brother, I am Cheng Yihua. Greetings, brother Yunxian." Although their demeanor was outwardly respectful, Cheng Xie sensed an impending threat, for this was not their first encounter. "What do you want? My brother is ill. Do not bully him," she cried out. A fierce expression crossed Cheng Yijing's face. "Bullying him? How dare we? Brother Yunxian could crush us like ants with merely a flick of his finger." He then shot a meaningful glance at Cheng Yihua behind him. Understanding the signal, Cheng Yihua smiled and stepped forward to remove the protesting Cheng Xie from his path. Despite her frantic struggles in his embrace, her efforts were futile against his strength as a level 5 warrior. "Cheng Yunxian, this is not right. Though you are the eldest of the family, it is only natural for us to call you brother. Yet, after we have paid our respects, you remain silent and refuse to look at you. Is this not a grave insult?" Cheng Yijing forcefully turned Cheng Yunxuan's face toward him, noticing the vacant expression and hollow eyes. He continued earnestly, "Cheng Yunxian, do you truly not regard us as brothers? If you do, at least say something." But Cheng Yunxian remained unresponsive, his expression still blank. Cheng Yijing's anger flared. "Your silence suggests you do not consider us brothers." He jabbed his finger into Cheng Yunxuan's forehead, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Who would want to be your brother?" Cheng Yunxuan's body swayed with the force of the jab, a vivid red imprint appearing on his forehead. Yet he remained expressionless, his eyes devoid of life, as though this body was not his own. Enraged, Cheng Yijing turned his back, only to whirl around suddenly and deliver a resounding slap across Cheng Yunxuan's face. Staggering from the blow, Cheng Yunxuan's face instantly bore a bright red mark, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Ha ha ha!" Seeing Cheng Yunxian maintain his dazed posture, Cheng Yijing erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Look, second brother, he truly has become a fool. Ha ha ha, it's quite amusing. You should try it too." With that, he stepped forward to help Cheng Yunxian regain his balance and straighten his head. Under Cheng Yijing's signal, Cheng Yixue approached menacingly, fixing a fierce gaze upon Cheng Yunxian, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. Abruptly, he delivered a harsh slap to Cheng Yunxuan's left cheek, causing it to swell while he remained frozen in a right-leaning position. "Ah, he really is a fool. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating." The three brothers erupted into raucous laughter, their joy unrestrained, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. Cheng Xie, witnessing the assault on her brother, burst into tears, her sorrow palpable. In a fit of rage, she kicked and bit at Cheng Yihua, but to him, her feeble attempts felt no more than a tickle. With a face full of resentment, she wailed, "Do not hit my brother. If you continue to harm him, I swear that when I grow up and become a warrior, I will kill you all." In that moment, they failed to notice that Cheng Yunxuan's lips seemed to twitch, perhaps the intense pain jolting his spirit back from another realm. His vacant eyes gradually sparked with a hint of vitality, focusing on the tear-streaked face of Cheng Xie, who was crying out in despair. Each time he awakened to see her in tears, it tugged at his heartstrings. Was the brother she spoke of truly him? Did he truly belong to this world? Whenever she declared her intent to avenge him, others dismissed her threats, but Cheng Yunxian knew with certainty that she would indeed follow through. It was a profound conviction, a connection with the girl named Cheng Xie that transcended mere words. Yet, did he truly have any ties to this world? Perhaps even Cheng Yunxian himself was unaware of the subtle emotional shift within him as he questioned his own existence. At that moment, a crack in his eternally dark inner world appeared, as if thick clouds were parted by the blazing sun, allowing a ray of light to seep through, slowly melting the millennia of ice that had encased his heart. "Get away, you rascals! What are you doing?" With a piercing scream, a stunningly beautiful girl, her eyes slightly red with fury, stormed in. She pushed Cheng Yijing and the others aside and hurried to Cheng Yunxian, embracing his head in her arms. Seeing the emptiness in his gaze and the glaring red mark on his cheek, her heart ached with an unbearable pain, and tears flowed freely down her face. At that moment, Cheng Yunxuan's mind was struck like lightning, as if a nuclear explosion had obliterated everything. The only remnants left were the sorrowful, tear-laden eyes of the girl before him. Images flashed through his mind. culminating in the moment of his fall, lingering on Li Mingling, fixing upon her tear-filled eyes. In that instant, the striking resemblance between their eyes overlapped, and Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of vitality akin to a withered tree blooming in spring. Taking advantage of the moment, Cheng Xia wriggled free from Cheng Yihua's hold and, in tears, rushed to confront the beautiful girl, accusing Cheng Yijing and his brothers of their misdeeds. Sister Cheng Yuan, they are the bad guys. They hit my brother. They hit my brother. Upon hearing this, Duan Qingyun turned her furious gaze upon the trio. You rascals, he is your elder brother. How dare you insult him so? Oh, I didn't recognize you at first. Aren't you Duan Qingyun from the Duan family? What brings you here? You say he is my elder brother. What a joke. I, Cheng Yijing, have no habit of acknowledging a fool as my brother. Though you may have an engagement with him, without entering the family, you are still not one of us. It's best for you to mind your own business, or don't blame us for being rude. Duan Qingyuan's heart burned with fury at Cheng Yijing's words, her teeth clenched, wishing desperately to tear them apart. And what will you do if you are rude to me? Cheng Yishui chimed in. Elder brother, look at how you've angered Miss Qingya. I say, Duan Qingyun, marrying this fool would be better than marrying our elder brother. Chapter 4. The thirst for power. Duan Qingyun was already stunningly beautiful, and her charm was further amplified by her reddened eyes, making her appear even more delicate. In the face of Cheng Yijing's intimidation, no one dared to harbor thoughts of pursuing her. Yet, now seeing her in distress stirred Cheng Yijing's heart. Cheng Yishui's flattery hit the mark perfectly, and Cheng Yijing, feeling exceptionally pleased, remarked, Oh, that's not a bad suggestion, Miss Cheng Yuan. Why not consider it? Perhaps we could create a romantic tale. As he spoke, he reached towards Duan Qingyuan's cheek, only to have his hand suddenly seized by a firm grip. Cheng Yunxian, with a gaze as cold as ice, declared, She is mine. You cannot touch her. Ah, Yunxian, you are awake? Duan Qingyuan and Cheng Yunxian had been betrothed since childhood. Growing up together as childhood sweethearts, in her heart, she knew she would one day be his wife. Now, seeing Cheng Yunxian awake, her heart surged with joy and tears. Brother is back. Brother has returned. The little girl Cheng Xia was filled with unbridled joy. Yet she was momentarily startled by the sudden awakening of Cheng Yunxian, whose cold gaze sent a shiver down Cheng Yijing's spine. Once he regained his composure, he felt an overwhelming shame for his fear, which rapidly transformed into furious rage. He was a waste, a complete waste. Why should I still be afraid of him? Enraged, Cheng Yijing shouted, What does it matter that you've woken up? You're still a useless fool. Your woman? Bah! Let me tell you, the Duan family has sent someone to annul this engagement. Duan Qingyuan is no longer your fiancé. I will seek out grandfather to request that he intercede with the family head, allowing me to replace you in the marriage with the Duan family. She will be my woman from now on. Ha ha ha. No. I would rather die than marry you. Upon hearing Duan Qingyuan's declaration, Cheng Yijing's expression twisted into a mask of rage. He bellowed, Get her away from me. I want to see what this waste has that makes him superior to me. Although Duan Qingyuan possessed the strength of a fourth-tier martial artist, the disparity in their power was still too great, especially considering Cheng Yunxian had just begun to recover from severe injuries. The two were swiftly separated. Duan Qingyuan was dragged away, yet she continued to struggle, gazing sorrowfully at Cheng Yunxian. Let me go? You bastards! Yunxian, Yunxian! Each heartfelt call resonated in Cheng Yunxuan's heart like the ringing of a bell. The scene atop Mount Huang surged back to him in that instant, igniting a flame of fury in his eyes. With a furious roar, he lunged toward Cheng Yijing. Let him go. Slap. Cheng Yunxian launched a surprise attack, delivering a resounding slap to Cheng Yijing's face. However, before he could press his assault, he was sent flying backward. As he landed, it seemed he felt no pain. His heart was consumed by thoughts of Li Mingling. No, it was Duan Qingyuan. In retrospect, he could not discern whom he was truly thinking of, but he knew he could not allow her to be taken away, even if it cost him his life. Cheng Yunxian was indeed fighting for his life. He immediately scrambled to his feet, spitting blood, and with unwavering focus, he charged at Cheng Yijing once more. You dare to hit me? You actually dare to hit me? Cheng Yijing was astounded and enraged. How could a waste inflict such harm upon him? When Cheng Yunxian charged again, Cheng Yijing, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick, sending Cheng Yunxian flying once more. Blood staining his collar, Yet, Cheng Yunxian did not relent. He surged forward again, only to be cast out again. Again and again, he rose to fight, undeterred, despite his body being battered and bloodied. Witnessing Cheng Yunxian's relentless assault, Duan Qingyuan cried out in despair. Ah, Yunxian, no. Yunxian, don't. You'll die. Qing Yijing, you beast, stop. You'll kill him. Ultimately, Qing Yijing and his brothers were intimidated by Cheng Yunxuan's ferocious determination, a growing unease settling in their hearts. It was acceptable to bully him, but if they truly killed Cheng Yunxian, their family's rules dictated they too would meet a grim fate. You scoundrel! Slap, slap, slap. Each of Cheng Yijing's companions received a resounding slap. The newcomer was Cheng Yunxuan's paternal uncle, Cheng Haojia, the eldest son of Cheng Yunxuan's grandfather, his imposing figure radiating angered. Is this all the skill you possess? Is this all your ability? You can only cause havoc in your own home and dare to strike your own brother while showing off before a fool? Get to the training grounds. This month's training will be doubled. If I catch you causing trouble in the family again, I will break your legs. The trio scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat, not daring to utter a sound. Once Duan Qingyuan was released, she immediately rushed to Cheng Yunxuan's side, her tears flowing freely as she gazed at the blood trickling from his lips. Overwhelmed with sorrow, she collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, her pain palpable. Cheng Haojia cast a complex glance at Cheng Yunxian, briefly checking his pulse to ensure he was not gravely harmed before turning to leave. As he departed, Cheng Xia, with an icy demeanor, remarked, "My brother is not a fool." At that moment, Cheng Yunxian, seated on the ground, blood still dripping from his lips, surprisingly smiled. He gently patted Duan Qingyuan's back, caressing her long hair. Comforting this woman who loved him deeply, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve and a chilling intensity. He could never return to Earth, and the memory of Li Mingling would forever haunt him. However, here was a woman who loved him dearly, her heart-wrenching sorrow so genuine that he could not turn away. If heaven had taken away his Li Mingling and bestowed upon him Duan Qingyuan, then he would never allow anyone to take her from him, not even the gods. Cheng Yunxian gently lifted Duan Qingyuan, tenderly cradling her tear-streaked face in his hands, gazing intently at this girl before him. As he looked into her eyes, his own began to glisten, and 2 warm tears cascaded down his cheeks. He slowly raised his left hand, gently wiping away her tears, speaking softly, "Don't cry, my love. I have returned. I will never let you leave me again." He then passionately kissed her crimson lips. Duan Qingyuan responded eagerly to his kiss. Observing their fervent embrace, Cheng Xia quickly covered her eyes with her small hands. Mumbling, "Brother, Qingyuan's sister is shy." Children are often the most curious. Moments later, she peeked through her fingers, only to cover her eyes again. She opened her eyes once more, repeating this amusing action. Suddenly, while locked in their kiss, Cheng Yunxian was overtaken by an overwhelming wave of fatigue and fainted. "Yunxian, Yunxian, what's wrong, brother, brother?" The anguished cries of Duan Qingyuan and Cheng Xia echoed in the Qing family's courtyard, yet the surroundings were eerily silent. Not a single servant in sight, as if this place had transformed into a forbidden zone, where all dared not tread. Little Cheng Xia had run off in search of help. Meanwhile, Cheng Yunxian, lying in Duan Qingyuan's embrace, was ensnared in a terrifying nightmare, his jaw clenched, his body trembling, drenched in sweat as if battling a formidable foe in his dreams. The images of Li Mingling and Duan Qingyuan being ripped from his grasp replayed relentlessly in his mind, leaving him powerless and engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Cheng Yunxian was trapped in this nightmarish abyss, yearning to cry out yet finding his voice silenced, wishing to fight back but possessing no strength. He felt a profound sense of weakness and vulnerability. Never before had he so desperately craved power. At this moment, a powerful voice within him cried out, "I must grow stronger. I must become strong. I will become a champion." A resounding hum echoed in his mind as Cheng Yunxuan's formidable will shattered the barriers within his heart. The darkness dissipated in an instant, and his spirit soared to a new realm. The memories of 2 lifetimes beginning to intertwine in that moment, his body gradually relaxed, his breathing steadied, and before long, Cheng Yunxian awakened. He did not open his eyes but reflected on the events of the past days. Had he traversed worlds? Though this place was rich in spiritual energy and more beautiful than Earth, The harsh realities of this martial-dominated world were no less severe than those on Earth. With strength comes everything. Without strength, one cannot protect anything, not even one's own life. Chapter 5. The wise adapt to circumstances. Contemplating the myriad humiliations he had endured over the past half-month and the memories of his previous life brought waves of pain to his heart. Yet, he forcefully suppressed that feeling, burying it deep within. Here, there was no room for pain or pity, only the need to grow stronger. If he did not strive, no one would stand strong for him. I will cultivate. I will grow stronger. I will not lose again. With newfound determination, he shed his previous despondency. His heart pulsed vigorously, blood coursing through his veins like a mighty river. He opened his eyes. His gaze ablaze with brilliance, his handsome face set with unyielding resolve. He rose and smiled, reaching out to wipe away the tears from Duan Qingyuan's tear-stained, weary face. Don't cry. Even if the sky falls, I will be here to hold it up for you. At that moment, Duan Qingyuan perceived an earth-shattering transformation in Cheng Yunxian's demeanor. Now, he stood in her heart like a towering mountain, solid as the earth beneath her. Yun Xian, gazing at the man she had already resolved to devote her life to, Duan Qing found solace in his powerful presence and unwavering words. Overwhelmed, she could not contain her tears. Collapsing into Cheng Yunxian's embrace once more, loudly expressing the frustrations that had built up in her heart over the days. Brother, grandfather is coming. Cheng Xia had returned with reinforcements. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Lianshan, the current head of the Cheng family, tall, robust, with fierce eyes and an aura of authority radiating from him. In Cheng Yunxuan's memories, this grandfather had always been strict yet deeply caring toward him. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Duan Qingyuan hastily separated from Cheng Yunxian, hurriedly wiping her tears before bowing respectfully to the arriving elder. Qingyuan greets grandfather Cheng. Cheng Lianshan responded with a simple grunt before directing his full attention to his grandson. Cheng Yunxian. Today, this grandson exuded an extraordinary sense of composure and gravitas. Were it not for the fact that he was his own grandson, he might have believed he had encountered a peerless master. The serene demeanor and the clear gaze that seemed to penetrate all illusions left him in quiet astonishment. Cheng Lianshan inquired directly, "Were you beaten by Yi Jing and the others?" Cheng Yang replied nonchalantly, "It's a trivial matter. When one mingles in this world, eventually one must repay their debts." Cheng Lianshan felt a twinge of unease at his grandson's response and continued, "Yunxian, there are certain matters I must discuss with you." Cheng Yang silently met his gaze, waiting for him to elaborate. Cheng Lianshan proceeded, "Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I must remind you that you are no longer the Cheng Yunxian of the past. This is something you must firmly remember. Your body is now incapacitated. While I am here, I can provide care for you, but I will inevitably grow old, and at that point, you will have to rely on the family's protection. Therefore, from this moment on, you must be mindful of your words and actions. It would be best if you could cultivate a good relationship with Yi Jing and his brothers. I know that with your previous character, it is difficult for you to humble yourself before others, but I still hope you can gradually change. Only then will you not be cast aside by the family in the future." Cheng Yunxian continued to regard him earnestly, remaining silent. Cheng Lianshan's expression revealed a hint of reluctance, yet he persisted, "There is one more thing. The Duan family is already aware of your current physical condition, and your grandfather Duan has proposed to withdraw the engagement. I have agreed." "I did not agree," Duan Qingyuan exclaimed, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Cheng Yunxian. He gently pinched Duan Qingyuan's nose and offered her a warm smile, softly saying, "I understand." He then turned coldly to Cheng Lianshan, saying nothing. "Furthermore, today your second grandfather sought me out, wishing for Yi Jing to replace the Cheng family in establishing a new engagement with Cheng. I do not agree. I do not agree." Before Cheng Lianshan could finish, two resolute voices rang out in opposition. Cheng Yunxuan's voice was particularly loud, his gaze exceptionally frigid and resolute. He looked at the man before him, who was supposed to be his grandfather, understanding that all his decisions were the most rational and correct. Yet he felt repulsed by this cold, unfeeling world. At this moment, his heart was filled with resentment. Is power truly everything? Let us see. He continued, "Grandfather, I know that everything you say today is for my own good, to ensure I can live safely in this world. However, I have my own convictions. The Duan family's withdrawal from the engagement is also for Qingyuan's sake. I can understand that, but I do not agree. Turning to Duan Qingyuan, he asked, Qingyuan, do you love me? Are you willing to be with me? For Duan Qingyuan, the man before her radiated an unparalleled sense of security. She resolutely replied, I am willing. I am willing to do anything. Cheng Yunxian continued, your grandfather's choice to withdraw from the engagement is also for your benefit. They believe that I, in my current state, cannot provide you the support you need. But you must believe me. I will marry you, and I will make them willingly give you to me. Wait for me. At this moment, Duan Qingyuan firmly declared, Brother Yunxian, I will marry no one but you in this lifetime. I will wait for you. After saying this, she turned and left, covering her face. Yunxian, do not act foolishly. I do not wish to hear your empty words. What must be done to reverse your decision to withdraw the engagement? Cheng Yunxian interrupted Cheng Lieshan indifferently. Unless you can recover, but that is impossible. Cheng Lieshan said, Pained, is it really that simple, my dear grandfather? Cheng Yunxuan's eyes bore into Cheng Lieshan, his voice as hard as steel. Cheng Lieshan momentarily faltered, pierced by his grandson's piercing gaze, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is mine is mine. No one can take it away. Whoever dares to try will be obliterated. Having said this, Cheng Yunxian firmly took Xuanyue's hand and strode away, his resolute aura leaving Cheng Lieshan astonished. The Cheng family's destructive power was utterly devastating. The fact that Cheng Yunxian could reclaim a life was already an enormous stroke of luck. To fully recover, he would need a 7th-grade elixir or the assistance of a formidable expert to reshape his meridians. Yet for the Cheng family at this moment, that was nothing short of a fantasy. Rationality told Cheng Lieshan that his grandson's desire to regain his strength was impossible, yet Cheng Yunxuan's determination stirred conflicting emotions within him. I will do my utmost to delay the withdrawal of the engagement, and I hope you can recover soon, Cheng Lieshan said, watching Cheng Yunxuan's figure gradually fade away. For this grandson, who bore the hopes of a glorious future for the Cheng family, no one could fathom the pain he harbored within. Even knowing that Cheng Yunxuan's success was improbable, he still wished to believe in him, for it was not merely about granting him an opportunity, but also about giving himself a glimmer of hope. Hearing Cheng Lieshan's final decision, Cheng Yunxian felt no sense of relief. Instead, he grew increasingly anxious. Within the family, due to his lack of strength, he was subjected to abuse and various humiliations. He was forced to live a life of servility and to hand over the woman he loved to a stronger brother. When Cheng Lieshan conveyed these words to him, his blood boiled with anger. Yet he understood that in this world governed by the law of the jungle, such was the game. To change this, he could only make himself stronger. However, as someone who had always lived in the 21st century, raised under the sun of socialism, how could he possibly possess a method to restore his body when even doing a few sit-ups left him breathless? The earlier surge of anger stemming from the unfairness of the world had momentarily inflated his aura to an intimidating extent. Only he knew that he was like a bamboo shoot in the mountains, sharp-tipped yet thick-skinned, hollow within. At this moment, holding Xuanyue's hand, his palms were already drenched with sweat, and waves of dizziness surged through his head. Beads of sweat rolling off his forehead. I must not collapse. Cheng Yunxuan's heart screamed as he glared with intensity, pulling Xuanyue as he hastily returned to his family's small courtyard, perhaps due to his frightening expression. All the servants kept their distance upon seeing him. Struggling to return home, Cheng Yunxuan's complexion was pale and his body soaked. Go find mother. Do not disturb me. Cheng Xia dared not breathe a word and obediently left. Once inside, he tightly shut the doors and windows, and unable to endure any longer, collapsed onto the bed, forcing himself to lie still. His world spun wildly. Come forth, wretched world. After uttering this, he fainted. Yunxian, Yunxian, what has happened to you? Open the door quickly, brother, open the door. It's time for your medicine. In a daze, Cheng Yunxian was awakened by a flurry of calls. The dizziness had dissipated, but he felt utterly drained. His body felt like that of a frail scholar from ancient times. Utterly powerless, is this what it means to be weak? Curse this, he muttered under his breath, struggling to rise and open the door. Upon seeing him, Xuanyue instinctively recoiled, but once she caught sight of his warm smile, she rushed forward. Brother, why did it take you so long to open the door? Mother and I were so worried about you. Gazing at this adorable little girl, Cheng Yunxian felt a warmth in his heart. Gently stroking her head, He turned to the elegant woman in her 20s standing nearby and respectfully said, "Mother, I merely dozed off for a moment, causing you concern." She was the only person he genuinely respected since arriving in this world. Upon waking, Chung Yunxian realized that during the months he had been treated like a pariah by his family, she had consistently cared for him, never abandoning him. Though Chung Yunxian understood that her concern was not for him as an individual, he could not deny everything she had done for him. "Quickly drink your medicine. It must not cool." "All right." In the warmth of her gaze, Chung Yunxian lifted his head and downed the medicinal concoction in one go. The spiritual medicine in this world was akin to traditional Chinese medicine, but its efficacy surpassed it by countless folds. From the moment it entered his mouth, he could distinctly feel spiritual energy coursing through his organs and limbs, invigorating his spirit. Soon, he felt a noticeable recovery in his body. However, after a brief moment, the medicinal effect settled in his lower abdomen, becoming completely dormant. Chung Yunxian knew that this was where his shattered dantian resided. Continuously consuming spiritual medicine like today would not be enough to mend the gaping hole in his dantian, so one can only imagine his inner turmoil, following the customary motherly admonitions and concerns. Chung Yunxian patiently answered all her inquiries. Yet once he had escorted the mother and daughter out of the room, he could hardly contain himself as he shut the door and returned to his bed, closing his eyes to begin introspection, searching inch by inch within his body for that fleeting golden light that would flash through his mind each day during his days of aimless wandering. After a lengthy search in his sea of consciousness, the light reappeared, but this time, it was accompanied by two figures, a bald monk, while the other resembled an ethereal apparition, charged forward with unwavering determination. Akin to the spiritual consciousness of Chung Yunxian, it was only upon nearing that he discerned it was not a human, but rather a colossal entity composed of densely moving runes, resembling a figure. As Chung Yunxian's spiritual awareness drew closer, the runes abruptly dispersed, converging directly towards his consciousness. In an instant, Chung Yunxian found himself bereft of control over his body and awareness. The room fell into a profound silence. And after a brief moment, Chung Yunxian's eyes snapped open, revealing a fervent brilliance within them. The easing tendons and washing marrow sutra, along with the Lingbo Weibo, ignited an overwhelming desire within him to let out a triumphant roar. Those familiar with martial arts know that the easing tendons and washing marrow sutra possesses the miraculous ability to transform one's very essence. As long as one does not perish, mastery of it can lead to restoration. Was this not tailor-made for him? Chung Yunxian, neglecting all else, immediately commenced his study, resolute in his determination to prevent anyone from claiming his beloved. Here, with the opportunity to trample upon all rules, he aspired to become the highest arbiter, rather than a passive victim awaiting judgment. Chung Yunxian resolutely embarked on the arduous path of cultivation, finding joy in the pursuit solely for the love he steadfastly cherished. The teachings of the technique were meticulously detailed, akin to vivid cinematic impressions. Every movement was etched in his mind. The mere thought of cultivation would propel him into a state of transcendence, allowing him to navigate the realm of training with effortless ease. Moreover, the potency of the technique exhilarated him beyond measure. Legend has it that the easing tendons and washing marrow sutra was imparted by the venerable Bodhidharma of Buddhism, who once engaged in dialogue with his disciples. He remarked that they had acquired his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, thus delineating the 5 stages of practice: refining skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow. Mastery of this art culminates in the attainment of the indestructible state of the Buddhist Vajra. Enabling one to become impervious to harm. It also serves as a healing technique, capable of unlocking latent potential and enhancing medicinal absorption by 100-fold. Its effects include complete transformation, marrow cleansing, meridian unblocking, potential activation, and life-saving healing. Upon completion, one may achieve a corporeal Buddha state, rendering the physical form nearly indestructible, with unmatched defense. Chapter 6. The Family Head as Command. The Lingbo Weibo is an exquisite lightness skill, divided into 6 realms: shadow retention, water walking, snow treading, airy void, mountain climbing, and ridge crossing. The profundity of this technique allows advanced practitioners to soar through the air, with the distance of flight contingent upon their cultivated power. Those with exceptional mastery can traverse rivers and valleys, soaring effortlessly as if gliding through open air, embodying the essence of the Lingbo Weibo. The emergence of the easing tendons and washing marrow sutra was a fortuitous boon. Poised to mend his severely damaged meridians and acupoints, music to Cheng Yunxian's ears. Despite the peculiar circumstances surrounding the technique's appearance, whether it be divine guidance or celestial machinations, Cheng Yunxian was resolute in his pursuit. For only with sufficient strength could he confront this world and delve into the roots of his plight. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yunxian commenced his practice of the easing tendons and washing marrow sutra. For nothing was more pressing than the restoration of his body. The tiger-leopard thunder sound technique within the sutra employs vocal cords to emit the six-syllable mantra Om, Ma, in I, Pad, Mi, Hum, resonating through the chest, abdomen, and skull, causing the entire skeletal and muscular system to vibrate, aiding in the expulsion of internal stagnation, impurities, and toxins, while catalyzing the healing process and enhancing the absorption of medicinal properties. Remarkably, this body possessed an innate talent for cultivation. As he began his practice, Cheng Yunxian swiftly discerned the nuances of vocalization. Om, Ma, in I, Pad, Mi, Hum, he initiated from his throat, initially producing a sound as faint as a mosquito, gradually crescendoing until it resonated like a drum within his chest and thundered like a mighty bell in his abdomen. Echoing throughout his courtyard, as the sound reverberated, his body vibrated at high frequencies. When Cheng Yunxian perceived a buzzing in his head, warmth spread through his body, and a tingling sensation coursed through his skin, as if something were gradually emerging from within. Next came a wave of numbness and itchiness. He could even feel the injuries within his meridians slowly healing. By dawn, the spiritual energy from the elixirs he had consumed the previous night rapidly dispersed throughout his body, quickly absorbed. Furthermore, the residual spiritual energy from the healing potions taken over the past few days was slowly expelled from his system. To his astonishment, Cheng Yunxuan's injuries healed at a visibly accelerated rate. Awakening in the morning, he found himself devoid of any lingering spiritual energy. Outside his courtyard, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered. Damn it! With a thunderous roar, Cheng Yunxian leapt from his bed. His once white nightgown had transformed into a deep, dark hue, and his exposed skin was smeared with a thick layer of grime, akin to that of an African tribesman. What he found most unbearable was the omnipresent stench that clung to the air. Overwhelmed by the tumult in his stomach, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the door as he flung it open. Several curious servants lurking outside stumbled into him, losing their balance in a state of near hysteria. Cheng Yunxian disregarded the crowd, forcing his way through, before plunging headfirst into the pond in the courtyard, frantically washing himself. However, the servants fared poorly. During the chaotic scuffle, they were splattered with the foul-smelling filth expelled from Cheng Yunxuan's body, with a few unfortunate souls even getting it on their faces. The most pitiable among them found himself with the muck shoved into his mouth. In the courtyard, cries, shouts, and retches erupted, as the servants frantically fled to find water to cleanse themselves. The commotion awakened family members and other servants, who, upon entering Cheng Yunxuan's room, bolted outside to vomit uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the figure in the pond, frantically scrubbing his blackened visage, bore little resemblance to the elegant and dashing Cheng Yunxian they knew. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes, with a fair complexion and a rotund figure, approached the pond. Squinting, he crouched by the edge and, with a smile, reached out to touch Cheng Yunxuan's cheek, then sniffed the air. With an expression of disdain and surprise, he exclaimed, "Yunxian, my son, did you go play in a cesspit this early in the morning?" This man was Cheng Yunxuan's father, Cheng Haoyan, a renowned figure among the so-called waste bodies. His body was filled with an overwhelming energy of the sun, making it impossible for him to harness external spiritual power, rendering him effectively useless. Cheng Yunxian harbored no fondness for this rotund figure, who, despite being a natural failure, perpetually wore a smile and idled away his days. He understood the mocking undertones in Cheng Haoyan's words, and, with a scowl, unceremoniously flung 2 handfuls of the foul muck at his father. Seeing his son's action, Cheng Haoyan recoiled in terror, yet his corpulent body proved unwieldy, and he was swiftly struck. He erupted into a tirade. "You wasteful child! Do you have any idea this is a new garment I just bought? Today is the first time I've worn it. As Cheng Yunxian prepared to hurl another handful of filth, Cheng Haotian let out a frantic yelp and fled, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. That night's disturbances, coupled with the day's stench, rekindled memories of Cheng Yunxian, long forgotten by his family. Those with ulterior motives began to stir, ultimately converging within the family courtyard of Chenglai's Han. Where arguments ensued. Of course, Cheng Yunxian remained oblivious to these developments. After thoroughly cleansing himself in the pond, he still could not rid himself of the lingering odor. He then soaked in the large wooden tub in the bathing room for an extended period, scrubbing himself repeatedly and changing the water several times, eventually achieving a semblance of cleanliness. Post-bath, Cheng Yunxian gazed at his reflection with exhilaration. The once dull complexion had vanished, replaced by his previous alabaster hue. His overall appearance had improved significantly, complemented by his long, raven-black hair, striking features, and deep-set eyes. Admiring himself in the bronze mirror, Cheng Yunxian struck a dashing pose, silently marveling. This body bore a striking resemblance to his former self, sharing 4 or 5 features in common. Yet, they were all undeniably handsome. In his past life, he would have undoubtedly been considered a paragon of male beauty. Throughout the morning, Cheng Yunxian bathed no fewer than 10 times. And even after donning fragrant, ancient Chinese attire, a faint lingering odor persisted around him. This caused Cheng Siya, who typically clung to his side, to keep her distance. Though his physical condition had markedly improved, the meager supply of spiritual elixirs provided by the family was barely sufficient. Where could he procure an ample supply of them? After lunch, Cheng Yunxian resolutely walked towards the family lord's courtyard. Determined to seek out his grandfather, Chenglai's Han, for spiritual medicine. However, he was unexpectedly stopped at the entrance of his grandfather's abode. Cheng Yunxian clenched his fists, seething with indignation. This was a place he could enter freely before. Yet now he found himself waiting outside for an announcement. Without strength, one possesses neither status nor privilege, which further deepened Cheng Yunxian's awareness of the cold and cruel reality. Standing composed in the room, he cast a cold gaze at his grandfather, Chenglai's Han, who, despite his wrinkled visage, was still fervently writing, occasionally furrowing his brow. The elderly man's face bore evident signs of fatigue. Without lifting his eyes, Chenglai's Han kindly inquired, "Xianer, what brings you here?" "Grandfather, I need spiritual medicine." Cheng Liashan's brush paused momentarily before resuming its dance across the paper. "The spiritual medicine required for your recovery is delivered daily by someone. Do they dare to withhold it from you?" "Not at all, but what they provide is far from sufficient." Upon hearing his grandson's words, Chenglai's Han finally set down his brush and raised his head. The vibrant complexion of Cheng Yunxian today starkly contrasted the lifeless pallor he bore yesterday. Now he appeared flushed and invigorated. This unusual change immediately reminded the elder of Cheng Yunxian's resolute demeanor from the previous day, coupled with the strange noises from last night and the happenings of this morning. Chenglai's Han could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet and was instantly before Cheng Yunxian, grasping his grandson's arm. A surge of warmth coursing through Cheng Yunxian's body. A moment later, the elder's face lit up with joy, his eyes moistening. "You can truly recover?" he asked, his voice trembling. Cheng Yunxian did not respond verbally but nodded with unwavering determination. "How long will it take?" Cheng Yunxian paused for a moment before shaking his head. "How much spiritual medicine is needed?" "Much, a great deal." Chenglai's Han did not respond immediately but returned to his seat, deep in thought. The elder was not lacking in love for his grandson. Rather, his affections were profound. He understood that for Cheng Yunxian, who had lost his strength, providing too much now would only grant temporary relief, inviting boundless resentment and sowing seeds of future calamity, which was why he had stripped Cheng Yunxian of all his previous privileges. Rationality told him that a complete recovery from the injuries caused by the explosive flames was impossible, yet gazing into Cheng Yunxian's resolute eyes and observing the marked improvement in his condition rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Slowly, he withdrew a dark, ancient token from his robe and placed it on the table before them. The material of the token was unknown, inscribed only with the archaic character for Cheng. Cheng Yunxian was utterly astonished by the sight of the token. Chapter 7. Innocent yet ensnared. Seeing the ancient token before him, even the usually composed Cheng Yunxian felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. The Chung family lord's decree allowed for the calling of family personnel and resources at any location owned by the Chung family. Without limitation, Chung Yunxian had originally sought to procure some spiritual medicine from his grandfather, but the unexpected fortune left him momentarily in disbelief. Chung Lieshan noticed Chung Yunxuan's unease and smiled as he took the token and placed it firmly in Chung Yunxuan's hand. If you can recover, this family shall belong to you. If you cannot, then being the family lord holds no joy for me. Oh, not be so tense. Your grandfather believes in you. Gazing at the kind smile of the elder, Chung Yunxian tightly clutched the token, biting his lip in determination. With a resolute nod towards Chung Lieshan, he turned and departed. Stifling his emotions, tears eventually escaped his eyes. Having lost everything after traversing realms, Chung Yunxuan's heart had been ashen, but the selfless love of his family reignited the flame of his rebirth in this life. Chung Yunxian sought not for anything other than to protect this love. With the family lord's decree in hand, Chung Yunxian made his way directly to the Cheng family's spiritual medicine hall. Along the way, the servants and attendants merely yawned as he passed, while some openly mocked him, pointing fingers in derision. Having lost his power, he had also lost their reverence. Truly, they were a pack of sycophants. Chung Yunxian gritted his teeth, dismissing these fickle turncoats. The spiritual medicine hall, a place of great importance, was no longer accessible to the current Cheng Yunxian. Yet, not only did he enter, but he also extracted a substantial amount of spiritual herbs and medicine amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Word of Chung Yunxuan's remarkable extraction from the spiritual medicine hall spread swiftly throughout the Cheng family. Reactions varied from shock to anger and indignation. However, the most prevalent sentiment was one of opportunism, with many seeking to profit from this perceived fool. They believed that Cheng Yunxian had stolen the family lord's decree to achieve such an astonishing feat, resulting in a flurry of servants watching eagerly outside his small courtyard. Upon returning to his courtyard with an abundance of spiritual medicine, Chung Yunxian immediately entered seclusion to cultivate, strictly ordering that no one disturb him except for the 3 daily meals. Thus, the familiar incantation of Om Ma, and I, Padme, Hum, resonated once more in his small courtyard. The familiar sensation of tingling and swelling coursed through his entire being, as his body, like a famished beast, devoured the spiritual energy. His damaged meridians and acupoints writhed and began to regenerate. The resonant sounds persisted for half a month before they ceased abruptly. The spiritual medicine had run out. Chung Yunxuan's body had hardly expelled any impurities in the last 2 days. Now, his skin resembled that of an infant. Impossibly smooth, achieving results unattainable by any skincare product from his past life. Even the most beautiful stars on Earth would feel inferior upon seeing his skin. His physique was perfectly toned, an absolute embodiment of perfection. Even Cheng Yunxian himself was astonished at the reflection before him. Wow, I'm incredibly handsome. Yet, beauty alone could not sustain him. The amount of spiritual medicine extracted from the hall was still insufficient. Although his meridians and acupoints had been restored, his dantian resembled a sieve, riddled with holes and devoid of activity. Left with no choice, he donned his attire and, with the family lord's decree in hand, set off once more towards the spiritual medicine hall. From a distance, upon seeing Chung Yunxian exit his courtyard, the servants who had been waiting for days turned and fled frantically to report back to their master, on the path to the spiritual medicine hall. Every maid initially cast him cold glances, only to erupt into screams moments later, leaving Chung Yunxian feeling numb. The sight of these girls drooling over him was hardly flattering. It turned out that being extraordinarily handsome was not without its drawbacks. Suddenly, around a corner, Chung Yunxian was intercepted by several surly-looking attendants. Having previously encountered these servants in the company of Chung Yi, he recognized that this was likely another one of his brother's machinations. As Chung Yunxian approached, a scrawny attendant named Zhang Wu arrogantly declared, "Chung Yunxian, you cannot pass. Our young master has ordered that you must present half of the spiritual medicine you brought from the hall last time. And he will ensure that no one dares to bully you in the Qing family from now on." Chung Yunxian sensed their ill intentions, but he had no desire to stoop to the level of quarreling with a group of servants. Such lowly individuals did not pique his interest. His primary focus was on cultivation, and everything else was secondary. Until his body was fully restored, he did not wish to engage in conflict. Without even sparing them a glance, he coldly uttered, "Scram," and attempted to sidestep Zhang Wu to continue on his way. However, Zhang Wu, perceiving Cheng Yunxuan's avoidance as a sign of fear, felt his arrogance swell further. He blocked Cheng Yunxuan's path once more, taunting, "Oh, have you developed some spirit? But last time you were beaten like a dog by our young master. Cheng Yunxian, you really have no memory. Dressed so splendidly, are you preparing to become a courtesan at Chui Xianglu? I must stop you. After all, you still count as one of us in the Cheng family. If you go there, how will we ever show our faces again?" Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd, unrestrained. The saying goes, an innocent man is guilty of possessing treasure. Cheng Yunxian, a once weakling, suddenly obtaining so much spiritual medicine, naturally elicited wild imaginations among his peers. Yet, sending a servant to confront him was downright absurd. Zhang Wu's incessant boasting ignited a spark of fury within Cheng Yunxian. "You think, just because I'm not making a fuss, that I'm some kind of pushover? You're mistaken." Cheng Yunxuan's killing intent surged as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Wu's. A cold smile playing on his lips. "Truly, one can see the reflection of their master in their servants. Your tone mimics that of your master quite well, but have you forgotten your place? If you wish for death, do not blame me for being unkind. My journey to strength begins today, and it starts with trampling over you." Zhang Wu flinched at the icy glare directed his way, but quickly shook off the unease. He could not fathom that a weakling could threaten a fourth-level warrior like himself. What? Could it be that our wasteful young master has fully regained his strength? If so, why not show me a thing or two? After Cheng Yunxian fell from grace, it seemed that everyone had overlooked the fact that he was once a practitioner who had reached the realm of a martial artist. Despite his lack of training at the martial level due to his exceptional talent, which had allowed him to leap directly into the rank of a warrior, his physique had always been a vulnerability. Yet, this vulnerability was relative to those of the same strength level. It is undeniable that he still possessed the physique of a martial artist. A sick tiger remains a tiger, and what mere fish could dare provoke him? After half a month of recovery, his strength had returned to the equivalent of a fourth-level warrior. Cheng Yunxian cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Wu, who had already assumed a fighting stance. Confidently regarding him, the few onlookers around them continued to cheer and rally support. Cheng Yunxian was eager to test the combat capabilities of this newly familiar body, weary of engaging in idle chatter with such trifling individuals. He charged forward in a swift stride, unleashing a series of fiery strikes from the flame palm technique toward Zhang Wu. Upon witnessing Cheng Yunxuan's palm technique, Zhang Wu immediately shed his underestimation. It dawned on him that Cheng Yunxian had cultivated the Cheng family's most advanced high-level technique, the flame palm, while he himself had only practiced the most rudimentary wild bull fist. With a grave expression, Zhang Wu executed a wild bull charge to counter. A series of resounding impacts echoed as Cheng Yunxuan's expression turned icy, delivering blow after blow with increasing force. Ultimately, Zhang Wu found himself unable to fend off the onslaught. His arrogance shattered, his face grew increasingly pallid. Seizing the moment, Cheng Yunxian grasped Zhang Wu by the hair and hurled him against a pillar, blood gushing forth as Zhang Wu lost consciousness. However, Cheng Yunxian was not yet finished. He stomped down on Zhang Wu's shin, the sound of a bone snapping echoing in the air. Zhang Wu awoke with a pained scream, rolling on the ground in agony. Cheng Yunxian, who had fought numerous battles throughout his life on Earth, had never struck with such ferocity. His understanding of the world and his temperament had undergone significant transformation. In this fiercely competitive, dog-eat-dog environment, to create a sanctuary for his loved ones, he first needed to grow stronger and then trample all enemies beneath his feet. Currently, he remained relatively weak. If he could not instill fear in these lowly individuals, he could only imagine the trouble they would concoct for him in the future. Chapter 8. A forceful counterattack. Thus, to show mercy to foes is to be cruel to oneself and irresponsible towards those who care for and love him. At this moment, Zhang Wu lay on the ground, gazing up at Cheng Yunxian, whose expression was as cold as ice, fear etched across his features. The others, witnessing Zhang Wu's pitiful state, panicked and attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Cheng Yunxian. He regarded them with a ruthless stare, their faces pale and legs trembling, as he advanced step by step. Now you think of fleeing? Too late. Today, I, Cheng Yunxian, shall teach you how to be a servant in the Cheng family. You, who rely on the power of others. With that, Cheng Yunxian charged forward, leaving behind a chorus of anguished cries as he departed, having reduced the would-be tyrants to mere remnants. Cheng Yunxuan's eyes were filled with icy fury as he hurried toward the Spirit Herb Hall. His mood decidedly grim. He sensed that his visit today would not unfold as smoothly as the last. Sure enough, upon reaching the entrance of the hall, he found a group of Cheng family juniors, around 12 or 13 years old, waiting for him. Upon seeing Cheng Yunxian approach, Cheng Yishui loudly proclaimed to the crowd, "I told you Zhang Wu, that useless fool, could not stop Cheng Yunxian. Remember the things you lost to me, and make sure to deliver them to my courtyard later." The young men behind him, who had lost their possessions, shot Cheng Yunxian glances filled with resentment, except for a simple-dressed boy around 10 years old, who grinned foolishly and exclaimed, "I knew Brother Yunxian was the strongest." Just as he finished speaking, Cheng Bing, seething with anger, kicked him to the ground. Undeterred, the boy remained cheerful, brushing off the dirt and simply standing a bit farther from Cheng Bing. His name was Cheng Qi, the grandson of Cheng Yunxuan's great-uncle, Cheng Fanhai. Due to his father, Cheng Shi, having suffered injuries during his early training and becoming a useless person, Cheng Qi often interacted with Cheng Yunxian. He had always been close to Cheng Yunxian, idolizing him immensely. Cheng Yishui stood in the middle of the path, disdainfully watching Cheng Yunxian as he approached. "Cheng Yunxian, you must have grown wiser to be able to fetch spirit herbs from the hall. I assume you understand that with your useless physique, using these spirit herbs would be a sheer waste. Let us strike a deal. As long as you hand over any spirit herbs you acquire to us brothers, I promise to protect you from now on, no matter who becomes the family head." The implications and threats in Cheng Yishui's words were abundantly clear. Once their grandfather, Cheng Lieshan, passed away or lost power, Cheng Yunxian understood all too well what that meant. However, he also understood that true strength lay in his own power. Relying on others for protection would ultimately lead to being devoured without a trace. The notion that a common man without sin can suffer for possessing something precious only befalls the weak. Thus, he resolved to utilize every resource at his disposal for training. Whoever obstructed his path to growth would be deemed his enemy, and he would fight fiercely against them. Cheng Yunxian coldly retorted, "You are truly naive. Do you even comprehend where your foolishness lies?" Cheng Yishui instinctively asked, "Where? How naive indeed." Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted into laughter, with Cheng Qi's laughter ringing particularly loud. Cheng Yishui, momentarily stifled, turned ashen with rage. "Cheng Yunxian, you choose to insult me. Don't blame me for being rude with that." Cheng Yishui lunged forward, while Cheng Yunxian, filled with pent-up anger, was more than ready for a fierce battle. Although he had been somewhat dazed during their last encounter, he vividly recalled the humiliation and was determined to retaliate. Cheng Yishui was a 5th-level warrior, a rank above Cheng Yunxian, yet he felt no fear as he met him with the same technique. The two clashed instantly, a tremendous sound reverberating, startling the spectators. Utilizing the same technique, the flame palm, they engaged in an evenly matched confrontation. Cheng Yunxuan's confidence in his restored body surged as they separated and continued their duel. "Good job, Cheng Yunxian, but is that all the martial artist physique you have left? I will continue to advance, and when I reach the warrior realm, what will you have to fight me with? Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Cheng Yishui's momentum surged even higher. Cheng Yunxian, naturally unwilling to be outdone, abhorred being threatened. "Let us wait until you advance to discuss that. For now, let me show you what the true flame palm is." The pent-up fury within Cheng Yunxian erupted as he unleashed a more refined version of the flame palm technique, showcasing numerous variations compared to Cheng Yishui's singular approach. Coupled with the agility and strength he had gained from practicing the muscle-transforming scripture, even his senses had sharpened considerably. Cheng Yishui's momentum was swiftly suppressed, forcing him to retreat step by step. Cheng Yunxian maintained his offensive, his hands a flurry of movement around Cheng Yishui, who struggled to keep up, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, revealing his growing exhaustion. Sensing this shift, Cheng Yunxian decided to hold nothing back, launching a direct strike with the Inferno Essence aimed at Cheng Yishui's chest. The Inferno Essence was the most powerful attack in the Flame Palm technique, channeling all of one's strength into a single point, embodying a grandiose momentum of determination. Cheng Yishui, well aware of the might of this move, was nevertheless overwhelmed by Cheng Yunxuan's immense pressure. In a panic, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest. "Stop! A voice called out from a distance, but Cheng Yunxian, fully poised to deliver the strike, had no intention of halting, especially since he had no desire to hold back. Bang! Cheng Yishui spat blood and was sent flying, while at the same moment, Cheng Yunxian was also struck by an incoming blow, the force of which was no less than that which had impacted Cheng Yishui. Perhaps even heavier, the muscle-transforming scripture proved its worth. Although Cheng Yunxian was also sent reeling, he only sustained minor internal injuries, landing with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth before gradually rising to his feet. The individual who had injured him was now examining Cheng Yishui's condition. The younger members of the Cheng family, who had been cheering for the duel, instantly fell silent upon seeing the newcomer. Their spirits crushed. They approached to pay their respects, only to be completely disregarded. In stark contrast to Cheng Yunxian, Cheng Yishui fared far worse. His left arm was broken, his chest visibly caved in, blood spilling from his mouth. His face as pale as death. After assessing the injuries, the newcomer glared at Cheng Yunxian with a fierce expression and scolded, "You wretched little beast, do you wish to kill your own brother?" The imposing figure with a fierce glare, striding with an air of authority, is none other than Cheng Yishui's father, Cheng Yunxuan's third uncle, Cheng Haolei. Cheng Yunxian feels an acute sense of shame at his third uncle's remarkable ability to protect his own. Even as he acknowledges that Cheng Yishui's injuries are far more severe than his own. Unable to discern the differences, Cheng Yunxuan's expression turns icy, indifferent to the unfolding drama. Observing Cheng Yunxian standing there with remarkable poise and seemingly unscathed astonishes him. He is acutely aware of the force behind his own actions and has come to a newfound appreciation for Cheng Yunxuan's physical prowess. This young man is indeed a prodigy, previously in spiritual cultivation. Now in physical training, he has surpassed all expectations. What a pity! As the duel commenced, Cheng Haolei had stealthily arrived, watching from a distance to gauge his son's recent progress in training. To his surprise, it was his incapacitated nephew who astonished him instead. He couldn't help but lament Cheng Yunxuan's extraordinary talent, feeling a sense of regret for the Cheng family. Yet, the thought that his son could not even best a mere waste of potential only fueled his anger. Unable to restrain himself, he pointed a finger at his son, berating him. "You fool! After years of training, you can't even defeat a worthless opponent. Do you not feel ashamed?" Cheng Yunxuan's unyielding demeanor infuriated Cheng Haolei further, especially since he did not approach to pay respects, a significant breach of decorum in their esteemed family. Cheng Haolei believed it was his duty as an uncle to teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. However, just then, a summons from the family patriarch and the elders quelled his intentions. Inside the Cheng family assembly hall, the atmosphere was solemn and grand. The patriarch, Cheng Lizhan, sat elevated in the main seat, flanked by elders and key family members. Standing in the center was Cheng Yunxian, the sole junior amidst a sea of adults. Despite the overwhelming pressure of their formidable presence, Cheng Yunxian remained composed. Standing tall with an air of serenity, his aloof demeanor and ethereal aura drew the attention of all, though the coldness of his expression and the frigidness of his gaze left many feeling uneasy. Observing the scene before him, Yunxian realized that the commotion stirred among the clan was undoubtedly due to the extensive use of family spiritual herbs. He glanced at his grandfather, Cheng Lizhan, whose expression remained calm and unperturbed. Yet, Cheng Yunxian understood that the burden of pressure on his grandfather far outweighed his own. Clenching his fists, a profound sense of humiliation welled within him. Even the pain from his nails digging into his flesh went unnoticed. If only I still possessed my former strength, I would not be paraded here like a criminal. At that moment, the eldest elder, Cheng Duanjiang with hair graying, spoke first. Yunxian, it is not that your second grandfather wishes to admonish you, but your grandfather has indulged you with the patriarch's decree for your own good. However, what purpose did you have in extracting so many spiritual herbs from the apothecary? Your body is now incapacitated. These herbs are of no use to you and may even harm you if consumed in excess. With a scrutinizing gaze, Cheng Duanjiang continued, though I must admit, you do appear somewhat more refined than before. His words ignited a wave of laughter throughout the assembly hall. Cheng Yunxuan's face remained impassive, refusing to utter a word. Apart from his closest kin, he felt no affection for others, and the sight of their grotesque expressions only fueled his disdain. Cheng Lizhan sat impassively, a silent observer. Cheng Duanjiang resumed, I have heard from Hao Lei that you have severely injured your second brother's servants and gravely wounded your third brother Ishui, while also showing disrespect to your third uncle Hao Lei. Your second grandfather understands that adjusting to your new status as an invalid is challenging, and perhaps you have lost your way in temperament. He then shifted his focus to Cheng Lai's Han, stating, however, family rules are family rules. Anyone who transgresses must face consequences. Only through clear rewards and punishments can the Qing family endure and prosper. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Unable to tolerate the twisted accusations and blatant distortions of truth, Cheng Yunshuan's anger flared as he coldly retorted, to fabricate charges is to find excuses without cause. Cheng Duanjiang's fury ignited instantly. Look at this. I have not misrepresented the situation. You are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Others joined in agreement, attempting to apply pressure on Cheng Lai's Han, brother. Yet, before he could finish, Chang Liashan's chilling glare silenced him. Cheng Haoyan has failed to teach his son properly. Thus, the punishment is as follows. The entire family is to be exiled to Qing family village to guard the ancestral shrine and cannot return without an edict. Furthermore, Duanjiang, you and Yijing must account for your actions over the past few days. If you cannot even tolerate your own kin, I doubt you will ever be fit for the position of patriarch. After delivering these words, Cheng Lai's Han swept his sleeve in anger and departed, leaving the assembly in disarray. Cheng Duanjiang and the others were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, having prepared numerous arguments that were now rendered moot. A vague sense of something being amiss flickered in Cheng Duanjiang's mind, but he could not discern the cause. Hearing of the punishment, Cheng Yunxian felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed his grandfather had expended considerable effort to provide him with an optimal environment for recovery. He found himself quite satisfied with Cheng Liashan's decree. He had little attachment to the cold, scheming estate filled with intrigue. Being exiled now felt like a fortuitous opportunity. For Cheng Yunxian, it meant freedom. He could soar as high as the heavens and swim as freely as the seas. With his grandfather gone, Cheng Yunxian chose not to linger, turning to disregard the onlookers and exiting with a chilling demeanor. What brought him immense satisfaction was the realization that his grandfather, whether by intention or coincidence, had not revoked the patriarch's decree as he prepared to be expelled from the Cheng family estate. He felt no need for courtesy. A sly smile graced his lips as he made his way to the apothecary. The news of Cheng Yunshuan's brutal injury to Cheng Yishui had spread like wildfire, and his furious expression caused everyone he encountered to avoid him. Upon entering the apothecary, Cheng Yunxian slammed the patriarch's decree forcefully onto the counter. The news from the assembly hall had already reached Cheng Haoming, the overseer of the apothecary, and upon seeing the furious Cheng Yunxian, a fleeting moment of pity crossed his mind. Yet, such was the survival rule of the grand family. Strength dictated everything. Perhaps sensing that Cheng Yunxian was about to leave, Cheng Haoming's demeanor was exceptionally cordial today. My dear nephew, what will you be taking today? Do tell your sixth uncle, with a frigid expression, icy eyes, and a chilling tone. He replied, spiritual herbs. How much do you have? All of them. What? Cheng Haoming was taken aback by Cheng Yunshuan's demand. Cheng Yunxian repeated loudly, I want all the spiritual herbs, all of them. Cheng Haoming, taken aback, glanced at Cheng Yunxian, realizing this nephew was indeed not one to be trifled with. With the patriarch's decree before him, he had no choice but to comply. Once Cheng Yunxian departed, two attendants swiftly emerged from the apothecary. Upon receiving the news that his grandson had taken all the spiritual herbs, Cheng Lai's Han laughed heartily. Truly, he is my grandson, ruthless indeed. Cheng Duanjiang and the others were still reveling in their perceived victory, believing that Cheng Yunshuan's family had been expelled from the Cheng estate, making their return nearly impossible. Furthermore, while Cheng Liashan's final words appeared to chastise him, the underlying implication was unmistakably clear. An attendant hurriedly arrived to report that Cheng Yunxian had extracted all the spiritual herbs from the apothecary. Cheng Duanjiang suddenly recalled his earlier intention to propose reclaiming the patriarch's decree from Cheng Yunxian, feeling somewhat displeased with his actions. Yet, remembering Cheng Liashan's words, he mused, Brother, did you not say my grandsons could not tolerate their brethren? Since you are willing to relinquish your position as patriarch today, I shall be magnanimous. What of some spiritual herbs? Let him take them all. Will he not eventually recover? He then laughed heartily. Let him take them. After all, he will not be returning, so consider it a farewell gift from your second grandfather. With the impending move, there were many items to pack, which Chung Yunxian need not concern himself with as he remained focused solely on his training. Now, aside from his dantian, even the lingering injuries from years past had fully healed. To Chung Yunxuan's astonishment, he recently discovered that he possessed the ability of inner sight, enabling him to perceive the intricate network of organs and meridians within his body. Upon this revelation, he found that the energy channels and acupoints within were severely congested, particularly his dantian, resembling a tattered sieve, riddled with countless holes and utterly deplorable. Yet, paradoxically, this very state ignited a fervent passion for cultivation within him. It felt as though a potent energy was pent up inside him. The greater the resistance he faced, the more it stoked his fighting spirit. The harshness of reality underscored the undeniable truth that only through personal strength could one thrive. However, much to his dismay, the low-grade spiritual herbs he had procured did little to mend his dantian. While practicing the tiger-leopard thunder sound technique, he discerned that the spiritual energy, upon entering his dantian, merely leaked out through the myriad holes, with only a small fraction absorbed by his muscles and bones, while the majority was drawn away by his skin. His epidermis had grown increasingly resilient. He had once secretly tested it against household weapons and discovered that being impervious to blades was not merely a fantasy. His complexion had undergone a marked transformation, now as fair as mutton-fat jade, indicative of the minor success in skin cultivation mentioned in the I Ching Jing. On the eve of his departure, as Chung Yunxian was immersed in his training, the unexpected visit from his grandfather, Chung Li's Han, took him by surprise, especially as the elder held an ornate, elongated wooden box adorned with intricate and regal patterns, evidence that its contents were far from ordinary. Observing Chung Yunxuan's gradual recovery, Chung Li's Han felt immense joy, albeit with the added burden of feigning intense suffering in front of others daily. Xiener, he smiled. This is a family heirloom from your grandpa Duan's lineage, the 4th grade supreme spiritual herb. Blood orchid. To dissolve your engagement with Qing Yuan, this old fellow has truly invested heavily. However, once it is delivered, we shall accept it. After all, we must marry a granddaughter-in-law. Let this old chap walk away empty-handed and learn what it means to lose both the lady and his troops. If one merely gazed upon this benevolent elder, it would be hard to fathom the depths of his cunning. Chung Yunxian could only respond with an awkward smile, but when he opened the box in his hands, he was instantly transfixed. Inside lay a flower as vividly red as blood, exquisitely crafted. The overwhelming spiritual aura emanating from it nearly took his breath away. Suddenly, an intense and insatiable hunger surged within him. Rendering him unable to resist, he disregarded his grandfather's presence and directly ingested the blood orchid, instantly activating the tiger-leopard thunder sound technique. The thunderous resonance reverberated throughout the courtyard, and Chung Li's Han observed his grandson's peculiar method of cultivation for the first time, scrutinizing every movement. Yet, just as the sound erupted, it vanished in an instant. Chung Yunxian opened his eyes in shock, only to close them again. The blood orchid had disappeared without a trace, no spiritual energy released. No warning signs, simply gone into thin air. He scanned his body once more, still finding nothing amiss, but sensed a disturbance in his dantian. Upon another examination, he discovered a small green sapling emerging at the center of his dilapidated dantian. Enveloped in rich spiritual energy, this tiny sapling was a cherished ornament from his past life, a significant protector of his soul since his arrival in this realm. Despite having searched for it countless times since gaining the ability of inner sight, its appearance now left Chung Yunxian in a state of turmoil. Observing the sapling rapidly absorbing spiritual energy, he finally spoke, his tone tinged with desperation. Little green one, could you leave me a bit? Look at my dantian. It's in shambles. A little energy to mend it would surely be more comfortable for you, wouldn't it? As if understanding his words, the little tree accelerated its absorption. Oh dear, please save some for me. In the blink of an eye, it had consumed all the spiritual energy. Oh my, how ruthless you are, leaving me with nothing. Overwhelmed with frustration, Chung Yunxian was about to withdraw his inner sight when the sapling trembled, capturing his attention. Suddenly, a delicate strand of deep green spiritual energy emanated from it. Chung Yunxian was momentarily stunned. Though it was a mere wisp, it felt immensely powerful and noble, and he sensed his body yearning for it intensely. As that thread of energy dissipated within his dantian, it illuminated the area, prompting a rapid restoration. Though fleeting, the improvement was unmistakable. Upon emerging from his inner sight, Cheng Yunxian, still dazed, eagerly inquired of Cheng Lieshan. That sensation was delightful. Is there more? Cheng Lieshan was nearly taken aback by the question. The entire fourth-grade supreme spiritual herb, blood orchid, which would take him days to absorb, had vanished in an instant, and Cheng Yunxian had shown no visible reaction. Now he dared to ask if there was more. This completely shattered his understanding of the world. What did you say? Cheng Lieshan exclaimed, slapping Cheng Yunxian on the head. This is a fourth-grade supreme spiritual herb, worth 5 years of our family's earnings, and even then, it is not easily obtainable. Such treasures are rare. Do you think they grow like cabbages? With that, Cheng Lieshan turned and left. In his heart, he felt increasingly perplexed by his grandson since Cheng Yunxuan's awakening. It was as if a fierce beast lay dormant within him, and once awakened, it would be incomprehensibly powerful. A broad smile adorned Cheng Lieshan's face as he departed. Cheng Yunxian, sitting alone on the bed, felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. A single spiritual herb purchased with 5 years of earnings. How would he restore his body? Oh dear heavens, are you toying with me? Though he lamented outwardly, he knew that hope was preferable to despair. Before dawn, as the sun had yet to rise, a thin veil of mist enveloped the entire Shihucheng, creating an ethereal ambience. The tranquil streets of Shihucheng had not yet succumbed to their usual clamor. With a creak, the gates of the Cheng family estate slowly opened, and 4 ordinary carriages rolled out, escorted by a retinue of guards, making their way toward the western gate of Shihucheng. The departure of Cheng Yunxuan's family stirred not a ripple within the Cheng household. Nor did anyone come to bid them farewell, deepening Cheng Yunxuan's understanding of the coldness of human sentiment in this world. Seated in the last carriage, he coldly observed the imposing gates of the Cheng family receding into the distance. When I return, you shall all be beneath my feet. Suddenly, a small figure running in the distance caught his attention. It must be said that the whims of fate are curious. Whenever Cheng Yunxuan's heart began to grow cold, small moments could still warm his spirit. Stop the carriage, he shouted, rising to disembark. Standing in the middle of the road, he watched the approaching figure, a smile gradually forming on his face, as the small frame drew nearer. It broke into a broad, innocent smile that radiated sunshine and purity. Cheng Yunxian wiped the sweat from the boy's brow, patiently waiting for him to calm his exuberant spirit. After a moment, Cheng Qi raised the wooden sword he held. His expression solemn. Brother Yunxian, this is the wooden sword you made for me when I was little. You said that when I grew up, you'd take me to roam the world, and I will wait for your return. Seeing the determination in Cheng Qi's eyes and the wooden sword in his hands, Cheng Yunxian felt a stirring in his heart. He was moved by the boy's sincerity and purity. Ha ha ha, brother, I will undoubtedly conquer the world. But whether I can take you along depends on your efforts. You must train diligently and not let me down with that. He ruffled Cheng Qi's hair and boarded the carriage, leaving the young boy standing resolutely in place. It is worth noting that as Cheng Yunxian left the Cheng family estate, his heart brimmed with tranquility and serenity. Lying in the carriage, he was engulfed in memories of the past. That day, Zhang Chong had not been awakened by his scathing remarks. Instead, he had become more incensed, spiraling further into madness. Cheng Yunxian continued to berate him. Look at your attire. You are neither man nor woman. If I were to call you a gender-bending creature, it would be an insult to those words. Could it be that you are truly a girl? If that is the case, then you are even more out of place. With such a disparity in the male-female ratio, a handsome socialist like me has yet to find a girlfriend, and you, with such fine qualities, cannot be allowed to squander. Hurry back to your mother's arms and suckle. Do not embarrass your parents any further. You clearly seem like an unplanned child. I find it curious. A peculiar specimen like you should be classified as a national-level protected animal and showcased at the World Expo. Perhaps you could even contribute to our nation's research on extraterrestrial species. I'm tired. You may leave now. Under this relentless barrage, Zhang Chong's face had turned the color of liver, lips purple, and his eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Cheng Yunxian as if he wished to devour him whole. Ha ha ha! Li Mingling found great satisfaction in witnessing Zhang Chong's humiliation and laughed heartily. My friend, this is my seat. Could you please make way? As passengers gradually filled the carriage, Zhang Chang felt increasingly scrutinized, casting a fierce glare at Cheng Yunxian before storming off with his 2 dogs. Never would he have imagined that a corporate chairman like himself could wield such a sharp tongue. Yet, it was rather gratifying. "Thank you. I am Li Mingling. Let us be acquainted." Li Mingling smiled as she extended her hand. At this moment, Cheng Yunxian took a serious look at the enchanting beauty before him. Truly, she was dignified and lovely, refreshingly unique, and utterly captivating. The dormant spring of his heart began to sprout and grow rapidly. How delightful it would be to have such a beauty as a girlfriend during college. He mused, "I am not a corporate chairman, and cursing at others is far from my expertise. It's merely a hobby of mine." He chuckled while handing over his train ticket. Li Mingling took the ticket, momentarily taken aback, and then burst into an even more boisterous laugh, drawing the attention of those nearby. Cheng Yunxian was mesmerized by her beauty, his impure thoughts surging uncontrollably, leaving him slack-jawed. The 11th chapter. Indelible Memories. Under Cheng Yunxian's penetrating gaze, Li Mingling felt a tad uncomfortable, her cheeks flushing with a mix of shyness and indignation. To mask her embarrassment, Cheng Yunxian hastily shifted the topic, saying, "I simply admired your ability to laugh so heartily despite having something in the corner of your eye. I truly commend you. Is that so?" Li Mingling hurriedly fished out a mirror to check, only to find nothing there, and shot Cheng Yunxian a significant look. Truly, her charm was manifold. This left him momentarily dazed. The two engaged in delightful conversation, and Li Mingling discovered an endless array of topics with this striking young man, as if an inexplicable force drew her in. Eventually, she learned he was also planning to visit Huangshan, and they decided to team up to explore Lianhua Peak together the following morning. The next morning, at the foot of Lianhua Peak, the two young people walked side by side, chatting and laughing. Although Cheng Yunxian had changed into athletic attire, he appeared considerably more polished than the previous day. Li Mingling, having made a slight effort in her appearance, radiated youthful beauty, her every smile and gesture imbued with grace. Along the way, Cheng Dong, the mayor, found himself nearly tripping over his own feet for what felt like the umpteenth time. If only Cheng Mama could see her son like this, she would undoubtedly exclaim with excitement. "Old Cheng, congratulations! Your son has been successfully whisked away." Lianhua Peak, located on the northern side of Yipinglu, is the highest peak of Huangshan, standing at approximately 1864 meters. Along the route, we encountered the unique Filong pine, the upside-down pine, and the Huangshan rhododendron. At the summit of Lianhua Peak, a round stone well sits at the center, and on clear days, one can gaze eastward at Timu Mountain, westward at Lushan, and northward at Zhohua Mountain and the Yangtze River. Surrounding the peak, iron chains are adorned with various locks, symbolizing the bonds of young couples. "I bought a couple of locks, and I even got one for you," he said enthusiastically, clearly putting thought into it. Li Mingling felt a surge of joy and quickly masked her surprise, exclaiming, "You know all this? Quite knowledgeable, I must say. Your explanations are almost indistinguishable from Baidu's. It seems you studied hard last night." Initially, Cheng Yunxian felt a swell of pride, but by the end, he nearly stumbled from embarrassment, witnessing Li Mingling laugh uncontrollably. Indeed, one should not become overly jovial in any situation, as such exuberance can lead to misfortune. Suddenly, Li Mingling slipped and fell forward. Fortunately, Cheng Yunxian was close by and caught her in his arms. The warmth of her presence left him momentarily stunned, his heart racing and blood surging. Once Li Mingling regained her composure, she noticed the change in Cheng Yunxian's demeanor. Lifting her gaze to meet his tender eyes, she realized his feelings, quickly lowering her head in bashfulness. Seeing her avert her gaze, Cheng Yunxian recognized the impropriety of his actions. Hastily releasing her, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, his face flushed crimson. Enough with the explanations. At this pace, we will never reach the summit. Let us hurry." With a rosy complexion, Li Mingling grasped Cheng Yunxian's hand and moved forward. Cheng Yunxian's heart plummeted, fearing Li Mingling was upset. Yet, the warmth of their clasped hands and her averted gaze filled him with elation. He quickly caught up, gently tightening his grip on her hand and reciting. A poem from the Ming Dynasty by Wu Chang speaks of a blue lotus emanating rosy mist, standing gracefully, pure and flawless. Gazing at the floating clouds in the distance reveals the summit adorned with flowers. The two feigned nonchalance as they strolled and conversed, yet their hands remained intertwined. Cheng Yunxian, what is that you wear around your neck? Li Mingling playfully inquired, noticing a small vial hanging from his neck. This is something I discovered while visiting my hometown as a child. Accompanying my father to the fields, I stumbled upon this vibrant green specimen. I have no idea what plant it is. My father, seeing my fascination, crafted this little vial for me to wear. It has remained unchanged all these years. It hasn't withered. I searched online but found nothing about it. Perhaps it is some treasure. Ive decided that when I find my lifelong love, I will gift it to her as a token of affection. Cheng Yunxian earnestly displayed the vial, declaring, "What an antiquated notion! A token of affection in this day and age." Li Mingling blushed as she took it into her hands, examining the vibrant green leaves, noting how robust the base was as it coiled around a small stone. She too was at a loss as to what it was. As Cheng Yunxian gazed at the blushing beauty before him, he could not resist pulling her into an embrace. In a moment of startled surprise, their lips met, and after a brief, symbolic struggle, they found themselves in each other's arms. However, this romantic and tender moment was abruptly interrupted by an unwelcome observer. "Let her go, you scoundrel!" Zhang Chang's furious voice echoed through the gorge. The sudden shout startled Cheng Yunxian and Li Mingling, causing them to part. Upon recognizing Zhang Chang, Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of anger. This shameless creature had followed them here. "Let me go. No one has the right to demand that of me. You think you're so important? I was enjoying a moment with my girlfriend. What business is it of yours? Is your skin made of titanium alloy, making you so brazen? Go shout at your mother." Cheng Yunxian retorted furiously. "What? Your girlfriend?" Zhang Chang's fury intensified as he glanced at Li Mingling, who remained silent, feeding his rage. "Li Mingling, you wretched girl." Before Zhang Chang could finish his tirade, Cheng Yunxian landed a punch on his round face. "You dare hit me? Dispose of him." Zhang Chang bellowed. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fend off 4 hands. Although Cheng Yunxian was filled with righteous fury, he was merely a student and soon found himself overwhelmed. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Zhang Chang drew a dagger and lunged at Cheng Yunxian. Amidst Li Mingling's horrified scream, the dagger plunged deep into Cheng Yunxian's back. A muscular man swiftly kicked Cheng Dong, sending him tumbling off the cliff. Yunxian, the echoes of Li Mingling's heart-wrenching cries filled the gorge, her sorrow palpable. The final image was etched in the hauntingly beautiful contours of her face. Meanwhile, Cheng Yunxian lay asleep in the carriage, tears streaming down his cheeks. Tap, tap, tap. The distant sound of hooves approached. A galloping steed raced towards Cheng's carriage. The cart came to an abrupt halt, awakening Cheng Yunxian. His face streaked with tears, yet the memory of the fall left his heart aching, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the curtain was drawn back, and a fiery figure rushed into his carriage. Upon seeing Duan Qingyun, her eyes reddened and filled with sorrow. Cheng Yunxian felt a rush of emotions, sadness, longing, and gratitude, converging into an indescribable feeling that enveloped his heart. In that fleeting moment, he became exceedingly vulnerable, tightly embracing Duan Qingyun in his arms, tears once again streaming down his face. What he could never relinquish was the deeply etched love that resided within him. At this instant, he held Duan Qingyun close, unwilling to lose her again. The transient fragility within him was subdued by the strength of his resolve. He smiled gently, gazing intently at Duan Qingyun, the woman who loved him dearly. Upon learning that Cheng Yunxian had been expelled from the Cheng family estate, Duan Qingyuan's heart was filled with confusion and concern, as if a dense cloud had settled within, suffocating her. In the early morning, she dashed out of the Duan residence and hurried to the Cheng family home, only to discover that Cheng Yunxuan's family had already departed. As she chased after them, she fought back her tears. However, the moment she beheld Cheng Yunxuan's smile, all her pent-up resentment vanished. It was as if she had encountered light and a towering mountain, and her suppressed emotions erupted as she collapsed into Cheng Yunxuan's embrace, crying out loud. Cheng Yunxian was her anchor, a place where she could lay down all her burdens. His confident smile served as the most potent source of motivation within her. After the storm, a rainbow arched across the sky. Feeling Duan Qingyuan gently tremble in his arms, Cheng Yunxian softly patted her back. This time, he had not planned how to explain his departure, and he was taken aback that she had actually pursued him. Cheng Yunxian tenderly cupped Duan Qingyuan's delicate face, earnestly wiping away her tears, and gently spoke. "Are you afraid that I will abandon you? Chapter 12. The Secret of the Ancestral Hall with a deeply aggrieved expression. Duan Xingyuan nodded vigorously. Observing her in this state, Cheng Yunxian stretched lazily and erupted into laughter. You, the esteemed young lady of the Duan family, and here I am, a mere waste, hoping to curry your favor. How could I dare to abandon you? Upon hearing Cheng Yunxian label himself as a waste, Duan Xingyuan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She immediately placed her hand over his mouth, declaring, "You must not speak of yourself in such a manner. Qingyuan will marry no one but you in this lifetime, and no matter what you become, I will never leave your side." Seeing Duan Qingyuan's earnest and endearing demeanor, Cheng Yunxian gently pinched her nose and remarked, "If love is truly everlasting, what does it matter whether we are together day or night? Qingyuan, believe me, I have discovered a method to restore my health. When I return, nothing shall stand in our way. Your only task is to take care of yourself and wait patiently for my return. And remember, keep this a secret. If love is truly everlasting, what does it matter whether we are together day or night?" Duan Xingyuan silently recited this quote, which Cheng Yunxian had borrowed from a past life, moved by the exquisite sentiment it conveyed. Watching Cheng Yunxian like a dutiful little wife, she nodded fervently to eye in their glistening eyes. Only the figure of Cheng Yunxian remained. After bidding farewell to Duan Xingyuan, the Cheng family continued their journey to in the springtime. The mountains were adorned with blooming flowers, and the scenery along the way was breathtaking, with butterflies dancing gracefully on either side of the road. Cheng Haoyan and Zhang Mingyue were equally captivated by the beauty, dismounting from their carriage to ride on horseback and take in the sights. Meanwhile, Cheng Yunxian frolicked joyfully with Cheng Xia amidst the grassy meadows and flower clusters, occasionally gathering an armful of blossoms to weave into garlands, or playfully chasing the colorful butterflies that flitted about. After leaving Shihu City, Cheng Yunxian felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Being close to nature gave him the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the skies, and his smiles became more frequent. Cheng Haoyan and Zhang Mingyue noticed the change in their son. Since Cheng Yunxuan's serious injury and subsequent recovery, they had felt a lack of vitality within him, as though he had been a mere lifeless entity. Now, they could distinctly sense that their son had truly come back to life, and the former Cheng Yunxian had returned. Cheng Haoyan leaned down to gently wipe away the tears from Zhang Mingyue's face, both of them blissfully gazing at their children racing through the flower-laden fields. The now considerably grown little boy had surprisingly caught several prey along the way, exuding an imposing presence that made the guards regard it with newfound respect. Due to delays on the road, the group arrived at Cheng Family Manor well after nightfall. The manor spanned several hundred acres and was home to thousands of people, most of whom bore the surname Cheng. In fact, they were all relatives of Cheng Yunxian, albeit from a distant branch of the family, while Cheng Yunxuan's lineage was considered the direct line. The residents here were part of the collateral branches and included individuals without any cultivation talent. If Cheng Yunxian were to settle here and propagate his lineage, it would not be long before he too became one of them. The ancestral house of the Cheng family was located at the heart of the manor, covering approximately 20 acres, with the ancestral hall situated at its center, an imposing structure. Traditionally, each generation tasked with overseeing the ancestral hall and the ancestral house had to be from the direct line of the Cheng family. This was a family decree, and they were also responsible for discovering talented descendants within the manor and sending them to Shihu City for cultivation. Upon their arrival at the ancestral house, they found it shrouded in darkness. Infuriatingly, the family members who were supposed to guard the ancestral hall had already been summoned back to Shihu City before their arrival. After a long day of travel, they had to prepare their own dinner, and by the time they cleaned up and settled in for the night, it was nearly midnight. The Cheng family ancestral hall had a peculiar rule. On the 15th and 16th of each month, family members must keep vigil within the hall, and today was precisely the 15th. As Cheng Yunxian prepared to rest, Cheng Haoyan unexpectedly entered his room with a smile, saying, "Yunxian, today we have just arrived. And it's the 16th. Come with me to pay respects to our ancestors and keep vigil tonight." Cheng Yunxian found his earnestness quite reasonable and readily agreed. However, what left him utterly astounded was that after offering incense and bowing, his rather unworthy father, Cheng Haoyan, simply collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep almost immediately, snoring resoundingly. Cheng Yunxian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that his father was likely afraid of being scolded by the ancestors for dragging his son into the situation. It seemed he would not be able to sleep tonight. After bowing to the ancestors, Cheng Yunxian sat cross-legged and gradually fell into contemplation. Every moment of the day replayed vividly in his mind. For him, today was the happiest and most joyful day since his arrival in this world. His younger brother, Cheng Qi, revered him. His fiancée, Duan Qingyuan, loved him deeply. His sister, Xia, held him in esteem, and his parents showered him with affection. Today allowed him to truly experience the happiness and joy of life here. However, this joy was fleeting. He could not, and dare not, immerse himself in it. Such happiness could not withstand even the slightest turbulence. A trivial family dispute could obliterate this beautiful existence. How could he allow that to happen? He desired for all of this to endure eternally. This required strength, a formidable power to protect this beautiful reality, and he could not afford to delay his cultivation. Yet, with the assistance of the small tree, his Dantian required a substantial amount of fourth-grade spiritual herbs for complete restoration. However, acquiring high-grade spiritual herbs was nothing short of a fantasy for Cheng Yunxian at this moment. As his anxiety grew, sleep eluded him entirely. He decided to explore the Cheng family ancestral hall. Habitually, he attempted to place his hands in his pockets, but alas, the attire resembling ancient Ming dynasty clothing lacked pockets. Resigned, he clasped his hands behind his back and wandered about. The ancestral hall extended several dozen meters deep, resembling a series of steps descending gradually, with dozens of altars lined up from the top to the bottom. Each altar bore 2 candles as thick as a baby's arm, illuminating the entire hall as if it were day. The offering tables displayed an array of tribute offerings such as pigs, cattle, and sheep, flanked by 2 large bronze lanterns. What struck Cheng Yunxian as particularly intriguing was a skylight in the southern roof of the hall. He calculated that if it weren't for the clouds obscuring the moon tonight, the bright moonlight would perfectly illuminate an ancient bronze mirror adorned with coiling dragon motifs positioned at the top center of the altars. The moonlight reflected from the bronze mirror would shine directly upon the spot where they knelt in vigil. And this peculiar design left Cheng Yunxian puzzled. Lowering his head and cradling his hands, with his left hand gently clenched and his index finger rubbing his nose, he approached the kneeling position. While his father, Cheng Haoyan, continued to snore beside him, as he gazed at the ancient bronze mirror. The clouds above parted, allowing a radiant beam of moonlight to cascade onto the mirror, illuminating both Cheng Haoyan and Cheng Yunxian. The warmth enveloped Cheng Yunxian, prompting him to hastily retrieve an item from his pocket. The dark family head token in his possession began to glow with golden light as the intricate characters on its surface shimmered. Under the mirror's brilliance, the entire token became intensely warm, emitting a dazzling golden radiance. Cheng Yunxian shielded his eyes with his hands as the token slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air. Suddenly, a flash of golden light enveloped the hall, and when Cheng Yunxian lowered his hands and opened his eyes, he was left in awe by the sight before him. A vast array of golden letters floated in midair, captivating Cheng Yunxian with their content. All descendants, heed this, I am Cheng Zhendong. Our clan is descended from the royal family of the ancient Dongxia Kingdom. In the year 281 of the divine decree, the 7 kings rebelled against the Dongxia Kingdom. The royal bloodline fought valiantly against the 7 kings within the imperial city, staining the city with blood. Our clan was nearly annihilated. I implore all descendants to rise. If any possess the capability, let them restore the glory of the Cheng family. If strength is lacking, do not venture forth. Remember. As ominous clouds gathered once more, shrouding the moonlight, the subtitles abruptly vanished. The family token fell upon the tribute table, and Cheng Yunxian slowly emerged from his shock, fully awakening. Cheng Haoyan, too, was startled awake by the commotion. After glancing at his son, who stood beside him in good health, he reassuredly lay back down to continue his slumber. Yet, Cheng Yunxian found himself utterly devoid of sleep, deeply stimulated by the content of the subtitles. According to the subtitles, the entire eastern Dan continent was once ruled by the ancient Dongxia Kingdom hundreds of years ago. In the year 281 of the Divine Oracle, the royal family was weak, with only 3 martial emperors remaining: the pinnacle martial emperor Cheng Donghai, the intermediate martial emperor Cheng Jingshan, and the intermediate martial emperor Cheng Longkue. Chapter 13. The royal bloodline at that time. The Dongxia Kingdom boasted 8 renowned noble lords of different surnames, each attaining the level of martial emperor: the high-level martial emperor Liang Wang Yin Chonggong, The high-level martial emperor Qin Wang Shimen Wujiu, the high-level martial emperor Sui Wang Tian Qinglong, the intermediate martial emperor Song Wang Nangong Wuhui, the intermediate martial emperor Qi Wang Su Feixiong, the intermediate martial emperor Chun Wang Wei Wanbao, the junior martial emperor Yu Wang Wang Chichu, and the junior martial emperor Jing Wang Duanmu Korong. Due to the royal family's frailty and the overwhelming strength of the noble lords, the reigning emperor, Emperor Jingshan, sought to diminish their power by systematically striking them down, only to have this plan leaked, inciting a rebellion among the seven lords. Only the then Jing Wang Duanmu Korong remained neutral. Subsequently, the seven lords directly invaded the imperial capital, Yongle, clashing with the three martial emperors of the royal family atop the imperial city. The fierce battle raged for nearly a month, reducing the entire imperial city to rubble, and resulting in the deaths of all three martial emperors. Among the seven lords, Qin Wang Shimen Wujiu, Sui Wang Tian Qinglong, Chun Wang Wei Wanbao, and Yu Wang Wang Chichu perished in battle. The remaining four lords then proceeded to massacre the city of Yongle, exterminating the entire Dongxia royal family. From that point onward, Yongle became a desolate wasteland. For the next century, the entire eastern Dan continent was plunged into chaos, ultimately leading to the formation of the present-day kingdoms of Liang, Song, Qi, and Jin by the four remaining lords. The ancestral figure Chang Zhendong had been sent out of the imperial city a year prior to the outbreak of war by the pinnacle martial emperor Cheng Donghai. Carrying a box sealed with his soul, Cheng Donghai could later locate Cheng Zhendong using the soul seal, but ultimately, he too met his demise. Upon Cheng Donghai's death, the soul seal on the box was automatically lifted. Cheng Zhendong then discovered that it contained the Cheng family token, which could only be safeguarded by each emperor of the Dongxia kingdom, alongside a soul jade slip. The soul jade slip was left by the last emperor of the Dongxia kingdom, Emperor Jingshan, detailing the reasons behind the outbreak of the Great War. This world is known as the body of existence, and every day it is sealed. Yet each generation of the Dongxia royal family's martial emperors possesses the heavenly sealed body. Referred to as the Great Sun Seal, this is due to the Cheng family's ancestors discovering the secret method to neutralize the Great Sun Seal. As a result, the Cheng family has seen an abundance of imperial-level experts emerge over the centuries, with some attaining sainthood, and notably, one individual achieving the title of martial deity in the 199th generation, becoming the strongest in this realm. His name was Cheng Shan. It was thereafter that the Cheng family unified the eastern continent, establishing the Dongxia kingdom and becoming the most noble royal family in the region. The Great Sun Seal serves as the foundation of all this glory and is the Cheng family's most crucial secret. Due to this secret, the Cheng family has incited successive storms of bloodshed across generations. However, the secret to resolving the Great Sun Seal demands an abundance of rare treasures, and even for the Dongxia kingdom at that time. Locating these items while meeting the demands of the royal family was no simple task. Unexpectedly, this secret leaked during the royal family's weakest moments, coming to the knowledge of the eight lords. In their bid to further weaken the royal family, they covertly sabotaged the royal efforts to procure materials for the secret method, resulting in a full century of fruitlessness for the royal family. If this continued, in another 100 years, not a single descendant of the royal family would be capable of becoming an emperor, leading to the inevitable collapse of the Cheng lineage and the fall of the Dongxia kingdom to new rulers. Amidst such a dire crisis, Emperor Jingshan resolutely decided to annihilate the eight lords. A year prior to the execution of this plan, he chose the inconspicuous 17-year-old royal scion Cheng Zhendong, orchestrating a fake death to render him invisible to the world. He was then sent out of the imperial city by the strongest figure of the Dongxia kingdom, the pinnacle martial emperor Cheng Donghai, allowing him to wander the eastern continent. He was the last bloodline left for the Cheng family. Moreover, Emperor Jingshan emphasized to Cheng Zhendong a critical matter within the Jade Slip. Utilizing the formation to ascend to the imperial rank, Emperor Jingshan intended to set up a massive devouring heaven formation throughout the capital, establishing a blood pool hundreds of feet beneath the imperial city to prepare for the worst-case scenario during the impending battle for the capital. During the war, activating the devouring heaven formation would absorb the life force and spiritual energy of all beings that perished within the capital and a 100-mile radius, ultimately converging them into the blood pool. According to Emperor Jingshan's calculations, for every martial emperor that fell within the capital's bounds, the spiritual energy and life force accumulated in the blood pool would suffice to unseal the Cheng family's heavenly sealed body once. This was the capital that would allow the descendants of the Dongxia royal family, the Cheng clan, to rise again from the eastern continent. Upon reading this content, Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of bloodline vigor and excitement. Imagining the brutality of that battle sent shivers down his spine. According to this ancestor's account, he calculated that 7 martial emperors had perished in the imperial city back then. This meant that the blood pool contained enough power to unseal the Great Sun Seal for 7 individuals. Even if it wasn't a heavenly sealed body, the blood pool would greatly benefit any member of the Cheng family with royal blood. With this thought, Cheng Yunxian instinctively glanced at his father, Cheng Haoyan, who lay beside him, snoring away, seemingly devoid of any imperial aura. Furthermore, the subtitles elucidated the method and map to access the underground blood pool, which Cheng Yunxian had yet to fully examine. He resolved to return for a closer look on the 15th of next month. Having grasped these revelations, Cheng Yunxian was profoundly shaken. The legacy of the royal descendants of the Eastern Route made him feel as though he were caught in a dream. An almost surreal experience. Did knowing these secrets imply that the monumental task of reviving the Cheng family rested upon his shoulders? Devoid of any weariness, he opened the door and stepped out of the ancestral hall. The thought that the entire Eastern Dawn continent had once belonged to his family ignited a storm of energy within him, leaving him unable to find peace within. This indeed marked a prestigious family background in this world. Albeit one that had fallen from grace, it was now evident that all imperial families across the Eastern Dawn continent were adversaries of Cheng Yunxian, which only heightened the pressure within him. The Cheng family was now relegated to a mere speck in Shihu City. To unify the Eastern continent and restore the Cheng family's former glory, wouldn't that necessitate the annihilation of the current 4 kingdoms? I am utterly dizzy. Is this ambition not a tad too grand? Yet, recalling the protagonists of the time-traveling novels he had read in his previous life, who were often born as waste, ultimately achieving monumental feats, he could not surrender so easily. Cheng Yunxian stood outside, gazing up at the starry sky, in the stillness of the night. A sense of grandeur surged within him, reaching for the heavens. However, how could one ascertain the impossibility without first attempting? Regardless of the outcome, action must precede deliberation. Having arrived in this world, he ought to leave something behind for future generations to recount. Let it be Cheng Yunxian who leads the Cheng family back to its former splendor. As dawn broke, the rosy hues enveloped the tranquil mountain village, draping the landscape in a beautiful veil of morning light, creating an extraordinarily enchanting scene. Not far east of the Cheng family's estate, within the dense forest behind the mountains, a slightly frail figure, encumbered by heavy iron sandbags, ran swiftly through the woods, appearing somewhat clumsy. His body was drenched in sweat, and labored breaths escaped his lips. Despite his evident fatigue, he showed no inclination to cease his exertions. Initially, he struggled to adapt to the weight of the sandbags, stumbling and rising repeatedly, his clothes now stained with sweat and dirt. Numerous bloodstains were visible through the torn fabric. The Lingbo microstep is an advanced lightness skill, divided into 6 realms: shadow retention, water floating, snow treading, void passage, mountain climbing, and ridge crossing. Those who master this technique can soar and ride the wind. With the distance they can traverse dictated by their own level of cultivation. The most accomplished practitioners can traverse rivers and valleys, flying effortlessly as if walking on flat ground, embodying the grace of the Lingbo microstep. At present, Cheng Yunxian's dantian had yet to recover, preventing him from cultivating true energy and spiritual power. He could only practice footwork and lay a solid foundation. Lightness skills emphasize foot strength, so he eagerly crafted heavy iron sandbags in accordance with the technique's requirements and commenced his training without delay. Fully aware of the Cheng family's history, he practiced with exceptional diligence, not daring to slacken his efforts in the slightest. While Cheng Yunxian was resting and hydrating on a decayed tree stump in the woods, a small white figure, which had been frolicking nearby, suddenly dashed over, clutching a second-tier spiritual herb, the narcissus grass, in its mouth, placing it before him. This caused Cheng Yunxian, who had been drinking, to pause momentarily. He slowly rose to gaze at the seemingly endless Huishao mountain range. As a glimmer of inspiration sparked in his mind. Indeed, restoring his dantian required high-grade spiritual herbs, and this mountain range was abundant with them. Being in a treasure trove, why not venture inside and test his luck? Cheng Yunxian's ambitions, while not exceedingly audacious, had driven him to frequently venture alone into the majestic Tiger Roar mountain range in search of rare herbs. He had become quite familiar with the terrain. spirit beasts, and potential dangers lurking in the periphery. Without hesitation, he set forth with Xiaobai, traversing the well-known paths leading into the forest, in recent days, leveraging his memory of the surrounding landscape and the habits of local spirit beasts. Cheng Yunxian had enjoyed commendable success in foraging for herbs, amassing a bountiful harvest, albeit composed mainly of lower-tier herbs that bore little utility for his cultivation. Despite the inherent dangers present in the outskirts of the Tiger Roar mountain range, he skillfully practiced the Lingbo Weibu technique amidst the tension, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. In less than 10 days, he had ascended to the realm of Ying. As time passed, he had explored nearly all the familiar areas, and he could not help but marvel at the beauty of this place, which he had come to love. Nevertheless, the treacherous perils concealed beneath its beauty were the most insidious. Drawing from his previous experiences, Cheng Yunxian had navigated these days with a mix of thrill and caution, his courage steadily growing. He had been contemplating a daring venture deeper into the Tiger Roar mountain range, where higher-tier herbs abounded, promising significant aid to his cultivation. Today, he finally selected a relatively proximate valley entrance, known for its abundance of third-tier herbs. Recalling from memory, he knew it to be the lair of a third-tier high-level ice python, which appeared to possess a gentle disposition. He had visited this area several times before, foraging at the periphery without disturbing the creature. With a graceful silhouette darting through the forest, Cheng Yunxian moved quickly, with a solid figure trailing closely behind. Xiaobai had grown rapidly, effortlessly keeping pace with him, which astonished Cheng Yunxian. As he ventured deeper into the forest towards the Snake Valley, he remained vigilant. Yet, he encountered no spirit beasts along the way, which struck him as peculiar. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the direction of the Snake Valley, causing Cheng Yunxian to halt abruptly. The ice python had been stirred, though it was clear that it was not he who had caused the disturbance. Regardless of the source, his expedition was evidently destined to be in vain. Just as he contemplated retreating, another roar resonated from afar, unmistakably a different voice. There were indeed spirit beasts engaged in battle. Cheng Yunxian turned to glance at Xiaobai, now grown to knee height. To his surprise, the little creature seemed utterly unperturbed by the distant roars of the spirit beasts. If even a mere beast is unafraid, why should I be? Fortune favors the bold. This thought ignited a spark of determination within him. He lightly grasped his nose with his left hand's index finger, revealing a confident smile. He then dashed towards a massive tree, leaping up to grasp a branch and utilizing its momentum to ascend swiftly to the treetop. From the sturdy boughs of the giant tree, he gazed toward the Snake Valley, where plumes of smoke billowed. Trees toppled and fierce roars echoed, indicating an intense clash. When two tigers fight, one must be injured. This moment seemed ripe for opportunism and profit. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a radiant smile graced his lips as he descended from the giant tree and, accompanied by Xiaobai, sprinted towards the battleground. Concealing himself within the dense foliage of another towering tree nearby, he peered through the thick branches toward the scene of conflict. Even the typically composed Cheng Yunxian was taken aback by the grandeur before him. Exclaiming, "My goodness!" he beheld a colossal ice python, as thick as a barrel and stretching nearly 40 meters in length, shrouded in an icy mist. Its massive head bore eyes the size of fists, glowing with an eerie blue light. In Cheng Yunxian's mind, such a creature existed only in myth. Yet, here it was, undeniably real and utterly awe-inspiring. The palpable chill of its murderous aura sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps across his skin. Opposing the ice python was a lightning leopard, roughly the size of a cheetah, its body enveloped in a layer of ethereal mist. The stark size difference did not seem to deter the ice python, which regarded the lightning leopard with evident wariness. This underscored the notion that the strength of spirit beasts does not always correlate with their size. Suddenly, the ice python opened its massive jaws and unleashed a thunderous roar at its foe, the sheer volume shaking Cheng Yunxian to his core. Observing the formidable fangs and the cavernous mouth, he mused that should such a bite land on him, there would scarcely be a hair left behind. The lightning leopard, undeterred, replied with its own roar. Both beasts bore minor injuries, suggesting that the battle was not as fierce as one might imagine. However, Cheng Yunxian noted a prominent bulge on the ice python's massive head, a clear indication of its recent advancement in tier. This meant that the ice python had now ascended to a level 4 spirit beast. Yet, it was perplexing how a peak third-tier lightning leopard would dare to challenge an opponent that had already undergone a breakthrough. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Upon closer inspection, Cheng Yunxian discerned the underlying issue. The slight protrusion on the ice python's abdomen revealed that it was in the process of laying eggs. A glance at Xiaobai, quietly lurking in the grasses nearby, reminded him that its own mother had perished at the hands of a wind wolf, while in a similar state. Seemed that the intelligence of these spirit beasts was indeed noteworthy. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian felt a pang of unease about his reckless behavior, a desire to retreat bubbling within him. Yet curiosity compelled him to continue observing. As anticipated, the ice python, constrained by its condition, could only adopt a passive defensive stance, while the nimble lightning leopard exploited its speed, launching attacks from various angles, forcing the ice python into a state of fatigue. Each ambush yielded only minor wounds on the ice python, yet the cumulative effect was evident as its body became increasingly drenched in blood. Perhaps moved by a sense of compassion for the weaker creature, Cheng Yunxian found himself growing increasingly concerned for the ice python. If the bloodshed continued, it would only weaken further, leaving it vulnerable to a fatal strike from the lightning leopard. Was this not akin to the principle of annihilating an enemy's viable forces, concentrating superior strength to overcome them? As if to validate Cheng Yunxian's speculation, the ice python grew progressively weaker, its reactions sluggish. It coiled its body defensively, yet this did little to prevent further injuries. Gradually, the ice python ceased its resistance, its body writhing violently, staining the earth beneath it with its blood, moistening the ground. At this juncture, it astonishingly endeavored to lay its eggs. Cheng Yunxian could not help but marvel at the grandeur of maternal instinct. The lightning leopard continued its calculated assaults, striking swiftly and retreating, patiently depleting the ice python's last vestiges of strength. Finally, a golden-hued egg emerged, and with it, the ice python exhausted its final reserves of energy. Collapsing like a mountain, the ground shook with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust. The moment the golden egg was laid, Cheng Yunxian found himself utterly captivated. Though it bore traces of blood, the intricate symbols and the faint luminescence adorning the eggshell spoke of its extraordinary nature. Unbelievable. A golden python egg. How could the ice python possibly produce a low-tier 6th-grade golden python egg? After laying the egg, the weakened ice python succumbed, and the lightning leopard sensed its opportunity had arrived. It too recognized the egg's divine allure, and with the ice python incapacitated, it let down its guard entirely. Abandoning the prospect of delivering a killing blow to the ice python, the lightning leopard lunged for the golden egg. Cheng Yunxian's heart sank at the sight. Should he acquire this golden python egg, it would bolster his prowess immeasurably. With astonishing speed, the lightning leopard reached the golden egg, and Cheng Yunxian could almost see the cunning smile spread across its beastly visage. Yet, in that very moment, the seemingly lifeless ice python sprang to life, its tail striking like lightning, sending the lightning leopard soaring into the air in mid-flight. The lightning leopard had no means of leverage, only able to roar in fury as its voice echoed through the forest. The previously feeble ice python suddenly regained formidable vitality, its ferocity renewed as it surged forward. Jaws agape at an impossible angle, fangs glistening, and with a single bite, it seized the airborne lightning leopard. With a violent shake of its head, the ice python unleashed an overwhelming blast of frigid air, silencing the lightning leopard's struggles and cries. The entire scene unfolded with breathtaking rapidity, as the ice python executed a stunning reversal. Cheng Yunxian stood frozen, astonished by the dramatic turn of events. Incredible, feigning weakness to achieve victory. The remarkable intelligence of these spirit beasts left him in awe, igniting a flicker of concern for his own precarious situation. At such close proximity, could I have been detected? The thought of retreat began to take root in his mind, extinguishing his interest in scavenging amidst these powerful spirit beasts. After enduring the arduous journey of rebirth, Cheng Yunxian treasured his life immensely. He watched as the lightning leopard was suddenly enveloped by a torrent of frigid air, transforming it into a mere ice sculpture. The ice python, with a powerful thrust of its body, tossed its head back and flicked its tail, producing a resounding crack. The lightning leopard shattered into countless icy fragments, From the remains of the lightning leopard's broken body, a fist-sized, fiery red beast core was expelled, which the ice python swiftly devoured with a swift turn of its head. Following this, the ice python let out a triumphant roar that echoed through the heavens, radiating an aura of fierce dominance that belied any hint of weakness. Suddenly, it pivoted sharply, its cold, murderous gaze fixated directly on the giant tree where Cheng Yunxian was concealed. His heart lurched painfully, and a chill ran down his spine, as beads of sweat sprang up on his back. "Oh no, I've been discovered." The ice python exuded an intense chill, its open wounds instantly freezing over. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian comprehended fully that both the ice python and the lightning leopard must have noticed him long ago. They simply had no time to spare for a mere insignificant creature like him during their confrontation. Regardless of who emerged victorious, he would eventually be dealt with. Now that the battle had concluded, facing such a colossal beast filled him with regret. "Xiao Bai, run." Without hesitation, Cheng Yunxian leaped from the giant tree, crashing into the ground with a thud that left a small crater, and he dashed toward the edge of the forest, leaving only an afterimage behind. The ice python's eyes, now icy and unyielding, showed no intention of letting this insignificant human escape. It immediately pursued Cheng Yunxuan's fleeing figure. Chapter 15. Bloodline of Divine Beasts. The ice python moved with astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to the exhausted Cheng Yunxian and blocking his path. With no choice but to alter his escape route, Cheng Yunxian realized that the ice python was in no hurry to eliminate him. Instead, it wore a mocking expression akin to that of a human, lazily herding Cheng Yunxian as if he were a mere mouse being toyed with by a cat. Desperately fleeing, Cheng Yunxian was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Eventually finding himself in the clearing created by the clash between the ice python and the lightning leopard. At that moment, it dawned on him that the ice python was merely toying with him. Exhausted and soaked in sweat, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, and decided he would no longer flee. The ice python gracefully slithered to the side of the golden egg, lifting its proud head to regard Cheng Yunxian with utter disdain. As though observing an insignificant ant, though it was merely a spirit beast, its gaze possessed a depth of emotion surpassing that of many humans. In that instant, a fire ignited within Cheng Yunxuan's heart. How dare it look down upon him? Even if he were to perish, he would gnaw a piece of flesh from its body. Faced with such a formidable presence, he found himself with no avenue of escape and could only fight. He resolved to die with dignity rather than succumb to humiliation. With the ice python's mocking gaze upon him, Cheng Yunxian rose and charged forward. Inevitably, he was sent flying by a single sweep of its tail. Crashing to the ground, Xiao Bai landed not far from him. The pair, one human, one beast, rose again, continuing their assault. Even in their return, they landed with perfect precision. Both Cheng Yunxian and Xiao Bai were bloodied. Yet their eyes remained fierce, devoid of any semblance of surrender. The ice python seemed to have lost interest in such a feeble opponent. With its gaping maw filled with lethal intent, it lunged toward Cheng Yunxian. In that moment, Cheng Yunxian stood tall, tears streaming down his cheeks as profound sorrow enveloped him. He had yet to make his mark in this world, only to pay the ultimate price for his recklessness. However, just as he resigned himself to his fate, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air, a force akin to the weight of the heavens that instilled awe in Cheng Yunxian, leaving him devoid of any inclination to resist. The ice python's massive jaws did not descend upon him. Slowly, Cheng Yunxian opened his eyes to behold a colossal white tiger phantom, majestic and imposing, standing in the expanse between heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, the ice python's massive head was deeply buried in the ground, trembling violently. This was the pressure of a superior spirit beast. With the mighty white tiger's roar, the ice python seemed to yield. Nodding and shrieking, akin to a creature in submission, as the white tiger phantom gradually dissipated, it revealed none other than Xiao Bai. What the Xiao Bai? Cheng Yunxian was astounded to discover that the source of such a commotion was none other than Xiao Bai. He had never perceived any extraordinary qualities in Xiao Bai. Who would have thought that this little creature was so formidable? Could this be the awakening of its legendary bloodline? Before Cheng Yunxian could fully recover from his shock, Xiao Bai's magnificent form collapsed with a resounding thud. Cheng Yunxian rushed forward, cradling it in his arms, his heart racing with anxiety. Bai, you must not fall. There's still a giant beast that needs to be dealt with. Fortunately, the ice python refrained from attacking during this moment, instead resting calmly a short distance away, devoid of any coldness, now imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom. Its gaze towards Cheng Yunxian was filled with inquiry. In an instant, Cheng Yunxian comprehended its intent and shouted at the ice python, "You still look down on me, huh? Do you not see how dashing I am, like a willow tree in the wind? Adored by all? Am I not worthy of a spirit beast with such a gifted bloodline following me?" The ice python appeared momentarily taken aback by Cheng Yunxian's words, before nodding apologetically in response. Cheng Yunxian noticed the weakness and fatigue in its eyes and chose not to pursue the matter further. Bai remained unconscious, yet its steady breathing reassured Cheng Yunxian that it was merely exhausted from the exertion of manifesting the white tiger phantom. After a brief moment of rest, the ice python stirred once more, causing Cheng Yunxian's heartbeat to quicken with anxiety. Surely it does not intend to eliminate me. He grasped Bai tightly, but the little creature was sturdy and showed no sign of awareness. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. "Do not worry, human. I will not harm you. The fact that a being with the bloodline of a divine beast has chosen to follow you speaks volumes of your bravery and fearlessness. I hope my child may one day follow a future strongman like you." "What? Divine beast bloodline? Are you referring to Bai?" The ice python nodded elegantly. Cheng Yunxian stared incredulously at the Bai in his arms, realizing that he had been sitting on a treasure without knowing it. Who would have thought this little fellow was so precious? Imagining the future, riding Bai across the realms where all creatures would bow in reverence. With endless resources of exquisite elixirs and divine herbs at his disposal, filled him with longing. His expression was comically foolish. After a moment, the ice python gently placed the golden egg in front of Cheng Yunxian, inclining its head. "Human, as long as you drop your blood upon it, it will become your contracted beast, forever by your side." What a stroke of fortune! This bliss came so swiftly and forcefully that Cheng Yunxian found it hard to believe. With Bai possessing divine beast blood and a 6th-level golden python egg, he felt invincible. Cheng Yunxian trembled with excitement, his body quaking uncontrollably. He shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his composure. His gaze resolute, he picked up his dagger and aimed it at his palm. The blade descended, yet it left no trace on his skin. He applied more pressure, but still, nothing changed. With a fierce determination, he sliced into his palm, feeling the pain, but the skin remained unbroken. Cheng Yunxian began to sweat, realizing he was utterly at a loss against his own resilient skin. He had never considered the practice of refining his muscles and bones to be a disadvantage. He had never thought that such thick skin and robust defenses would become an obstacle. Finally, the ice python spoke softly. "Allow me to assist you." As it opened its massive jaws slightly, the glimmering sharp teeth sparked hope within Cheng Yunxian. Without fear, he extended his hand into the ice python's mouth, placing it against one of the sharp fangs and pressing down. Indeed, a white mark was left behind. Filled with confidence, Cheng Yunxian's spirit deflated like a punctured balloon. His face clouded with disappointment. The ice python, astonished, remarked, "Human, your skin is truly thick." Cheng Yunxian had no retort to the ice python's observation, only managing an awkward smile. Then, an idea struck him, and he bashfully suggested, "How about you give me a bite?" To his surprise, the ice python agreed, and after considerable effort, it managed to pierce his skin. As the blood dripped onto the golden egg, the runes began to shimmer and were swiftly absorbed. Remarkably, Cheng Yunxian's wound ceased bleeding and began to heal almost instantaneously. Wow! This physique is indeed remarkable. Suddenly, the golden egg trembled, followed by the sound of a powerful heartbeat resonating within. Thump, thump. In an instant, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn forth, swiftly converging towards the golden egg. Before long, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed above the golden egg, forcing Cheng Yunxian, cradling the little white creature, and the ice python to the periphery. Witnessing such a magnificent spectacle, Cheng Yunxian felt an indescribable excitement surge within him. He immediately began to communicate with the golden egg, following the teachings of the beast-taming scripture. At that moment, the little white creature suddenly awoke. Upon seeing the scene before it, it struggled to rise, incessantly roaring and circling around the golden egg, as if a formidable entity posed a threat to it. Suddenly, the little white creature seemed to sense something, and, filled with immense joy, raced towards Cheng Yunxian. Following the guidance of the beast-taming scripture, Cheng Yunxian immediately sensed a jubilant call in his spiritual consciousness. He swiftly established a mental connection, and a cheerful voice resonated in his mind. Boss. Boss? It's me, Little White. Chapter 16. The night cry of beasts. To Cheng Yunxuan's astonishment, Little White had become his contracted beast. Upon careful reflection, he quickly understood. It must have been when he saved Little White. His blood had splattered onto it. The saying holds true, good deeds are often rewarded. However, Cheng Yunxian had never paid much attention to this fact. At that moment, Little White awakened, attempting to break free from Cheng Yunxuan's embrace. Cheng Yunxian, unwilling to let go easily, recalled Little White's impressive display earlier that day. He held it tightly around its neck, excitedly inquiring, Little White, what kind of spiritual beast are you? Exactly? Little White, struggling to respond, rolled its eyes and said, Boss, I awakened my bloodline memory today. I know I possess the bloodline of the divine beast, the white tiger, but I'm uncertain of its exact classification. Upon hearing divine beast, Cheng Yunxuan's heart soared with joy. Surely, that was the pinnacle of spiritual beasts. However, the subsequent words from Little White sent him into a frenzy. Boss, I sense that the entity within that golden egg is quite formidable. But it probably cannot match me. Filled with excitement, Cheng Yunxian disregarded Little White and delved into the spiritual realm, where another intense call resonated. He established a mental link once more. Mama! Mama! A melodious voice of a little girl echoed in his mind. At this moment, the golden egg's absorption of spiritual energy accelerated significantly. After a series of intense, a cracking sound echoed, and the vortex of spiritual energy in the sky dissipated. A golden yellow creature with a small protruding head cautiously emerged from the egg, glanced around and quickly retreated. Then slowly extended itself again, its large, adorable eyes surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting Cheng Yunxian not far away, it opened its eyes wide in astonishment, as if discovering a new world, and then swiftly darted out of the eggshell. With a series of crisp sounds, the golden eggshell was entirely consumed by it, and in a flash of golden light, the little creature perched itself atop Cheng Yunxuan's head. It began to nuzzle Cheng Yunxuan's cheek with its head, calling out in a soft voice, Mama! Cheng Yunxian was taken aback by its speed. However, upon hearing it call him Mama, he immediately felt a surge of urgency. While it was fine for it to stick with him, he absolutely could not allow any confusion regarding its gender. He gently removed the golden snake from his head and pointed seriously at the ice python, saying, Look closely. I am purely a man. Where is your mother? The little snake appeared puzzled, intently examining the ice python before swiftly climbing onto its head and sniffing around. Once it confirmed the scent, the little golden creature and the ice python began to rub against each other, hissing in a friendly manner. The ice python gazed upon the little golden snake with tenderness and affection, guiding it like a nurturing mother. However, the little golden creature did not linger long with the ice python. Ultimately, it resolutely returned to Cheng Yunxuan's head, changing its address from Mama to Papa. Observing the formidable physique of the ice python, Cheng Yunxian felt unworthy of such a title. After a bit of persuasion, he managed to have it refer to him as brother, just like Little White. During this time, the ice python briefly departed, returning with an abundance of spiritual herbs for Cheng Yunxian. There were dozens of third-grade spiritual herbs and even several fourth-grade ones. To Cheng Yunxuan's astonishment, there was also a low-tier fifth-grade spiritual herb. This discovery brought him immense joy, as high-grade spiritual herbs were exactly what he needed to restore his Dantian. His heart raced with excitement. After organizing the items, it was already late at night. Cheng Yunxian bid farewell to the ice python. As the ice python looked on with reluctance, Cheng Yunxian set off on his journey home, accompanied by the two little beasts. The blazing sun had been high in the sky upon his departure, and now the silvery moon hung overhead. In order to alleviate his family's worries, Cheng Yunxian hurried back, gliding through the dark forest like a phantom, with two solid figures appearing and disappearing behind him. Throughout the journey, Cheng Yunxian pondered deeply why the fourth-grade ice python could give birth to a sixth-grade mid-tier spirit beast, the golden python king, and why there were fifth-grade spiritual herbs in the Snake Valley. Unexpectedly acquiring so many high-grade spiritual herbs had brought him a significant step closer to recovery. Coupled with the fact that two high-grade spiritual beasts had become his contracted companions, he felt as though he were living a dream. Enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. Since Little White possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, he thought that taking it to the Tiger Howl Mountain to gather high-grade spiritual herbs would be effortless. One roar from Little White, and those high-grade spiritual beasts would dutifully present the herbs. It seemed he had no issues with restoring his Dantian. Ha ha ha. Cheng Yunxian had never felt so elated as he did today. With the obstacles in his cultivation shattered, a broad avenue lay ahead. Although some questions remained unanswered, he brushed them aside, attributing it to his exceptional fortune. The night breeze on the mountain carried a coolness, and as Cheng Yunxian exited the forest, he spotted a plump figure shivering at the village entrance. Glancing around anxiously, the warm feeling surged within him. Just as he prepared to approach, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He stealthily crept up behind Cheng Haoyan, his face breaking into a smile of triumph in the midst of Little White's puzzled gaze. He leaped onto Cheng Haoyan's back and pressed a finger against his waist, exclaiming, "Hands up, surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Startled by the sudden shout, Cheng Haoyan's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. Yet he still raised his hands high in fear of being silenced. In an instant, Cheng Yunxian burst into laughter, guffawing behind Cheng Haoyan. His laughter was so vigorous that tears streamed down his face. It was only then that Cheng Haoyan realized he had been pranked by his son, and in a fit of anger, he sprang up to chase after Cheng Yunxian, shouting, "You little rascal! I'll break your legs! Stop right there!" In the deep of night, the playful banter between father and son echoed across the expansive mountain fields. Along the main road leading to the core ancestral home of the Cheng family, the two walked side by side. Cheng Yunxian, filled with remorse, said, "Father, I'm sorry for returning so late." With his son safely back, Cheng Haoyan affectionately ruffled Cheng Yunxuan's hair, saying, "You little brat, remember to come back earlier next time. I've been freezing here for half the night." Cheng Yunxian teased, "With your plump figure, how could you possibly be cold?" "But, father, you really ought to consider losing some weight." "Get lost. Do you have any idea how much I spent to acquire this body? It won't come off that easily. Go on, go back to sleep. And remember to come home earlier next time." Cheng Yunxian, with a hand on his chest, walked towards his small courtyard, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A splendid dragon motif, glimmering with subtle light, had appeared on his chest as he mentally conversed with the little golden creature. "Daddy, am I impressive? Don't call me daddy. Call me brother." Since the little golden creature did not possess the deceptive qualities of Little White, having a high-grade spiritual beast appear in the hands of a seemingly useless individual like him would only bring misfortune upon him and his family. To his surprise, when Cheng Yunxian expressed his concerns to the little golden creature, it responded with an extraordinary skill, directly merging into Cheng Yunxuan's left chest, resulting in a magnificent and commanding tattoo. Cheng Yunxian gaped in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Having obtained a substantial amount of high-grade spiritual herbs that day, he wasted no time after freshening up and returned to his room, eagerly entering the realms of training with the Thunder Leopard and the Sound of Thunder. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he gazed at the array of spiritual herbs before him, the rich aroma filling the entire room. According to his grandfather, the value of these herbs should be sufficient to purchase the entire Cheng family. However, while these items were precious, they were mere external possessions, insignificant compared to his own body. "Once my body is restored, I shall traverse the continent, reinstating the former glory of the Cheng family." A handful of spiritual herbs pales in comparison. Cheng Yunxian promptly closed his eyes, adjusting his breath and state of mind. When his thoughts were clear, he first picked up the 5th-grade mid-tier spiritual herb, the deep pool lotus. He wondered if the 4th-grade spiritual herbs could be absorbed by the little tree. He was curious about the effects of this 5th-grade herb. He promptly consumed the profound Tanyulian and activated the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound, which indeed did not disappoint him. The 5th-grade elixir immediately piqued the interest of the little green tree, which in turn returned a richer shade of green, surpassing that of the 4th-grade elixirs. As that vibrant green spiritual energy expanded within his Dantian, he could distinctly sense the vibrations and exhilaration emanating from it. After 2 rounds of restoration, his Dantian's injuries had significantly improved, Subsequently, he began to ingest fourth-grade elixirs, although the effect on the little tree was considerably diminished this time. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. The tree's fastidiousness left Cheng Yunxian both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, he had a whimsical thought. It was akin to consuming meat. Elixirs below the fourth grade were like mosquito meat, hardly worth the effort to consume, while fourth-grade elixirs resembled small morsels of meat, truly worthy of being savored. If this were indeed the case, then the little tree was undoubtedly a remarkable divine entity. After indulging in this fanciful reverie, Cheng Yunxian immersed himself in the practice of the tiger-leopard thunder sound, the resounding tones echoing until dawn. During his training, Cheng Yunxian suddenly realized that his skin was no longer absorbing spiritual energy. Rather, the energy contained within the elixirs was gradually seeping into his muscles throughout his body under the influence of the tiger-leopard thunder sound. Excitedly, he sprang to his feet, only to see his skin, akin to mutton-fat jade, crack instantly. A cacophony akin to shattering porcelain filled the air as the layers of his jade-like skin flaked away, revealing a bronzed complexion beneath. Standing before the bronze mirror, he gazed at his healthy skin, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Could it be that the legendary 18 bronze men of the Shaolin Temple were indeed real? This mastery of skin training truly transformed him into a figure impervious to blades and spears. With his body on the mend, coupled with such formidable techniques and the two powerful companions he had recently acquired, Cheng Yunxian felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, filled with ambition and hope for his future in this world. Though he had made some progress in his training, the invigorated Cheng Yunxian remained diligent, unwilling to succumb to complacency. At dawn, he secured iron sandbags to his body and sprinted towards the Tiger Howl mountain range. Continuing his daily practice of the Lingbo Weibo technique, with Xiaobai trailing behind as usual, frolicking in the woods, Xiaojin seemed to relish being cradled in Cheng Yunxuan's arms, only occasionally venturing out to explore. During his practice, Cheng Yunxian naturally did not forget to gather spiritual herbs. Thanks to Xiaobai's awakened bloodline, the faint aura of a superior spiritual beast emanating from it caused lower-grade spirit beasts below level 6 to evade him in advance, allowing Cheng Yunxian to boldly seize the spiritual herbs, reveling in his fortune. With Xiaobai as his talisman, he had managed to collect several fifth-grade elixirs over the past few days, and his dantian was quickly recovering, already showing signs of improvement after just a few days. One night, as tranquility enveloped the world and the half-moon hung high in the sky, Cheng Yunxian fortuitously obtained a fifth-grade advanced elixir, the Ziluo vine, and was diligently absorbing its essence within his room. In truth, it had little to do with him, as it was merely fodder for the little tree in his dantian. Lost in the joy of restoring his dantian, he was suddenly jolted awake by the thunderous roars of spiritual beasts echoing throughout the Cheng family village. Chapter 17. Beast Emperor Yanlai. He hurriedly dashed out of his room and leaped onto the eaves. Looking around in bewilderment, countless pairs of bulbous eyes twinkled like stars, densely packed and seemingly endless. The faint pressure of high-grade spiritual beasts left him breathless, verging on suffocation. What on earth was happening? The low-grade spiritual dogs kept in the courtyard had long since collapsed in fear, their bowels giving way. The lights in every household within the village flickered to life, and panicked individuals rushed towards the ancestral hall. Disheveled and frantic, die in their hearts, they believed that the high-grade martial artists from the Cheng family of Shihu City could protect them, offering a moment of solace amidst their terror. Observing Cheng Haoyan, who knelt within the ancestral hall, trembling with fear as he fervently bowed and prayed for ancestral blessings, Cheng Yunxian rolled his eyes internally, muttering to himself, if these ancestors could truly protect their descendants, the Cheng family would never have faced annihilation. The eerie roars surrounding him sent chills down his spine, and Cheng Yunxuan's brows furrowed, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. At that moment, the voices of Xiaobai and Xiaojin echoed in his mind. Boss, I feel as though they are calling out to me, brother. I sense they want me to go to them. Upon hearing Xiaobai and Xiaojin's words, Cheng Yunxuan's heart tightened. He knew that if these spiritual beasts were indeed drawn to Xiaobai and Xiaojin, given his current condition, he would lack the power to intervene. After spending time with the two lively companions, Cheng Yunxian had come to regard them as friends and confidants in this world, sharing many secrets that he could not divulge to others. The thought of them potentially being taken away filled him with profound loss and anger. What reassured Cheng Yunxian, however, was that both Xiaobai and Xiaojin expressed their unwillingness to leave him. Xiaobai resolved to threaten self-harm, while Xiaojin chose to fall into a deep slumber immediately. The golden dragon symbol on his left chest dimmed and vanished in an instant, and Xiaojin's presence dissipated, leaving behind only the dragon tattoo on his chest. The cacophony of roars abruptly ceased, replaced by an overwhelming pressure that bore down on Cheng Yunxian like a collapsing sky. He felt as if he were ensnared in a quagmire, unable to move even a finger, his heart racing as though gripped tightly by another's hand, each beat sluggish. Even his bones creaked under the strain. Yet he persisted, refusing to kneel. Pale-faced, he held his head high, eyes resolute, gritting his teeth against the pressure. Beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. Just then, a figure approached from afar, treading the moonlit path like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Tall and imposing, his eyes blazed like torches illuminating the ground. The murderous glint in his gaze swept past Cheng Yunxian. He felt as if his very being had been penetrated, every cell within him laid bare. A chill enveloped him, akin to standing in an ice chamber. Fortunately, the stranger's gaze did not linger on Cheng Yunxian. After surveying the scene, it finally settled upon Xiaobai. At that moment, Xiaobai appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, its white fur rippling like waves under the moonlight. When the man's intense gaze fell upon it, Xiaobai's noble bloodline surged within, as if provoked, and a phantom of the white tiger materialized, standing proudly and defiantly on the earth, roaring with authority at the man. Upon witnessing the sacred white tiger apparition, the man's murderous intent evaporated in an instant. To Cheng Yunxian's astonishment, he knelt on one knee before the white tiger apparition, performing a gesture of respect befitting nobility. After the apparition accepted the gesture, it returned to Xiaobai's body, and tranquility once again enveloped the surroundings. The man rose, visibly exhilarated, and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Indeed, you possess the bloodline of our clan's white tiger divine beast. The revival of our clan is within reach. He then turned his gaze back to Cheng Yunxian, his expression softening considerably. Cheng Yunxian felt an immediate lightness as the oppressive aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. The man spoke slowly. I am Yin Lai, the beast emperor of the Tiger Howl mountain range, spanning thousands of miles. Young lad, you possess remarkable resilience to withstand my pressure. The fact that the silver moon white tiger, imbued with our clan's bloodline, has chosen you speaks volumes of your exceptional qualities. However, I must take him with me. The divine beast's bloodline is of utmost importance to our kin, and while he is still in his juvenile stage, he absolutely cannot remain in the human realm with you. Of course, I will offer you some compensation. His words left no room for negotiation, inciting great displeasure in Cheng Yunxian. He glared at Yin Lai, his eyes unwavering, yet he found himself at a loss for words, aware that his weakness rendered him powerless. This only intensified his fervent desire for strength. Under Yin Lai's influence, Xiaobai began to float slowly towards him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Cheng Yunxian's head, an overwhelming sense of unease flooding his heart. This foolish Xiaobai truly contemplated self-sacrifice. Xiaobai? No? Yin Lai, sensing something amiss, noticed blood trickling from Xiaobai's mouth as it hovered in the air. With a wave of his hand, Xiaobai was swiftly returned to Cheng Yunxian's side. Cheng Yunxian embraced Xiaobai tightly, gently tapping its head in frustration. You silly creature, who told you to commit suicide? Are you trying to drive me mad? Returned to Cheng Yunxian's embrace, Xiaobai looked up with eyes that conveyed a mix of remorse and joy, resolutely stating, Boss, I, Xiaobai, am yours in life and in death. I vowed to follow you forever, and I shall never leave. Even if it means dying. Cheng Yunxian, moved to the brink of tears, felt a twinge of regret for having shared so many stories with Xiaobai. He had treated Xiaobai like a brother, never expecting it to grasp the depth of their bond. In moments of boredom, he recounted tales of brotherhood from his past life, such as Water Margin and 7 Heroes and 5 Gallants, instilling in Xiaobai a profound attachment that now manifested in this reckless act. Deeply touching Cheng Yunxian's heart, Cheng Yunxian, aware of his own feebleness, understood that he could not change the course of events. Perhaps, for Xiaobai's future, it would be better for him to accompany Yin Lai. He forcibly suppressed his sadness and gently spoke to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, listen to me, I require a vast amount of spiritual herbs for my training, and you need them for your growth as well. As it stands, I possess none. Remaining together serves no benefit for either of us. Thus, you should first accompany him. His home is certainly filled with treasures. While you cultivate there, do ensure to reserve some valuable items for me when you return. Empowered and capable of aiding me better. This is what we call bearing humiliation for greater strength. An impressive display of resilience, indeed. Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of emotion at his own words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Boss, I shall go." Subsequently, Xiao Bai stood up and addressed Yin Lai. "I can accompany you, but my boss requires a substantial amount of spiritual herbs for cultivation." Yin Lai seemed to be prepared for this, effortlessly retrieving a storage bracelet. Cheng Yunxuan's spirit soared as he scanned the 4-cubic storage space, brimming with an array of spiritual herbs, all ranging from 3rd to 5th level. The rich spiritual energy immediately stirred the little tree within him, though a long sword discarded in the corner garnered little of his attention. Cheng Yunxian quickly suppressed the insatiable hunger within and forced a smile as he bid farewell to Yin Lai and Xiao Bai. However, they had not ventured far when Yin Lai suddenly turned around, chuckling, "Ha! Almost let you fool me, little one." He then waved gently in Cheng Yunxuan's direction, causing a chill to wash over him as he felt Xiao Jian materialize in Yin Lai's grasp. The moment Xiao Jian was revealed, Cheng Yunxuan's heart raced with anxiety. If Xiao Jian was to be taken away, he would fight to the bitter end. "Xiao Jian, you cannot be taken." Yin Lai, now holding the Golden Python King, expressed great interest in Cheng Yunxian. "Young friend, your fortune is indeed remarkable. This Golden Python King has the potential to evolve into a being of my caliber." Yin Lai was eager to take the Golden Python King with him. Yet given the earlier circumstances, he recognized that unless Cheng Yunxian willingly relinquished it, even the small white tiger could not be taken away. Ultimately, he devised a mutually beneficial solution. Cheng Yunxian watched as he produced a crown-like ornament and placed it upon Xiao Jin's head. Murmuring a few words before releasing him, the instant Xiao Jin was freed, he returned to Cheng Yunxuan's head, vigilantly eyeing the Beast Emperor Yin Lai with a palpable wariness, yet the golden crown did enhance his appearance. Observing Cheng Yunxuan's intense gaze, Yin Lai dismissively remarked, "Rest assured. Although the Golden Python King is of high rank, I do not regard him as a threat. Since this little fellow is reluctant to accompany us, let him remain here." He then glanced at Xiao Bai and added, "He must absolutely not leave until he reaches the realm of Beast Emperor. Most importantly, our Spirit Beast clan holds strength in the highest regard. Without sufficient power, how can you expect him to follow you? You will soon understand the kind of existence you will face. If one day you possess the strength to reach Beast Emperor Mountain alone, I shall make an exception and allow you to meet." Yin Lai departed with Xiao Bai, soaring into the sky, leaving the surrounding spirit beasts to vanish as Cheng's family estate returned to its former tranquility. Under the bright moonlight, however, Cheng Yunxuan's heart remained tumultuous. "Damn it, you all think you can take my belongings without consequence, and I must wear a smile. Do they truly believe I am easy to bully? To hell with it." Cheng Yunxian struck the wall with a fierce punch, blood trickling down the surface. He vowed silently to become the strongest in this world, vowing never again to have his life dictated by others. When Yin Lai arrived, the residents of Cheng's estate inexplicably fainted, but now they slowly began to awaken, rising to fervently discuss the extraordinary events that had transpired. Meanwhile, a disgruntled Cheng Yunxian returned to his dwelling. Immersed in relentless cultivation. Chapter 18. Opening the meridians and acupuncture points to lag behind is to invite defeat. This is the truth imparted by Chairman Mao. Cheng Yunxian was fervently eager to restore his body and then to cultivate. Only by becoming a true powerhouse could he escape the clutches of fate dictated by others. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he promptly retrieved a 5th-level supreme spiritual herb, the 5-colored orchid grass. From his storage bracelet, upon its emergence, he distinctly felt the excitement and tremors of the little tree within him. It seemed this would undoubtedly serve as a sumptuous feast for the little tree. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole and turned inward to observe the activity within his dantian. Indeed, the 5-colored orchid grass was swiftly drawn into the dantian space and shattered, its potent spiritual energy flooding the entire area. The spiritual energy contained within this 5th-level supreme herb exceeded that of any ordinary 5th-level herb he had consumed by more than tenfold. Yet, in an instant, it was completely absorbed by the little tree, which then expelled a surge of vibrant green spiritual energy, significantly more potent than before. At this moment, Chang Yunxian watched intently as his dantian underwent unprecedented repair at remarkable speed. As the green energy was consumed, his dantian was restored to a remarkable degree. The long-standing obstacles to his cultivation were finally surmounted, and Chang Yunxian could officially embark upon the path of a cultivator. His heart swelled with excitement and determination. The restoration of his dantian and the connection of his meridians presented Chang Yunxian with an initial sensation of blockage. The channels between his dantian and meridians were congested, as were the connections between the meridians themselves and the acupuncture points. However, this did not daunt Chang Yunxian, for he possessed the Huaxia martial arts technique, the I Jing Jing. Following the methods outlined within the I Jing Jing for unblocking the meridians, he concentrated the spiritual energy within his body into a swirling motion to clear the pathways. Although he lacked true qi, he had something superior, spiritual energy. The residual spiritual energy within Chang Yunxuan's dantian began to gather and swirl, steadily forming a vortex. Under the guidance of his cultivation technique, the energy swirled faster and eventually took the shape of a conical whirlwind, directed toward the congested meridians. Due to misjudging the force, Chang Yunxuan's lips bled slightly, yet his fervent gaze sparkled with hope, devoid of any intention to yield. Once more, he seated himself cross-legged, calming his mind, and initiated the technique again, carefully controlling the whirlwind's intensity as it surged toward the barrier. Indeed, he succeeded. The whirlwind advanced gradually within the meridians, gradually clearing the impurities from the acupuncture points. After several days of effort, all of Chang Yunxuan's 7 meridians and 8 channels, along with their acupuncture points, were thoroughly unblocked. At this moment, he could be regarded as one of the most exceptional cultivation talents in this world. The cultivation system of this world is rather peculiar. According to legend, in ancient times, humans were a weak race struggling to survive in a realm dominated by spirit beasts, always on the brink of extinction. One day, a young man named Wu Dao fortuitously comprehended the method of guiding the cosmic spiritual energy into the acupuncture points in his arms, significantly enhancing his strength and enabling him to slay countless beasts. He continued to explore and eventually shared his findings with his kin, birthing the earliest cultivation techniques, which empowered humankind. Through the relentless exploration and refinement by subsequent generations, the present cultivation system gradually took shape. They discovered that the human body contains 365 acupuncture points distributed across the 7 meridians and 8 channels. Cultivation involves drawing upon the spiritual energy of the cosmos and storing it within these points, which can then be mobilized during combat to enhance local offensive and defensive capabilities. However, not all of the 365 acupuncture points are opened at birth. Blocked acupuncture points refers to the obstruction between the points and their connected meridians, preventing the body from accessing the spiritual energy within. Thus, the achievements in cultivation within this world are directly linked to the number of acupuncture points one has opened. Thanks to the I Jing Jing, all of Chang Yunxuan's 7 meridians and 8 channels, along with 365 acupuncture points, were now fully opened, positioning him as the coveted pinnacle of cultivation sought after by noble families and royal sects alike. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chang Yunxian opened his eyes wide, radiating brilliance, only to be suddenly enveloped by a long-forgotten foul odor wafting beneath his nose. The impurities that had once resided within his meridians were now successfully expelled from his body, leaving him completely purified, save for the unsightly filth adorning his exterior. Ugh! A retching sound echoed from his chamber, followed by a figure as dark as night bursting forth from Chang Yunxuan's room, plunging straight into the small pond in the courtyard to scrub his body furiously. Early in the morning, the servants of the Cheng family were roused from their slumber by Chang Yunxuan's antics. As he soaked in the bathing pool, Cheng Yunxian, feeling drowsy, was suddenly jolted awake by the emergence of 2 new techniques in his mind. With no trace of sleepiness remaining, following the I Jing Jing and the Ling Bo Weibu, he now found himself imbued with the knowledge of Tai Chi and the 18 dragon-subduing palms. In the misty bathroom, Chang Yunxian lay in the wooden tub, his mind racing with vivid flashes of memories from his rebirth. With no extraneous clues, the only information available was this. As his body continued to grow stronger, corresponding techniques would manifest at each stage. As for their origins, that remained a mystery. Little Tree, at present. This entity can be deemed the most enigmatic presence within him, yet it does not exhibit any overt peculiarity. Unable to unravel the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, he shook his head vigorously. Casting aside these chaotic musings, he understood that his foremost priority was to cultivate his strength. Although the manner in which the techniques manifested in his mind was shrouded in mystery, it posed no immediate threat. Rising to his feet, he donned his garments and secured the iron sand pouch before stepping out of the door, heading towards the Tiger Roar mountain range. On the way, he encountered Cheng Haoyin, who appeared bleary-eyed from slumber. Pressed for answers regarding last night's events and the whereabouts of Xiao Bai, Cheng Yunxian found himself feigning ignorance to evade the inquiries. The mere mention of Xiao Bai stirred a pang of pain within him. He was acutely aware that if he could not ascend to the pinnacle of this world, he might never encounter Xiao Bai again. The sound of crunching, akin to that of candy being devoured, captured Cheng Yunxuan's attention. He halted in his tracks and plucked Xiao Jin from the air. Underneath Xiao Jin's adorably innocent gaze, Cheng Yunxian inquired with curiosity, "Xiao Jin, what are you eating?" Xiao Jin blinked its large eyes and replied with a cute lilt, "Brother, this was given to me by that uncle. He said I should eat these since I'm growing. Would you like some? They're all in the crown. You can take it yourself." To Cheng Yunxuan's astonishment, the headpiece bestowed upon Xiao Jin by the Beast Emperor Yin Lai turned out to be a storage artifact. With Xiao Jin's permission, he was eager to see what treasures Yin Lai had provided. "Damn that Yin Lai!" Cheng Yunxian exclaimed mentally, as he delved into Xiao Jin's storage crown, unleashing a torrent of invective against the Beast Emperor. Within the crown lay an abundance of beast cores and spiritual herbs, filling it to the brim. The beast cores ranged from level 1 to 6, while the finest spiritual herb astonishingly reached a high-grade level 7. Comparing this bounty to his own meager resources, Cheng Yunxian felt a profound sense of indignation, akin to being dismissed as a beggar at that moment. Xiao Jin chimed in, "Uncle said you can't use the spiritual herbs. They're specially prepared for me." "Brother, that's what he said." Gazing into Xiao Jin's adorable eyes, Cheng Yunxian suppressed his impulse and, with a sense of righteous grandeur, exclaimed, "He. How could I possibly take your things?" Despite the temptation of the spiritual herbs, he resolutely resisted the urge to seize them and quietly turned away to continue his training in the ethereal steppes. With his dantian restored and all meridians unblocked, Cheng Yunxian felt an extraordinary lightness and agility in his body. As he darted through the forest, a fourth figure rapidly materialized behind him. Cheng Yunxian shouted in exhilaration, releasing the pent-up frustration he had accumulated over the past few days. His body had finally fully recovered. And with the strongest cultivation physique in this world, who could possibly impede his progress? Deep within the Tiger Roar mountain range, by the shores of Tianming Lake, Cheng Yang sat quietly on the grassy bank, his expression serene and tranquil. Having endured the tribulations of life and death and the torment of being rendered a cripple, he now found solace in his restored body. The true essence of his growth lay not merely in physical recovery but in the evolution of his spirit. The recent catharsis had shattered the confines of his heart, elevating his state of mind. Now, the world appeared clearer and more profound than ever before. The embrace of nature and the surrounding spiritual energy felt intimately familiar, perhaps marking the moment he truly integrated into this realm. Chapter 19. The dream-chasing youth. At this moment, with his meridians unblocked, he could distinctly perceive the differences between this world and Earth. The profoundly rich spiritual energy seemed to seep into his body, bestowing a refreshing sensation. The philosophy of Taiji begets the ultimate, dynamic as it is, the mother of yin and yang, inseparable in their dance. The union of yin and yang encompasses all, invoking the divine resonance. With a tranquil mind and a righteous body, the qi flows harmoniously, blending the tangible and intangible into a seamless unity, wielding softness like steel, combining strength and gentleness, effortlessly emanating tranquility. Cheng Yang sat cross-legged by Tianming Lake, silently reciting the principles of his cultivation, commencing his practice of Taiji. Enlightenment and communion with nature were paramount, as one of the most potent martial arts in the land of Huaxia. Taiji emphasized the unity of man and heaven, the comprehension of natural laws. The clearer one's understanding of these principles, the higher the realm of martial arts one achieves. In the depths of his mind, Cheng Yunxian diligently rehearsed the profound essence of the techniques and forms, swiftly attaining a state of unity between his heart and spirit. His meridians opened wide as the I Ching Jing autonomously circulated, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy from miles around into his dantian. Before long, a mist of spiritual energy enveloped him, rendering his form partially obscured. Engrossed in his comprehension of the techniques, Cheng Yunxian remained oblivious to the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy forming around him. Until Xiao Jin, playing in the forest, was drawn to the phenomenon. With wide eyes brimming with excitement, she leaped onto Cheng Yunxuan's head, eagerly consuming the dense spiritual mist, reveling in the experience, yet without diminishing the energy in the slightest. Several hours later, Cheng Yunxian emerged from his meditative state, captivated by the surrounding richness of spiritual energy. Startled, he turned inward, revealing a magnificent spectacle within his dantian. The dense, mist-like spiritual energy swirled around the small tree, showcasing it as the center of the cosmos, ethereal and enchanting. Simultaneously, the various meridians within his body brimmed with strands of mist-like spiritual energy. Cheng Yunxian rubbed his nose, rose, and let out a triumphant shout. "Ah!" With a beaming smile, he confidently proclaimed, "I've reached the warrior stage." In this world, cultivators commence their journey from the warrior stage, honing their physical form. The warrior classification comprises 9 tiers. When one attains the pinnacle of the 9th tier, impurities within the body diminish, allowing sensitivity to external spiritual energy. The meridians, once opened, can now flexibly absorb and store external energy. Upon reaching the stage capable of absorbing and storing external spiritual energy, one transitions into the warrior stage. Warriors, during combat, can manipulate the spiritual energy from their meridians along various pathways, significantly amplifying their attack potency, a stark contrast to the mere physical strength of the preliminary warrior stage. Thus, the diversity in cultivation techniques yields varying enhancements to one's offensive capabilities. The various cultivation methods in this realm can be categorized by their potency from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, holy, divine, spanning 10 tiers. Perhaps due to the scarcity of spiritual energy on Earth, it has incited cultivators there to delve deeper into self-exploration and discovery, resulting in Huaxia's cultivation methods being markedly superior in both intricacy and communion with nature compared to those of this world. Cheng Yunxuan's intuitive perception revealed that the techniques here primarily pursue brute strength, while Huaxia martial arts are a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. Therefore, he found it impossible to categorize the few techniques he had learned. As dusk settled, the night of the full moon approached, and Cheng Yunxian recalled the enigma of the Eastern Xia ancient royal city awaiting his investigation. Accompanied by Xiao Jin, he glided through the forest with ethereal steps, hastening towards Cheng family village. Along the way, he remained diligent, allowing his meridians to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. During his journey, he tested his capabilities, discovering that under the amplification of spiritual energy, his ethereal steps had astonishingly reached the realm of 5 shadows. Before long, Cheng family village appeared on the horizon. He halted, allowing his techniques to circulate, drawing the energy swiftly into his dantian, until his meridians were emptied in an instant. In this manner, he could maintain the guise of a powerless cultivator, embodying the essence of low-key brilliance. At that moment, he profoundly grasped the depth of the phrase he once heard in his past life. Being low-key is the most impressive form of flaunting. At this juncture, he possessed the most elite cultivation physique in this realm, along with an arsenal of advanced Huaxia cultivation techniques. Each of these elements, if revealed, could elicit powerful tremors throughout this world. Yet, lacking a solid foundation and the strength to safeguard such treasures, coupled with the multitude of formidable foes he faced, he had no choice but to conceal his prowess. As night deepened, Cheng Yunxian remained alone within the Cheng family ancestral hall. Just past midnight, a sliver of moonlight streamed through the skylight onto the copper mirror above the grand hall, casting a reflective glow that enveloped Cheng Yunxian. He promptly retrieved the family master token. Allowing it to bask in the moonlight, however, the token remained unresponsive today. This left him perplexed. After some contemplation, he recalled that his father, Cheng Haoyan, had not been present today, the only notable difference. Could it be that the presence of a bearer of the Cheng family's great sun sealing body was necessary to activate the family master token? Upon reaching this point, Cheng Yunxian hesitated not at all. He swiftly donned his night attire and, in the blink of an eye, vanished into the moonlight. The outskirts of Chung family village were inhabited solely by distant relatives of the Cheng family, constituting the lowest echelon within the clan. Being mere branches of the family and lacking any innate talent for cultivation, they naturally received little attention from the main household, leading to a life that grew increasingly impoverished. With most living in conditions scarcely distinguishable from those of ordinary mountain dwellers, it was a rare occasion indeed when a family might produce a child whose spiritual awakening exceeded 50. Such an event would warrant the firing of firecrackers, lavish banquets, and exuberant celebrations. This signified that the child, upon maturation, could at the very least secure a position as a guard within the main family. Such a prospect would dramatically alter the family's circumstances. At the very least, their abode would be relocated closer to the ancestral hall and the inner sanctum of the main family, which, in the eyes of the villagers, would equate to ascending into the upper echelons of society, evoking both awe and trepidation. Conversely, if a child were born without talent, their descendants would inevitably find themselves residing ever farther from the ancestral hall. The worst outcome would be the birth of a child deemed a heavenly seal waste, relegating such families to dwell at the furthest fringes of the village, adjacent to the forest. Chung Yunxian had already conducted an investigation. In truth, no extensive inquiry was needed, for the most destitute families were isolated in the southwestern corner of the village, consisting of just a few scattered households, undoubtedly those who had produced a heavenly seal waste. In the eyes of the lower-class mountain folk of Chung family village, this was seen as a consequence of having sinned grievously in past lives, bringing about their current plight. Such individuals were believed to be cursed, as if mere proximity to them would bring misfortune. Reflecting on how these once revered embodiments of the Daji, Great Sun, had fallen to such depths, Chung Yunxian could only wonder if the ancestors of the Chung family would feel a profound sorrow upon learning of this fate. Indeed, his own heart was heavy with grief. Initially intending to bring a child to the ancestral hall to alleviate his own doubts, upon witnessing the harsh living conditions of these individuals, his heart swelled with anger. These bodies, once the backbone of the Cheng family, must not be squandered or neglected by these ignorant fools. He silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would restore the Daji to its former glory. Chung Yunxian stood not far from the ramshackle houses, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, a soft creaking sound caught his attention. A bright-eyed little boy cautiously peered out from the dilapidated dwelling, then stealthily emerged, gently closing the door behind him before darting into the nearby forest. He climbed a small tree not far from the village and, facing the direction of several households, called out, "Cuckoo, cuckoo." After a few calls, the doors of those homes were gently opened in succession, and several children of varying ages poked their heads out. They gathered in a line, led by the first boy, who appeared to be around 10 years old, assembling in an open space not far from Chung Yunxian. Chung Yunxian stood atop a sizable tree nearby. Observing their every move. At that moment, the only girl among them, who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, chirped, "Shirtu Gij, what impressive techniques will you teach us today?" Chapter 20. An unyielding heart. The boy who emerged first, named Shirtu, replied with bright eyes, "The main family has deemed us waste, incapable of cultivation, and even our parents have given up, living in a state of despair. However, I believe that with effort, we can achieve something greater. Today, I visited Huzi G's home, and he boasted about a set of boxing techniques just passed down to him by the main family. He has no idea that I possess a photographic memory and thinks I admire him. He's just a big, silly ox. Watch closely, everyone, and follow my movements to learn." With that, the boy led the group of children, all under 10, in practicing the boxing techniques, demonstrating surprisingly good form. The others followed suit with utmost seriousness. As if they were indeed mastering an extraordinary skill, before long, Chung Yunxian recognized the boxing style they were practicing. It was merely the most basic wild bull boxing, designated for the family's servants and guards. Witnessing this, his anger towards the management of the Cheng family surged, and he felt a deep-seated resentment towards even his kind-hearted grandfather. Little did he know, there were indeed provisions within the family regulations for the Cheng family's branches to receive some foundational techniques. Although they could not cultivate spiritual energy, it was certainly possible to strengthen their bodies. Yet, the main family members tasked with overseeing the ancestral hall, driven by self-interest, completely disregarded these regulations. They had transformed the entirety of Chung family village into a rigidly hierarchical agricultural community. exploiting the aspirations of these untalented relatives, establishing convoluted rules to obtain cultivation resources or techniques, with each step demanding exorbitant costs. Behind each layer of regulation lay a cabal seeking profit. Listening to the distant sounds of adults returning to a tranquil slumber, Cheng Yunxian resolved to implement his plan. He leaped down from the tree and charged towards the children. The leading boy immediately sensed something amiss. However, before he could react, all the children were swiftly subdued by Cheng Yunxuan's touch. Falling unconscious, upon witnessing this, the boy was drenched in cold sweat, though he remained silent, biting his lip tightly and observing Cheng Yunxuan's every move. When Cheng Yunxian finally stood still and gazed at him, the boy hesitantly revealed a hint of fear, saying, "My name is Cheng Shi. Who are you, and what do you want? We're all waste. We should be of no use to you." Cheng Yunxuan's voice took on a low tone as he replied, "I am precisely searching for you, waste. Do not be afraid. I possess a method that can enable you to cultivate, though it comes at a cost." Upon hearing the possibility of cultivation, the boy's eyes ignited with fervor. Yet, when the terms were mentioned, he tempered his enthusiasm. With a rational demeanor, he inquired, "What are the conditions? As long as we can comply, it is assuredly no problem." Seeing his reaction, Cheng Yunxian silently admired him and continued, "After practicing my techniques, you shall become my servants, and I will be your master. You must obey my commands henceforth." Though these children were all under 10, having grown up in the environment of Cheng family village, they had developed their own opinions. Cheng Shi barely hesitated before agreeing, "I have a request as well. If you can accept it, then I will comply." The audacity to propose conditions under such circumstances compelled Cheng Yunxian to admire the boy's courage. He was curious about what request such a child could make. "Go ahead, speak." Cheng Shi licked his lips, summoning his courage to declare, "From now on, we will follow any command you give, even if it means death. However, you must not make us do anything that would harm the Cheng family." This condition completely took Cheng Yunxian by surprise, stirring deep emotions within him. It made him regard the boy, Cheng Shi, with heightened esteem. He cautiously probed further. "I can see that the Cheng family treats you poorly, refusing even to pass on a basic cultivation technique, while actively suppressing you and keeping you at a distance. Is such a family truly worthy of your loyalty?" Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's words, Cheng Shi's eyes reflected profound sadness and disappointment. Yet, he soon fixed his gaze with unwavering determination and uttered a phrase that astonished Cheng Yunxian. "Because I am a Cheng." What a powerful sentiment! Because I am a Cheng. That simple statement seized Cheng Yunxuan's heart with great force. Without further ado, he grasped Cheng Shi's arm, channeling his spiritual energy to navigate through the boy's body. Returning moments later, through this examination, Cheng Yunxian gained a comprehensive understanding of the Daji. His acupoints brimmed with potent Daji energy, each point resembling a miniature sun radiating intense heat. In such circumstances, the channels connecting the acupoints to the external world were entirely sealed, rendering this physique incapable of absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings, and thus unable to cultivate. Furthermore, the sheer magnitude of the solar energy within the acupoints instilled a sense of dread in Cheng Yunxian. It was no wonder that the training methods of the Cheng family dictated that this energy could not be harnessed, if the methods employed by the ancestors of the Cheng family were not utilized. The overwhelming energy within the acupoints would obliterate the body in an instant. From this information, Cheng Yunxian could preliminarily deduce that the ancestral methods of the Cheng family likely included body tempering techniques. Without a strong physique, one could not withstand such immense energy. Additionally, there must be suitable methods to guide the energy from the acupoints. Although the acupoints were sealed by energy, there was an advantage compared to ordinary individuals. His meridians were completely unobstructed. Thus, cultivating true qi through huaxia techniques posed no issue whatsoever. Cheng Yunxian subsequently transmitted a method for cultivating true qi to Cheng Shi, instructing him to share it with the other children. Before departing, Cheng Yunxian fed each child a common medicinal pill, informing Cheng Shi that it was poison, emphasizing that if they were disobedient or spoke out of turn, there would be no antidote. There was no other choice. After all, they were just children, and some constraints were necessary. After imparting this, Cheng Yunxian finally took his leave. That day, Cheng Haoyan felt a deep sense of confusion. Being a waste himself? He dared not create enemies within the Cheng family and had always found himself at a disadvantage in any endeavor. Thus, he, who has not accomplished much, generally has quite commendable personnel, particularly in his unwavering support for these nephews. It is evident that Cheng Yijing's unremarkable wrath is not directed towards him. Therefore, it must be Cheng Yunxian, his son, who has been missing in action since his arrival at Cheng family village. And he had initially been indifferent to this situation. The thought of being held accountable by him made Cheng Haoyan break into a cold sweat. Uncle, your capabilities are limited. My little nephew is well aware of this. However, my cousin Yunchuan's abilities are well recognized. With him around, this minor issue should be easily resolved. I just wonder where my cousin Yunxian is at this moment. Cheng Haoyan stammered. He went out. He has left. Cheng Yijing continued to provoke. I was recently appointed as the young master of the Qing family. According to clan rules, I am to return to the ancestral hall to pay my respects. I had notified you in advance. Is my cousin Yunxian avoiding me out of spite? This minor issue I can overlook, but I sincerely hope there are no mishaps during tomorrow's ancestral rites. Cheng Haoyan naturally echoed his sentiments, yet events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Young master, a significant discovery. At that moment, a young servant burst in, limping excitedly. This individual was none other than Zhang Wu, who had been interrupted by Cheng Yunxian. Facing Cheng Yijing, he wore a sycophantic smile, but when he turned to Cheng Haoyan's family, his expression turned vicious. After having his leg crippled by Cheng Yunxian, he now saw an opportunity for revenge. In an instant, his tone shifted to one of vehement accusation, tears streaming down his face as he lamented to Cheng Yijing, "Young master, you must go to the ancestral hall and see for yourself. It is truly a sight too ghastly to behold. The dust on the ancestral tablets is nearly a foot thick, and many of the eternal lights have extinguished. Some of the offering candles have burned out without replacement. I cannot fathom how they manage this. It is a profound disrespect to our ancestors. Even if they knew you were coming, they showed no inclination to at least put on a fade, which reveals their utter disregard for the Cheng family." Chapter 21. Self-inflicted humiliation. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yijing sprang from his seat, his face a canvas of shock, sorrow, and regret. He lamented, "Uncle, what shall I do with this? You have utterly disappointed me." Accusations were being hurled, and Cheng Haoyan was ablaze with indignation. Cheng Yijing's entourage, when they were merely 10 miles from Cheng family village, only then arranged for someone to come and inform them. It was evident they had prepared to catch them off guard. Fortunately, Cheng Haoyan had been quite diligent in his usual duties, yet after the young servant inspected the situation, it descended into chaos. Enraged, Cheng Haoyan retorted, "This is absolutely impossible. There is no issue with daily management. Many can attest to this. Moreover, last night, Yunxian was on watch. The blatant framing was clearly an attempt that would not cease until its objectives were met." As soon as Cheng Haoyan spoke, he sensed disaster looming. Indeed, Cheng Yijing did not allow him to finish, interjecting, "Last night? It was Brother Yunxian on watch? No wonder. The position of young master rightfully belongs to him. My usurpation of his position has understandably fostered resentment. However, his disruption of the ancestral hall to express discontent is an affront to our ancestors. I, Cheng Yijing, as a brother, cannot condone his actions. Uncle, you should hand him over. No one can protect him this time." Cheng Haoyan's corpulent frame trembled with rage, his eyes blazing, face flushed, yet he could devise no solution. At that moment, a furious Cheng Xia stepped forward, rebuking Cheng Yijing. "You wicked scoundrel, all you do is bully my brother. When I grow up, I will surely beat you to a pulp." Cheng Yijing dismissed the little girl, not taking her seriously. However, his sycophant, Zhang Wu, upon hearing someone insult his master, immediately leapt forward, snarling like a rabid dog. "You little brat dare to insult the young master. By the time you grow up, the young master will have become the head of the family. At that time, I shall betroth you to the Fool of East Street, and we shall see how you fare then." The Fool of East Street was not only hideous but also filthy. Responding to any inquiries with Fool 22, Cheng Xia was genuinely frightened by Zhang Wu's words, bursting into tears. Zhang Haiyue quickly embraced her, filled with concern. The family stood there in hushed silence. After a brief pause, Cheng Yunxian still had not returned, prompting Cheng Yijing to sit alone and eat. The grand feast, with over a dozen dishes meticulously prepared by Zhang Mingyue, was indeed a feast for the senses. Yet, Cheng Yijing could hardly eat a morsel. After a few bites, he stood up, leaving Zhang Wu and the others to indulge heartily. Zhang Wu truly proved to be a capable sycophant, adept at flattering. His subsequent remarks brought Cheng Yijing immense satisfaction, as he devoured his meal while vociferously criticizing, "Pa, pa, what a dreadful meal to serve our young master. You truly have the audacity. You show such utter disregard for our young master. The young master is magnanimous and will not hold this against you. But I, Zhang Wu, cannot tolerate such blatant disrespect." With food and drink spilled all over the floor, the already famished Cheng Xia, witnessing the desecration of her mother's labor, felt both helpless and terrified of Zhang Wu, and could only cry inconsolably, evoking sympathy. Cheng Haoyan, unwilling to back down, interjected, "Yijing, since you call me uncle, it indicates that you still regard us as family. Families do not speak as strangers. If you desire something, simply tell your uncle directly. Why resort to such theatrics?" Cheng Yijing laughed heartily. "Uncle, you jest. Public matters are public, private matters are private. However, if uncle can persuade brother Yunxian to hand over the family token to me, I believe I could suppress this matter. Besides, as the young master, it is only fitting that I inherit the family token. To want the family token, does one like you even deserve it?" Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated, bringing serenity to Cheng Xia's ears, ceasing her cries. Cheng Yunxian had returned, having quietly observed the unfolding drama from behind the crowd. To this point, Cheng Yijing had revealed his true colors, and Cheng Yunxian could no longer hold back. He strode into the room, his demeanor cold yet his eyes glinting with lethal intent. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and several individuals, overwhelmed by his formidable aura, stood frozen in place. Zhang Wu, paralyzed by fear, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pale-faced Zhang Wu had thought he could finally take revenge, believing he no longer needed to fear Cheng Yunxian. It was at this moment he realized he would likely spend his life avoiding Cheng Yunxian, a manifestation of his own inner demons. "If you few lick clean the food and drink from the ground, I shall overlook your foolish actions today." Cheng Yunxuan's frigid demeanor and icy words sounded like the greatest provocation to Cheng Yijing's ears. "Cheng Yunxian, I am the young master now. This is no place for you to shout orders." Cheng Yunxian smirked disdainfully at Cheng Yijing, responding, "Is being young master such a remarkable achievement?" He slowly retrieved the black token from his pocket, holding it aloft. "To see the family token is to see the family head." A group of people bowed in respect. "To see the family token is to see the family head." Ultimately, Cheng Yijing, under Cheng Yunxuan's derisive gaze, begrudgingly bent forward in salute. Rising, he still stubbornly declared, "Cheng Yunxian, the family token cannot secure your position forever. In the future, you, the waste, will still rely on my family. If you hand over the family token today, I shall overlook the past and guarantee you a life free from want. Think carefully about this." Cheng Yunxian cast a cold glance at him, ignoring his words, and instead commanded his guards, "You are to keep an eye on these young servants and ensure they lick clean the food and drink from the ground. Should anyone fall short, behead them on the spot. If you fail to do your duty, humph. The family token demands the obedience of any Qing family member. Failure to comply is tantamount to treachery." Although the guards were reluctant, they encircled Zhang Wu and the others, hands on their weapons, poised to strike. At this moment, Zhang Wu and the others lost all semblance of their previous arrogance, hastily kneeling on the ground, licking the spilled food and drink like dogs, as if it were ambrosia. It was only then that Cheng Yunxian took a serious look at the ashen-faced Cheng Yijing and stated, "Cheng Yijing, since you desire the family token so fervently, I shall grant you an opportunity. Defeat me, and it shall be yours." With that, Cheng Yunxian turned to leave. Cheng Yijing, his face contorted with rage, followed him into the Qing family ancestral hall. However, upon entering the ancestral hall, he was immediately taken aback. Inside, there was a thick layer of dust everywhere. The offering candles and eternal lights flickered weakly, with some tablets askew. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Yijing's face blushed crimson. Was this all the work of Zhang Wu? He had only intended for Zhang Wu to make a token effort, never anticipating he would ruin the place. At this moment, he felt a desire to chop Zhang Wu into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Cheng Yunxian remained indifferent, stating, "Come now. Seize the opportunity." Cheng Yijing, with an 8th-tier martial artist's strength, was already considered exceptionally gifted among the younger generation of the Cheng family. He was unaware of the fact that Cheng Yunxian, who had already become a mere shadow of his former self, possessed any grounds to challenge him. Setting aside the matters concerning the ancestral hall, Cheng Yijing gathered his focus and unleashed a fiery attack directly aimed at Cheng Yunxian. Yet, Cheng Yunxian merely stood there, observing him with an indifferent gaze, showing no intention of evading. Alarmed, Cheng Yijing hastily diminished some of his strength, genuinely fearing that he might inadvertently strike Cheng Yunxian down. His palm made contact, only to pass through Cheng Yunxian's body without imparting the slightest sensation of impact. Before Cheng Yijing could fully comprehend the situation, a searing pain struck his face. And with a resounding slap, he was sent sprawling away as he hurriedly covered his face and attempted to rise. Cheng Yijing gazed at the unmoving figure of Cheng Yunxian, astonished as if he were witnessing a ghost. Cheng Yunxian remained coldly aloof, beckoning him with a casual wave. Having learned his lesson, Cheng Yijing approached cautiously, attempting a close-range attack. Utilizing Tai Chi to redirect force, he was again thrown back after just 2 exchanges, and a subsequent side kick left him incapacitated for a considerable time. Chapter 22. A new surge. Cheng Yunxian had completely regained his strength and felt it was the perfect moment to demonstrate his prowess. Undeterred, Cheng Yijing continued his assault against Cheng Yunxian. The sounds of slaps echoed. Smack, 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 as Cheng Yunxian danced around him with light, agile steps, relentlessly striking Cheng Yijing's face. Each blow shattered the last remnants of Cheng Yijing's hope and dignity, leaving him frozen in shock, utterly surrendering to the humiliation. Was he not rendered useless? How could this be? How could he possess such formidable strength? When Cheng Yunxian ceased his onslaught, Cheng Yijing collapsed to the ground, his eyes now vacant and devoid of life. Cheng Yunxian lifted him as one would a chick, positioning him before the ancestral tablets, commanding him to kneel. Is this how the young master treats his ancestors? Are you certain you are not bringing shame upon them? Clean this place up and then leave. If you commit such foolishness again, I shall render you utterly powerless. Furthermore, do not breathe a word of my recovery to anyone. Cheng Yunxian's voice faded into the distance, leaving Cheng Yijing kneeling in a daze, his heart bleeding. He had come from afar, expecting to flaunt his power, only to find himself subjected to naked humiliation. Cheng Yunxian had restored his strength. What did that make him? What did it mean for his status as the young master? Ha ha ha! How utterly ludicrous! Cheng Yijing erupted into raucous laughter, the sound echoing mournfully in the vast hall. Reflecting on his own short-sightedness, which had turned into a farcical joke, he knelt there, overwhelmed by shame and anguish. Cheng Yijing and his followers departed as swiftly as they had arrived, scarcely spending the night in the ancestral home. After cleaning up the ancestral hall, he slipped away into the night with his subordinates, crestfallen. Though Cheng Haoyan felt a surge of relief at his son's actions, thoughts of the future clouded his expression. He found Cheng Yunxian in the ancestral hall, which had returned to its former state. Cheng Yunxian displayed no signs of concern, maintaining a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Cheng Haoyan attempted to speak, but Cheng Yunxian interrupted him, cryptically stating, as midnight approaches, all will be revealed. Suppressing his questions, Cheng Haoyan stayed by his son's side, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Observing his son's composed expression and those calm, profound eyes, Cheng Haoyan felt a sense of unfamiliarity. His son had become an enigma he could no longer decipher. As the midnight chime echoed, moonlight streamed through the skylight into the ancestral hall, the reflection from the bronze mirror illuminating both father and son. Cheng Yunxian retrieved the family leader's token from his bosom, its radiant glow swirling with heat. Releasing it, the token soared into the air. A brilliant flash of golden light erupted from the token, revealing a shimmering inscription in the void before them. Cheng Haoyan stood mesmerized, completely captivated by the spectacle. The inscription consumed his entire focus, and with each passing moment, his excitement mounted, his breaths quickened, and despite his efforts to steady his trembling body, he could not maintain his composure. After absorbing the entirety of the scene, he turned to his son, whose expression remained tranquil, and asked, his voice quavering, "Is all of this real?" Cheng Yunxian nodded affirmatively in an instant. Cheng Haoyan could no longer contain his emotions, bursting into tears, weeping like a child in distress. Every man harbors dreams of strength, dreams of heroism, especially in a world that venerates the powerful, a man deemed a failure from birth. Having endured countless humiliations and suppressed so much sorrow over the decades, could hardly contain his frenzy upon learning he could cultivate, that he might become the mightiest in this realm. It was akin to the dawn breaking after an eternal night, akin to a dying soul grasping at the hope of life. Cheng Yunxian refrained from offering comfort, knowing his father needed to vent his emotions. Once Cheng Haoyan regained his composure, Cheng Yunxian laid out his plans. Father, the secrets I share with you are of utmost importance. Apart from grandfather, you and I must not disclose them to anyone else. Do not interrupt. Let me finish. After organizing his thoughts, he continued, First, I must inform you that my body has completely recovered, and I am able to cultivate. Second, I possess a cultivation technique that is now suitable for your physique. Third, I have encountered several children with similar constitutions to yours at Cheng Family Manor, and I have disguised myself to win them over. If a person's character is lacking, their abilities become a greater threat to society. I end my plans for those children with the great sun-sealing physique. They are destined to become the strongest in this world. Hence, I must also consider their moral integrity. It is imperative to assist them in overcoming the trauma and psychological scars inflicted by their harsh lives, aiding them in their growth and development. At this moment, Cheng Haoyan held an irreplaceable role. His own great sun-sealing physique made him more readily accepted by these children, and he would not raise suspicion from others. Many tasks would be far easier for him than for Cheng Yunxian. Of course, this was contingent upon the fact that he had also been poisoned and subdued by Cheng Yunxian, the man in black. With all plans in place, Cheng Yunxian imparted the cultivation method to Cheng Haoyan. However, before they could delve deeper into their plans, a heart-wrenching cry from outside startled them. A young servant raced towards the ancestral hall, pursued by a bloodied bodyguard. Upon reaching them, the bloodied bodyguard collapsed to the ground, exclaiming urgently, reporting to the manor master, Young Master Yunxian, the young master has encountered bandits at Luoma Slope, and Cheng Dali has risked his life to seek assistance. Observing the bleeding Cheng Dali, Cheng Yunxian immediately inquired, How many foes are there? What is their strength? Can you discern their route? After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Dali replied, Their numbers are roughly equal to ours. Around 30 individuals, all skilled fighters. Some appear to possess the strength of high-level warriors. I, a fourth-tier warrior, was wounded in a single encounter. They were unaware of our presence, but upon realizing we are members of the Cheng family, they immediately attacked with ferocity. After assuring Cheng Dali that reinforcements would be dispatched, Cheng Yunxian instructed him to tend to his wounds. Cheng Haoyan seemed to perceive his son's intent and asked, Xianer, are you not going to rescue him? Cheng Yunxian replied calmly, From what we just heard, these unknown assailants likely intended to target Cheng Family Manor and merely cross paths with Cheng Yijing and his group. We must immediately arrange for personnel to guard the perimeter of Cheng Family Manor to prevent a sudden attack. As for the situation there, I shall investigate. Whether I can save him depends on his fate. With that, Cheng Yunxian vanished into the night without hesitation, treading lightly as if gliding on the surface of water. Observing his son's figure gradually merging into the darkness, Cheng Haoyan swiftly mobilized. Not having much time to process the night's myriad revelations, yet feeling remarkably invigorated, the internal defenses of Cheng Family Manor were methodically put in place. Cheng Yunxian, with all his meridians wide open, fervently absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathering a substantial amount of spiritual mist around his body. Gliding effortlessly, he resembled a dark cloud swiftly traversing the moonlit sky towards Luoma Slope. Appearing eerily enigmatic, Luoma Slope, notorious for its treacherous terrain, was a place where any unfamiliar traveler, if not cautious, would likely find themselves unseated. At this moment, the ground of Luoma Slope was drenched in blood. Corpses strewn haphazardly, each visage a testament to brutal violence. The bodyguards accompanying Cheng Yijing had perished, save for the two who remained at his side, while the rest lay lifeless. Unfortunately, they had inflicted minimal casualties upon the enemy, who now encircled them with over 20 men atop a small hill, their lives hanging by a thread. A bald, menacing figure stepped forward, bellowing, Cheng Yijing, as long as you agree to lead us into Cheng Family Manor, I guarantee your life will be spared. Cheng Yijing, suffering from a leg wound that bled profusely, stood resolute, declaring, as the young master of the Cheng family, I am a Cheng man in life and a Cheng ghost in death. You wish for me to betray my family? That is utterly impossible. Ha 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 ha. Come, by tomorrow, there will be no Cheng family left, nor any young master. He gestured towards the other two guards and said, "Aren't you the young master of the Qing family? Are you willing to spare a dog's life?" Chapter 23. The Crisis of the Qing Family. The other two were brothers from Qing family village, Cheng Dazhuang and Cheng Xiaozhuang. Their exploits were celebrated in Qing family village. Akin to an inspirational film, through their relentless efforts, they had risen to become the personal guards of the young master of the Qing family, their bright futures seemingly within reach. Alas, fate had other plans. Cheng Dazhuang chuckled, wiping away the tears from the corner of his brother's eyes, and the two brothers solemnly nodded at each other. In our next life, we shall be brothers. In our next life, we will serve the young master as his guards. In our next life, I, Cheng Yijing, wish to be your brother. Ha ha ha. Faced with more than 20 ferocious thugs, the three laughed heartily, brimming with camaraderie. Loyalty? Excellent. I adore loyalty. Ha ha ha. I shall see if you can maintain your spirit when I flay and dismember you later. Charge at me, capture them alive, and we shall have our fun. As the group prepared to pounce, a trembling voice exclaimed, "Boss, boss! What is that?" A dark cloud swiftly approached them under the moonlight. Cheng Yunxian was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, a long, ancient sword held firmly in his hand, its hilt inscribed with two archaic characters, Donghua, of ambiguous meaning. This was a gift from the beast Emperor Yinlai, which he had kept in the corner of his storage bracelet. Upon testing it, he discovered its extraordinary sharpness, capable of piercing his own skin's defenses. And thus he regarded it as a treasured possession. From a distance, he gazed at the isolated Cheng Yijing and his brothers, now surrounded. Cheng Yunxian was filled with a murderous intent. Today, as the ancient sword thirsted for blood, it marked the first time in 2 lifetimes he had resolved to take a life. Today marks the beginning of my killing spree. In his previous life, the legal awareness surrounding murder had deeply influenced him. In this world where might dictated fate, he remained vigilant against the changes in his own nature. As his power grew, he feared becoming a mindless killer without restraint. Thus, he had established a rule for himself: the lives he took must warrant death. Today, these men had violated his taboo. A killer shall always be killed. Armed with a fierce aura, Cheng Yunxian charged directly into the prepared crowd. Fear rendered the bandits incapable of organizing an effective defense, as they were bewildered by the ethereal mist. Cheng Yunxian circled the crowd incessantly, seizing the opportunity to strike. With each rotation, someone fell to his blade, as ordinary weapons were utterly incapable of withstanding the sharpness of his treasured sword. There were also valiant souls who charged into the mist, but under Cheng Yunxian's speed advantage, they could only march to their demise in a matter of moments. The bandits had suffered over half their numbers slain, and the remaining ones, paralyzed with fear, abandoned their positions around the burly man and scattered in all directions, heedless of his frantic shouts. This turn of events made it all the easier for Cheng Yunxian to pick them off one by one. Accompanied by the sounds of their anguished cries, the mist swirled around the hillside before settling into silence, leaving only the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. Although Cheng Yunxian was swift, he could not entirely evade the multitude of assailants, and many ordinary weapons struck against him. While his skin was tough enough to withstand their blows, the pain was still considerable. After a fierce battle, his expression grew increasingly grim as he howled in pain. Thankfully, the mist concealed him. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dire predicament. Yet the pain evoked memories of the past, reminiscent of his father punishing him with a wooden stick for his transgressions. Cheng Yunxian's cries, though unappealing, struck terror into the hearts of the burly man and Cheng Yijing. As they beheld the roiling mist, Cheng Yijing and his companions swallowed hard, their necks instinctively retracting as they turned away. They genuinely hoped to go unnoticed by the monstrous entity within the mist. The burly man, facing the eerie mist, turned pale with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, and he wet himself in terror, losing all semblance of bravado. After a brief respite, Cheng Yunxian approached the burly man, who, in fright, cried out and fell to his knees. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Oh, please, spare me, my lord. I have an elderly mother and a child not yet a month old." "I beg you for mercy." Who was Cheng Yunxian? He had heard these same lines in countless films and television shows in his previous life. Cheng Yunxian, uninterested in his empty rhetoric, replied bluntly, "Shut your mouth. Answer my questions well, and I shall spare you. Answer poorly, and I will have you butchered." Hope flickered in the eyes of the kneeling burly man, filled with gratitude as he repeatedly bowed before Cheng Yunxian. Yet beneath his bowed head lay malice and resentment. His eyes darted as he raised his head to respond, "If I dare utter a single lie, may I be cursed." Observing his demeanor, Cheng Yunxian scoffed. "What are you and your comrades here for? What sinister plans do you harbor?" The burly man, trembling with fear, stammered, "We are merely nearby bandits today. We encountered the Cheng family convoy and intended to rob some goods. Not realizing we disturbed you, my lord, I beg for your forgiveness." Cheng Yunxian, uninterested in the ramblings of this deceitful man, accelerated suddenly. With a single, anguished scream, the burly man's arm was severed, blood gushing forth. Cheng Yunxian continued coolly, "You have 3 chances left to lie. After I sever your remaining arm and legs, you shall be free to die." The burly man's face turned ghostly pale, sweat pouring down his brow as he prostrated himself on the ground. Pleading, "My lord, I understand my mistake. I shall never dare again. We were sent to eliminate Cheng family village, and upon encountering the young master, we intended to finish him off. We had no idea we would disturb you. What further plans do you have for Cheng family village? Our people have already infiltrated the Cheng family, and we have poisoned their water supply. By tomorrow morning, most of the Cheng family will lose their fighting capabilities. Our main force plans to annihilate the Cheng family by then. That is all, I swear. Please spare me. Are there others attacking Cheng family village?" "No more, my lord. Just our team, and you have already killed them all." A gust of mountain wind carried a foul stench as they observed the trembling burly man, who had wet himself. Cheng Yunxuan's eyes filled with disgust as he casually remarked, "Very well, I shall keep my word and spare you." With that, he sealed the man's acupoint and turned toward Cheng Yijing and his brothers. Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Cheng Yijing was paralyzed with fear. Upon recognizing the voice, he realized it was Cheng Yunxian, yet he dared not turn around. Reflecting on the schemes he had devised against Cheng Yunxian these past few days, dread consumed him. In this desolate wilderness, should Cheng Yunxian decide to kill them, the bandits could easily be blamed. However, the footsteps drew nearer, and Cheng Yijing trembled as he slowly turned around. The moment he met Cheng Yunxuan's cold, emotionless gaze and the palpable aura of menace surrounding him, he fell to the ground in terror. "Cheng Yunxian, big brother, please, don't kill me." The 2 guards beside him swiftly positioned themselves protectively in front of Cheng Yijing, their expressions resolute, earning Cheng Yunxuan's respect. Cheng Yunxian coldly stated, "Cheng Yijing, I initially intended to eliminate you without hesitation. However, witnessing your willingness to sacrifice for your family stirred a sense of respect within me. Today, I shall spare your life. But should you oppose me again in the future, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This man is yours to deal with. After you finish him off, return directly to Cheng family village. I am heading to Shihu City now." With that, the mist swirled rapidly toward Shihu City. "Yijing, I will heed your teachings, big brother." Reflecting on how effortlessly Cheng Yunxian had dispatched his foes, the depth of his strength far exceeded Cheng Yijing's comprehension, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness and foolishness for choosing such an enemy. Chapter 24. Redefining the family. At this moment, he was utterly convinced, awakening to the realization that Cheng Yunxian was destined to become a figure he would look up to for a lifetime, bringing him a strange sense of relief. After watching Cheng Yunxian depart, the attention of the trio shifted to the severed arm of the burly man. Over 30 brothers, once companions, lay bloodied on the ground, their heads severed from their bodies. Had it not been for Cheng Yunxuan's timely arrival, their fate would have been truly tragic. Now, the tide had turned drastically, fueling their intense hatred, providing them with an outlet for their pent-up emotions. Cheng Yijing glared at the burly man with a sinister grin and said, "What did he just say? He wishes to experience the agony of being flayed and dismembered. We 3 brothers must fulfill his little request and ensure he enjoys himself. Right? Ha 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 ha." A chilling wail echoed through the desolate mountains, drenched in blood, under the silvery moonlight, sending shivers down one's spine. As the first rays of sunlight descended upon the earth, Cheng Yunxian finally arrived at the hillside outside Shihu City. Channeling his energy, he swiftly absorbed the ethereal mist surrounding him. With focused intent, he gazed at the mountain city bathed in the morning sun, a scene of tranquility and peace. Yet, beneath this serene facade lurked a palpable threat. There was still time for hope. Without hesitation, Cheng Yunxian transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly towards Shihu City. Inside the city, the breakfast shop on E Street had already opened its doors. The sounds of tofu, pudding, and baked buns filling the a small eatery selling beef soup. The rich broth bubbled enticingly, wafting a mouth-watering aroma. Shops on both sides gradually opened, welcoming their first customers of the day. The streets began to fill with pedestrians, and soon the lively chatter returned. Cheng Yunxian stood at the street corner, casting his gaze towards the Cheng family's entrance. Noticing two guards stationed outside as usual, his anxious heart found a momentary calm. However, moments later, his heart raced once more. The two guards appeared unfamiliar, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings with an air of alertness. Something was amiss. The Cheng family was unaware that an ambush was imminent. Why the heightened vigilance at the Cheng residence? With uncertainty gnawing at him, Cheng Yunxian strode confidently towards the two men. As they noticed him approaching, one burly guard with a beard immediately adopted a fierce expression, hand resting on his sword's hilt, bellowing, "How bold! Who dares trespass upon the Cheng family? Do you wish for death?" The other guard, though silent, wore an equally wary expression. Cheng Yunxian raised his chin and shouted, "You two lackeys, have your eyes gone blind? You don't even recognize your own young master. I see you are seeking death. Open the door." Upon hearing Cheng Yunxian claim to be the young master of the Cheng family, the bearded guard's face twisted with murderous intent, his hand moving to draw his sword, only to be halted by the other guard. The second guard slapped himself across the face, then smiled obsequiously. "Hee hee, young master, spare us. We only just arrived at the Cheng family a few days ago and do not yet know the young master. Please, have mercy and do not be angry. We shall open the door for you at once." Cheng Yunxian scoffed disdainfully, nodding slightly as he awaited their turn to open the door, his eyes burning with murderous intent. To serve as a guard at the Cheng family required one to be familiar with every member of the household before officially taking on the role. This was a basic requirement. Thus, these two were undoubtedly impostors. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he drew the Donghua ancient sword and, in the moment they turned to open the door, swiftly severed their heads. Blood gushed forth, cascading down the steps and onto the street. The people on the street, horrified by this gruesome spectacle, erupted into chaos, screaming and fleeing in every direction. Cheng Yunxian paid them no mind, kicking open the door, a faint metallic scent of blood assaulting his senses. Anxious, he dashed towards his grandfather Cheng Li's quarters. Along the way, blood flowed freely through the corridors. The bodies of maids and servants sprawled in grotesque positions, their expressions frozen in terror. Cheng Yunxian's gaze turned icy, fury radiating from him. The sounds of fighting nearby caught his attention, and he sprinted towards the commotion. From a distance, he spotted his brothers Cheng Yihua and Cheng Yishui cornered by three attackers. Cheng Yishui, clearly injured and slow to react, was shielded by Cheng Yihua as they fought desperately to retreat. Yet behind them lay an impenetrable dead end. "Run, you two little bastards. Today marks your end." The three assailants closed in, their victory imminent as Cheng Yunxian's furious shout rang out. Stop, however. Upon seeing Cheng Yunxian, Cheng Yihua, filled with rage, shouted, "Cheng Yunxian, you waste. Get out. The farther, the better." Saying this, he disregarded his defense and charged at one of the bandits. While the injured Cheng Yishui lunged at another, both determined to fight to the death as they hurled themselves at their foes, believing their end was nigh. A blur of movement appeared before them. And after a few screams, the three bandits fell to the ground, lifeless. Cheng Yunxian, with a cold demeanor, stood before his brothers, his sword unsullied by a drop of blood. "Where are the others?" he inquired. Cheng Yihua and Cheng Yishui stared at the unfamiliar Cheng Yunxian, momentarily dumbfounded. Cheng Yishui, voice hoarse and sorrowful, finally responded, "I don't know. Many have perished. Big brother, be careful. Take Yishui and find a safe place to hide. Leave the rest to me." Cheng Yunxian realized he could glean no further information from them. He left behind two spiritual herbs, uttering a few words before vanishing from their astonished sight. The earlier actions of his brothers stirred something within Cheng Yunxian's heart, granting him a deeper understanding of family and kinship. In times of peril, only those who share your blood would risk their lives for you. Compared to the grievances of the past, they seem trivial and insignificant, dissipating like smoke the moment Cheng Yishui called out "Big Brother." In that moment, Cheng Yunxian's heart expanded. He was no longer merely fighting for his family and loved ones, but for the entire clan. As he traversed the tumultuous path, slaying and saving. The concept of family began to take on a newfound meaning within him. In this ruthless world of cultivation, it was all too common for families to vie for limited resources. Yet, such disputes typically remained internal. However, should a family face annihilation, they would lose everything. Thus, the Qing family represented every individual's home. Those who sought to obliterate it were their common foes. Perhaps only those saved by Cheng Yunxian would recognize the change within him. His heart gradually opened, shedding its previous confines, his once frigid expression transforming into a warm smile. Each person he rescued was touched by his genuine gaze and radiant smile, rekindling the flame of hope within them. Behind Cheng Yunxian, a group of over a dozen rescued guards and clansmen began to gather, rallying behind him as they charged towards the besieged family estate, fearlessly confronting the danger ahead. As the last bastion of the Qing family stood firm, the fighting within the estate intensified, a brutal clash of wills, due to the contaminated water supply. The Cheng clan could only muster about half of their usual strength, rendering the few who remained unpoisoned ineffective amidst the chaos. Ultimately, the Cheng family could only defend their last stronghold at the cost of many lives. Within the courtyard, the battle raged fiercely, the air thick with the sounds of slaughter. Cheng Lai's Han, bloodied at the corner of his mouth, fought against a massive bald man, their fists clashing with thunderous echoes, neither yielding an inch. The giant bore a vicious scar across his face, adding to his fearsome demeanor. Cheng Duanjiang found himself overwhelmed by a masked assailant. His situation growing dire. Suddenly, his internal energy faltered, and with a powerful strike, he was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth in the blink of an eye. The defense of the Qing family was at risk of collapse. Just as the masked figure sought to deliver a fatal blow, a thunderous roar resonated from afar. Chang Lietu unleashed the Qing family's explosive flames, furiously charging at the masked man. Yet, the cunning assailant seemed well-versed in the Qing family's reckless techniques. Upon witnessing Chang Lietu's explosive flames, he swiftly leapt back, avoiding direct confrontation. Thus, Chang Lietu, sacrificing his life for a surge of power, plunged into the fray, mercilessly striking down several of the attackers surrounding the estate. Empowered by his formidable internal energy, Chang Lietu decimated foes with ease, sending the remaining attackers fleeing in terror. Meanwhile, the masked figure observed from a distance, coldly watching. After a brief moment, he darted towards Chang Lietu, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Ultimately, with a final strike, Chang Lietu was sent reeling, blood spraying as he crashed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open in fear. Third brother. The loss of his sibling momentarily shattered Cheng Lai's Han's focus, allowing the scarred giant to land a devastating kick, sending him tumbling to the ground, followed by a lethal strike aimed at his head. Cheng Lai's Han's life hung in the balance, in the nick of time. As the bandits' defenses faltered, a figure rushed in, hurling an object towards the bald, scarred brute. The attacker, oblivious to the object's nature, abandoned the kill on Cheng Lai's Han, pivoting to intercept it with a resounding clang. Iron sand erupted, and in that instant, Cheng Yunxian seized the opportunity, lunging forward with his sword aimed at the scarred face. The clang of steel rang out as the hulking figure's massive blade effortlessly blocked Cheng Yunxian's lethal strike. In the next moment, the giant pivoted, his enormous weapon, weighing over 100 pounds, moved with the swiftness of a feather, striking towards Cheng Yunxian with ferocious might. Cheng Yunxian's heart raced as he hurriedly raised his sword to defend. The impact reverberating through him, with a sudden cry, he was unexpectedly struck by the blade, causing him to slide several meters along the ground. Cheng Yunxian, who had blocked the blow, felt as though he had been hit by a massive truck. His arms went numb, his breath became unstable, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. The sixth-tier martial artist, Hong Hu, was not a force that the current Cheng Yunxian could contend with, either in speed or strength. Cheng Liatu had perished, and with the threat of Hong Hu eliminated, the remainder of the situation rested upon you. At that moment, the figure in black, watching from afar, uttered a single phrase before leaping away. Cheng Lishan, upon seeing Cheng Yunxuan's silhouette, felt a mix of joy and sorrow. With a pale face and great difficulty, He said, Yun Xian, you should not have returned. Quickly leave. As he spoke, he attempted to rise, seemingly preparing to fight to the death. However, Cheng Yunxian firmly grasped his arm and declared, Grandfather, as a member of the Qing family, I will not abandon you at this moment. The remaining few dozen members of the Qing family had gathered, most of whom were already gravely injured, trapped like fish in a barrel, unable to escape. The bald, scarred-faced Hong, who commanded his subordinates to halt, and, surveying the situation before him, he laughed maniacally, Ha ha ha, Cheng Lishan, today you find yourself in this predicament. When you slaughtered my entire family and burned my stronghold, did you ever imagine that you would face annihilation today? Let me tell you, the Qing family estate has been reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the faces of the remaining members of the Qing family, and Cheng Lishan spat out another mouthful of blood in anguish. Cheng Yunxian stepped forward, proclaiming, As long as there is but one member of the Qing family remaining, we shall rise again. I have just come from the Qing family estate, and it is thriving. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of insignificant fish can extinguish the Qing family? Surely, you must be out of your mind. In fact, some individuals may find their lineages extinguished. That little bald one bears a striking resemblance to you. Could he be your son? Hong, who was instantly thrown into disarray, stammering, What are you saying? What have you done to my son? Qing Yunxian scoffed. Which little bald one are you referring to? He knelt and begged me to spare him. I am rather soft-hearted and cannot bear to see others plead for mercy. In the end, I simply severed one of his arms and left him for my brothers from the Qing family. However, I heard that they planned to skin him alive and break his bones. But that is beyond my concern. Look at how generous I was. I spared his life. Might you consider letting us off the hook? The group of bandits, incited by Cheng Yunxuan's taunts, erupted into a chorus of threats. While Hong, who seethed with fury, he laughed maniacally, Ha ha ha, my poor son has departed ahead of me. Soon, I shall extinguish the entire Cheng family to accompany him to the grave. As for the Cheng family estate, I will set it ablaze, leaving not a single creature alive. Ha ha ha. Cheng Yunxian, undaunted, immediately pointed at them and shouted, You entered the Qing family estate today, and not a single one of you shall leave. Those who offend the Qing family shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. Without further ado, he naturally bent his left leg slightly, curled his right arm, and gracefully traced a circle with his right palm. Pushing outward, before Cheng Yunxian unleashed his palm strike, Hong, who felt an inexplicable aura of death enveloping him. Having danced on the precipice of death for many years, he wasted no time in turning to flee. Yet, Cheng Yunxuan's internal energy surged forth, causing a violent commotion in the spiritual power surrounding his body. With a fierce dragon roar, a dragon head composed of condensed energy emerged from his palm, instinctively absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth, subsequently forming a dragon's body and tail. The massive energy dragon, as thick as a barrel, circled above Cheng Yunxuan's head before roaring and charging directly at Hong Hu. The spiritual energy dragon instantly pierced through Hong Hu's body and, under Cheng Yunxuan's command, swept through the remaining bandits, boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash, thick clouds of dust dispersed, leaving the Qing family members in a void, with not even a trace of the scoundrels remaining. Only a few tattered rags still floated in the air, bearing witness to the presence of those who had once been there. Exhausted, Cheng Yunxian collapsed onto the ground, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked at the astonished crowd, breaking into a silly grin. His move, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, had rescued the Qing family from the brink of disaster, instilling in the hearts of those present an indomitable sense of power. Even Cheng Lishan looked at Cheng Yunxian with a feeling of being uplifted to great heights. The fortunate survivors of the Qing family stood in shock, mouths agape, rendered speechless. At that moment, a voice cried out urgently from a distance, Cheng Lishan, you old codger, are you still alive? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yunxian recognized it as the voice of Duan Zhengyuan, the head of the Duan family. Cheng Lishan, with the assistance of Cheng Haolei, struggled to his feet and sternly addressed the assembled Qing family members. What transpired today concerning Yunxian is the highest secret of the Qing family. No one is permitted to disclose it. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. He then responded, Duan old brother, I am here. With the arrival of Duan Zhengyuan and a large contingent of personnel to assist, The Chung family quickly began tending to the wounded and clearing the area. They toiled for an entire day before the Chung family courtyard began to resemble its former self once more. However, the scenes of broken walls and ruin revealed that the Cheng family would require a long time to fully restore its former glory. At this moment, Cheng Yunxian, clad in white mourning attire, stood alongside his grandfather and all the men of the Cheng family who could still stand, gazing across the martial arts arena. The ground was covered with nearly 200 bodies, each draped in white cloth, heroes of the family. Cheng Yunxian looked upon the scene before him, unable to suppress his sorrow. It was their sacrifice that had secured hope for others and ensured the continuation of the family. How could the living not cherish this? After this battle, the Cheng family had suffered over half of their combat strength, leaving them severely weakened, and maintaining their status among the four great families of Shihu City had become increasingly daunting. The future prospects for the Cheng family were indeed troubling. The only source of encouragement was Cheng Yunxuan's final move, which ignited a fierce flame of hope within the hearts of the Cheng family members. Each of them firmly believed that Cheng Yunxian could lead the Cheng family to new heights and open up broader horizons for them. Due to the numerous wounded among the Cheng family, a significant amount of spiritual medicines and pills were required. In response, Cheng Yunxian generously produced a large quantity of low-tier spiritual herbs, which warmed the hearts of the elders of the Cheng family. Once everything was in order, Duan Zhengyuan returned to the Duan family, while Cheng Yunxian accompanied the exhausted Cheng Lishan back to his residence. He watched his grandfather, Cheng Lishan, stabilize after consuming a low-tier 4th-grade spiritual herb. The reasons behind all these events gradually unfolded from Cheng Lishan's lips. Chapter 26. Departure. Shinduan Valley is located 40 miles east of Shihu City, with a length of about 5 miles and steep cliffs on either side, which is the origin of its name. The Tiger Howl mountain range is abundant in spiritual herbs and spiritual beasts. The mountainous terrain is not suited for heavy crops, so one must seek low-tier spiritual herbs and spiritual beasts within the mountains, trading them in nearby towns for sustenance. Shihu City has gradually developed into a commercial hub. As a crucial passage to Wagong City, Shanduan Valley, with no settlements nearby, became a prime location for unscrupulous individuals to commit robbery. Following the rise of the four great families, they purchased herbs and spiritual beasts, periodically transporting them to Wagong City, a larger distribution center, in exchange for food and other goods. After suffering losses here on a few occasions, the families banded together to eliminate the bandits surrounding Shanduan Valley. Since then, there had been no further incidents. Hong Hu was the leader of the largest band of bandits at that time, and his stronghold was annihilated by Cheng Lishan and his men. The scar on his face, a glaring reminder, was inflicted by Cheng Lishan's blade. Regrettably, he had not delivered a fatal blow, leaving a lingering threat that nearly led to the Cheng family's demise. As Cheng Lishan reflected on this, he felt deep regret for his overconfidence at the time, wishing he had dealt a finishing blow. Cheng Yunxian, noticing his grandfather's sorrowful expression and the weight of self-reproach he bore, recounted the secret he had uncovered in the Cheng family ancestral hall. Cheng Lishan was indeed captivated by the revelation. After Cheng Yunxian finished speaking, the despondent elder's eyes once again sparkled with determination. Just as the grandfather and grandson were preparing to delve deeper into their discussion, Duan Zhengyuan returned, his urgent voice interrupting once more. Lishan, something terrible has happened. With a creak, Duan Zhengyuan pushed the door open and, upon spotting Cheng Yunxian, exclaimed, "It's even better that Yunxian is here." Having never seen his old friend so flustered, Cheng Lishan, recognizing the gravity of the situation from Duan Zhengyuan's anxious demeanor, quickly inquired, "Calm down, my friend, and tell me what is happening." "Oh, how can I not be anxious? This is all my fault as an old fool." Cheng Lishan was increasingly agitated by Duan Zhengyuan's hesitance and implored, "Come on, brother, just tell me what the matter is." Duan Zhengyuan's slightly awkward demeanor sent a wave of unease through Cheng Yunxian, who sensed that this issue was undoubtedly related to Duan Qing. Furrowing his brow, Cheng Yunxian began to mentally prepare for the worst. "Qing Yuan has run away. She has left home." "What?" Cheng Yunxian sprang to his feet upon hearing this, while Cheng Lishan stood in shock. His mouth agape. This news had taken everyone by surprise. Due to Cheng Yunxuan's health issues, Duan Zhengyuan annulled the engagement between Duan Qingyuan and Qingyang in an effort to help his granddaughter forget Cheng Yunxian more swiftly. Duan Zhengyuan encouraged other promising young talents to pursue her, deliberately allowing the news of the annulment to spread. The announcement caused quite a stir in Shirhu City, prompting numerous heroes and gallants to visit the Duan household, only to be thwarted by Zhao Chun of the Zhao family, who arrived first and blocked their entry. Debates proved futile, and ultimately, matters were resolved through force. After a bout of brawling, all were left defeated at Zhao Chun's hands. Undoubtedly, in a Shirhu city devoid of Qing Yang, no one from this generation could overshadow Zhao Chun's brilliance. Henceforth, he stationed himself daily at the Duan residence, ensuring that anyone who dared to approach with romantic intentions returned home in defeat. Duan Zongyuan observed Zhao Chun's infatuation with Duan Qingyuan and noted it carefully. He was increasingly moved by Zhao Chun's persistence and endearing gestures. Given his pessimism regarding Qingyang's prospects, he sought to facilitate a union between the two. However, Duan Qingyuan remained steadfastly devoted to Cheng Yunxian, finding Duan Zongyuan's actions particularly distasteful, leading to her growing aversion. She had attempted multiple times to visit Cheng's estate in search of Cheng Yunxian, only to be intercepted. Today, she rendered her personal maid unconscious, disguising the maid as herself in bed, while she took on the maid's appearance and successfully eluded the Duan household. By the time Duan Zongyuan returned from the Cheng estate and discovered the truth, it was already too late. Duan Zongyuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I wish for Yunxian to bring Qingyuan back to me. I will no longer prohibit your interactions. As for marriage, we can discuss that later." Upon hearing this, Cheng Lizhan felt an immense sense of relief, mocking, "Qingyuan is truly loyal and steadfast, knowing how to remain committed. As our Cheng family's future daughter-in-law, her heart belongs entirely to Yunxian. This is what I admire most." Unlike some who are duplicitous and treacherous, ultimately facing the fate of losing both their lady and their soldiers, Duan Zongyuan's face flushed with embarrassment at Cheng Liashan's jibes, and knowing he was in the wrong, he opened his mouth but refrained from retorting. Although he was aware that Duan Qingyuan might head to Cheng's estate and had sent someone to follow her, he felt a twinge of concern for Cheng Yunxian. For this girl who loved him more than herself, her significance in Cheng Yunxuan's heart had grown immensely, becoming an inseparable part of him. After explaining the situation to the elders, Cheng Yunxian hurried towards Cheng's estate. Watching him leave, Cheng Lizhan, whose face was slightly pale from injury, continued to jest with Duan Zongyuan. "Look at that. The two youngsters share such a profound bond. I wonder why you were so anxious." Noticing Duan Zongyuan's attempt to counter, Cheng Lizhan added, "Don't keep bringing up Yunxuan's health. My grandson has already recovered. Qingyuan is destined to be our Cheng family's daughter-in-law. She won't escape. And let us not forget, your family's fourth-grade spiritual medicine has played a significant role." Cheng Lizhan had not intended for news of Cheng Yunxuan's recovery to reach outsiders so soon, yet given the precarious situation facing the Qing family, they urgently needed a powerful ally. Duan Zongyuan, having caught wind of Cheng Liashan's suggestion of an alliance with the Zhao family, felt a surge of hope. He had always held a fondness for Cheng Yunxian, and annulling the engagement had gone against his true feelings. Despite his efforts to make Duan Qingyuan forget Cheng Yunxian, it had proven futile. If Cheng Yunxian had indeed recovered, not only could Duan Qingyuan look forward to a fulfilling marriage, but with Cheng Yunxuan's unmatched talent as the foremost genius of Shirhu City, the Cheng family's current predicaments would soon fade into insignificance. The two old foxes in the courtyard each harbored their own schemes, their laughter echoing throughout the Cheng estate. Perhaps due to the recent series of battles, Cheng Yunxuan's spiritual cultivation had seen notable progress. While circulating his spiritual energy, he effortlessly broke through to the sixth shadow, with even the seventh shadow becoming vaguely discernible. This filled Cheng Yunxian with excitement, and he believed it would not be long before he could begin practicing walking on water. After pursuing the trail to the outskirts of Cheng's estate without finding any clues, a sense of unease began to settle within Cheng Yunxian. It was as if he possessed a sixth sense, strongly sensing that Duan Qingyuan was in peril. Despite his lingering hopes, upon arriving at the ancestral home of the Cheng family, his spirits plummeted. The fatigued expressions of the Cheng and Duan guards indicated they had just returned from a search. The furrowed brows suggested that there had been no progress whatsoever. After Cheng Haoyan recounted the events of the past 2 days, Cheng Yunxian realized the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. He discovered that he was not as cold-hearted as he had thought. Somehow, Duan Qingyuan had become the softest part of his heart. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt lost and disoriented. He knew that such feelings would not aid in locating Duan Qingyuan, so he forced himself to suppress his anxiety. Striving to calm his mind and think clearly, hoping to uncover a lead, On the night that Chang Yunxian departed, Cheng's estate had been attacked by several skilled adversaries. Fortunately, Chang Haoyan had heeded Cheng Yunxuan's advice, enhancing the estate's defenses and vigilance after his departure, preventing the intruders from infiltrating the premises, albeit at the cost of several guards. The 27th chapter. The Agony of Waiting. Duan Xingyuan's horse was discovered less than 10 miles from Cheng's estate, confirming that her disappearance was indeed the work of those nocturnal assailants. However, the identity of these assailants remained a mystery to Cheng Yunxian. In the days following, Chang Haoyan busied himself with the affairs of Cheng's estate, showing no signs of fatigue. Ever since learning the secret of the ancestral hall, he had shed his previous lethargy and disarray, radiating vitality and tackling tasks with meticulousness and organization. His newfound diligence left his wife and daughter, Zhang Mingyue, and her daughter, somewhat bewildered, struggling to adapt. Noticing his son's troubled expression, Chang Haoyan approached, saying, "Xin'er, worry leads to confusion. Consider this. Since they did not kill Qing Yuan on the spot, it indicates they must have ulterior motives." These words struck Cheng Yunxian like a bolt from the blue. Indeed, since they were targeting the Qing family, capturing Duan Qingyuan as the Qing family's future daughter-in-law was undoubtedly a strategy against them. Whether for ransom or other demands, they would inevitably use Duan Qingyuan as bait. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian carefully regarded his father, who, although slightly thinner from exhaustion over the past few days, bore a sharper countenance complemented by a spirited gaze, hinting at a burgeoning masculinity. Hope is indeed a wondrous thing. It can evoke tears, laughter, madness, and even inspire sacrifices of life. In just 2 days, Cheng Yunxian found it hard to believe that this person before him was his father. As he witnessed his son's demeanor returning to normal, Chang Haoyan continued, "Given the numerous events of these past 2 days, I have yet to address the matter of those children of the great sun body. However, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances for them, I have arranged for their stay in a residence adjacent to the ancestral home. Though some oppose this decision, I managed to quell their dissent. Xie has been playing with them these past 2 days. Additionally, Yi Jing has undergone significant changes since his return." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yunxian refrained from commenting further. His father's transformation astonished him. His thoughts were now organized, his actions well-reasoned, and above all, the confidence exuding from him had an underlying aura of dominance. Cheng Yunxian sensed that should his father's great sun body be unsealed, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. "Brother, father is calling for dinner." Cheng Xie's clear voice rang out. However, Cheng Yunxian noticed a hint of trepidation in her tone as she addressed Cheng Haoyan as father. Indeed. Cheng Yunxian found this amusing. He embraced little Xie, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Upon returning to the ancestral home, Cheng Yunxian was pleasantly surprised to find Qing Yijing already at home, busily serving dishes. Upon seeing Cheng Yunxian and the others, he warmly greeted, "Uncle, brother, you're back? Hurry and sit down for dinner." Cheng Xie affectionately called him Brother Yijing. It was evident that this lad had invested considerable effort into winning her affection over the past few days. The family gathered around the table, sharing a delightful meal, but a small incident soon unfolded. Mother Zhang Mingyue discreetly pulled her son aside and asked, "Yunxian, have you noticed anything strange about your father? Ever since that night he kept vigil with you, he has been different. Could it be something supernatural?" Cheng Yunxian laughed at this question, but quickly composed himself upon realizing the inappropriateness of his amusement. He solemnly replied, "Mother, where are your thoughts wandering?" That night, father faced the ancestors, filled with grand aspirations. He felt he had brought shame upon our forebears and had wronged you, causing you much distress. Thus, he vowed to reform. Even if he were a wastrel, to achieve something significant. Upon witnessing the tears glimmering in his mother's eyes, Cheng Yunxian continued, "Everything that father has done is for the good of this family. Do you not think that our father's earnest dedication makes him even more handsome and charming than before?" Zhang Mingyue pondered her son's words, finding solace in them. Subsequently, the three of them made their way towards the ancestral hall. During dinner, Cheng Yijing attempted to inquire about the family's situation, but Cheng Yunxian silenced him with a mere glance. After paying respects to their ancestors, Cheng Yunxian elucidated the circumstances surrounding Shihu City to the two of them. Upon hearing the news, their faces fell, burdened with sorrow. It was at this moment they realized that in times of family crisis, no one could remain detached. "I have already regained my strength. It is now our duty to bear the weight of this family." Cheng Yunxian sincerely extended his arm towards Qing Yijing, and the two brothers clasped hands tightly. Cheng Haoyan, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of relief and patted their shoulders, as the night deepened and the silver moon hung high in the sky. Sleep eluded Cheng Yunxian. Sitting alone on the eaves, his bloodshot eyes reflected a terrifying gloom. Thoughts surged like a torrent, and longing crashed over him like waves. He dared not imagine the plight of Duan Qingyun, a beautiful woman, being taken captive and subjected to inhumane treatment on such a deep night. He took a large swig of liquor. Each passing moment felt like an agonizing ordeal, his heart resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. A fierce mountain wind whipped past him, tousling his hair but failing to disperse the heavy clouds of despair within him. A murderous intent surged within him like a raging tide as the tide of fury receded. Cheng Yunxian gradually regained his composure, slowly closing his eyes to enter a state of spiritual cultivation. For a moment, the area around Qing family village pulsed with spiritual energy. Not far from the Qing family village, at the halfway point of a secluded mountain, there lay a dark, damp cave. The flickering torchlight illuminated a beautiful woman bound in a slightly drier corner. A gaunt, lecherous man approached her step by step. "What do you want? Don't come any closer. I am the eldest daughter of the Duan family. Whatever treasures you desire, my family will provide." The man chuckled lewdly. He. "I want nothing but you, Duan Qingyun." Gaga gaga. Terrified, Duan Qingyun mustered her courage. "If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Duan family will never let you go. Neither will the Qing family." Mentioning the Qing family only fueled the man's fury. He halted, roaring, "The Qing family? Gaga gaga, I intend to wipe them out. Let me collect a bit of interest from you, the bride of the Qing family." Without waiting for Duan Qingyun to react, he lunged at her. "Get away from me." Bound and powerless, Duan Qingyun fought back furiously, but with a ripping sound. Her clothing was torn apart, prompting her to sob uncontrollably. Yunxian, brother, where are you?" Gaga gaga. How fragrant. After groping her, the man stood up, pausing his actions to inhale the fabric he had torn from her. A look of pleasure spreading across his face. "I do enjoy fiery little women." Gaga gaga. Resist all you want. Even the most chaste and virtuous will ultimately find themselves beneath our young master's embrace. Watching the man retreat, Duan Qingyun began to tremble. It turned out she had encountered Tai Jian, known as the eunuch, while fleeing from the Qing family. Such a beautiful girl could not have an ordinary status. Only the Qing family could have such friends and relatives. Tai Jian knocked her unconscious and took her away. Upon learning her identity, he thought it was a stroke of luck for Cheng Yunxian. It would be difficult for him to escape this fate. Regaining her composure, Duan Qingyun glared fiercely at the gaunt man in black, writing on a piece of silk not far away. "You had better release me, otherwise the Duan family will not let you go." Yet she dared not mention the Qing family again. "Gagaga, little girl, did you ever consider that if I dared to do this, I would not fear your so-called Duan family? In my eyes, Shihu City is nothing, and Duan Zhongyuan is even less significant." Hearing this, Duan Qingyun felt a chill of fear. Her proud family seemed trivial to these people. Chapter 28. Entering the meeting with a single blade, Tai Jian looked at Duan Qingyun with a lewd grin. "Gagaga, truly stunning and enchanting. I must commend our young master's discerning not worry. You will come to no harm. Once I eliminate Yunxian, I will take you to meet our young master. He will cherish you dearly, Gaga gaga, and even if he tires of you, I will continue to satisfy you." Upon hearing his intentions towards Cheng Yunxian, Duan Qingyun became like a mad mother leopard, charging at the man with bloodshot eyes, only to slip and fall into a puddle, splattering mud on her face. Through clenched teeth, she vowed, "I will kill you. If you dare harm my Yunxian, I will not let you off. Our young master loves passionate people. The more fiery, the better," he said, pressing down on her neck until she fainted. He placed the unconscious Duan Qingyun on a nearby stone platform, atop which lay some dry grass. Gazing at her graceful form, he momentarily became entranced, only to slap himself back to reality. He understood that if he touched something belonging to the young master, he would suffer a fate worse than death. "Let us wait a bit longer. I trust the young master will soon tire of her," he chuckled at dawn. The Qing family village bustled with activity, akin to ants on a hot skillet. Several groups returned empty-handed after a night of searching, and the guards, upon receiving steaming bowls of noodles prepared by Zhang Mingyue, squatted by the roadside, devouring their meal hungrily. Cheng Yunxian, meanwhile, was in a state of anxious turmoil, holding a bowl he could not bring himself to eat, yet forcing himself to swallow mouthfuls. In times of great importance, one must maintain composure. It is especially critical to make the most precise judgments in such moments, for any misstep would result in consequences he could not bear. Finally, their patience bore fruit as a turning point in the situation emerged. A guard hurriedly entered, holding a piece of silk. "Master Yunxian, someone just threw this into the courtyard. By the time we pursued, the person had vanished. It's fabric from Ching's clothes." Cheng Yunxian snatched it away, examining the writing on it, his expression darkening as boundless killing intent coalesced within him. The note demanded that Cheng Yunxian arrive alone at the summit of Tiger Head Mountain in the Hu Shaoshan range before noon that day. Otherwise, Duan Qingyuan would be killed. The forest atop the mountain was dense and sunless, providing an excellent environment for an ambush. Cheng Haoyan furrowed his brow and said, "Yunxian, we need to think this through." However, Cheng Yunxian resolutely replied, "No need. I will go alone. This matter originated because of me. And besides, Qingyuan is my fiancée. I cannot allow her to come to any harm." Observing the concern etched on the faces of those around him, he added, "You need not worry too much about me. I will not act impulsively. Furthermore, no one knows that I have fully recovered. If I manage to rescue Qingyuan successfully, I will not hesitate to eliminate them." Hearing Cheng Yunxuan's determination, Cheng Haoyan ceased his arguments. He had a blind faith in his son. Nevertheless, he cautioned, considering the distance from Cheng family village to Tiger Head Mountain, even if we set off immediately, time is extremely tight. This person has calculated the timing precisely, leaving you no room to breathe. "Yunxian, you must be exceedingly careful." "Yes, father," Cheng Yunxian confidently responded before turning to leave. Once outside the Qing family courtyard, Cheng Yunxian employed the agile steps of the Lingbo Weibo. Swiftly darting through the forest, shadows and golden serpentine forms flitting about. Upon nearing Tiger Head Mountain, they halted. Little Jean, having absorbed excess spiritual energy, had fallen asleep against Cheng Yunxuan's chest and only just awoke. However, upon regaining consciousness, his aura had noticeably intensified. After inquiring, Cheng Yunxian learned that little Jean had now attained the strength equivalent to a level 3 junior spirit beast. This left Cheng Yunxian feeling both envious and self-deprecating. He had exerted himself tirelessly to recover and cultivate, yet he had only achieved the prowess of a high-level warrior, equivalent to a level 2 high spirit beast. Meanwhile, little Jean had surpassed him effortlessly by merely eating and sleeping. What of little Bai, with a lineage even more noble than little Jin's? Cheng Yunxian felt utterly disheartened, leaving him with no choice but to dedicate himself to relentless cultivation. Cheng Yunxian moved with astonishing speed, arriving at the designated location an hour early. His cold gaze surveyed the dense forest before him as he instructed, "Little Jean, go in and see if there are any ambushes and where Qingyuan is located." "Understood, mastered." In an instant, Xiao Jin vanished without a trace. Cheng Yunxian sat poised on a branch of a towering tree, taking long gulps from a flask of wine he had retrieved from his spatial bracelet. His heart was overwhelmed with anxiety and fury, emotions that he struggled to contain. As he finished the flask, Xiao Jin's voice drifted eerily to him. "Master, there are no ambushes, nor have I found the mistress. However, a few individuals are lurking suspiciously in the trees near the mountain's peak." The very situation Cheng Yunxian dreaded had come to pass. Qingyuan was absent, possibly hidden away in some location, or worse. He did not dare to contemplate further, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Xiao Jin, keep an eye on them. We shall put on a show." As he reached the mountainside, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Come out! I am here! Qingyuan, where are you?" His calls echoed through the forest, reverberating endlessly. Approaching the peak, he was startled to see a figure lurking several hundred meters to his side, coldly observing him without any inclination to attack. This person reveled in Cheng Yunxuan's desperation and heartbreak. A mocking smile etched across their face. Descending the mountain, Cheng Yunxian continued his desperate cries, his voice growing hoarse, his demeanor increasingly despondent. By the time he reached the mid-slope, he could no longer summon the strength to call out, his head drooping in defeat. Tai Jian finally confirmed that no one was following to protect Cheng Yunxian. He promptly dispatched several subordinates to block Cheng Yunxuan's retreat. Meanwhile, he stealthily approached Cheng Yunxian, who, having lost his vigilance, had unwittingly provided the perfect opportunity for an ambush. Once his subordinates were in position, Tai Jian swiftly closed in on Chang Yunxian, whose remarkable agility made him difficult to track. Had it not been for Chang Yunxuan's training in the Lingbo Weibo, he likely would not have been able to discern Tai Jian's swift movements. Chang Yunxian was grateful for his own cleverness. Had he rushed in recklessly, this foe might have escaped his grasp. Tai Jian struck with lightning speed, his bony fingers targeting the nape of Chang Yunxuan's neck. Did he succeed? The fleeting thrill of victory was short-lived as he felt no impact against flesh. A sense of dread washed over him. Before he could react, a sharp prick pierced the back of his neck, rendering his body unresponsive. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, he could only watch as Chang Yunxuan's figure faded from view. Xiao Jian emerged languidly from behind Tai Jian, as if to claim credit for the victory. Chang Yunxian then realized that upon awakening, Xiao Jian could unleash 3 types of serpent venom. The first was a potent anesthetic, capable of incapacitating even the mightiest of beings in an instant. The second was corrosive, able to dissolve even the toughest materials in seconds, leaving no trace behind. The third was lethal toxin, ensuring death within moments, allowing no more than 3 breaths of life in that moment of perceived triumph. Chang Yunxian had unwittingly provided Xiao Jian with the perfect opportunity to strike. Chang Yunxian begrudgingly admired the man's caution and timing as he vented his anger by delivering a few kicks to his prone form. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. This wretched dog has truly grasped the essence of combat. Had it not been for Xiao Jian, I might have met my end today. He then instructed Xiao Jian to deal with Tai Jian's accomplices and, to be safe, rendered Tai Jian's spiritual power incapacitated. Subsequently, he unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon him, allowing a modicum of his pent-up rage to dissipate. Were it not for the absence of news regarding Duan Qingyuan, he might have been tempted to reduce this scoundrel to mere minced flesh. Moments later, Xiao Jian returned to Chang Yunxuan's side, urging him to revive Tai Jian. Obediently, Xiao Jian bit into Tai Jian once more, extracting the venom. Gradually, Tai Jian regained consciousness, first expelling a copious amount of foul blood, then glaring malevolently at Chang Yunxian. Cackling maniacally, "Ha ha, ha! I have hunted hawks all my days, yet today I am blinded by a mere sparrow. You, young one, are quite formidable." At that moment, Chang Yunxian, consumed by rage, had no patience for idle chatter. Suppressing his murderous intent, he demanded, "Stop your prattling. Tell me where Duan Qingyuan is." Tai Jian dismissed Chang Yunxuan's fury with contempt, sneering, "Kill me? First, you ravage, then you kill. The taste is exquisite. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. And you can avenge her." Chang Yunxuan's eyes blazed with fury as he smashed nearby tree trunks, understanding that Tai Jian sought to provoke him into a swift demise. Yet he could not contain his wrath. "Ah, I will make your life a living hell, leaving you to regret ever setting foot in this world." From his storage bracelet, Chang Yunxian produced a set of acupuncture needles. The Yijing Shisue Jing was not merely a method of cultivation. It also encompassed medical arts and the exploration of the human body. This set of needles had originally been intended for his leisurely study of the miraculous art of acupuncture, but now it served a far more sinister purpose. Chang Yunxuan's profound understanding of human anatomy allowed him to pinpoint areas of pain and sensitivity, manipulating them for maximum torment. Pain and itching were mere stimuli, but what if they were amplified 1,000-fold? No being could withstand such agony, not even a deity. One by one, Chang Yunxian swiftly inserted the needles into Tai Jian's body, each one generating exponentially greater sensations of discomfort. Initially, Tai Jian managed to endure. But his complexion grew increasingly ghastly, his features contorting grotesquely. Ultimately, his face became a vivid shade of purple, his body twisted into an unnatural shape, and he bit down, tearing away a significant portion of his own flesh from his lips. Chang Yunxian pressed on with another needle, penetrating deep into the bone, finally shattering Tai Jian's resolve. He erupted into a cacophony of laughter and cries, writhing on the ground in a bizarre dance, his face a mask of confusion, unable to articulate coherent words. Moments later, Chang Yunxian swiftly extracted 4 long needles from Tai Jian's body. His form arched in an impossible manner before collapsing, trembling violently as he gasped for breath. At that instant, Tai Jian, disheveled and wild-eyed, bore no resemblance to the defiant figure he had been moments before. Cheng Yunxuan's expression hardened as he demanded, "Tell me where Duan Xingyun is and who sent you. I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering multiplies 100-fold." Tai Jian's expression was one of sheer terror. It was Wang Sheng, that damned Wang Sheng, Wagong City, the young master. Duan Xingyun, the West Mountain, the cave. I swear I didn't touch her. I truly did not. Please, kill me. Just kill me. Some experiences are unfathomable until one endures them firsthand. As Tai Jian now understood, he had never anticipated that death could sometimes be a luxury. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's name, a surge of murderous intent erupted within Cheng Yunxian. Memories of the flamboyantly dressed, sinister youth from Wagong City flooded his mind. He recalled an incident when he had accompanied a merchant caravan to Wagong City and unexpectedly encountered the formidable martial king, Tian Shuyun. The king recognized Cheng Yunxuan's exceptional talent and invited him to a banquet at the Tianxiang Pavilion. During the gathering, a lavishly dressed youth had slandered Duan Xingyuan, prompting Cheng Yunxian to react with indignation and strike the man. Thanks to the martial king's intervention, the matter had been swept under the rug, and Cheng Yunxian had thought little of it since, though he had not known the youth's identity at the time. Being invited by the martial king suggested that he was no ordinary individual. The young master of Wagong City. It had to be him. He must have learned of Cheng Yunxuan's fall from grace and dared to act with such impunity. Realizing this, Cheng Yunxuan's gaze turned icy as he declared, "Wang Sheng, I will make you wish for a fate worse than death." At that moment, Tai Jian, with a grotesque expression, suddenly surged to his feet. However, rather than advancing toward Cheng Yunxian, he charged at a desiccated branch overhead. With a sickening thud, the branch pierced through his chest, blood spraying everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Yet, a look of tranquility and comfort enveloped Tai Jian's face. For to him, this agonizing end was a paradise compared to the horror he had just endured. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Cheng Yunxian felt no discomfort whatsoever. "Xiao Jin, dispose of the body." After leaving a chilling remark, Cheng Yunxian hurried towards the western hills, casting not another glance at the lifeless body. Xiao Jin advanced, releasing a cloud of venomous mist that enveloped the corpse, erasing all traces as the fog dissipated. Whoosh! Xiao Jin sped off in the direction Cheng Yunxian had vanished. Following Tai Jian's guidance, Cheng Yunxian discovered the concealed cave, which was remarkably well hidden. The two guards left outside the cave did not allow Cheng Yunxian to act. As they were swiftly eliminated by Xiao Jin in a flurry, Cheng Yunxian entered the cave, only to find Duan Xingyuan in a seductive posture, struggling to move. Her damp garments clung to her form, while her white leggings appeared almost translucent. The scene was intoxicatingly alluring. Cheng Yunxian was captivated, momentarily frozen, as the dormant desires of his 2 lifetimes surged forth uncontrollably, causing his face to flush crimson and his breath to quicken. With an undeniable tint forming below, a sensing movement behind her, Duan Xingyuan turned her head, only to meet Cheng Yunxuan's fiery gaze. Overwhelmed with shyness, she faltered and tumbled into a puddle. Cheng Yunxian quickly regained his composure. Rushing to lift Duan Xingyuan and placing her upon a stone platform, freeing her from her bonds, "Though not fear. Those scoundrels have been vanquished by me." Upon Cheng Yunxuan's arrival, the tension in Duan Xingyuan's fraught nerves dissipated instantly, and she could no longer contain her emotions, leaping into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears soaking a significant portion of his attire. After a while of emotional release, Duan Xingyuan's spirits began to settle, only to notice the increasing warmth radiating from Cheng Yunxian's body, particularly from a certain area that was notably prominent. Her face flushed deeply as she lowered her head, abruptly pushing Cheng Yunxian away and dashing deeper into the cave. After a few steps, she seemed to recall something and halted, turning her head to say shyly, "I'm going to bathe." They didn't do anything to me." With that, she vanished into the darkness of the cave. Covered in mud, Duan Xingyuan was reluctant to face her beloved in such a state. She had merely heard from Tai Jian about a pond deep within the cave and intended to freshen up. Little did she expect the place to be so breathtakingly ethereal. A crystal-clear lake lay before her, surrounded by low-lying flora, with a large opening above that allowed sunlight to pour in, casting shimmering reflections across the water, creating a paradise-like ambience that was simply enchanting. Duan Xingyuan shed her garments and stepped delicately into the water, which reached her waist. The gentle sunlight caressed her exquisite form, making her appear as if she were a celestial being. Radiant and otherworldly, she listened intently for Cheng Yunxuan's movements. His absence brought her a mix of relief and disappointment, leaving her feeling anxious. After Duan Qingyuan departed, Cheng Yunxian experienced an inexplicable sense of loss, yet quickly reminded himself that she was already his fiancée, rendering any petty grievances irrelevant. He gathered dry firewood outside the cave and built a fire within, grinning as he followed Duan Qingyuan into the depths of the cave. Upon hearing Cheng Yunxian exit the cave, Duan Qingyuan felt an overwhelming wave of regret and fear, believing her actions had angered him. Guilt and self-reproach engulfed her heart as she covered her face. Softly sobbing, "I am his fiancée. Why did I have to evade him? He must be upset and left yet." Not long after, the familiar footsteps returned. Upon seeing the roaring fire within the cave, Duan Qingyuan's heart melted. When she sensed Cheng Yunxian approaching her, she instinctively retreated into the water, though her heart was filled with anticipation. Cheng Yunxian approached the lake's edge with a mischievous smile. Spotting only Duan Qingyuan's head peeking above the water, her graceful figure beautifully revealed by the crystal-clear lake, "My dear, what are you doing? Hiding so far away? Do you think you can escape my grasp?" Saying this, Cheng Yunxian unabashedly stripped off his clothes, laughing as he leapt into the lake, swimming towards Duan Qingyuan. Flushed with embarrassment, Duan Qingyuan attempted to evade him, but there was no escaping. With a shriek, she was enveloped in his embrace, their skin touching, warm and tender. The cave fell into a profound silence, save for the gentle dripping of water drip-drip, followed by the rapid beating of their hearts. "Qingyuan, I love you," Cheng Yunxian whispered softly in her ear, lifting her chin to capture her lips in a deep kiss. At that moment, Duan Qingyuan's mind blanked, her body melting into Cheng Yunxuan's embrace. Overwhelmed by unparalleled bliss, Cheng Yunxian, cradling the body he had long yearned for, emerged from the water, gently placing her upon the stone platform. The two were locked in a passionate kiss, lost in each other's warmth. The cave resonated with a tender springtime ambience, a harmonious blend of affection. As Cheng Yunxian dressed Duan Qingyuan in the dried clothes he had prepared, her heart melted at his thoughtfulness. However, just as they were about to depart, Duan Qingyuan stumbled and almost lost her balance. Embarrassed and filled with indignation, she lightly struck Cheng Yunxuan's shoulder a few times. Cheng Yunxian, aware of his excessive eagerness, sheepishly scratched his head and, with a smile, squatted down to propose, "Come, my dear, let me carry you like a noble steed." Duan Qingyuan pouted slightly, yet her heart was sweetened as if dipped in honey. Once she clambered onto his back, Cheng Yunxian exclaimed with a laugh, "Zhu Beiji carrying his wife, let us go." As the sun set, a handsome youth traversed the forest with a beautiful maiden on his back, their laughter echoing joyfully, resembling a picturesque scene. Not far behind, Xiao Jian kept her distance, her big, sparkling eyes reflecting an array of enigmatic emotions. Chapter 30. The Liquid of Spirit. After the rain, Cheng Yunxian finally shed the title of a two-lifetime virgin. Gazing at the serene countenance of Duan Qingyuan, who slumbered in his embrace, his heart brimmed with fulfillment and joy. Some things become truly significant only when they are on the verge of being lost. Although he had not been in this world for long, the sincere and profound feelings Duan Qingyuan held for him, or rather for the previous Cheng Yunxian, had genuinely touched him. However, it was merely an emotional response. Cheng Yunxian believed that since he had assumed the identity of Cheng Yunxian, he should shoulder all responsibilities that came with it. It was only in the moment of losing Duan Qingyuan that he realized how foolish he had been. He discovered that his feelings for her were inextricable. As Duan Qingyuan shifted in her sleep, the movement stirred her lower body, causing her to frown slightly and let out a soft hum. Cheng Yunxian reflected on his actions, realizing he had been rather indiscreet and perhaps too rough. Filled with remorse, he pressed a gentle kiss to Duan Qingyuan's lips. "What are you doing?" Duan Qingyuan awoke, gazing at Cheng Yunxian with a shy yet blissful expression in her eyes. In that moment, Cheng Yunxian silently vowed never to let Duan Qingyuan down in this lifetime. "Lazy pig, it's time to rise. There's a whole horde of ants on hot coals waiting for us at home. If we don't return soon, they'll surely be frantic." Duan Qingyuan obediently nodded. Cheng Yunxian carried her towards the pond. As they walked, Duan Qingyuan, nestled in Cheng Yunxian's arms, glanced back at the stone platform. Where remnants of their earlier encounter lingered, a fleeting sadness crossing her eyes, soon replaced by a burgeoning happiness. Once they were dressed and ready to depart, Duan Qingyuan, having just experienced womanhood, found each step uncomfortable. Observing her furrowed brow, Chang Yunxian felt a pang of guilt, silently cursing himself for being unable to restrain his desires, overindulging instead. Suddenly, catching Duan Qingyuan off guard, Chang Yunxian scooped her up and sprinted off. Duan Qingyuan, now a woman, blushed deeply, wrapping her arms tightly around Chang Yunxuan's neck, gently resting her cheek against his broad back, slowly closing her eyes, radiating tranquility. By the time they returned to Cheng's family estate, the lanterns had been lit. Cheng Haoyan and Cheng Yijing awaited anxiously outside. When they spotted Cheng Yunxian carrying Duan Qingyuan in the distance, the weight that had pressed upon their hearts finally lifted. Duan Qingyuan nestled against Cheng Yunxian, shyly burying her face in his back, too bashful to look up. Cheng Yunxian maintained his composure, stating, Qingyuan twisted her ankle to this. Cheng Haoyan and Cheng Yijing discerned the underlying truth, but chose not to address it, instead accompanying them joyfully into the courtyard. After settling Duan Qingyuan, Cheng Yunxian made his way to the study. Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's succinct recounting of events, Cheng Haoyan and Cheng Yijing felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Although Cheng Yunxian spoke lightly of the ordeal, they understood the peril he had faced. Cheng Yijing directly inquired, Elder brother, what is the identity of that individual? He is a subordinate of Wang Shang, the young master of Wuguang City. During one of my visits to Wuguang City, I was fortunate enough to gain the favor of His Highness, the Martial King, at his banquet. Someone spoke disrespectfully to Qing'an, and I dealt with him accordingly. Today, from the lips of his subordinates, it was revealed that the person in question is Wang Shang. After hearing Cheng Yunxuan's words, Cheng Haoyan and Cheng Yijing wore expressions of deep concern. Lost in thought, Cheng Yunxian understood their worries. The Cheng family was currently traversing a tumultuous period, precariously balanced amidst brewing storms. Confronting a formidable figure like the Lord of Wuguang City could lead to disastrous consequences. Cheng Haoyan spoke up, you've slain so many of his subordinates. Could he possibly send reinforcements? Cheng Yunxian responded with calm assurance, in the short term, that is unlikely. The mysterious disappearance of so many individuals will surely instill a sense of panic in him for a while. He is acutely aware that, at the core, this predicament is tied to his own strength. He continued, you need not overly fret about Wuguang City. Our previous conflict was mediated by His Highness the Martial King. And on the surface, he would not dare to act too brazenly. Wang Sheng likely took action against me in the shadows, believing that the Martial King would not concern himself with the fate of a waste. If I regain my strength, the dynamics will shift dramatically. Cheng Yunxian had already formulated a plan. He resolved to abandon the guise of humility. At this juncture, he must assert his dominance, swiftly dismantling those who lurked, eager to exploit the Cheng family's vulnerabilities. He must strike before they dared to test the limits of the Cheng family's patience. Otherwise, it would be too late when everyone deemed the Cheng family as easy prey. Cheng Yijing seemed to perceive Cheng Yunxuan's intentions and hastily inquired, eldest brother, who do you intend to eliminate first? Allow me to accompany you. Cheng Yunxian chuckled, with your meager abilities, it's best you focus on your training to avoid embarrassing the Cheng family. Here, take this cultivation technique. Practice it well. After their discussion concluded, upon exiting the room, they were surprised to find Zhang Wu waiting nearby as soon as he spotted them. He approached with a fawning smile. Greetings, young Master Yunxian. Observing Cheng Yunxuan's good mood, he added, you have no idea, ever since you taught me a lesson, my back no longer aches, my legs are free of pain, and even my endeavors have greatly improved. Cheng Yunxian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him upon hearing this. He cast a sidelong glance at Cheng Yijing and remarked, second brother, I never realized you had such a penchant for this sort of flattery. Your compliments truly have a unique flavor. Cheng Haoyan could no longer bear it and hurried off to prepare iron sandbags. Cheng Yijing, taken aback by Cheng Yunxuan's comment, blushed deeply, feeling quite embarrassed. Eldest brother, if you find him displeasing, I shall have him dismissed by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wu's expression soured, but Cheng Yunxuan's words soon filled him with exuberance. No need for that. In the future, when we brothers traverse the world, if there are no voices singing our praises and flattering us, it would lack excitement. The key is to possess self-awareness and not to be swayed by mere compliments, lest one loses their direction. Besides, his loyalty is invaluable. Such individuals are hard to come by. Since the moment Zhang Wu witnessed Cheng Yunxuan's formidable prowess amidst the chaos, he had regarded him with reverence. After receiving a few words of praise from Cheng Yunxian, he excitedly declared, "When young Master Yunxian and you brothers dominate the world, I shall proudly tell others, 'See this leg? It was broken by young Master Yunxian.' To receive his guidance is a tremendous fortune." Cheng Yunxian could not endure any more and walked away. Cheng Yijing, in a fit of anger, kicked Zhang Wu in the rear, saying, "Shut your mouth, you insufferable flatterer." In the dead of night, Cheng Yunxian immersed himself in the cultivation of spiritual energy. As the spiritual essence of the world surged toward his chamber, he diligently directed the energy toward his dantian, where the spiraling energy within began to whirl violently, accelerating with each moment. The pressure at the center intensified, and gradually, the spiritual mist began to show signs of coalescing into liquid form. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian unleashed a mighty roar, urging the energy to hasten. He felt a tremor reverberate through his dantian. The spiritual energy, almost instinctively, converged toward the center, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a single crystalline droplet of spiritual liquid suspended in the dantian. A sight to behold. Cheng Yunxian exhaled deeply, swiftly absorbing the dense spiritual mist into his body, and then gently opened his eyes. "Spiritual liquid," he exclaimed, finally entering the realm of the martial master, albeit at its nascent stage. In this world of cultivation, the number of meridians one opens determines their aptitude, while the capacity of spiritual energy dictates their strength. The ability to cultivate spiritual energy marks the entry into the martial soldier stage, while the condensation of the first droplet of spiritual liquid signifies one's entry into the martial master stage. When the spiritual liquid within one's body fills 50 meridians, they ascend to the higher martial sect stage. However, the martial sect remains a distant prospect for Cheng Yunxian, yet with the refinement of his techniques, he finally felt at ease enough to rest. Chapter 31. Where in life are there no emotional rivals? Zhang Mingyue was in particularly high spirits these days, rising early to prepare breakfast for her son and future daughter Law. As a woman with experience, she could not overlook the peculiarities displayed by Duan Qingyuan upon her return the day prior. Thus, she had already begun to regard Duan Qingyuan as her future daughter-in-law in her heart. After Cheng Yunxian completed his morning routine and beheld the sumptuous spread laid before him, he was momentarily taken aback. During breakfast, his mother's overwhelming enthusiasm made both him and Duan Qingyuan feel quite awkward. Nevertheless, this warmth of family truly enchanted Cheng Yunxian, uncertain if it was due to his own excessive concern or some other reason. An undercurrent of unease lingered within him. The more tender the atmosphere became, the more pronounced this feeling grew. After the meal, amidst his mother Zhang Mingyue's incessant chatter, Cheng Yunxian accompanied Duan Qingyuan on their journey back to Shihu City. Due to her physical discomfort, Duan Qingyuan remained seated in the carriage, while Cheng Yunxian and several of the Cheng family's guards rode protectively alongside. In this season of blooming flowers, it should have been a leisurely affair for a group to admire the scenery and unwind from the recent tension. Yet some unenlightened souls sought to stir trouble. Among the guards of the Duan family, one named Duan Yu remarked, "I truly don't understand how a waste, who has clearly severed the engagement, can shamelessly pursue our young lady so relentlessly. What a disgrace!" The other guards echoed his sentiments, their voices low yet audible enough for Cheng Yunxian to hear. Ever since Cheng Yunxian returned to the Cheng family estate, these guards had not offered him a single pleasant expression. Cheng Yunxian understood that they believed his diminished state rendered him unworthy of Duan Qingyuan, the cherished jewel of the Duan family. This sentiment was, in itself, quite understandable. Although he had rescued Duan Qingyuan the day prior, they remained skeptical, dismissing it as a ploy by the Cheng family to salvage their reputation through Cheng Yunxian, further deepening their disdain for him. While Cheng Yunxian could disregard their opinions, the way Duan Yu looked at Duan Qingyuan with longing made him resolve to teach him a lesson. He needed to demonstrate his strength. Otherwise, he would be subjected to insults and provocations from anyone, which would be unbearable. Thus, Cheng Yunxian rode up to the window of Duan Qingyuan's carriage and gently knocked on it. Duan Qingyuan opened the window, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she asked, "Yunxian Gu, what is it?" Cheng Yunxian playfully replied, "I missed you, so I came to check in on you." His voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for the guards to overhear. The guard's expression soured upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's words, and Duan Yu's anger flared even more. Cheng Yunxian did not miss any of this, he inquired. Qing Yuan, what is that lad's purpose? Why is he so young? After a moment of thought, Duan Qingyuan earnestly replied, his name is Duan Yu. He is an orphan whom the Duan family took in during a recent evaluation of the family's children. My grandfather discovered his exceptional talent and decided to nurture him. We grew up together. He is quite a decent person. Cheng Yunxian remarked, decent to you, perhaps that lad seems to harbor feelings for you. At this, Duan Qingyuan became flustered, at a loss for words as she struggled to explain, her eyes glistening with impending tears. Cheng Yunxian quickly comforted her, don't cry. How could I not trust you? It's just that this lad appears quite infatuated. I must teach him a lesson to sever his misguided affections. Otherwise, if he remains smitten while you marry me, would that not ruin his life? Duan Qingyuan, he turned crimson at his words. But are you sure you can handle it? He is a martial artist of the 8th tier. Cheng Yunxuan's displeasure flared instantly. What? You doubt your man? Seeing Cheng Yunxuan's displeasure, Duan Qingyuan quickly clarified. No. Just be careful. Don't go too hard on him. That's more like it. In that moment, Cheng Yunxian was determined to make it clear to everyone that no matter how talented they were in Shihu City, they were nothing but insignificant in his presence. He had already resolved not to remain low-key upon his return. But he had not anticipated that his first act would involve dealing with this inexplicably arisen rival from the Duan family. Stop, Cheng Yunxian urged, quickening his pace to the front of the group. His tone cold and commanding. The convoy came to a gradual halt, and Duan Qingyuan immediately leaned out her head, concern etched on her face as she inquired, Xian Gu, what happened? Cheng Yunxian was momentarily taken aback by the question, gazing at the mischievous glint in the young girl's eyes as she playfully blinked at him. Understanding her implication, he replied, someone in your family believes that I am unworthy of their esteemed young lady. Hence I wish to prove otherwise. The guards of the Duan family assumed that Cheng Yunxian was about to lodge a complaint, their faces betraying a look of sheer terror, while only Duan Yu regarded him with disdain and contempt. Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's words, Duan Qingyuan's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed loudly, who is it? I say, whether the young lady wishes to punish or reprimand me, I shall accept it. I simply cannot abide this useless fool. Duan Yu, possessing both courage and cunning, was not the sole voice in this matter, yet he stood forth to bear the brunt of it. Indeed, the other guards soon rallied to plead on his behalf. Young lady, Xiao Yu did not mean it. Young lady, Cheng Yunxian chuckled and said, Qingyuan, these guards speak out of loyalty to your family, so you needn't be upset as your future husband. It is my duty to protect you. And I wish for them to recognize that your choice is indeed the right one. That I, Cheng Yunxian, possess the strength to bring you happiness. Duan Qingyuan's anger dissipated entirely at his words. Then do be cautious. She was eager to witness firsthand how Cheng Yunxian had recovered, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at him. Seeing the affectionate look in Duan Qingyuan's eyes directed at Cheng Yunxian, Duan Yu's ire ignited. He resolved to humiliate Cheng Yunxian thoroughly today, ensuring that the goddess of his heart would witness Cheng Yunxuan's disgrace, perhaps leading to her disinterest in him. Before Cheng Yunxian could call out, Duan Yu had already dismounted and was striding towards him, with the remaining guards hastily dismounting to clear a space for the two. Cheng Yunxian observed the furious boy standing before him with a smile. Truth be told, this lad had a decent appearance, yet the more arrogant he was, the more Cheng Yunxian was determined to let him fall spectacularly. Duan Yu stood proudly before Cheng Yunxian, declaring, Cheng Yunxian, you worthless fool. You are utterly unworthy of our esteemed Qingyuan. Today, I shall strike you so hard that your parents won't recognize you, allowing Qingyuan to see your true, hideous self. Cheng Yunxian remained unfazed. Stepping forward and speaking in a tone only they could hear, even without me, Qingyuan would never choose you, so abandon that fantasy. Come now, let me see what makes you so formidable. Duan Yu, incensed by the barbed remark, launched himself at Cheng Yunxian with a ferocious strike known as the Tiger Fist. A pinnacle technique of the Duan family's Huang-level martial arts. It seemed that the elder Duan Zhengyuan held this boy in high regard. Cheng Yunxian deftly executed the Lingbo Weibu, effortlessly evading all of Duan Yu's assaults. If he desired, he could lead Duan Yu to exhaustion without even letting him grasp a fragment of his attire. However, in front of his fiancée It was imperative to maintain a formidable image, so let Duan Yu fall gracefully. Cheng Yunxian ceased evading, standing resolute, his right hand concealed behind him, while his left gestured invitingly towards Duan Yu. In that instant, all the guards of the Duan family, including Duan Qingyuan, sensed a profound transformation in Cheng Yunxuan's aura. He exuded neither joy nor sorrow, as if he alone stood against the heavens. Emanating an unparalleled air of superiority, victory was assured, unbeknownst to them, as they witnessed Cheng Yunxuan's poised stance. The outcome was already predetermined in their hearts. Duan Qingyuan gazed at Cheng Yunxian, her eyes shimmering with a multitude of stars. Duan Yu's tiger fist, powerful and vigorous, roared forth with the might of a tiger. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Cheng Yunxian. To his astonishment, Cheng Yunxian remained unflinching, calmly observing him. Duan Yu mistakenly believed that Cheng Yunxian had been rendered speechless by the force of his strike. Yet, Duan Yu had no intention of holding back, aiming directly for Cheng Yunxuan's left chest. He connected. Duan Yu's heart initially leaped with joy, only to be swiftly followed by bewilderment as he felt no resistance, as if he had struck a massive cotton ball. What was happening? At that moment, Duan Yu's thoughts froze, swiftly replaced by agony. Tai Chi employs the principle of spiraling strength, emphasizing the use of force against force, coiling and transforming energy. Typically, it refrains from initiating attacks, but once unleashed, it is an unstoppable tide. Cheng Yunxian first absorbed the force, allowing his left chest to yield, then executed an upward motion followed by the white crane spreads its wings, his right hand thrusting directly into Duan Yu's abdomen, sending his unsteady body flying. Following that, a series of visually stunning flying kicks ensued, leaving Duan Yu suspended in the air without a chance to touch the ground. Cries of distress echoed as he soared through the air, ultimately receiving a side kick from Cheng Yunxian that sent him careening towards the other guards, bloodied and battered. As the guards caught him, he stared blankly, his face ashen, unable to comprehend how he had fallen so swiftly and so miserably to a mere fool. Cheng Yunxian, as if crushing an ant, casually brushed off the dust from his attire, surveying the remaining guards with a cold, imperious gaze, akin to a sovereign inspecting his subjects. Just moments before, Duan Yu had been filled with ambition. Now, he plummeted into an abyss of despair. He struggled to rise, yet the moment he exerted himself, a searing pain coursed through his body, followed by a wrenching agony in his insides, prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood before his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Duan Wu, the head of the Duan guards, was momentarily stunned. Though he had anticipated the outcome when Cheng Yunxian made his move, he had not expected the process to be so straightforward. It felt as if Duan Yu had merely offered empty bravado before being sent flying. The stark contrast left everyone present momentarily frozen, unable to process or accept what had transpired. Yet one person could accept it. She had always believed that Cheng Yunxian would emerge victorious. The dazzling flying kick left an indelible impression on her heart. In that moment, Cheng Yunxian appeared so tall and majestic. She firmly believed that this man would become someone she would look up to for a lifetime. Xiangu is so amazing. He. Duan Qingyuan's jubilant exclamation jolted everyone back to reality. The remaining guards wore expressions of shame. With Duan Yu's defeat, they felt they had brought disgrace upon the Duan family in front of the young lady, and this humiliation must be avenged. As a chorus of guards clamored to challenge Cheng Yunxian, even Duan Qingyuan had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree. With the guards nobly proclaiming the matter concerned the family's honor, Duan Qingyuan felt unable to intervene, offering Cheng Yunxian an apologetic glance. Listening to the guards' demands, Cheng Yunxian felt invigorated. Perhaps having been away from Earth for too long, the yearning for that world had been suppressed deep within his heart. Suddenly, the mischievous genes within him awakened. Cheng Yunxian smirked wickedly, declaring, "I can acquiesce to your request. However, should you lose, you must stand before me and loudly proclaim I am utterly devoted to you and my lord 3 times. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Duan Qingyuan's face flushed crimson, yet she did not object. Rather, she was filled with delight. With the stipulation laid forth, the guards turned their gazes toward their captain, Duan Wu. Cheng Yunxian had clearly exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy during their earlier bout, indicating that he was merely an ordinary martial artist. He was utterly convinced that among the group of 9th-level martial artists, Not a single one could defeat Cheng Yunxian. Damn it, let's do this. I refuse to believe we cannot take down this brat. Cheng Yunxian continued with a smile. Come now, let us have two of you at once. One is hardly enough to challenge me. His challenge ignited a firestorm of indignation among Duan Wu and the others. And they were all furious. Ultimately, they nominated the two brothers, Duan Jinhu and Duan Yinbao, renowned for their combined attacks, to step into the arena. Thus, amidst the beautiful surroundings of the wide road from Cheng family village to Shihuqing, a grand battle slowly unfolded. The two brothers, wary not to underestimate their opponent, took their positions and gradually approached Cheng Yunxian from either side. Both were initial stage 9th-level martial artists. One practiced the ferocious fire palm, while the other wielded the fluid water palm. Their coordinated efforts allowed them to battle above their level, and even peak martial artists would find it challenging to contend with them, which is why Duan Wu often utilized them as sparring partners. In an instant, the two brothers accelerated in unison, launching a joint assault against Cheng Yunxian, their palm shadows dancing around him like a tempest. Cheng Yunxian, curious to experience the intricacies of their combined technique, found himself entwined with their movements, indistinguishable in the fray. The onlooking Duan family guards were energized, cheering on the combatants, even rousing Duan Yu from his stupor, as he observed Cheng Yunxuan's agile footwork and then glanced at Duan Qingyuan, whose eyes radiated love for Cheng Yunxian. The resolute conviction in his heart began to waver. Cheng Yunxian lightly executed the Lingbo Weibu, weaving gracefully through the brothers' tightly knit palm shadows with the elegance of bamboo swaying in the breeze. One was fierce, the other gentle. Their coordinated offense and defense were impenetrable, although the transitions between their techniques exhibited slight deficiencies. Indeed, they possessed the potential to battle beyond their level. Cheng Yunxian engaged in combat while acutely sensing the synergy between the two opponents. As the saying goes, amidst the myriad blossoms, not a single petal touches me. After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, Cheng Yunxian maintained an air of calm and composure, skillfully evading their attacks, while the Duan brothers failed to graze even the hem of his garment. It was only then that they realized the existence of greater powers beyond their own, and Duan Yu's defeat was entirely justifiable. On the battlefield, Cheng Yunxian appeared to be toying with them, exuding an aura of carefree ease. Despite the brothers pouring every ounce of their strength into the fight, they found themselves utterly helpless against him, feeling as though they were battling their own limitations. Their frustration was palpable, and soon they were drenched in sweat. Witnessing this spectacle, the Duan family's guards were equally distressed, beads of perspiration dotting their foreheads. Even Duan Qingyuan was transfixed, her focus unwavering. Cheng Yunxian, having grown bored with their combined assault, decided to cease his playful engagement. With a swift maneuver, he redirected Duan Jinhua's powerful strike towards Duan Yinbao, following it up with a Tai Chi technique that sent Duan Jinhua sprawling to the ground. The two brothers fell, defeated. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the Duan guards, while the exuberant Duan Qingyuan let out another excited shriek. Then, Duan Wu stepped forward, refusing to concede. Intrigued by Cheng Yunxuan's martial prowess, he approached the arena with a fierce determination. Disappointingly for the onlookers, he too could not withstand the onslaught for long. Although exceptionally strong, his agility was lacking. By the seventh strike, Cheng Yunxian destabilized him with a silk-like grip, subsequently knocking him down with a Tai Chi push. As another challenger prepared to enter the fray, Cheng Yunxian remarked, "We must return to Shihu City before nightfall. Why not have you all come at me together?" This declaration sent shockwaves through the audience. Historically, there has always been a hierarchy in martial arts. Practitioners take immense pride in their prowess and honor. They may accept defeat but will not tolerate humiliation. Their reluctance to attack en masse was a testament to their desire to uphold the dignity of martial artists. Yet, Cheng Yunxuan's suggestion to disregard their individual strengths was a blatant affront to their pride. The atmosphere became charged with palpable tension, faces flushed with indignation, and even Duan Yu, lying on the ground, could not suppress his rage. In an instant, a throng of fighters surged towards Cheng Yunxian, each one eager to confront him. One by one, they were sent flying, yet they resolutely rose to continue the fray. Shouts of frustration erupted. "Ah, damn it! Get him! Ouch, you bastard! I'm coming for you!" The arena was shrouded in dust and chaos, filled with curses, roars, and the sounds of fists connecting with flesh. In the midst of this turmoil, Cheng Yunxian entered a state of transcendence, his eyes gradually closing, while his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. Every movement of his adversaries was within his perception. This skirmish unexpectedly elevated his Tai Chi to the level of listening energy, marking a remarkable gain. As time raced by and the cacophony of combat subsided, the dust began to settle, revealing a solitary Cheng Yunxian standing amidst the silence. The once arrogant demeanor that radiated from him began to dissipate, revealing a serene mastery akin to that of a sage. Meanwhile, Duan Qingyuan stood outside the arena, utterly mesmerized. This was her man. From that moment forth, she could hardly envision another man in her life. Cheng Yunxian clapped his hands and called out, "Enough! Stand up, everyone. We are on a tight schedule." The scattered guards, grimacing in pain, slowly rose to their feet, their bruised faces flushed with embarrassment, silent and downcast. How humiliating it was for a group of grown men to be bested by a mere teenager. Deemed a waste by many, and what is more, it was all done with sheer, unadulterated skill. Cheng Yunxian continued, "Ah, have you all forgotten what you wagered? Shall I remind you?" Zhao Xiong stepped forward, his face tinged with red, exclaiming as gentlemen, "We accept our losses, speak." A chorus of voices soon followed, echoing, "We are in awe of you. We are in awe of you. We are in awe of you. Son-in-law, son-in-law, son-in-law." Cheng Yunxian laughed heartily as he approached Duan Qingyuan, pulling her into an embrace and planting a deep kiss on her lips in full view of the spectators. "Ah!" Duan Qingyuan felt her mind go blank, fixated solely on his bright eyes and handsome visage. Upon regaining her composure, she hastily extricated herself from his embrace, embarrassment flooding her cheeks as she dove into the carriage, hiding in a corner and touching her burning face, her thoughts consumed by that profound kiss. Her heart sweeter than honey. The Duan guards, witnessing this scene, turned their faces away. Duan Yu, though still disturbed by the sight, found his pride diminished in the wake of Cheng Yunxuan's formidable prowess. He no longer possessed the courage to feel jealous. His spirit as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Though he had not participated in the fight, witnessing Cheng Yunxuan's valor and that final kiss extinguished any foolish aspirations he harbored, he self-deprecatingly mused. Miss Qingyuan deserves a man of such caliber, his words dripping with deep despondency. Yet he failed to notice the expressions of ire from his fellow guards as they approached him, though he thought he had resigned himself to acceptance. The aggrieved guards had no intention of letting him off the hook for instigating the trouble. "Slap, this is all your fault. Slap, damn you, be quiet." Each guard delivered a resounding smack to his head, ultimately reducing him to tears. Duan Yu wailed, "What does it have to do with me? My defeat is my own affair. I never compelled you to join, nor did I instigate a wager. Why am I being blamed for our collective loss?" The group mounted their horses and continued on their journey. Duan Wu, sporting a face full of bruises, rode up beside Duan Yu with a grin. "Want to know why?" he asked, before delivering another slap and laughing. "Simply because you're the youngest, the weakest, and the one who stirred up trouble. What now? Ha ha ha." The others joined in the laughter. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian rode up beside Duan Yu, who wiped his tears and sheepishly remarked, "Son-in-law, I concede." Cheng Yunxian laughed heartily in response, then playfully slapped Duan Yu, saying, "Do you know why I hit you?" Duan Yu, feeling a bit dejected, replied, "Because I'm weak." Cheng Yunxian shook his head and exclaimed, "No, it's because you caused the trouble that made my hands sore from all the fighting." His words served as a form of catharsis for Duan Yu, and the laughter of the guards in the distance abruptly ceased. Pointing at Duan Qingyuan's carriage, Cheng Yunxian chuckled, "You better guard my future wife well. If anything happens, I will hold you solely responsible." Duan Yu solemnly declared, "I, Duan Yu, will never allow anyone to harm Miss Qingyuan." They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, for as the saying goes, one does not truly know another until they have exchanged blows. A smile can dissolve past grievances. Their animosity faded in that moment of shared mirth. As they journeyed onward, under Duan Qingyuan's persistent coaxing, Cheng Yunxian earnestly explained the true meaning of "I am in awe of you." The guards listened intently, not daring to breathe a word. Love means my feelings, and you means your feelings. Thus, "I am in awe of you" means I acknowledge your superiority. Of course, this is merely the literal translation. Have you not realized that when spoken aloud, it carries a certain gravitas and flavor? This is something you must savor slowly. Duan Qingyuan, amused by Cheng Yunxuan's earnest expression, lay back in the carriage, laughing uncontrollably, while the guards, one by one, began to quietly chant. "I am in awe of you," savoring the phrase, which indeed had a unique resonance. Due to the delay caused by the skirmish, Cheng Yunxian and the others hastened their pace and finally entered Shihu City before nightfall. Cheng Yunxian escorted Duan Xingyan to the Duan family gate, kindly assisting her down from the carriage. Duan Xingyan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her demeanor shy and filled with happiness. Even the guards refrained from interrupting this pair of soon-to-be parting lovers. Hurriedly tending to their horses in preparation for entry, at that moment, a distant voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "Who goes there? Release Miss Qingyuan at once. Otherwise, if our young master hears of this, he will surely beat you to a pulp." Upon hearing that voice, Duan Qingyuan momentarily reacted as if she had swallowed a fly, her face contorted with distaste. Cheng Yunxuan's warm smile instantly transformed into a cold glare, with a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. He was well aware of Zhao Chun's persistent pursuit of Duan Qingyuan. From his memories, he knew that Zhao Chun had harbored feelings for her since childhood, enduring many beatings from Cheng Yunxian for his infatuation. Yet, this fellow was a hopeless romantic. No matter how brutally he was beaten, he would completely forget his plight upon seeing Duan Qingyuan. As they grew older, Zhao Chun became more restrained upon realizing that Duan Qingyuan was Cheng Yunxuan's fiancée. However, with Cheng Yunxian injured and their engagement annulled, Zhao Chun seized the opportunity. He had the audacity to chase away all of Duan Qingyuan's suitors who dared to express their affections and even stationed someone to watch over the Duan residence. Yet, now that Cheng Yunxian had returned, he would not allow anyone else a chance. He swiftly turned, his eyes glinting with icy resolve, and advanced toward the man. The name and shadow of a person carry weight. After all, Cheng Yunxian was once a prominent figure at the pinnacle of Shihuqing. Overwhelmed by his imposing presence, the man instinctively halted, swallowing hard. Cheng Yunxian intended to directly incapacitate him as a warning to Zhao Chun. However, Duan Wu interjected, "Oh, isn't that Zhao Tiniu from the Zhao family? What a rare guest." In an instant, a group of guards surrounded Zhao Tiniu, effectively cutting off all his avenues of retreat. Then, Duan Wu leaned toward Cheng Yunxian, winking and whispering, "You've got him wrapped around your finger." Cheng Yunxian immediately grasped the implication of the group's actions and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Tiniu, feeling uneasy under the pressure from Duan Wu and the guards, hastily exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Why are you all so battered?" Duan Wu, with a sinister grin, replied, "You'll find out soon enough." Cheng Yunxian stepped forward and said, "You want me to let go? Then come on, let me see if you have the strength to back it up." The fact that Cheng Yunxian, now deemed a waste, was challenging Zhao Tiniu to a one-on-one duel surprised him. Nevertheless, he would not let this opportunity to gain merit slip by. He knew Zhao Chun's greatest threat was Cheng Yunxian. If he could deliver a sound, thrashing to Cheng Yunxian, the benefits would be self-evident. Confident in his 8th-tier martial prowess, Zhao Tiniu swung his fist at Cheng Yunxian without holding back. Cheng Yunxian first absorbed the force, allowing his left side to soften as he evaded, then executed a technique that sent Zhao Tiniu's body soaring through the air with a powerful thrust to his abdomen. Following this, a series of aesthetically pleasing flying kicks ensued, leaving Zhao Tiniu airborne, unable to touch the ground. The air was filled with anguished cries as Zhao Tiniu was sent flying by a final forceful side kick, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Cheng Yunxian employed the same technique he had used on Duan Yu, except he had exerted extra force with that last kick. Zhao Tiniu lay on the ground, groaning, unable to rise for a considerable time. The guards of the Duan family, witnessing the spectacle, erupted in laughter, seemingly more delighted than if they had done the beating themselves. Although Zhao Tiniu had cultivated a solid defensive technique, he slowly rose to his feet, disbelief etched on his face after expelling a few more mouthfuls of blood. Duan Wu gestured for 2 men to drag Zhao Tiniu in front of Cheng Yunxian. Who understood Duan Wu's intent, he coldly declared, "You will shout, 'I am utterly convinced,' 3 times, and then I shall let you go. Otherwise, humph." Zhao Tiniu, having regained his composure, readily complied. "I am utterly convinced. I am utterly convinced. I am utterly convinced." During his shouts, the Duan family guards laughed unabashedly, relishing the moment. Once he finished, Zhao Tiniu felt too humiliated to linger and limped away. Behind him, Cheng Yunxuan's chilling voice echoed, Tell Zhao Chun that Qingyuan is mine. He should abandon any thoughts of her. Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's arrogant proclamation, Zhao Tiniu could hardly believe his own thoughts. Could it be that the injuries on Duan Wu and the others were all inflicted by Cheng Yunxian? Did Cheng Yunxuan's body fully recover? With this realization, he hastened his pace, eager to relay the news back to the Zhao family. After the guards had their fun, they wisely departed, leaving the two of them in their own world. The sight of Zhao Tiniu's pitiful state and Cheng Yunxuan's final domineering words lifted Duan Qingyuan's spirits, making her feel fortunate to have such a dashing man by her side, in their romantic fervor. Even a brief separation filled their hearts with longing. Ultimately, it was only under Cheng Yunxuan's strong insistence that Duan Qingyuan reluctantly stepped through the gate of the Duan residence, glancing back multiple times. It was not until the doors slammed shut with a resounding thud that their gazes were severed. Upon returning to the Cheng family, Cheng Yunxian was immediately struck by the pervasive atmosphere of desolation. Everyone appeared dispirited and listless. What could be amiss? With a heart full of questions, he made his way toward Cheng Lianshan's courtyard. Creak. Cheng Yunxian pushed the door open and entered. Compared to a few days prior, Cheng Lianshan appeared significantly more haggard. His furrowed brow showed no signs of relaxation, and his sunken eyes, bloodshot and weary, suggested he had not rested in days. Startled by the noise, he looked up to see Cheng Yunxian and, for once, a genuine smile graced his features. Yunxian, you're back. Is Qingyuan all right? She's fine. I've already sent her back. To spare Cheng Lianshan's worry, he glossed over the matter of Duan Qingyuan and inquired, Grandfather, what troubles have arisen at home? Why does the atmosphere feel so off? Cheng Lianshan sighed softly. You noticed it too. Alas, it's just the rise and fall of the family, something that may be hard for you young ones to accept. His tone was steeped in sorrow, amplifying Cheng Yunxuan's anxiety. What on earth is going on, Grandfather? Please tell me. Cheng Lianshan replied flatly, It's nothing much. The Zhao family has seized 5 of our villages. What? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yunxian leaped from his chair in shock. As previously mentioned, Shihuqing, situated near the Huishao mountain range, gradually evolved into a town primarily due to the gathering of spiritual herbs, most of which were controlled by the 4 major families. The villages surrounding Shihuqing were vital, as the mountainous terrain was unsuitable for farming. Thus, villagers primarily relied on foraging for spiritual herbs and hunting. Although every family would send individuals into the forest to gather herbs, the sheer population of the villages rendered them far more significant. This led to territorial disputes, with the villages being the coveted prize. After the establishment of the 4 major families, territorial divisions had remained stable for many years. Now, with the Cheng family severely weakened after the conflict with Honghu, the Zhao family took the opportunity to strike a heavy blow. Zhao Run, that scoundrel. How dare the Zhao family bully us so? Didn't Grandfather Duan come to our aid? Cheng Lianshan's expression darkened as he replied. The Cheng family has already suffered significant losses from the encounter with Honghu. The reputation of the 4 families has become hollow. To claim territory, one must possess the corresponding strength. That is the game's rule. The weak are prey for the strong, and the Duan family can do little to help. However, I believe they have made efforts. Otherwise, our situation would be even worse. While the reasoning was clear, Cheng Yunxian found it hard to accept, his heart simmering with frustration. Observing Cheng Yunxuan's demeanor, Cheng Lianshan added, Do not be too enraged. The family's decline is merely temporary. I believe that as long as you are here, the Cheng family will surely rise to greater glory. I will not allow the Cheng family to fall, not even temporarily. With that, Cheng Yunxian left the room, his mind racing with strategies to tackle the situation. The Zhao family's aggression was both a provocation and a test. If the family chose to cower in submission, other predatory families would undoubtedly take notice of the Cheng family's vulnerability and would not hesitate to strike. By then, it would be too late to react. Hence, the immediate course of action was to set an example. As Cheng Yunxian pondered how to establish this example, unexpectedly, from the shadows, a servant hobbled over at great speed. Bowing deeply, he beamed, Greetings, young master. Just now, your magnificent prowess sent the Zhao family members fleeing like frightened dogs, and you had the ethereal Miss Qingyuan by your side. I, a mere servant, can only worship from afar. Hoping that after several lifetimes of cultivation, I might possess even a fraction of your brilliance. Cheng Yunxian had truly experienced Zhang Wu's knack for flattery. He could effortlessly weave praise into his speech. And if allowed, He could extol one for an entire hour without repeating himself. Before he could continue, Cheng Yunxian, feeling irritable, snapped, "Speak plainly. Enough with the nonsense." Zhang Wu noticed that Cheng Yunxuan's expression was amiss and promptly retracted his smile, hastily stating, "This morning, young Master Yi Jing requested that we return early. He arranged for someone to reserve a feast at the Gao Huang restaurant to welcome you. When you entered the city, young master instructed me to seek you out, but I dared not disturb you as you seemed preoccupied." Naturally, Cheng Yunxian would not decline a gathering among brothers, and he followed Zhang Wu to the restaurant. The Gao Huang restaurant was a property of the Cheng family, and at this moment, in the Fei Feng Hall on the second floor, a group of younger Cheng family members sat stiffly, their expressions tense. They had all, to varying degrees, heard from their elders about the day Cheng Yunxian displayed his unparalleled might. Their feelings toward this legendary elder brother were a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. Yet what dominated their hearts was a profound sense of reverence. The Cheng Yishui brothers, having been saved by Cheng Yunxian and having witnessed his extraordinary agility, were filled with admiration. As Cheng Yunxian entered the room, welcomed by Cheng Yijing, the young men hurriedly stood, simultaneously exclaiming, "Younger brothers, pay respects to elder brother." Given the current dire situation of the Cheng family, the unity among these brothers was undoubtedly a positive development, largely attributed to Cheng Yunxuan's formidable strength. Once seated, Cheng Yunxian naturally took the main position, with Cheng Yijing beside him. Among the 17 brothers of their generation in the Cheng family, Cheng Yunxian scanned the room and noted that only 10 were present. Missing the familiar stout figure of Cheng Qi, he directly inquired, "Where are the others? Is Cheng Qi also absent?" Cheng Yishui promptly stood to respond, reporting to elder brother, "Cheng Qi was discovered yesterday to also be a waste. Fearing that he would disappoint you, he chose not to come. However, the other brothers are all here." A somber atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Cheng Yunxian declared, "In the future, among brothers, there is no need for such formality. Simply address me as elder brother. The Cheng family has recently faced tremendous adversity. We must unite and work together, for the future of our family depends on us. Let us raise a glass in honor of our fallen brothers." Everyone stood, raising their cups in a toast. Upon resuming their seats, the brothers' perceptions of Cheng Yunxian underwent a significant transformation. Gone was the previous aloofness, replaced by a newfound warmth and approachability. One younger brother, named Cheng Yiyun, boldly asked, "Elder brother, could you teach us the technique you imparted to Yijing? He demonstrated it to us today, and it was truly impressive." Hearing Cheng Yiyun's words ignited a surge of excitement among the others, particularly the Cheng Yishui brothers. Cheng Yunxuan's gaze fell on Cheng Yijing, who appeared quite embarrassed. "Elder brother, I spent the entire night last night studying the technique you taught me, and after practicing it all day, I felt a significant improvement. I couldn't refuse their request to share it, but I wouldn't dare do so without your permission." Observing the eager expressions of his brothers, Cheng Yunxian responded, "The technique was always intended for you." Along with an additional set of boxing skills, upon receiving such delightful news, the faces of the crowd lit up with excited smiles. The Cheng family currently felt as if their very foundation was crumbling, steeped in despair, and what they lacked most was hope. Cheng Yunxian, therefore, became their beacon of hope. The group relaxed and began to indulge in hearty revelry. However, as they prepared to depart, raucous voices emanated from the adjacent Tung Long Hall, growing increasingly loud, allowing them to hear every word distinctly. In Chapter 35. "Those who insult will be insulted," one youth scoffingly remarked upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's name. "What is Cheng Yunxian? Merely a useless wretch. A once prominent figure reduced to nothing. Our brother Chun has already claimed he could crush him with one hand. Without Cheng Yunxian, the Stone Tiger City will belong to the Zhao family. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiong speaks the truth. This city shall be ours," echoed the others in agreement, though a timid youth cautiously interjected, "Brother Xiong, I believe we should remain low-key, considering the other 3 prominent families are still present. The Zhao family is far from dominating Stone Tiger City. And, could we lower our voices? We are, after all, in the Cheng family's restaurant. We should be wary of eavesdroppers." "Eavesdroppers? Ha ha ha. Xiaoji, when will you learn to be more of a man? Always so delicate, like a woman." The Cheng family is on the brink of extinction. Their current strength cannot compare to that of the 4 great families. Do you not know? We've already seized 5 of their villages. Cheng Laishan, didn't he even dare to oppose us? With just a few words, Even if Cheng Lai Shan hears me, what can he do? The timid youth, mocked by the others, lowered his head in silence, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wu, swaying slightly, stood up and bellowed another round of drink. Boldly striding to the wall separating them from Chang Yunxuan's group, he pounded on the wall, shouting, "Eavesdroppers? Is anyone over there? I declare that Stone Tiger City will belong to the Zhao family. Do you dare to disagree? Ha ha ha." Afterward, he moved to another wall, banging loudly once more, eliciting excitement and admiration from his drunken companions, while only Xiaozhi looked on with concern. Chang Yunxian, with a slight smirk, sipped his drink, attentively listening to the commotion. Meanwhile, the Cheng brothers seated nearby were flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet none dared to rise. It must be said that Zhao Xiong had a keen sense of the situation. As Zhao Xiong continued to pound on the wall, observing Cheng Yunxuan's furrowed brow, several brothers braced themselves for a confrontation. Yet, Cheng Yunxian remained still, seemingly lost in thought. Cheng Yijing felt a surge of emotions. Reflecting on the talent emerging from the Zhao family, while the Cheng family seemed to be running out of luck, with many of the younger generation lacking brilliance. Cheng Yunxian inquired, "Who is this person?" Cheng Yihua replied, "That should be Zhao Xiong of the Zhao family, a remarkably gifted individual already at the peak of the 8th level of martial arts. What a fortuitous turn of events. Just as I pondered how to seize an opportunity to assert dominance, this Zhao Xiong has appeared at the perfect moment." Cheng Yunxuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile that sent shivers down the spines of his brothers. He coldly remarked, "He is nothing but a fool. Come, brothers, today I shall teach you something." In the Cheng family's domain, no one is permitted to flaunt their power. The brothers knew that Cheng Yunxian was ready to take action, and a wave of excitement surged through them. Only Cheng Yijing hesitated slightly and said, "Elder brother, silence. He has already insulted us. Do you still wish to endure?" Cheng Yunxian retorted before Cheng Yijing could finish. At this moment, the Cheng family was in a precarious position, subtly threatened with annihilation. Cheng Yunxian was contemplating how to seize the opportunity to assert their power and counteract the Cheng family's disadvantage. The inebriated Zhao Xiong had unwittingly provided him with the chance he sought. He immediately rose, leading his brothers toward Zhao Xiong's chamber. "That kind of trash is only worthy of attention from our brother Chun and Cheng Yunxian. To me, she is no different from a common prostitute. It's merely a matter of entering and exiting. Yet, Brother Chun is willing to do foolish things for her, which greatly displeases me." As they reached the door, they overheard further derogatory remarks that ignited Cheng Yunxuan's fury. Even Cheng Yijing, who had intended to dissuade him, resigned himself to the situation and discreetly instructed Zhang Wu to retreat. The brothel was a disreputable establishment catering to the lowest strata of society, where the prices were low and the quality of the women was correspondingly subpar. As Zhao Xiong had said, impoverished men, unable to marry, sought to relieve their desires here, caring little for beauty, as long as they could find a willing partner. Such a place reeked of filth, and Cheng Yunxian could not allow Zhao Xiong to demean the pure-hearted Duan Qingyuan in such a manner. When Cheng Yunxian angrily kicked open the door, Zhao Xiong was still blustering away. The sudden intrusion of the furious Cheng Yunxian left everyone inside momentarily stunned. Only Zhao Xiong, with an air of arrogance, stared at Cheng Yunxian unflinchingly, preparing to utter some grandiose statements, unaware that Cheng Yunxian had already materialized before him. With a resounding slap, Cheng Yunxuan's furious strike sent Zhao Xiong spinning through the air, crashing into the table, shattering it to pieces, and scattering exquisite dishes and wine everywhere. The patrons, startled, all leaped back, only to find themselves splattered with food and drink. Despite the rumors of Cheng Yunxuan's decline, witnessing his formidable display left the onlookers frozen in place, too intimidated to intervene. In the chaos, a timid youth attempted to dart for the exit but was intercepted by Cheng Yijing and the others outside. Cheng Yijing smiled at Zhao Ji and said, "Kid, don't run around. Be careful not to get hurt. Just stay put." Cheng Yunxuan's slap, infused with rage, struck without the slightest restraint, leaving Zhao Xiong sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Cheng Yunxian coldly remarked, "Zhao Xiong, what manner of creature are you to come to my Cheng family's territory and flaunt your arrogance? How dare you insult my woman? Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. One may eat indiscriminately, but words must not be spoken without thought. Ah, Cheng Yunxian, you worthless fool, I will kill you." Enraged, Zhao Xiong spat out a tooth and lunged at Cheng Yunxian from the debris. However, awaiting him was a powerful side kick from Cheng Yunxian, sending him crashing through the window of the tavern and landing with a thud on the road, blood spewing from his mouth. Cheng Yunxian, with a look of feigned regret, exclaimed, "Alas! How did he fly out? It's all my fault for using too much strength." After kicking Zhao Xiong away, Cheng Yunxuan's icy gaze swept over the Zhao family members, causing them to cower in silence, like frozen cicadas. Suddenly, he smiled and commanded, "Remember this, all of you. This is the territory of the Cheng family and the Zhao family's dominion. It is still a long way off. Attack, strike fiercely, so they understand whose dominion this truly is." The Cheng brothers, having endured for far too long, charged towards the Zhao family members like hungry wolves at Cheng Yunxuan's command. Cries of agony echoed, and when they finally grew weary, the Zhao family members were left discarded in the street. In that moment, a shared sentiment resonated within the Cheng brothers. They had never felt such exhilaration in all their years. Meanwhile, the patrons of the tavern rushed outside, for gossip and spectacle are innate human fascinations. And today's commotion involved none other than the rumored waste of the young master of Shihu City, Cheng Yunxian. Long live the young master! Long live the young master! The onlookers cheered, frequently greeting Cheng Yunxian. "Hello, to all of you!" In an unprecedented display, Cheng Yunxian smiled and responded to each, leaving the crowd feeling immensely honored and utterly exhilarated. News spread like wildfire, and soon the streets were teeming with people. All eyes on Cheng Yunxian and his entourage as they sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the bodies of the Zhao family members, previously sprawled on the street, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The tavern, often filled with idlers, served as a rapid conduit for gossip. Before long, the tale of Cheng Yunxian's brutal beating of Zhao Xiong echoed throughout Shihu City. The Cheng family, having narrowly escaped annihilation just days prior, found themselves once again thrust into the spotlight of public scrutiny. Concern for the beleaguered Cheng family was palpable among the townsfolk. Meanwhile, Cheng Yunxian and his brothers were summoned before the family patriarch. Cheng Liashan died in the face of Cheng Liashan's formidable presence. The group sobered, their earlier exhilaration dissipating into trepidation. They realized they had brought trouble upon the family. Yet, to their astonishment, the principal offender, Cheng Yunxian, appeared unfazed, casually standing with his hands behind his back. "Ha ha ha, just as I expected from my grandsons. Well done. We ought to retaliate fiercely against those who bully the Cheng family." The room fell silent in disbelief, their jaws dropping at the unexpected outcome. Once the others departed, only Cheng Yunxian and Cheng Liashan remained. The latter's smile vanished, and he spoke earnestly. "Are you attempting to set an example?" "Indeed," Cheng Yunxian replied. "I cannot stand idly by and watch our family decline. I simply cannot. Moreover, we may yet have opportunities." Cheng Liashan scrutinized his grandson intently. "I have contemplated such actions myself, but the burden on you would be immense, placing you in peril. If you can endure for a while, when you truly mature, the Cheng family will be a preeminent force, not just in Shihu City, but even in Wugwang City." Observing Cheng Yunxuan's silence, Cheng Liashan chuckled, "Ha ha ha, but since my grandson possesses such audacity, how could I not support you? Go forth and act. Furthermore, the Zhao family has long sought to bring misfortune upon the Cheng family. Today, you have thoroughly humiliated Zhao Wu and the others. Zhao Ren will not let this opportunity slip by. Be prepared." Cheng Yunxian retorted dismissively, "When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall damn it. You think I, Cheng Yunxian, fear them? Ah, just as I would expect from my grandson." Ha ha ha. Chapter 36. An immature thought. Due to Cheng Yunxuan's previous mention of the ancestral hall's secret, Cheng Liashan took a particular interest in the children possessing the Great Sun Seal body. Upon learning of Cheng Haotian's arrangements and transformations, he felt a deep sense of pride for his son. Cheng Liashan continued, "I recently conducted a selection among the younger generation and discovered that Cheng Qi also possesses the Great Sun Seal body. He did not attend the gathering tonight, likely due to his poor spirits. I intend to visit him tonight and offer him some hope. Will you still be using the identity of the man in black?" "Of course, I believe that is for the best, hee." With his body fully restored, Cheng Yunxian left behind several high-grade spiritual herbs before taking his leave. Cheng Liashan observed his grandson's retreating figure, understanding that the glory of their ancestors may very well be realized through Cheng Yunxian. In a secluded courtyard at the southwestern corner of the Cheng family estate, darkness enveloped the space. In the east room, a couple lay fast asleep, while in the west room, a young boy lay on the bed, his bright eyes wide open, unable to find slumber. Suddenly, a figure clad in black burst into the room. Before the boy could cry out, he was rendered immobile by a pressure point. "Listen to me. Kid, I will allow you to speak, but you must not shout. Otherwise, I will kill your entire family. Nod if you understand." After a brief moment of panic, Cheng Qi scrutinized the cloaked figure before him. Once the man finished speaking, he nodded silently. Once the pressure point was released, Cheng Yunxian continued, "I know you are deemed a waste, but if you are willing to submit to me, I can help you cultivate. Do you agree?" To Cheng Yunxuan's surprise, Cheng Qi broke into a smile. "Big brother Yunxian, stop joking. I know you're just playing with me. I'm not sad, truly. You've mistaken me for someone else. Quickly answer my question, or I'll kill you." "Big brother Yunxian, even though your voice has changed and you're dressed in black, I knew it was you. I truly did." Cheng Yunxian squatted down in astonishment, carefully examining the child, who was not yet 10 years old. The boy's perceptiveness astonished him. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian suddenly realized that those with the heavenly sealed body, while unable to cultivate, possessed extraordinary traits in many other aspects. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. These so-called heavenly sealed bodies might not be forsaken by the heavens. On the contrary, they could be favored by the heavens. However, the people of this world had yet to discover the true method to unlock the treasures of such bodies, which led to their disgraceful label as wastes. At that moment, a daring yet immature thought flashed through Cheng Yunxuan's mind. If he could gather all these so-called wastes and find the correct cultivation methods, drawing from the Cheng family's past experiences, it might not be impossible to dominate the entire world. After a moment of distraction, Cheng Yunxian pulled down the black cloth covering his face, exclaiming, "I truly wonder how your mind works. However, I do possess a cultivation method for you. I've gathered the children deemed wastes at Cheng family village, where your uncle oversees them. If you are willing, I can arrange for someone to take you there tomorrow. However, you must keep my identity as the man in black a secret in front of those children." Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's words, Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. After imparting the cultivation method to Cheng Qi, Cheng Yunxian returned to his residence. He sat cross-legged on his bed, his energy whirlpool spinning rapidly, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually converged upon his small courtyard, the sounds of tigers and leopards resonating softly. The absorbed spiritual energy was gradually assimilated by his muscles, with any excess flowing into his dantian. Cheng Yunxuan's remarkable feats in Shehu City sent ripples through the previously tranquil and remote town, igniting a fervor among its inhabitants. Yet for the majority of the prominent families in Shehu City, it was a day of sorrow. The true instigator of all this chaos is none other than Cheng Yunxian. After he was gravely injured and brought back, rumors spread throughout the city claiming that his body had been ruined, transforming him from an unparalleled genius into a mere waste. The Cheng family did not promptly refute these claims, leading many prominent families to believe that heaven had finally opened its eyes and dealt with the calamity that was Cheng Yunxian. However, mere months later, after Cheng Yunxian had made a brief excursion, news emerged from the Duan family that he had annihilated the Duan family's 9th-tier martial artist guards and, in a mere 2 moves, knocked out Zhao Jia's 8th-tier young prodigy, Zhao Xiong, at the Gao Huang Tavern. In this moment of the Cheng family's weakened status, Cheng Yunxuan's formidable return raised many questions. A shared speculation arose among all. Cheng Yunxuan's body had indeed recovered. This led many to question the accuracy of previous information. Yet, this was of little importance. What truly mattered was that those who were ready to take advantage of his downfall or had already set plans in motion were now in a frenzy due to this news. In an instant, the assembly halls of various families were bustling with activity in the late hours of the night. Within the Zhao family's assembly hall in Shehu City, the place was brightly lit and filled to capacity. Zhao Run, the head of the Zhao family, sat at the main seat, his eyes glinting like a wolf as he surveyed the crowd below. The Zhao family members on either side bore solemn expressions, while a timid young boy knelt in the center, his head bowed low and his body trembling slightly. At that moment, a guard entered to report. Reporting to the family head, "The punishment has been completed. Zhao Ren coldly commanded, "Bring him up." Several bloodied youths were dragged into the assembly hall and unceremoniously thrown onto the cold floor. Zhao Ren addressed the young boy, "Xiao Ji, you are the most obedient. Tell me what happened today." The boy, still crouched, slowly lifted his head and recounted the events at the tavern without omitting a single detail. Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's insults towards Duan Qingyuan, Zhao Chun's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Upon learning that Chang Yunxian had knocked out Zhao Xiong in just 2 moves, he hurriedly stood and brought Zhao Tiniu back along with the news. Zhao Ren, rarely displaying a smile, remarked, "Today's events prove little. Chang Yunxian may merely be bluffing. Even if he truly is unmatched at the martial artist level, what of it? Without the ability to cultivate spiritual energy, he remains a waste. Since he is so ostentatious in his return, let us stoke the flames and see if his body has truly recovered. I suspect many families share this sentiment," he continued. "Chunner, arrange for this. Contact the various families and inform them that I, Zhao Ren, will be visiting the Cheng family tomorrow afternoon with my underlings. Inquire if anyone wishes to accompany us." "Yes, family head," Zhao Chun acknowledged before exiting. Zhao Ren then stated, "In this world, establishing oneself through martial prowess is indispensable, but lacking intellect will ultimately lead to demise." He gazed at the individuals sprawled on the ground, akin to livestock. Zhao Xiong, having been overwhelmed by Zhao Ren's imposing aura, had forgotten his pain, his entire body trembling profusely with sweat. "Zhao Xiong, I speak of you and your companions. Is Shirhu City a domain solely belonging to the Zhao family? A bunch of brainless fools. You shall be punished. After you recover, you will be confined for 2 months, with your training tasks doubled. Reflect deeply during this time." As they were dragged out of the assembly hall in a pitiful state, Zhao Xiong gritted his teeth, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Chang Yunxian. Subsequently, Zhao Ren and Zhao Ji strode into the night. The lights in the Zhao family's assembly hall extinguished. Meanwhile, the young prodigies from the various families in Shirhu City were all preparing, eager to take action. As night fell, members from the Duan family, the Sun family, the Zhang family, the Zhao family, and the Lu family were all diligently training in their respective martial arts arenas, their faces reflecting a shared fury. This was due to their common enemy, Cheng Yunxian. They were the absolute elites among their family's younger generation, yet no one had ever dared to claim superiority. This was because they all stood beneath the shadow of Cheng Yunxian, who had bullied them throughout their childhood. Although they all had been deemed unrivaled, their strengths were on entirely different levels. While they still lingered at the martial artist stage, Cheng Yunxian was born to be a warrior, disdainful of the need to cultivate a martial artist's physique. Yet, heaven had granted them an opportunity. With Chang Yunxuan's dantian ruined or damaged, he could not utilize spiritual energy at present. They finally seized a chance to vent their frustrations and humiliation from years past. However, before any could act, news of Cheng Yunxuan's unmatched prowess at the martial artist level swept through Shirhu City like a tempest. How could they possibly accept it? After years of arduous training of their martial artist physiques, they held absolute confidence in their abilities among their peers. Their helplessness towards Cheng Yunxian stemmed from his innate talent, a gift from heaven that could not be altered, and being beaten down by someone of a higher realm was not deemed shameful. Yet now, Cheng Yunxian, who had never cultivated a martial artist's physique, was said to be unparalleled at the same tier. They found it utterly unbelievable. They would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than accept that Cheng Yunxian could defeat them at the martial artist level. For that was the only shred of dignity they had left in comparison to him. Thus, they simmered with rage, ready to humiliate Cheng Yunxian the following day. Chapter 37. Square Dance Tai Chi After a Night of Cultivation. The second drop of spiritual energy within Chang Yunxuan's dantian gradually solidified, and his muscle strength increased once more. Cheng Yunxian stood up to stretch his body, and with a series of crisp cracks, he felt utterly refreshed. After tidying up, he made his way to the martial arts training ground. This moment, the brothers of the Cheng family were already lined up neatly at the training ground, donning newly crafted iron sandbags that made them appear somewhat bulky. Cheng Yunxuan's arrival elicited cheers from them. The previous night, his thrashing of Zhao Jia's mad dog had not drawn the family head's ire, but rather earned him praise. Elevating his status in their eyes to that of a deity, their gazes filled with longing. Having spent several months in this world devoid of computers, telephones, mobile phones, and televisions, Cheng Yunxian had somewhat adapted to life here. Yet he constantly reminded himself that his true home was on Earth, a place starkly different from this one, where his family and loved ones awaited him. Today, he had the rare opportunity to assume the role of a coach for the first time. As he stood on the competition platform, gazing at the synchronized brothers below, he was suddenly reminded of the military training scenes from his previous life, a glimmer of inspiration igniting within him. And a wicked smile crept onto his lips. He proclaimed, "Do you truly believe that the martial skills I impart to you can be mastered?" "Yes," came the response, but it was too quiet. "Did you not have your milk this morning?" "I want to hear you louder." "Yes." "Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I heard someone boast with such refreshing elegance. I doubt even 1/10 of you will manage to learn it. From now on, you must exert tenfold, even 100-fold effort, to perhaps gain a minuscule reward. Moreover, mastering my martial skills will be exceedingly arduous, and one must understand when to withdraw. If anyone wishes to back out, now is your chance. I will not ridicule you, for I believe it would be the most sagacious choice you could make. Is there anyone?" Cheng Yunxuan's voice echoed across the training ground, yet silence reigned. The crowd, including Cheng Yi, was momentarily bewildered by his nonsensical tirade. But in a world that revered martial prowess, where high-tier martial skills were akin to life itself, surrendering now would truly be folly. After his playful jests, Cheng Yunxuan's mood lifted as he gradually entered the training mindset. No one wished to back out. This was excellent. It proved that the sons of the Cheng family were not cowards. And he had faith in them. "Now, we shall commence with a 50,000-meter weighted cross-country run. Form a line and march." Cheng Yunxian led them directly out of Shihu City, leaving behind a trail of astonished onlookers. His peculiar training methods swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Shihu City. Upon exiting the city, Cheng Yunxian instructed everyone to employ the beginner's level of the Lingbo Weibu footwork, engaging in a frenzied chase. By the time they returned to the Cheng family, each was utterly exhausted. However, Cheng Yunxian did not allow them to sit and rest. Instead, he made them stand tall for an additional hour before finally permitting a break. Standing on the competition platform, Cheng Yunxian continued, "The martial art I will teach you is called Tai Chi. Tai Chi is born from the limitless, the source of movement and stillness, the mother of Yin and Yang. Yin does not depart from Yang, and Yang does not depart from Yin. Together, Yin and Yang encompass all. The essence of the mind, the correctness of the body, and the flow of energy harmonize, merging the inner and outer realms. Softness transforms into steel, a balance of rigidity and flexibility, stillness arising spontaneously. This martial art encompasses techniques, yet the essence of the art itself is paramount, emphasizing meaning over mere moves. It requires self-reflection, an awareness of one's breathing, movements, exertion, and energy release, an understanding of nature. The goal is to control every part of the body's strength, achieving the most perfect coordination without wasting an ounce of energy. With a slight accomplishment, one can achieve great feats, yet the first step in this cultivation is to understand strength. Noticing the bewildered expressions of those below, Cheng Yunxian helplessly scratched his head. He then pointed to the more robust Cheng Yishan among the crowd and said, "Yishan, come up here. I will first demonstrate what it means to achieve great feats with minimal force." After Cheng Yishan came to a halt before Cheng Yunxian, the two clasped hands, and Cheng Yunxian proclaimed loudly, "Yishan is renowned for his immense strength. Look, if he can merely push me enough to shift my feet even half a step while I stand still, I shall treat you all to a sumptuous meal at the Gao Huang restaurant this noon." As soon as these words escaped Cheng Yunxuan's lips, the crowd erupted in cheers, none of them believing that Cheng Yishan could not budge him. Cheng Yishan thought to himself, "I possess ample strength. Let us see if I can't push him." Thus, he leaned in to push, but to his astonishment, as soon as he exerted force, Cheng Yunxian effortlessly redirected him, causing his body to float away. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Quickly getting back to his feet, Cheng Yishan's face turned crimson, while the onlookers were equally astonished, yet filled with eager excitement. By heavens, that was nothing short of a miraculous feat. Cheng Yishan, still bewildered, realized he had been too careless. Unwilling to concede defeat, he stepped back before Cheng Yunxian, demanding a rematch. This time, he resolved to be more cautious. Once again, they clasped hands, and after a brief moment, he seized an opportunity to strike. However, Cheng Yunxian merely redirected him once more, sending him tumbling away yet again. Confounded, Chung Yishan pondered how he, who believed himself invincible, could be so inexplicably thrown aside. Stubborn as he was, he stood before Chung Yunxian yet again, determined to discern his opponent's technique and to defend himself. Unbeknownst to him, he had relinquished the notion of pushing Chung Yunxian but focused solely on defense. Despite his intentions, he found himself unable to guard against the onslaught, and after another unceremonious flight, he rose slowly, dazed and bewildered in front of the crowd. Chung Yunxian demonstrated the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds with ease, leaving everyone utterly captivated by his prowess. They were deeply moved by his willingness to impart such high-level techniques to them. I have just illustrated the essence of Tai Chi's 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Now, I shall teach you the 75 movements of Tai Chi. Watch closely as I demonstrate. The sequence began. The starting posture, diamond crushing the pestle, intercepting the garment, 6 seals and 4 closures, single whip, diamond crushing the pestle. White crane spreads its wings, and so on, flowing seamlessly, alternating between rapid and slow motions, as if dancing, captivating the audience with its beauty and grace. Were it not for their prior exposure to the martial prowess of this style, who could possibly believe that such seemingly gentle movements concealed such formidable strength? As the session progressed, Chung Yunxian patiently guided them through each movement. The Chung family's martial arts predominantly emphasized brute force, yet none comprehended the true meaning behind Chung Yunxuan's insistence on relaxation, nor did they grasp the extent to which they needed to let go. Their rigid bodies turned the entire set of movements into a chaotic spectacle, leaving Chung Yunxian in despair. The true essence of Tai Chi lies in its incorporation of cultural philosophy, akin to a refined and ethereal scholar. Yet their attempts resembled either butchers slaughtering livestock in the streets or courtesans flaunting their wares in brothels. Reaching his limit, Chung Yunxian shouted in frustration, "Loosen up! How many times must I tell you to relax? Tai Chi requires relaxation. If you cannot learn to be at ease, mastering Tai Chi will be an uphill battle. Are your minds filled with dung?" When he caught sight of Qing Yijing, who was posing with self-assured elegance, he erupted, bellowing, "Do you think you're some village harlot? Is that pose meant to entice others? You fool!" Chung Yijing's face turned a shade of green from the reprimand. Amidst his own vexation, Cheng Yunxian, still unaware of the turmoil in Cheng Yijing's heart, unleashed a side kick that sent him flying. The onlookers stifled their laughter, each adopting bizarre stances, too fearful to move lest they become the next target of misfortune. Chapter 38. No refusal. In a state of overwhelming agitation, Chung Yunxian suddenly recalled vivid scenes from his past life. Standing before a classroom of attentive students, where passionate teachers fervently conveyed their lessons, only to be met with blank stares and meek responses of "I don't understand." Those 2 simple words struck at the hearts of the educators. Echoing his own present feelings of frustration, at that moment, Chung Yunxian truly comprehended the arduous journey of teachers and the profound sense of disappointment and sorrow that weighed heavily in their hearts. Containing his indignation, he paced around the obstinate members of his family, seeking an effective method but finding none. Suddenly, with a smile, Chung Yunxian ascended the martial arts platform, gazing warmly at the crowd before him. The charm of his smile ignited an unsettling premonition in the hearts of Chung Yihua and the others, a feeling that intensified with each passing moment. Chung Yunxian spoke amiably, "He, I've imparted all the techniques to you. From now on, you shall practice on your own. Now I understand that your rigidity stems from your inability to harness your strength. To harness strength, one must first comprehend it." He then blindfolded himself and assumed a starting posture. To understand strength, pain is the best teacher. This is called sensory experience. Now, will you come one by one or all at once? The audience had already grasped Chung Yunxuan's formidable prowess and hesitated, not wishing to be the next to receive punishment, exchanging glances and remaining stationary. Ha, practicing this feeble martial art has been utterly stifling. This is much better. Chung Yishan, having been thrown by Chung Yunxian several times without understanding why, felt an itch for action and was the first to charge forward. One-on-one was futile. A collective assault was a long-held desire without opportunity. Now that someone had taken the lead, they could not afford to miss this chance. And with a collective shout, they surged forward. The notion of ganging up on Chung Yunxian was undoubtedly appealing to everyone. Chung Yijing, filled with enthusiasm, would not let this rare opportunity slip away. However, before he could even engage, he was sent flying point one by one. The others followed suit, landing on the ground in a daze, utterly bewildered. How could so many fail to subdue a single Cheng Yunxian? They pondered, and with renewed fervor, they charged again. Yet moments later, they found themselves once more sent sprawling. As this cycle continued, they gradually began to grasp the profound subtleties of the martial art that Cheng Yunxian had been explaining. Their eyes lighting up with newfound understanding and excitement. In that moment, Cheng Yunxian stood resolute like a rock amidst the crashing waves, becoming increasingly attuned to the nuances of strength as he immersed himself in the experience. On the martial arts platform, amidst the swirling dust, there were few cries of distress. The brothers who had been thrown about bore bruises and scrapes, yet their eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer, their spirits soaring with exhilaration. After each fall, they would not bemoan their pain, but rather, after a moment of earnest contemplation, they would spring back to their feet with renewed vigor, as if eagerly awaiting another chance to be challenged. Such strange occurrences happen every year, but this year, the Cheng family experienced an unusual abundance. Before noon, Cheng Yunxian was summoned to the Cheng family's conference hall, where Cheng Lieshan, with a grave expression, stated, "Many prominent families from Shehu City have sent invitations today. They will arrive this afternoon with their descendants, and their intentions seem far from benign. I suspected they would make a move, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Xianyuan, how do you plan to handle this? Your grandfather is relying on you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yunxian felt a wave of relief wash over him, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. "Let them come. We shall meet force with force. Why should we fear them? Our Cheng family has been diminished. The Zhao family has already seized several of our villages. I see this as a perfect opportunity to assert our authority, lest we become utterly disregarded in Shehu City. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall handle this matter. No matter how many of them come, I shall defeat them all. Moreover, they are merely fat sheep delivered to our doorstep. Hehe. This will surely put your grandfather's mind at ease." Upon hearing Cheng Yunxian's plan, Cheng Lieshan couldn't help but smile broadly. The Cheng family courtyard became bustling with activity, reminiscent of the only time the prominent families of Shehu City gathered together, which coincided with the year Cheng Yunxian was born. For the Cheng family, this was a matter of utmost importance. Seats were being arranged around the martial arts arena, as the several families arriving were clearly not coming with benign intentions. Their sights set squarely on Cheng Yunxian. A confrontation was inevitable, and he had already made preparations. In the afternoon, the head of the Cheng family, Cheng Lieshan, along with several elders, stood at the entrance to warmly welcome their esteemed guests. To his surprise, the first to arrive was none other than his old friend, Duan Zhongyuan. Cheng Lieshan felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing his friend approach. Cheng Yunxian had risked his life to save Duan Zhongyuan, which deeply moved Duan Zhongyuan, filling him with regret over his previous actions that had jeopardized their relationship, and he felt fortunate that their bond had not developed as he had once envisioned. "I have come to support my future granddaughter-in-law. Should anyone dare to take advantage of the situation and bully him, I, Duan Zhongyuan, shall not allow it. Ha ha. My guards were thoroughly beaten by Yunxian yesterday. I will spread the news shortly. I never expected Zhao Ren to react even faster than I anticipated." Cheng Lieshan was pleased to have his old friend by his side, exclaiming, well, at least you haven't forgotten your roots. However, if it is a friendly spar, we old fellows will merely observe, as Yunxian is well prepared." Duan Zhongyuan, a hint of concern in his voice, asked, "How do you plan to make the most of this opportunity?" Cheng Lieshan replied, "My old friend, there's no need for you to probe further. Yunxian has already given me a surprise. Allow me to keep it under wraps for now. You will see for yourself soon enough." Duan Zhongyuan chuckled, "That's good to hear. Tianya is brimming with energy. I suspect the young men from the other families feel the same. I do not intend to let him take the stage. Yunxian has been a bit too much in the past. Alas, we have spoiled him too greatly." Grandpa Cheng, timidly peeking out from behind Duan Zhongyuan, was Duan Qingyuan, who greeted Cheng Lieshan with bashfulness. Cheng Lieshan pulled Duan Qingyuan closer, scrutinizing her carefully. "This little girl is indeed blossoming beautifully. Yunxian is fortunate. If it weren't for her considerable talent, I would feel he is unworthy of our Qing. Grandpa Cheng, I will only marry Yunxian, no matter how he changes." Duan Qingyuan's resolute and sincere expression left the two old men momentarily stunned. "Ha ha! What are the two old friends discussing? A hearty laugh rang out from afar, revealing Zhao Ren from the Zhao family, accompanied by his kin. Speaking of arrivals, here comes Zhao Ren, Cheng Lisan said with a chuckle. After exchanging bows and greetings, he led them into the parlor. Before they could finish their tea, several families had also arrived. Sun Yuang from the Sun family, Zhang Dongxi from the Zhang family, Lu Xuanda from the Lu family. The adults engaged in pleasantries, while the younger generation from various families naturally congregated in a nearby chamber. Just as Zhao Chun arrived, he was captivated by the sound of Duan Qingyuan's laughter. He smiled and walked over, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding youths, who were well aware of the dynamics between Zhao Chun, Duan Qingyuan, and Cheng Yunxian. They were eager not to miss the unfolding drama. Qingyuan, you've become even more beautiful lately. Have you missed your brother Chun? Seeing Zhao Chun approach, Duan Qingyuan's mood shifted from sunny to stormy. His rude remarks ignited her fury. She retorted loudly, Zhao Chun, you shameless fool. Who is your Qingyuan? Do not misidentify relatives. I have no connection with you. I am Yunshuan's fiancé. I ask you to maintain your decorum in the future. With inflated confidence, Zhao Chun continued, Qingyuan, we grew up together, and I've always called you that. Why have you become so distant after just a few days of my absence? Distance my foot? You idiot, get lost. Duan Qingyuan could no longer tolerate it, unleashing a phrase she had learned from Cheng Yunxian with the fervor of autumn leaves falling, leaving the others momentarily speechless. Zhao Chun was left at a loss. When had Duan Qingyuan exhibited such fierce temperament? He had never heard her speak like this before. Zhao Tianya, witnessing Zhao Chun's relentless pursuit, could no longer bear it. He knew Zhao Chun had harbored feelings for Qingyuan since childhood. Yet Cheng Yunshuan's intervention had kept him at bay. However, the young man was indeed persistent, displaying an attitude of resilience in the face of rejection. Zhao Chun, can you not see reason? Qingyuan is to marry Yunxian in just a few years. Are you still not giving up? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chun immediately became animated, declaring, once I defeat Cheng Yunxian today, I will have my family propose to yours tomorrow. The fact that Cheng Yunxian had single-handedly rescued Duan Qingyuan had already earned him Zhao Tianya's respect, and he had witnessed the injuries sustained by his guards. Now, he looked at Zhao Chun as one would a fool, choosing to ignore him. Is it true that your family's guard squad was defeated by Cheng Yunxian? It sounds quite unbelievable, remarked Sun Su of the Sun family, trying to lighten the atmosphere. With his weak physique, barely at the 9th level of martial arts, how could he possibly be so formidable? Surely, you do not believe he can recover his strength, unless he encounters a deity, annihilating the Cheng family's guards? I suspect the Cheng family is merely putting on a facade. Before Zhao Tianya could respond, Zhao Chun interjected. Zhao Tianya rolled his eyes and replied, believe what you wish. While the boys were engaged in their discussion, Duan Qingyuan found herself surrounded by girls from the various families. Typically, family matters were of little concern to them. Yet at that moment, they were all captivated by Duan Qingyuan's eloquence and commanding presence, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Qingyuan's sister, what was that you just said? It sounded impressive. Hearing their inquiries, Duan Qingyuan proudly replied, that was something my brother Yunxian taught me. It's called a famous saying. It uses strong emotional words to convey powerful feelings, leaving one invigorated. Like what I just said. She beamed with pride. In truth, it means that I have no connection with you. It does not qualify as distance. This is just a phrase my brother Yunxian taught me. Doesn't he it sound powerful? An idiot simply means a fool. While get lost means to leave. What do you think? The other girls, having listened to Duan Qingyuan's explanation, were already enamored with Cheng Yunxian. Meanwhile, Zhang Rui of the Zhang family suddenly chimed in, you make a valid point. All of us are at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial arts, so defeating him should be a walk in the park. However, hearing of his sudden invincibility raises my suspicions. Is there something amiss? Whether there is or not, we will know once we take the stage. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian strode in confidently. Yunxian, I have missed you, Duan Qingyuan exclaimed as she rushed into his embrace. Cheng Yunxian playfully pinched her nose, affectionately saying, ha ha, Qingyuan, you should come down. There are so many people here. Realizing what she had done, Duan Qingyuan's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Just then, another girl approached, suddenly exclaiming, Brother Yunxian, you are so impressive. Cheng Yunxian felt as if struck by lightning, his head snapping up to meet the excited gaze of the girl. He quickly turned his attention back to Duan Qingyuan, who, like a child caught misbehaving, lowered her head in embarrassment. Brother Yunxian, I taught them those famous sayings. I am sorry. Regret washed over him as he pondered the future, imagining a world where girls roamed the streets calling out, "Impressive! Get lost! Idiot! Get lost!" He couldn't help but feel exasperated, forcing a strained smile before finally responding, It's fine, but perhaps it's best if you don't teach them. Let us keep it for ourselves." "All right, I understand. Good things should be kept for ourselves," Duan Xing'an eagerly nodded. Cheng Yunxian felt like rolling his eyes. Good things? Surely this is a national treasure. At that moment, Zhao Chun, observing the intimate exchange between his beloved and Cheng Yunxian, felt his heart burning with jealousy and indignation. Unable to contain himself any longer, he stormed forward, confronting Cheng Yunxian. "Cheng Yunxian, let's make a wager. If you lose, you will give up Qing'an to me." Cheng Yunxian patted Duan Qing'an's shoulder, releasing her before fixing Zhao Chun with a cold glare. At that moment, he held nothing but disdain for the Zhao family, especially since Zhao Chun was now attempting to lay claim to his beloved. A wave of fury surged through him, causing his expression to turn menacing, with an aura of menace radiating from him. "I will never wager the woman I cherish." "Zhao Chun, what do you take Qingyuan for? This is my final warning to you. Take heed of Duan Qingyuan, or I shall bring your downfall. However, I shall provide you with an opportunity to prove that you will never surpass me." He surveyed his surroundings and arrogantly declared, "Do you think that just because Cheng Yunxuan's body is ruined, he is easy to bully? If that is the case, then make the most of it. Let me see if you have made any progress over these days. Cheng Yunxian, you worthless fool. Your Cheng family is on the brink of annihilation. When that time comes, you might kneel and beg me. Yet I shall pay you no mind. Ha ha ha." Zhao Chun shouted in fury, "Fool." After casting a disdainful smile at Cheng Yunxian, he swaggered away with Duan Qing'an, leaving behind a room full of enraged individuals. Especially Zhao Chun, whose eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, "Bluffing. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant." The two engaged in playful banter as they made their way to the Cheng family's reception hall, where the heads of various families were engaged in superficial pleasantries. Duan Qingyuan immediately leaped into Duan Zhongyuan's embrace, acting coy. Cheng Yunxuan's arrival caught their attention, and all eyes momentarily turned to this young man. "Yunxian greets all the esteemed family heads. I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me." Cheng Yunxian respectfully bowed to each family head. "Oh my, this little rascal has indeed changed. Just moments ago, your grandfather remarked on your significant transformation, and I hardly believed it." Sun Yueying, who had always regarded Cheng Yunxian with favor, noted his considerable improvement, observing that his once brash demeanor had considerably mellowed. "Could it be that now that your body is ruined, you fear retribution, hence the urgency to mend relations?" Zhao Ren's words took a sharp turn, his malice evident. "Ha ha, perhaps I did bully too many people in the past. Who knows, they might soar to greatness and come back seeking vengeance. I can hardly bear that. Nevertheless, should I encounter them now, I will not hold back." Cheng Yunxian feigned ignorance of the venom in his words, smoothly navigating the conversation. Lu Xuanda then interjected, "All right, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Now that the main event has arrived, let us return to the matter at hand. Yunxian, it is said that you vanquished a team of top-tier warriors from the Duan family yesterday. Your grandfather has sung your praises to the heavens. We are all eager to witness your prowess. Do not disappoint these old geezers. Ha. Rumors are hardly reliable, but since you esteemed elders have come, I shall gladly comply. Please, let us proceed to the training grounds." Observing Cheng Yunxuan's calm demeanor, graceful bearing, and extraordinary presence, the family heads exchanged glances, their respect for him growing. Nearly everyone in Shihu City had heard of Cheng Yunxuan's reputation, and the 5 family heads, skeptical of his claims of being invincible among peers, had collectively gathered at the Cheng residence to verify the truth. The training grounds were now a sea of people, bustling with excitement as they eagerly awaited the thrilling moment. The family heads have arrived, and the young geniuses of each clan as well. It seems Cheng Yunxian is now in a precarious position. It was truly unfortunate that this fellow was so ostentatious. Flaunting his talents even with a damaged Dante on point, one could only wonder where Cheng Yunxuan's audacity stemmed from. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, they failed to notice the Cheng family members nearby, who regarded them with expressions akin to that of observing fools. In the midst of this, an elder with a serious demeanor addressed those beside him, The young master has instructed us. These individuals are our benefactors, and we must earn their favor. If anyone disrupts the young master's endeavors today or obstructs our means of profit, they shall not escape my wrath." With that, he signaled, and his group swiftly dispersed, seamlessly blending into the surrounding crowd. If one were to pay close attention, they would notice that several such teams had infiltrated the training grounds, all melting into the throngs of people. Consequently, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "Ah, brother, you don't believe in Cheng Yunxian either?" "I certainly don't. But the Cheng family is clinging to their pride, setting up a betting pool outside. The odds for Cheng Yunxian have already reached 100. Do you think they're foolish? Indeed. The Cheng family is desperately clinging to their pride. Who would dare to set such a betting pool? They are bound to suffer a heavy loss. Who could argue against that? If they don't capitalize on this foolish money, it would be a tremendous waste. I've already placed my few saved gold coins on the line. You should hurry as well, lest you miss out on this opportunity." "Ah, thank you for the reminder. I'm off with that." He dashed toward the venue. His excited demeanor quickly captivated those around him, and the news spread like wildfire. As onlookers rushed toward the outside, one could occasionally see individuals with expressions of cunning success, their eyes glinting greedily as they gazed at the gold coins, an unsettling sight. The younger members of the Cheng family, under Cheng Yunxuan's guidance, had set up the betting pool outside the training grounds. They had not forgotten the sly and ruthless expression Cheng Yunxian had worn while orchestrating this arrangement. "Brothers, the majority of Shihu City, aside from you all, does not believe that I will emerge victorious tomorrow. Therefore, I intend for you all to profit handsomely from this folly. Set up a betting booth outside the training grounds for those who arrive, and ensure to have some accomplices in place." "You don't know what an accomplice is? It will be like this, remember. Those who come tomorrow are all our benefactors. No matter what they say or how they curse, do not engage with them. Anyone who jeopardizes our chances to profit due to a moment of impulse shall face my wrath. Additionally, arrange for some to establish peripheral betting houses throughout the city. After all, the number of attendees will be limited, but the interest will undoubtedly be vast. I'll take half of the earnings, and the rest will be evenly divided among you brothers. I know none of you will object. Let it be so." If Cheng Yunxian fails to seize such a splendid opportunity, he would truly be wasting the years of higher education he received. The clamor in the training grounds reached a crescendo as the young talents of each family approached. A cacophony of cheers erupting. "Cheng Yunxian, we support you. Sun Tzu, I like you so much. Zhao Chun, victory is ours. Defeat Cheng Yunxian." The only individuals who remained clear-headed amidst the chaos were those from the Duan family and a few who had witnessed Cheng Yunxuan's prowess at the Gaohuang restaurant. After placing their bets, people began to choose their champions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. The arrival of the rare talents from various families caused quite a stir among the crowd. Amidst the rising tide of cheers, Cheng Yunxian ascended the towering platform. Gazing down at the sea of spectators gathered for the spectacle, he felt satisfied with the groundwork laid by his younger family members. With both hands raised slightly, silence fell upon the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Cheng Yunxian, am unworthy of the title of invincible among peers as rumored. I find myself in a precarious situation. In the past, I may have been too arrogant and have wronged many. I sincerely apologize. Should anyone wish to challenge me on this stage, as long as my life is spared, I guarantee that the Cheng family will not pursue any grievances." Though Cheng Yunxuan's words were polite, the confidence and dominance laced within them were unmistakable. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly figure leaped onto the stage, clad in black robes, his expression cold, and his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed upon Cheng Yunxian. Upon seeing this person, Cheng Yunxuan's heart sank. Zhao Ming, outside the venue, Cheng Lieshan and Zhao Ren exchanged glances, each reflecting their own emotions. Cheng Lieshan's eyes held a sense of regret, while Zhao Ren's face was etched with coldness and hatred. Zhao Ming, the first genius of the Zhao family, undoubtedly the second-best talent in Shihu City, had opened 240 meridians at birth, and his diligence in cultivation was commendable. This only served to highlight the Zhao family's prosperity. He was the only peer whom Cheng Yunxian had dared not to bully lightly in Shihu City. The one whom people favored the most was not the exceptionally gifted Cheng Yunxian, but rather the diligent and earnest Zhao Ming. For Cheng Yunxian, who had basked in the adoration of Shihu City and carried himself with arrogance, this was clearly intolerable. During a martial arts competition, Cheng Yunxian had resorted to underhanded tactics, severely damaging Zhao Ming's energy channels. The attendees were somewhat aware of this past incident, which heightened their anticipation for this upcoming duel. This was a deep-seated grudge indeed. Cheng Yunxian couldn't help but berate himself for being such a fool. How wonderful it would have been to have such an outstanding talent as an ally instead of ruining him and creating an enemy for his family. At this moment, Cheng Yunxian felt a pang of guilt towards him. Brother Zhao, I was wrong back then. I vow that if the opportunity arises in the future, I will seek out a creation pill for you and restore your energy channels. Zhao Ming's hatred for Cheng Yunxian was like an endless torrent, and no mere words could erase the past. Looking at Cheng Yunxian, who had also become a waste, a rare smile appeared on his face. He coldly replied, "You might as well keep the creation pill for yourself. Haven't you also become a waste? This is retribution. Ha ha. Your remarkable transformation in such a short span of time continues to astonish me. Yet, it is now too late to lament regrets. I shall shatter every bone in your body, rendering you utterly incapacitated. In doing so, Duan Qingyuan will no longer harbor any illusions about you and will willingly marry my younger brother." Zhao Ming firmly believes that Cheng Yunxuan's drastic change is a consequence of losing his greatest reliance in life, his strength. Stripped of his innate gifts, Cheng Yunxian finds himself without any chance of resurgence in the face of an opponent at the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial prowess. Hatred, as a sentiment, cannot be easily resolved. The desire to destroy one's physical being intensifies this animosity. Cheng Yunxian understands that further words are futile. Only a battle remains. Zhao brother, there is no need for further discussion. To express my apologies, I will permit you 3 strikes. Unthinkable. A loud shout erupted from the crowd upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's words. The audacity of Cheng Yunxian was astonishing. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, he dared to offer his opponent 3 chances. Cheng Haoyan, although aware of the profound intricacies of Cheng Yunxuan's Tai Chi, which rendered him nearly invincible in combat, could not suppress a cry of disbelief. However, Zhao Ming would not afford Cheng Yunxian the opportunity to retract his offer. Seizing the moment when Cheng Yunxian was momentarily distracted by Cheng Haoyan's shout, he launched an immediate assault. The timing was impeccable. A close-range straight punch hurtled towards Cheng Yunxuan's face. Caught off guard, Cheng Yunxian was forced back several steps, his arm tingling with numbness. This revelation alarmed him. Zhao Ming was indeed unlike any ordinary martial artist, possessing a blend of immense strength and remarkable agility. Cheng Yunxian gradually shed his underestimation and responded with composure. Zhao Ming pressed forward, his punches and techniques descending upon Cheng Yunxian like a tempest. Faced with an onslaught of attacks, Cheng Yunxian found himself momentarily overwhelmed, retreating step by step. Look quickly, look quickly. Cheng Yunxian is about to lose. Ha ha, Zhao Ming, magnificent. Zhao Ming, destined for victory. The moment Cheng Yunxian displayed even a hint of disadvantage, the frenzied gamblers below erupted into a cacophony of cheers, their voices rising above the din, drowning out any support for Cheng Yunxian. This is dire. The initial advantage has been lost, and Yunxian is now in peril. Tension etched the faces of the Cheng family, though Cheng Lieshan remained as calm as a still pond. In contrast to the Cheng family, the atmosphere on the Zhao family side was markedly more relaxed. Brother Lieshan, there is no need for excessive concern. Years ago, when Ming'er was defeated by Yunxian, he harbored some resentment. He insists on confronting him, and I could not dissuade him. However, I have advised him not to resort to lethal force. A few superficial injuries, I believe, will heal with time. Though Zhao Ren's words were courteous, the underlying animosity was palpable. Zhao brother, the outcome remains undetermined. It is still too early to ascertain who will prevail. Let us observe for now. Before Cheng Lieshan could respond, Duan Zhengyuan seized the opportunity to divert the conversation. At this moment, Cheng Yunxian felt a twinge of regret for his earlier bravado. Zhao Ming was indeed the genius that the prominent families of Shihu City had once valued. Even in a state of impairment, he commanded respect. Without relying on spiritual energy, the battle was proving to be quite strenuous. Cheng Yunxian concluded that apart from himself, Zhao Ming undoubtedly stood as the strongest martial artist among the various noble families. Each of his strikes contained layers of force, nearly breaching Cheng Yunxuan's defenses at the onset. Zhao Ming possessed the upper hand, forcing Cheng Yunxian into a relentless retreat. While employing Tai Chi's silk reeling technique for defense, Cheng Yunxian pondered a strategy to counterattack. Yet, As Zhao Ming gained the upper hand, he too grew increasingly alarmed. Despite possessing a higher realm of cultivation and initial advantages, he struggled to swiftly subdue Cheng Yunxian. Each of his punches felt as though they struck against cotton, lacking the desired impact. As the adage goes, one must gather strength to prevail. Fatigue will ensue. As the assailant, Zhao Ming expended considerable energy. And the longer the fight continued, the more it worked against him. Cheng Yunxuan's formidable defensive techniques astonished Zhao Ming, who had abandoned hope of shattering Cheng Yunxuan's bones. All he desired now was victory. Observant individuals noted that although Cheng Yunxian was on the defensive, he adeptly dissipated the force of each of Zhao Ming's attacks, employing a method of counterbalance. Despite being forced backward, he initially exhibited some disorder. Yet now his retreat was increasingly methodical. As Cheng Yunxian neared the edge of the platform, a look of urgency crossed his face. Distracted and anxious, his defenses inevitably revealed vulnerabilities. Zhao Ming's heart surged with elation. How could he afford to miss such a golden opportunity? With victory in mind, he concentrated all his strength, launching both palms towards Cheng Yunxian. If he could push Cheng Yunxian off the platform, victory would be his. The unfolding scene led many to believe that Cheng Yunxuan's defeat was inevitable. Below, the gamblers erupted into exuberant cheers. Members of the Cheng family appeared dejected. Yet Cheng Liashan's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. Cheng Yijing and others lowered their heads, covering their eyes with their hands, unable to bear the sight. Not good. With Zhao Ren's cry of alarm, Zhao Ming was suddenly propelled from the platform to it. Turned out that after engaging with Zhao Ming, Cheng Yunxian had recognized the strength of his opponent. Understanding that maintaining his undefeated status would be challenging, he devised a clever tactic, feigning retreat towards the edge of the platform. As he neared the precipice, he deliberately exhibited a semblance of panic, disorienting himself and exposing defensive gaps, enticing Zhao Ming to attack recklessly. Using a similar approach as he did against Cheng Yijing, he succeeded in kicking Zhao Ming off the platform. A moment of silence enveloped the arena before an eruption of fervent cheers filled the air. Cheng Yunxian, Cheng Yunxian, Cheng Yunxian, Cheng Yunxian. The name reverberated through the atmosphere. Amidst the gamblers' lamentations and curses, Zhao Ming rose silently, his head bowed in indignation, making his way back to the Zhao family's gathering place. The members of the Zhao family collectively embraced silence, witnessing the poignant downfall of their once mighty clan. Duan Zhongwen, ever the opportunist, quipped, "Oh dear, Zhao brother, at your age, it seems you still have not curbed your impatience." Ha ha ha. The tide of the battle had turned drastically, and simultaneously, the fates of the Qing and Zhao families had been reversed. At this juncture, Zhao Ren found himself rendered speechless by Cheng Liashan's retort, merely emitting a cold snort, his expression dark and foreboding. Duan Zhongwen continued, "Indeed, it is the one who can laugh in the end that emerges victorious. Zhao brother, you must maintain your composure. I have heard that the Cheng family has established a betting pool. The odds for Yunxian have reached 100, quite the bold move. It appears the Cheng family stands to gain significantly today." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Cheng Liashan feigned ignorance, exclaiming, "I did not organize this. Which family's offspring had the audacity to unilaterally establish a betting pool? Such high odds are utterly reckless. If exploited by those with ulterior motives, the Cheng family could face annihilation." Zhang Dongxi, the head of the Zhang family, renowned in Shihu City for his cunning, would never let a profitable opportunity slip away easily. Cheng Liashan's response piqued his curiosity. However, as he observed the two fighters on the platform, it was evident that Cheng Yunxian was evidently overmatched and had only achieved victory through cunning. Yet such cunning tactics could only be employed once on the platform. Thereafter, they would be futile. Brother Liashan, are you truly unaware? I believe what Brother Duan said holds merit on this platform. Where there are winners, there are also losers, and whether the Cheng family can indeed triumph in the end remains uncertain. I must commend Brother Liashan's audacity in establishing this betting pool. Why not take a gamble on the outcome? Ha ha, splendid. Watching these young ones squabble is hardly entertaining. Since Brother Zhang has made the suggestion, I would be remiss not to join in. Very well, let us wager 1,000,000 gold coins per round. I bet on Cheng Yunxuan's defeat. It has been said that a merchant will take risks for a 50 profit. For a 100 profit, they will trample all earthly rules. For a 300 profit, they will commit any crime, even risking their lives. The 100 odds provided him with an opportunity to gamble small for a large return. leaving Zhang Dongxi exceedingly anxious and exhilarated, concerned that the Duan family might shy away from the challenge. Indeed, Duan Zhou hesitated. He had initially believed Zhang Dongxi was merely jesting, but it appeared this avaricious individual had grand ambitions. Pursuing a gamble that could potentially yield extraordinary returns, he glanced at Cheng Lai's Han, noting his unperturbed expression, prompting him to reflect. Given that the Cheng family dares to propose such high odds, they must have some confidence. Otherwise, with Cheng Liashan's cautious nature, he would not be so audacious. However, for the sake of prudence, he still inquired of Cheng Lai's Han. Brother Lai's Han, what are your thoughts on this matter? Cheng Lai's Han steeled himself, exuding confidence as he declared, "Ha ha ha, since everyone is so eager, how could I, Cheng Lai's Han, refuse to participate? Very well, I, Duan, shall join you in this gamble. Count me in as well. I bet on Yunchuan's victory. I'll place my bet as well." At this moment, Zhaoren spoke coldly. "My Zhao family has recently acquired several villages. I shall wager this against Brother Cheng in a one-on-one bet. Does Brother Cheng dare to accept? Certainly, the odds of our wager stand at 1-to-1. For those families that rely on the mountains for their sustenance, wealth can be regained, but the village is the very foundation of their fortune." Cheng Liashan's countenance suddenly shifted, a palpable aura of malevolence coalescing around him. He thought to himself, "I've been waiting for you." With a frosty demeanor, he retorted, "to stake my Cheng family's possessions against me, Zhao Ren. You truly lack any sense of progress and remain as shameless as ever. Whatever has been lost from my Cheng family, I shall reclaim in due course. If you genuinely wish to engage, muster some courage and refrain from resorting to disgraceful tactics." Zhaoren promptly replied, "Since your Cheng family is unwilling to concede, let us base our wager on those 5 villages. The My Zhao family will contribute 3 villages, while your Cheng family will offer 2, establishing a total of 10 villages for our bet. The victor shall claim them all." In this scenario, it was as if the Zhao family had made a concession, granting the Cheng family 3 villages, resulting in an even 5-against-5 wager. At this moment, Cheng Lai's Han could not retreat and readily acquiesced. The 6 prominent families proposed a substantial wager. The Duan, Sun, and Cheng families bet on Cheng Yunchuan's victory, while the Zhao, Zhang, and Lu families wagered on his defeat. The odds were set at 1-to-100, with the losing side committing 1 million gold coins per round. Moreover, the news of the village wager between the Zhao and Cheng families had not circulated beyond their circles. Undoubtedly, this was a momentous event, unprecedented in Shehu City. Perhaps the outcomes of today's matches would determine the future rankings of the city's major families, potentially leading to the decline of some of them. Chapter 42. The art of strategy unfolds. Such explosive news rapidly spread throughout the training grounds, then swiftly radiated across all of Shehu City. The training ground erupted in fervor, while various factions sprinted from the Cheng family's training venue, eager to gather information. Along the way, some began to shout loudly. The 6 prominent families are wagering vast sums, 1 million gold coins per round. Meanwhile, Cheng Yunxian had arranged for several brothers to establish peripheral betting venues within the city, which were instantly inundated with crowds, with even more people arriving in waves. At that moment, Shehu City was engulfed in madness. Upon hearing the news, Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Finally, a significant opportunity had presented itself, validating his meticulous preparations. Yet, on the surface, he maintained his composure, clasping his fists and smiling toward the audience, saying, "Esteemed guests, I humbly feel my skills are lacking. My victory over Brother Zhao Ming was purely fortuitous. Is there any other brother who wishes to offer their teachings? If not, perhaps we shall conclude today's challenge here." No sooner had he issued his challenge than someone eagerly responded, "I, Zhao Chun, have come to engage." However, before he could finish his declaration, it was abruptly cut short. With Zhao Ming having suffered defeat under Cheng Yunchuan's cunning tactics, his brother Zhao Chun felt a pang of discontent. Spurred by past grievances and impulsively wished to step forth, only to be restrained by the shrewd Zhao Ren. Zhao Ren then interjected, "Haha, since my Zhao family has witnessed Zhao Ming's defeat, I wonder which young hero will take the stage next? I, Duan Tianya, have come to learn." As he gazed at the fierce contest on the stage, Duan Tianya became unable to contain his eagerness, completely forgetting the arrangements made by Duan Zongyuan, and eagerly sought to rush forward. "Hold on, hold on." The calls of restraint came from Zhang and Lu, the heads of their respective families, who stood to prevent him from proceeding. Lu Xuanda directly stated, Young Master Duan, do not take offense. We must not underestimate your intentions. Given that we have already established this wager, it would be inappropriate for you to enter the fray on behalf of the Cheng family. For the sake of fairness, let us select others. Duan Tianya, who had come with the intent of a spirited duel with Cheng Yunxian, felt even more compelled after witnessing the clash with Zhao Ming, and he could not help but argue. What is inappropriate about it? As he attempted to defend his position, he was interrupted by Duan Gang. Tianya, it is indeed inappropriate. Return, dear brothers, let us arrange a separate time for our sparring, with Cheng Yunxuan's assurance. He finally relented. At that moment, Duan Zhongyuan spoke up, brothers, since the wager has been set, it would be unsuitable for our three families to send representatives to the stage. It may not be prudent to trust those from outside our circle either. Why not have your three families select individuals instead? To avoid overwhelming Yunxian, let us limit it to 3 participants. Since Zhao Ming has lost a match, it shall not count. You may each choose 3 members, and I will accompany you in this wager. What do you all think? Indeed, the wisdom of age shone through, as Duan Zhongyuan succinctly addressed the potential flaws and shortcomings of the wager. As they exchanged glances, no one voiced dissent. Zhang Dongxi finally stated, very well, we shall proceed as Brother Duan suggests. After discussions among the families, it was decided that Zhang Rui from the Zhang family would be the first to take the stage, aiming to test Cheng Yunxuan's strengths against the formidable Zhao Chun. With a leap, Zhang Rui stood upon the stage, bowing respectfully to Cheng Yunxian. His movements were so formal and rigid that they bordered on unbearable. Master, please grant me your guidance. Recalling from memory, Cheng Yunxian knew Zhang Rui to be of a rather pedantic nature, adhering strictly to formality. Even in his previous life, he seldom bullied him, for imagine the scenario. After mercilessly thrashing someone, they merely dust themselves off and bow politely before departing, leaving no sense of satisfaction in the act of bullying. Ultimately, Cheng Yunxian could not be bothered to engage with him further. Oh dear. Zhang Rui, we've known each other for quite some time now. There's no need for such formality. Come now. Let me see your recent progress. However, as soon as Cheng Yunxian finished speaking, Zhang Rui launched an unceremonious assault toward him. Forgetting his earlier manners, the stubborn fellow charged without waiting for Cheng Yunxian to complete his invitation. Caught off guard, Cheng Yunxian was struck, causing him to stagger back 2 steps before he could retaliate. Zhang Rui had already retreated, only to launch another attack from a different angle. Zhang Rui's movements were incredibly swift, employing a strategy of striking and then repositioning, leaving Cheng Yunxian in a defensive stance. Unable to counterattack effectively, you think this method of attack can thwart me? Cheng Yunxian slowly closed his eyes. The essence of Tai Chi lies in listening, not with the ears, but with every part of the body. Every pore, sensing the fluctuations of air currents around. When an enemy strikes, one can naturally anticipate their movements. The spectators erupted into cheers once more, believing Cheng Yunxian had exhausted his options and thus closed his eyes. Yet, some of the younger members of the Cheng family were cheering for a different reason. Only they understood that at this moment, Cheng Yunxian was at his most formidable. Seeing Cheng Yunxian with eyes shut, Zhang Rui stealthily aimed a punch at his back. However, just as he was about to strike, Cheng Yunxuan's palm accurately intercepted the blow. Zhang Rui decisively retreated, but Cheng Yunxuan's body seemed to cling to him, following his every movement. More alarmingly, Cheng Yunxian had yet to open his eyes. Realizing he had nowhere to escape, Zhang Rui had no choice but to press forward. Yet, Cheng Yunxuan's arms clung to his, making it impossible for him to shake free, while he found it futile to land a blow on Cheng Yunxuan's body. This was the essence of Tai Chi's cloud hands, a technique of silk reeling. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When they retreat, I advance, flowing with their energy while maintaining an unyielding connection. The onlookers watched in awe, their mouths agape. While the untrained marveled at the spectacle, those with knowledge discerned the underlying principles. The heads of the families were profoundly shocked. What manner of cultivation technique was this? The application of physical strength was executed with neither excess nor waste, yet it seamlessly harnessed the power of the adversary. On stage, Zhang Rui felt utterly beleaguered, as though he were mired in thick mud, his energy flowing sluggishly in no time. His face turned beet red. Suddenly, Cheng Yunxian retreated, drawing his palms back, and with a powerful Tai Chi crosshand strike, he struck Zhang Rui squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Zhang Rui expelled a mouthful of blood midair, crashing to the ground below the stage. At this moment, Cheng Yunxian slowly raised his hands to shoulder level, then gradually opened his eyes. His martial prowess was nothing short of transcendent, leaving Zhang Dongxi feeling as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Cheng Yunxian bowed toward the Zhao, Zhang, and Lu families, surveying the surroundings with an air of composure, his previously concealed haughty demeanor now unmistakably evident. I wonder who shall be next? Cheng Yunxian invites you. This was no ordinary arrogance, though his actions and tone exuded the humility expected of a noble family. The subtle yet undeniable aura of sovereign supremacy emanating from him left the other families taken aback. Zhao Chun, too, felt a profound shock, causing his own sense of invincibility to wane as he steadied his thoughts. Preparing to enter the arena, he was suddenly halted by his brother Zhao Ming. He is a genius. We have underestimated him. We must not let down our guard any further. Stay vigilant. Zhao Chun, with utmost gravity, nodded solemnly at his elder brother before ascending the arena with measured steps. At this moment, the Zhao, Lu, and Zhang families exchanged glances, for Zhao Chun was the only one left who might possibly triumph over Cheng Yunxian. Should he falter, Lu Shan, the third contestant, would find no meaning in his appearance. The two opponents stood facing each other, exchanging formal bows. Just as they prepared to commence, Cheng Yunxian suddenly declared, "Please wait a moment." To everyone's astonishment, he removed his long robe, revealing his well-defined muscles and the numerous iron sandbags strapped to his body. He slowly began to untie the knots. After years of studying history, this knowledge finally proved useful. Engaging in psychological warfare was merely childish play, easily executed. Chapter 43. The Grand Slam. Do you wish to toy with me? Watch as I utterly obliterate you. Thud thud, the weighty bags of iron sand fell heavily upon the arena, striking the hearts of all present. My goodness, this is truly impressive. To think he had been carrying such burdens all along. The Cheng family members radiated confidence, their expressions haughty as they regarded the pallid faces of the gamblers around them, contemplating how this group of golden pigs would soon become mere dead swine. The Zhao, Lu, and Zhang families were all left pale, with Lu Xuanda seemingly unfazed even after shattering his beloved jade pot. When Zhao Ming was defeated, they were merely astonished. When Zhang Rui fell, they were shocked. Now, they were utterly shaken to their core. Zhao Chun's unwavering belief in victory was extinguished in that moment. Initially, they had come with the intent to mercilessly defeat Cheng Yunxian. As each contestant fell, he merely hoped to secure a win. But now, he was preoccupied with how to avoid losing. Thud as the last bag of iron sand landed. Cheng Yunxian wore an expression of unparalleled ease, stretching leisurely to loosen his limbs. The sound of applause reverberated through the surroundings as he directed a smile at Zhao Chun, one that signified death. It had always been a game of defense for you. Now, it is my turn to attack. With that, he charged towards Zhao Chun, moving with the grace of a flowing stream. Effortlessly closing the distance, in his place lingered a lifelike silhouette, frozen in the posture of his previous assault. Cheng Yunxian unveiled this technique. Zhao Ren, who had been holding on, felt his resolve shatter. Collapsing in despair, Zhao Chun hastily attempted to block, but Cheng Yunxian was simply too swift, his movements erratic and unpredictable. Utilizing the force of his opponent against them, it wasn't long before Zhao Chun found himself overwhelmed, gradually succumbing to Cheng Yunxian's relentless onslaught. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Cheng Yunxian executed a move, dispersing Zhao Chun's defensive posture with a strike that sent shockwaves through his chest. Followed by a blow that struck his dantian. In that instant, the energy that had coalesced within Zhao Chun dissipated entirely. From that moment on, he was nothing more than a human punching bag for Cheng Yunxian. The arena fell into a profound silence as the audience, stunned, forgot to cheer, their expressions blank. Zhao Ren's visage turned ashen, veins bulging on his tightly clenched fists. Other members of the Zhao family turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight, while two quietly wiped away tears. Meanwhile, standing beside Duan Zongyuan, Duan Qingyuan and Cheng Xia gazed blankly at Cheng Yunxian, who continued to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, their eyes filled with unbounded admiration. Cheng Yunxian, however, did not relent in his assault on Zhao Chun. How dare you covet my woman for all these years? It seems my previous lessons were not severe enough. Today, even if I do not kill you, I shall take half your life." Cheng Yunxian circled Zhao Chun, relentlessly attacking without allowing him to fall. "Did you not intend to propose to the Duan family after defeating me? I will let you propose, I will let you propose." The scene from before his ascent replayed in his mind as his pent-up fury erupted uncontrollably, with a surge of bloodlust. Cheng Yunxian's eyes turned crimson, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him as he unleashed his lethal techniques. Zhao Ren and Cheng Lai's Han, who had been intently observing the arena, sensed the gravity of the situation and sprang onto the stage with lightning speed. Cheng Lai's Han reached Zhao Chun first, using his back to absorb the fatal blow aimed at his temple, subsequently tossing Zhao Chun to the waiting Zhao Ren. With a thud, Cheng Lai's Han's fist crashed against Cheng Yunxian's back. Yet it was met with a barrier of spiritual energy that absorbed the impact. Cheng Yunxian, with bloodshot eyes, realized his attack had been thwarted and retaliated with another punch aimed at Cheng Lai's Han's face. Cheng Lai's Han swiftly blocked, bellowing. Yunxian, the resounding echo reverberated throughout the martial arts arena, and Cheng Yunxian ceased his assault, the bloodlust gradually receding from his gaze as he became aware of the identity of his opponent. Shock washing over him. "Cheng Yunxian, I shall kill you!" A potent wave of murderous intent surged forth from Zhao Ren as he charged towards Cheng Yunxian and the protective Cheng Lai's Han. Zhao Ren's desire to eliminate Cheng Yunxian stemmed not only from his attack on Zhao Chun, but also from the unmistakable surge of spiritual energy he had sensed from Cheng Yunxian during his loss of control. The enmity between the Zhao and Cheng families had reached a point of no return. Should Cheng Yunxian grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become the greatest threat to the Zhao family. "Zhao, stop at once." Duan Zhongwen interjected, positioning himself between them. After absorbing Zhao Ren's enraged strikes, he exclaimed, "Brother Duan, what is the meaning of this?" Cheng Yunxian dared to inflict harm upon Zhao Chun. "I must kill him today." Zhao Ren roared, his face a mask of fury. "I in the arena, strikes are blind. Injuries are inevitable. Moreover, we all witnessed that Yunxian succumbed to inner demons, not intending to harm Zhao Chun. Fortunately, the two of you arrived in time. The priority now is to ascertain whether Zhao Chun can be saved. Prolonging this confrontation may lead to the loss of your talented kin," he cautioned. He understood that Zhao Ren had been harboring resentment towards Cheng Yunxian since an incident years prior, when Zhao Ming, a genius second only to Cheng Yunxian, had made it his life's ambition to surpass him. Possessing both innate talent and perseverance, Zhao Ming's rapid progression eclipsed Cheng Yunxian's. Tragically, during the last selection at Shihuqing, having secured the top position, he foolishly challenged Cheng Yunxian publicly, provoking the latter's in a fit of rage. Cheng Yunxian nearly killed him on the arena. And though Zhao Ming was saved, his dantian was irreparably damaged. Due to the protection of the Chong Kong Academy and Zhao Ming's deliberate provocation, the Zhao family had no choice but to swallow their pride. Since then, it became a rule in Shihuqing that lethal force was prohibited in duels. This event mirrored the previous incident almost perfectly, with two of Zhao's geniuses meeting their demise at Cheng Yunxian's hands, driving Zhao Ren to the brink of madness. Cheng Yunxian is indeed the bane of the Zhao family, a true killer of talents, Duan Zhongyuan lamented inwardly. Upon hearing Duan Zhongyuan's words, Zhao Ren gradually calmed down and turned his attention to Zhao Chun. After inspecting Zhao Chun, he noted the damage to his dantian, a surge of fury igniting within him. At that moment, Zhang Dongxi was tending to the bloody Zhao Chun, who lay expressionless and vacant. He had always believed that Cheng Yunxian relied solely on talent to overshadow his peers. Without spiritual energy, he was worthless before him. Yet, here he was, expecting to dominate, only to be utterly vanquished, and by someone of a higher level. No less. This realization birthed a dark obsession within Zhao Chun. The collapse of his belief was a grave matter for any martial artist. If he could not recover on his own, he would be rendered utterly useless. Unable to advance in his cultivation, his damaged dantian would take time to heal, while his internal injuries fluctuated, requiring a fourth-tier spiritual herb to stabilize his condition for proper treatment. Zhang Dongxi stated coldly. Zhao Ren shouted, "Does anyone possess life-saving spiritual herbs? I have a fourth-tier herb, the resurrection grass. I shall fetch it," Cheng Yunxian proclaimed, intent on ensuring Zhao Chun's survival. However, he did not wish to retrieve the herbs directly from his storage ring, as that would be too ostentatious. The heads of the Duan, Sun, and Cheng families watched Cheng Yunxian's retreating figure with expressions of approval, while Zhao Ren's face remained filled with resentment. The Liu and Zhang family heads exchanged glances, their expressions grave and contemplative, feeling a pang of regret. With Zhao Chun's life assured, the Zhao family wasted no time in departing. Meanwhile, the arena below was filled with cries of despair. "On my money! My entire fortune, I might as well be dead!" The anguished cries of suffering echoed throughout Shihu City. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Master. For the inhabitants of Shihu City, today was a day of madness. The cause was none other than Cheng Yunxian, the once rumored cripple and the foremost genius of the Cheng family, who was now said to be invincible among warriors of the same rank. The five great families paid a joint visit to the Cheng family. The Cheng family set high odds betting to support Cheng Yunxian. The six major families, driven by the astonishing wager proposed by Cheng Yunxian. One explosive piece of news after another relentlessly bombarded the hearts and minds of the people of Shihu City. Inside the Cheng family's martial arts arena, the cheers had never been so fervent, rolling in waves, each crescendoing higher than the last. Yet, in a small corner on the periphery of the arena, a young man in his 20s leaned casually against the wall, watching the series of battles involving Cheng Yunxian. His expression remaining unchanged at it was as though he held no interest in the surrounding spectacle, his gaze solely fixated on Cheng Yunxian. Only when Zhao Ren, brimming with murderous intent, charged at Cheng Yunxian did a flicker of tension cross his face. However, once Zhao Ren's attack was thwarted by Cheng Li's-han, he returned to his calm demeanor. "Gambling is indeed harmful. I must quit gambling from now on." After the Zhao family departed, Cheng Yunxian muttered to himself as he stepped back onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, just now, I accidentally injured Zhao Chun from the Zhao family. The grand wager among the families has concluded. No one else is stepping up. You all may return home early," Cheng Yunxian thought to himself. Having won 3 consecutive matches, his strength was fully revealed, and it was unlikely anyone would willingly seek to challenge him. As he prepared to leave the stage, a sudden shout rang out from a nondescript corner in the distance. A young man, dressed modestly and exuding composure, walked over Elijah. "What do you intend to do?" "They have already declared the end. We should hurry and buy some supplies at the market before returning to the village before nightfall." "Uncle Wang, please don't say that. Over these years, I have tried every means, yet I cannot break through. I am utterly fed up. Today, I shall stake my future, even if it leads to my demise. I shall have no regrets." With that, he turned his head and ascended the stage. From the moment he appeared, Cheng Yunxian's gaze never wavered from him. Danger, a considerable danger, though this person appeared unassuming and somewhat humble. An immense inner presence emanated from him. Cheng Yunxian was acutely aware of the peril, a layer of goosebumps forming along his spine, akin to a beast raising its fur in the face of danger. "Young Master Cheng, I, Li Zhua, challenge you." Cheng Yunxian regarded the individual before him with contemplation. Today's arena was primarily set for him to settle old grievances accumulated over the years, designed mainly for the young scions of the great families. Yet, this young man, powerful and unfamiliar, did not ring a bell in Cheng Yunxian's memory. "Do we have enmity?" Cheng Yunxian inquired. "No," Li Zhua replied calmly. "Did you place a bet and lose?" Cheng Yunxian pressed further. "Not at all. I merely wish to wager with young Master Cheng. Should fortune favor me, I seek to request a position as a servant at Chongkong Academy. The Liang Kingdom is known for its martial prowess, and Chongkong Academy is the pinnacle of martial learning within the kingdom, independent yet affiliated with it. The academy recruits students from across the continent and has an inspection bureau responsible for overseeing the world, including monitoring the actions of graduating students and identifying gifted potential scholars. Should any graduate engage in malevolent acts, the inspection bureau will investigate and issue a kill order, which any student of Chongkong Academy can accept. Upon successful completion, they may claim a reward or bounty at the academy. Those identified as having talent are rated, classified into 3 tiers, A, B, and C, each with upper, middle, and lower subdivisions corresponding to potential achievements. Tier A ranges from 200 to 300 apertures, Tier B from 100 to 200, and Tier C from 50 to 100. Above Tier A, there exists a Super A, typically reserved for those with extraordinary talent, possessing 300 to 365 apertures. The talent rating merely indicates potential. Actual cultivation requires sufficient willpower, resources, and luck. Generally, the Academy only admits students with at least Tier C talent. And upon successful rating, the inspector leaves behind a token for the rated individual. Those in possession of the token are considered unofficial students of Chongkong Academy. Each year, the Academy selects a location where token holders may bring their servants to complete a selection task before becoming official students. Albeit with a certain elimination rate, Chang Yunxian, rated as a Tier A talent, is entitled to bring 3 servants into Chongkong Academy. These individuals would be his invaluable allies during the selection task and indispensable helpers in his future endeavors. Hence, not only must they possess talent, but they must also exhibit unwavering loyalty. Crucially, the 3 slots are fiercely contested within the Chung family, making it improbable to easily bestow them upon outsiders. Nevertheless, the final decision rests firmly in Chang Yunchuan's hands. Observing the young man before him, Chang Yunxian found himself hesitating in contemplation. "You speak boldly, but what if you lose?" Li Zhua, steeling himself, responded. "Then you may do with my life as you please." Chang Yunxian chuckled softly. "And what worth does your life hold? These 3 slots are fiercely contended within my family. How could I recklessly offer them as stakes due to you? Though the outside world claims I am invincible among my peers, I am still acutely aware of my limitations. In the realm of cultivation, there are always higher peaks. Should a few exceptional masters emerge to challenge me, I fear I would be unable to protect even a single slot. You should take your leave." With that, Chang Yunxian lightly saluted and prepared to depart. Seeing Chang Yunxian unfazed and ready to leave, Li Zhua hurriedly called out, "Young Master Cheng, please wait. I have a proposal. If I am fortunate enough to win a slot, the Cheng family could establish a rule. Recognizing the hardships of martial artists, we would offer this slot for all to contest. Thus, all future challenges would be taken on solely by me. Even if I cannot retain it, the competition would forever revolve around this single slot, preserving the other 2 for the Cheng family. Moreover, any martial artist who obtains this slot will undoubtedly be formidable, serving as a great asset to you, young master." In truth, Chang Yunxian's earlier words were laced with concern. He did not genuinely believe anyone of the same rank could surpass him. However, upon hearing Li Zhua's proposition, he found it plausible and felt a surge of excitement. He yearned to test his mettle against someone who could exert such pressure on him. "Very well. However, I wish to add a stipulation. No matter who obtains this slot, they must pledge eternal servitude to the Qing family." Chang Yunxian feared that other families might join in the contest, hence the additional condition. "Agreed." Li Zhua responded decisively. "Ha ha ha, then let us proceed." At that moment, a significant announcement emerged from the Chung family, swiftly sweeping across Shihu City, driving all martial artists and high-level cultivators into a frenzy. Today would undeniably be a day etched in the annals of Shihu City. The news of the Cheng family possibly releasing a servant slot for Chongkong Academy reverberated, igniting yet another wave of excitement among the practitioners of Shihu City. Throughout the bustling streets, in tea houses and taverns, people fervently discussed the news regarding the Cheng family. Meanwhile, on the arena stage of the Cheng family's martial arts field, a battle for the coveted slot was about to commence. "I have been closely observing the previous battles. Young Master Cheng, your profound techniques are truly awe-inspiring. It is merely unfortunate that your abilities are limited, preventing you from unleashing the full potential of your skills. Otherwise, I would not dare challenge you. Thus, I shall initiate the challenge." As the battle commenced, Li Zhua's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. While he maintained a semblance of respect towards Chang Yunxian, an unparalleled confidence and an air of invincibility radiated from him unmistakably. Chapter 45. The Formidable Young Brother. Observing Li Zhua's haughty demeanor and listening to his words, Chang Yunxian felt an inexplicable irritation surge within him. "You, how dare you underestimate your own skills? Your words may be grand, but I shall show you why the flowers bloom so brilliantly." After hurling a series of insults, he charged at Li Zhua. The more he gazed at Li Zhua's calm and composed expression, the more agitated he became, feeling as though Li Zhua regarded him with the same disdain he held for Zhao Chun and the others. Executing a sweeping kick, Li Zhua effortlessly blocked it with an outstretched arm. Remaining utterly unmoved, following up with a rapid succession of strikes, each was met with Li Zhua's unwavering defense. Li Zhua countered with a powerful punch. Chang Yunxian attempted to deflect the force with a technique designed to neutralize strength with gentleness. However, while 4 ounces can shift 1,000 pounds, how can 10,000 pounds be moved? In the heat of the moment, With his hands crossing in an awkward manner, Cheng Yunxian met his punch head-on. He was sent sliding across the ground for over 10 meters, dissipating all the force only after a considerable distance. Tingling soreness coursed through his arm, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. The Cheng family was particularly taken aback, and Cheng Yunxian felt utterly shaken, internally cursing. Where on earth did this monster come from? I thought I was already peculiar enough. Yet here stands someone even more formidable than I. No, such an exceptional being must be subdued and brought under my command. It seems I have no choice but to resort to underhanded methods. Li Zhuo refrained from continuing his assault, instead standing still and regarding Cheng Yunxian with a hint of disappointment in his gaze. Sensing the scrutiny, Cheng Yunxian's pride was ignited. How dare you look at me with such eyes? Aren't you impressive? I shall activate my cheat and prove that I can defeat you. With that, he began to circulate his true energy, channeling it through his limbs, and the Tai Chi heart technique commenced its flow. The true energy coursing through him was distinct from the spiritual power that communicated with the heavenly essence, rendering the spectators oblivious to the shift. With each movement, the balance of dynamics, soft and hard, swift and slow, up and down, forward and backward, intertwining and elusive, came to life. As Cheng Yunxuan's heart settled, he realized that his mindset had been subtly influenced while facing such a formidable adversary. The instant shift in Cheng Yunxuan's aura did not escape Li Zhuo's perception. He noted how Cheng Yunxuan's previously explosive energy had transformed into a continuous, flowing force reminiscent of spring rivers and autumn waters. Li Zhuo's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Ah, indeed. You have not disappointed me in a heartbeat. The two were once again locked in combat. Li Zhuo's punches and kicks, seemingly simplistic, struck with impeccable precision. Cheng Yunxian, in turn, executed Tai Chi, his every motion harmonizing with the energy around him, appearing both vigorous and ethereal. For a time, the two were evenly matched. Neither could break the other's defense, and Li Zhuo's confidence began to wane. Initially, he believed that despite Cheng Yunxuan's impressive display on the stage, he could still secure victory if he fully unleashed his power. However, it became apparent that Cheng Yunxian was concealing his true strength. Cheng Yunxian, secretly elated, realized that even while employing his true energy, he remained evenly matched with Li Zhuo. Only by resorting to spiritual power could he gain the upper hand, but that would be an obvious act of cheating. So strong, truly formidable. I must bring him under my wing. Having such a powerful subordinate will undoubtedly simplify my endeavors. Unbeknownst to Li Zhuo, he had already become a target of Cheng Yunxuan's ambitions. After exchanging blows for over 100 rounds, the audience was left in stunned silence, particularly the cultivators, who were enraptured by the high-level techniques on display. They felt as though they were on the verge of grasping something profound. Yet the essence remained elusive. Suddenly, Li Zhuo ceased his assault. This pause left the spectators yearning for more, discontented murmurs filling the air. Come on, fight! Don't stop now! In that moment, the outcome of the duel seemed less significant to the crowd. They were simply eager to witness the spectacle of the duel. Young Master Cheng, I concede, Li Zhuo declared, his expression darkening. The man known as Wang Shu, seated among the spectators, was moved to tears at Li Zhuo's admission of defeat. What a pitiful child! Cheng Yunxian was equally taken aback by Li Zhuo's sudden concession. We have yet to determine a victor. Why do you surrender? Li Zhuo, earnest in his demeanor, replied, I stated that if I were to win, the opportunity would be mine. Since I cannot best you, I must accept my loss. His straightforward nature, coupled with a strong sense of honor, made him an ideal candidate for a subordinate. Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of delight within but maintained a composed facade. You cannot claim the wager, therefore, you shall not receive the stakes. Elijah's face fell in disappointment. He lingered, awaiting Cheng Yunxuan's judgment. Noticing the sorrowful look in Li Zhuo's eyes, Cheng Yunxian smiled and continued. As for your punishment, you shall serve as a servant to the Cheng family for eternity, and a year from now, you will accompany me to the Chongkong Academy. Yes, my lord, Li Zhuo replied instinctively, only to realize the implications of his words, leaving him momentarily stunned. Moments later, tears of joy streamed down his face. This outcome was unexpected for many, and the crowd erupted in exclamations. Why, young Master Cheng? Li Zhuo asked hastily. It is merely the wager you could not win. Now that you are a servant of the Cheng family, what I grant you is a reward. Cheng Yunxian offered no further explanation. turning away as he walked towards the family heads, leaving Li Zhua to ponder his fate. Cheng Yunxuan's manipulation of power did not escape the keen eyes of the elder statesman present. Although his methods were somewhat naive, they were sufficient to bring satisfaction to the three old foxes. Zhang Dong hurriedly extended his congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Lai Shan. The Cheng family's fortune continues to flourish. The loss suffered by my younger brother today is not in vain. The 1,000,000 gold coins shall soon be delivered. I must take my leave." Lu Zhan followed suit, offering his own congratulations. "Congratulations, Brother Lai Shan. Young Yunxian has faced tribulation, yet it has transformed his character. I foresee the Cheng family's rise is imminent. Brother Zongyuan, congratulations. With such a fine son-in-law, it is a pity my Zhang family lacks a suitable daughter." Hearing Lu Zhan's envious words, Duan Zongyuan was in high spirits. He chuckled, "Get lost? Hurry and send the gold coins to the Cheng family. Consider it a dowry for my granddaughter." The two family heads, feigning smiles, bid farewell to the others and departed, their spirits dampened. As Cheng Yunxian approached, Zhao Yueying and Duan Zongyuan were positively beaming. However, Cheng Laishan's expression darkened, teetering on the edge of an outburst. After the battle between Cheng Yunxian and Li Zhua at the Cheng family's martial arts arena, no one dared to step onto the stage again, marking the conclusion of the duel. The spectators gradually dispersed, some downcast while others were jubilant. Yet, what did this matter to the Cheng family? Today, they had profited immensely, securing both fame and fortune. Cheng Yunxian had firmly established his place as the foremost genius in Shihu City. With his 4 consecutive victories echoing through every street and alley, the Cheng family had gained 1,000,000 gold coins, with additional profits from the bets still being calculated, likely amounting to an equal sum. Yet, the source of it all, Cheng Yunxian, now hung his head in silence, enduring chastisement like a scolded child. "You little rascal, who gave you the audacity? Who granted you the authority to set up a gambling match without my consent? Are you attempting to rebel?" Cheng Laishan roared, his acting skills woefully lacking. "You don't even pretend to be remorseful." Though Cheng Laishan's words were fierce, the delight in his eyes betrayed his true feelings, compelling Cheng Yunxian to keep his head down in compliance. Duan Zongyuan and Zhao Yueying regarded him with disdain, their expressions reflecting their disdain for the old man, who was shamelessly reaping the rewards while pretending to scold. "Do you understand that if you had lost, the Cheng family's earnings for 5 years would have gone up in smoke? Such an extensive family business could be obliterated in an instant. No, this time, I cannot let you off so easily. I must punish you. I must punish you." At that moment, Sun Yueying could no longer contain herself. She pulled Cheng Yunxian behind her and shouted angrily at Cheng Laishan. "Punish? You old fool. If you don't want such a fine grandson, then let him come to my son family. He can do as he pleases, even if it means tearing my family apart. I wouldn't bat an eye." "You wish? You think you can take advantage of me, Cheng Laishan? Not in this lifetime. Even if he's exceptional, he is still my grandson and has no ties to you. You will spend your life merely envying the Cheng family." Observing the heated exchange between the two, Cheng Yunxian could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Cheng Laishan's face flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of rage, he kicked Cheng Yunxian away. "Get lost, you little brat. Ha ha ha. Look at you, all pleased today. The Cheng family is the biggest winner. Sister Yueying and I are eagerly awaiting the fine wine you have been saving for years. We will certainly get you drunk today." "Ha ha ha, good." The three of them left Cheng Yunxian behind as they went off to drink. Cheng Yunxian let out a slow breath, feeling relieved now that the elders had departed. "Brother." Once the elders left, Cheng Xia dashed into Cheng Yunxuan's embrace, acting all cute. Cheng Yunxian played with her for a while, eliciting peals of laughter from the little girl. He turned to see Duan Qingyuan, her face slightly flushed and somewhat awkward since their previous intimate encounter. Cheng Yunxian had already resolved in his heart that she was his woman. "Qingyuan, you've come. How have you been lately?" Duan Qingyuan's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she gently remarked. "I am quite well, and you have truly excelled today." Upon witnessing the boundless admiration in her gaze directed at him, Cheng Yunxian felt an overwhelming sense of pride swell within him. He instructed Duan Qingyuan to take Xiaoqia home, while Li Zhua approached him with an elderly man in tow, striding purposefully towards him. Upon reaching close proximity, he hurriedly bowed to Cheng Yunxian, saying, "Young master, I am at a loss to repay your immense kindness. Henceforth, Should you require anything, Li Zhuo will not hesitate to comply, even at the cost of my life. Cheng Yunxian promptly supported Li Zhuo, who was about to kneel. However, upon making contact with his hands, a chilling wave of cold surged through him, causing Cheng Yunxian to shudder involuntarily. Suppressing the astonishment that threatened to surface, he spoke slowly, "You must ensure your survival. I have only just accepted you and have no intention of letting you perish prematurely. Is there anyone else at home? Do bring them along as well," Li Zhuo replied. "There is an ailing mother at home. Today, I had come to the city with Uncle Wang to fetch medicine for her. And by chance, I heard news of the Qing family. I insisted that Uncle Wang accompany me, never anticipating such a grand fortune. This fortune is one you have fought for yourself, and not everyone possesses such strength," Cheng Yunxian remarked. Subsequently, he arranged for Cheng Er to provide Li Zhuo with a modest courtyard in the Cheng residence and brought his mother over as well. He also arranged a banquet in his courtyard for the evening. Planning to celebrate with his brothers, as night fell, Cheng Yunxuan's courtyard was ablaze with light, filled with tables laden with food and an abundance of guests. In the center of the courtyard lay numerous large chests. And when opened, they revealed a dazzling display of gold, filling the air with a resplendent glow. Everyone was awestruck, marveling at the sheer volume of gold coins. "Report to the chairman, the total earnings from today's gambling event are here, amounting to 238,000 gold coins." In a playful moment, Cheng Yunxian instructed the brothers he had defeated to address him in this manner from now on, teaching them peculiar ways of speaking. Except for a handful of individuals, the rest were overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the sum. They had merely followed Cheng Yunxuan's lead, doing whatever he asked of them, while Cheng Yunxian claimed that this approach could yield significant profits. No one truly took it to heart, and the outcome was far beyond their expectations. And why, dear brothers, the earnings are in. Initially, we agreed that I would take half, and the remainder would be divided among you. However, this amount has exceeded my expectations. I fear the old fogies in the family might have their eyes on it. Therefore, I have decided to contribute 38,000 to the family, take 100,000 for myself, and the rest will be equally shared among you. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's proposal, not a single person voiced dissent. "Very well, let us celebrate. Brothers, let us eat and drink." In an instant, the courtyard erupted with clinking cups and hearty laughter as the crowd indulged in a feast. Even Duan Qingwen joined in the revelry, raising her glass with familiar brothers. Everyone knew she was Cheng Yunxuan's fiancée, so no one treated her as an outsider, leading to an increasing number of toasts in her direction. The young girl, Cheng Siya, joyfully dashed through the crowd. However, the protagonist, Cheng Yunxian, after sharing a few drinks with his brothers, mysteriously vanished. At that moment, he and Li Zhuo found themselves seated atop the roof, sipping wine and observing the lively gathering below. Cheng Yunxian was astounded by Li Zhuo's martial physique and prowess. He inquired, "Is it true that your cultivation in the martial realm surpasses that of ordinary individuals?" After downing a jug of wine, Li Zhuo, somewhat embarrassed, replied slowly, "Young master, in truth, I am a waste incapable of cultivating spiritual energy." Cheng Yunxian spat out his drink in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Internally, he cursed, "What a worthless individual! Is there no one of merit in this world? Every encounter seems to lead to a waste or someone rendered useless. What does this all signify?" Through Li Zhuo's careful explanation, Cheng Yunxian eventually understood that a small village named Li Family Village lay 50 miles south of Shihu City. When the Li family had settled there, they had consulted a renowned geomancer who had assured them that the location was auspicious and that a remarkable figure would emerge from the family should they settle there. The Li family members had pressed the geomancer for details about this great figure, inquiring from the wealthiest man in town to the king of a nation, but the old man only shook his head in silence, ultimately leaving behind the cryptic phrase that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed before departing. Many in the Li family regarded the geomancer as a fraud, except for the elderly patriarch, who firmly believed in his words and insisted on settling there. However, ever since the Li family made their home in that location, their fortunes had steadily declined, and within a few generations, not only had their numbers dwindled, but their wealth had also greatly diminished. Years later, when only a single Li family remained in the village, the prophesied greatness had yet to materialize. Who could have anticipated that upon Li Zhuo's birth, a strange phenomenon would occur, bringing only darkness and dread to the village? During Li Zhuo's birth, a black mist enveloped the village for a mile around, particularly thick in the vicinity of the Li family. The chilling fog was interspersed with wails and cries, plunging the village into profound terror. However, with the powerful cries of a newborn, the black mist seemed to find a target and swiftly converged upon the Li household, ultimately being absorbed entirely by the infant. This bizarre spectacle led the villagers to believe that the child was an ominous presence. The Li couple, having touched their child's icy body, became convinced of this as well. The child was devoid of warmth, and such an unnatural condition made the villagers fear that he was possessed by malevolent spirits, prompting his parents to consider abandoning him. Yet, the small infant smiled at his parents, kicking his limbs playfully without crying or fussing, evoking an overwhelming surge of parental love within them. After much pleading, the villagers agreed to let the couple keep the child, provided they moved to a location further from the village. Thus, little Li Jue grew day by day, becoming the entirety of his parents' lives. His kindness and understanding gradually restored the respect of the villagers towards his family, an elderly man, who had once wandered far and wide, took a liking to Li Jue's filial piety and imparted a second-tier cultivation technique to him. Before long, the elderly man discovered Li Jue's exceptional talent for cultivation. By the age of 15, he had already reached the 9th level. Consequently, Li Jue became the pride of the entire village, and the ancient prophecies about the Li family once again spread like wildfire, with everyone firmly believing in his potential for greatness. The Chung family had relocated to the center of the village, and the support of the villagers brought a sense of pride to his father, who had once been filled with despair, having lamented before the ancestral tablets more than once. However, the good fortune did not last long. After reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level, Li Jue found himself unable to break through to the warrior level. Despite trying numerous methods, he could not channel spiritual energy into his acupoints. Eventually, through the elderly man's extensive connections, they consulted a knowledgeable martial artist who revealed that Li Jue was a waste body, the most formidable of them all, known as the Heavenly Seal. The Heavenly Seal refers to a type of waste body, denoting an individual born with all 161 acupoints open, inciting the jealousy of the heavens, which in turn curses the individual, sealing all acupoints with chilling, dark energy. Although not all acupoints were completely sealed, the pervasive cold emitted from them rendered the person perpetually frigid. While the cultivation speed in the martial realm may be rapid, one would forever be unable to draw spiritual energy into their acupoints. Nevertheless, nothing is absolute. There exists a rare case of a Heavenly Seal waste body who ascended to become an emperor after mistakenly consuming a top-tier young herb, the sunflower, which neutralized the cold energy within him, allowing him to cultivate and ultimately achieve the rank of emperor. Yet, for Li Jue, born in such a small mountain village, this glimmer of hope was scarcely different from despair. Upon learning of this revelation, the elderly man spat blood on the spot. Although he was treated to stop the bleeding, he succumbed to death on the way back to the village. Li Jue could never forget the rage and resentment he felt as he witnessed the elderly man's passing. After the villagers learned of this news, a palpable sense of loss enveloped them, and the village fell into a deep silence. The Li household became desolate, and his father, engulfed in sorrow, became increasingly withdrawn. Eventually, he fell gravely ill and passed away the following summer. After his father's death, Li Jue's mother also suffered from ailments, leaving him to care for her while attempting to cultivate. For all these years, I have remained stagnant at the martial realm, yet I have continuously sought methods for a breakthrough. Although I have yet to succeed, I believe I am invincible within the martial realm until I encountered the young master. At this point, Cheng Yunxuan's countenance, which had drooped, made his disappointment glaringly evident. Li Jue knelt on one knee before Cheng Yunxian and said, "Perhaps there are means within the great sects that could heal me. Hence, I have come to challenge the young master, hoping for an opportunity. I understand that the young master values my talent, but I implore you to punish me." Cheng Yunxian, at this moment, took a large gulp of wine and exclaimed loudly, "To hell with your punishment. I want to take you under my wing. What concern is that of yours?" Gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky, Cheng Yunxian found himself unable to quell the tumult within his heart. The enigmatic Yiming seal of the heavenly sealed body had presented him with an unexpected encounter. Alas, this matter shall be resolved by me. Observing the desolate figure of Li Jue, Cheng Yunxian lifted his head and downed an entire jug of wine. A surge of boldness rising within him, at this moment, He felt a profound interest in these so-called heavenly sealed bodies. Without delay, he began to explore Li Jue's body, strands of true energy flowing through him, which sent a shiver of astonishment coursing through his veins. After a flurry of activity, beads of sweat dotted Cheng Yunxuan's brow as he laughed heartily. Indeed, it is as I surmised. Indeed. It turned out that Li Jue's physique aligned perfectly with Cheng Yunxuan's deductions. Although his meridians were blocked, they were otherwise unobstructed, including the fabled Ren and Du meridians. This was akin to a martial arts prodigy in the realm of Earth. It mirrored the great sun-sealed body. And how could Cheng Yunxian not feel elated? If his conjecture held true, all heavenly sealed bodies shared similar physical conditions, with the sole distinction being the vast spiritual energy sealing their acupoints. At this moment, a grand plan began to take form in Cheng Yunxuan's mind. In his courtyard, revelry abounded, laughter and the clinking of cups resonating through the air. Cheng Yunxian had already taken Li Jue towards his underground training chamber. After examining Li Jue's body, a smile had not left Cheng Yunxuan's face, instilling a deep sense of doubt within Li Jue. Informing Cheng Yunxian of his perceived worthlessness did not elicit the anticipated reprimand. Rather, the increasingly profound gaze Cheng Yunxian cast upon him filled Li Jue with an unsettling dread. Could it be that the young master Cheng harbored some unsavory proclivities? If that were the case, he would escape at any cost. Meanwhile, a magnificent blueprint gradually took shape in Cheng Yunxuan's mind. Both men walked through the training chamber, each lost in thought, until Cheng Yunxian suddenly halted, only to be bumped into by the still pensive Li Jue. Turning to regard the oddly expressive Li Jue, Cheng Yunxian inquired, "Li Jue, do you harbor any concerns? I have arranged for personnel to accompany Uncle Li back. I believe your mother will be retrieved before nightfall. Are you not at ease?" Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's question, Li Jue laid bare his thoughts, kneeling on one knee before Cheng Yunxian. "The gratitude I owe to the young master is beyond repayment. As for my mother, with the young master's arrangements, I have no reason to worry. However, I do have a question that weighs upon my heart, and I beseech the young master to enlighten me." Cheng Yunxian, pleased by Li Jue's candor, replied, "Ask away." Li Jue posed his question. "After I confessed to being a heavenly sealed body, the young master initially appeared disappointed, yet soon thereafter was filled with delight. Is it possible that this so-called worthless body possesses some other utility?" As he articulated his question, Li Jue's body tensed, prepared to flee at any moment, his pallid face flushed with anxiety. Cheng Yunxian, observing the bowed figure of Li Jue, chuckled. "Ah, indeed. I can cultivate," he continued, "yet I once was a waste as well." Li Jue's brow furrowed in confusion. The statement seemed devoid of any deeper meaning. However, Cheng Yunxuan's subsequent words caused Li Jue to abruptly lift his head, his eyes alight with fervor, radiating brilliance. Cheng Yunxian perceived the flicker of doubt in Li Jue's gaze, understanding that he lacked trust. After all, the heavenly sealed body had been recognized on the continent for centuries, and countless formidable beings had attempted to unravel its mysteries, ultimately to no avail. Who would believe that a mere youth could resolve such a global conundrum? Yet, he truly could. Cheng Yunxian aspired to establish his own dominion on the continent through his efforts, thereby safeguarding his loved ones. Having been reborn, he was now terrified of losing them again. Presently, he enjoyed a distinct advantage in cultivation techniques, and those deemed heavenly sealed wastes on the continent represented the finest resources in his hands. There existed 10 varieties of heavenly sealed bodies in this world. Li Jue was the most peculiar. The Yiming seal, alongside the Great Sun seal, Ice seal, Fire seal, Shenjin seal, Qingmu seal, Holy Water seal, Thick Earth seal, Thunder seal, and Divine Wind seal. Cheng Yunxian envisioned uniting them all under his banner, with Li Jue as the prime executor. After a day of fervor, Shihu City remained alive with activity that night. Beneath a star-studded sky, the city was aglow with lights, yet the atmosphere lacked the usual celebration. The weeping of young wives echoed with sorrow, and the shouts and curses of fierce women rang out chaotically. The tavern was filled with inebriated patrons, some seated, others sprawled, their faces devoid of any joy. Among them, a few still possessed a semblance of awareness, slurring requests for more wine. Yet, the tavern's stock, sufficient for half a month, had been consumed in a single night. The weary proprietor wiped the sweat from his brow, tirelessly explaining to the drunken revelers. "In gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. and it is better to be a pig than to lose one's fortune. And of course, amidst the throng, a few fortunate gamblers who had struck it rich that day were making their way to the nearby casino, convinced that by dawn, they would understand that fortune, once gained, could vanish just as swiftly. In the underground training chamber, Cheng Yunxian addressed the still doubtful Li Zhuo with conviction. You ought not to harbor doubts. Yet it is wise to question. For the cultivation method I have devised is unlike anything this world has ever witnessed. It is impossible for you to cultivate spiritual energy, yet true energy is within your grasp. Li Zhuo was taken aback by Cheng Yunxuan's assertions, recalling the sensation of the internal energy that had flowed through him during the examination. At this moment, he was filled with unshakable belief. Cheng Yunxuan's words signified the creation of a new cultivation system, akin to opening a new world for cultivation. If all of this were true, then regardless of Cheng Yunxuan's current age, he was destined to become the pinnacle of existence in this realm, revered by millions and immortalized for eternity. To be chosen by such an individual, to be allowed to follow him, was more than Li Zhuo could ever hope for. Without hesitation, he knelt before Cheng Yunxian, declaring, Li Zhuo vows to serve you for all eternity. Should I break this oath, may I meet a fate most dire. In this world, oaths were rare, as they were akin to contracts, demanding fulfillment. Should one falter, retribution would inevitably descend upon them. This perplexed Cheng Yunxian, perhaps due to the dense spiritual energy that imbued this realm with formidable rules. Elijah's vow was a means to reassure Cheng Yunxian, and thus he felt at ease. Cheng Yunxian continued, cultivating spiritual energy is an external process, relying on acupoints to sense, absorb, and store energy. When the acupoints are blocked, one cannot cultivate spiritual energy. However, the method I have devised cultivates from within. I shall first impart to you the method of energy cultivation. After a month, return to me, and I shall assign you tasks. After sharing a foundational energy cultivation technique from the I Ching S Wash the Marrow scripture, the two emerged from the training chamber. The courtyard was littered with the fallen, the scene resembling a battlefield. Elijah promptly summoned the servants to manage the aftermath. Cheng Yunxian surveyed the surroundings. Yet he did not see the graceful figure of Duan Qingyuan. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he mused. She must have returned home. As Li Zhuo busied himself with the drunken chaos, Cheng Yunxian made his way to his room. Upon opening the door, the flickering candlelight cast shadows in the dimness. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him as a beautiful figure dashed into his embrace. Duan Qingyuan, her eyes glazed with intoxication, murmured, Yang Gu, you've finally returned. Qingyuan has been waiting for you for a long time. Who else could it be but Duan Qingyuan? Her soft body, charming demeanor, and enchanting voice sent a shiver through Cheng Yunxuan's heart, momentarily rendering him dazed. As someone inexperienced in romantic encounters, he found himself unable to resist such temptation, a physical reaction arising within him. Yet, since they were not yet wed, he felt a modicum of restraint. However, the slightly tipsy Duan Qingyuan had already thrown herself onto the bed, and Cheng Yunxian could no longer hesitate. If he were to be overpowered by a woman, what kind of man would he be? He rolled over, pinning Duan Qingyuan beneath him, but just as he was about to act, the door creaked open with a squeak. The surprised voice of Cheng Xie rang out, Brother, what are you and Sister Qingyuan doing? Duan Qingyuan was so mortified she wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Cheng Yunxian stood up, utterly embarrassed, and stammered, I was just having a friendly spar with Sister Qingyuan. She lost. Cheng Xie, mimicking her mother's tone, began, How can you bully Sister Qingyuan? She is going to be your wife. You must treat her well. Mother asked me to call Sister Qingyuan to sleep with her. Come, Sister Qingyuan, let us go tell Mother what brother did to you. Listening to the little girl expressing her intention to report the matter, Duan Qingyuan cast a deeply resentful glance at Cheng Yunxian. If Cheng's mother were to discover the events that had transpired, she would undoubtedly think of her as some sort of girl of ill repute. Observing Duan Qingyuan's reddened eyes, which were on the verge of tears, Cheng Yunxian swiftly employed his trump card. After a brief negotiation, he promised the little girl that he would take her shopping in a few days, signing a few unequal agreements in the process, which finally allowed her to forget the incident. That night, as Cheng Yunxian lay in bed, slumber eluded him. The scenes of battle from earlier in the day continually flashed through his mind. Indeed, combat proved to be the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Chang Yunxian felt he had gained a deeper understanding of the profound essence of Tai Chi. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family residence, the family quarters were ablaze with light, accompanied by the sound of various objects shattering. Zhao Run was consumed by rage, having suffered significant losses in today's gamble, but what infuriated him most was that Zhao Chun had nearly lost his life. Contemplating Zhao Chun's lifeless form on the bed, his heart filled with despair, belief shattered, and without reconstruction, future cultivation would be fraught with difficulty. While physical injuries could be mended, the mental barriers could only be overcome through his own efforts. Otherwise, he would be rendered practically useless. Zhao Ren's cold, venomous gaze was terrifying as he surveyed the chaotic surroundings, littered with broken vessels and furniture. The two most talented individuals of the Zhao family had been destroyed one after the other by Cheng Yunxian. Igniting an intense hatred within Zhao Ren, he seethed, "Zhao Gao, go to Liang City and find some powerful mercenaries. Remember, do not be stingy with money." The morning sun shone brightly, and the air was crisp, truly a perfect time for a leisurely slumber. Yet, Cheng Yunxian stood bare-chested by the well in the courtyard, preparing to wash his clothes. This sight astonished Duan Qingyuan, who had just risen from bed, quickly tidied herself up, and rushed over to Cheng Yunxian's courtyard. She eagerly approached, wishing to assist him. "Hee, Brother Yunxian, why are you washing your own clothes? Put them down and let me help you." However, upon seeing Duan Qing approaching with her skirt lifted, eager to wash his garments, Cheng Yunxian felt a slight panic. Having indulged too much in drink the previous night, coupled with the alluring presence of the beautiful Duan Qingyuan, he had managed to suppress his desires momentarily. Yet his dreams had been filled with her and other lovely ladies, leaving him unrest. Awakening that morning, he found himself drenched, with his lower abdomen in a rather embarrassing state. There was no way he could allow anyone to discover such a mortifying situation. Just as he finished his bath and retrieved his clothes, Duan Qingyuan arrived. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Ah, hee. It's all right, Qingyuan, I can manage on my own. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" Duan Qingyuan replied cheerfully, "I missed you. I couldn't sleep, so I came over. Let me help, after all. I'll be doing this for you once I marry you." Cheng Yunxian, seeing Duan Qingyuan's eager intent, realized he had to intervene. He grasped her arm firmly and said slowly, "You can wash for me your whole life in the future. What is the rush? If you truly want to help, why not tidy up my room first and then bring me a piece of clothing?" Duan Qingyuan, moved by his words, obediently agreed and sweetly made her way to his room. Cheng Yunxian let out a long sigh, hastening to wash his clothes, hoping no one else would arrive to complicate matters. After washing repeatedly until the faint scent dissipated, he wondered why Qingyuan had not yet finished cleaning. It seemed that being raised in a large family had rendered her somewhat pampered. She likely had never performed such tasks before. Once Cheng Yunxian completed his own chores, he entered his room, only to be slightly taken aback by the immaculate state of cleanliness. However, he found Duan Qingyuan sitting by his bed, her face flushed with shyness, her eyes sparkling as she gazed into space. Upon noticing him enter, she snapped back to reality, her face brightening as she playfully rolled her eyes at him. "Oh dear, my esteemed brother, your reputation is ruined in an instant." Inhaling the faint scent lingering in the room, Cheng Yunxian felt an overwhelming sense of regret, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Duan Qingyuan, oblivious to the situation, sniffed the air and, sensing something amiss, blurted out, "What is that smell?" Feigning ignorance, Cheng Yunxian replied, Qingyuan, are you hungry? Shall we go eat?" Duan Qingyuan naturally responded, Sure." Dazed, Cheng Yunxian attempted to exit, acting nonchalant as he said, "All right, let us go." To his surprise, Duan Qingyuan burst into laughter, teasing him, "You haven't even put on your clothes yet. Silly brother." The entire morning saw the family witnessing the serious Cheng Yunxian, while Duan Qingyuan giggled uncontrollably beside him, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. After Duan Qingyuan departed, Cheng Yunxian immersed himself in his cultivation. After lunch, the door to his room was suddenly flung open with great force. The little girl, Cheng Xia, stormed in, plopping down onto the exquisitely crafted wooden chair opposite Cheng Yunxian. Pouting, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, filled with a sense of grievance as though he had committed some grave error. Observing his sister's demeanor, Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of affection. It was evident that he had unknowingly displeased her. Cheng Yunxian furrowed his brow, reflecting on the events of recent days, and suddenly, A light of realization dawned upon him as he slapped his forehead in realization. No wonder she was so upset. He had promised to take her shopping. Feigning ignorance, he rose and poured himself a glass of water, casually saying, "See ya. Look at the lovely weather today. Do you have time to accompany your brother for a stroll? If you're busy, then never mind." As soon as Cheng Xia heard this, she leaped off her chair, her displeasure evaporating in an instant. She grabbed Cheng Yunxuan's hand, shaking it excitedly. "I have time, of course. I have time." Chapter 49. Distance creates beauty. Since arriving in this world, Cheng Yunxian had been so preoccupied with resuming his cultivation that he had scarcely found the leisure to explore the commercial streets of Shihu City. Although he possessed some memories of the place, his curiosity about the market remained. East Main Street, despite its unremarkable name, was indeed the most bustling area of Shihu City, stretching for several miles and several dozen meters wide. It was lined with shops, including the Duan family's spirit herb store, the Zhang family's weapon shop, the Zhao family's tavern, and the Cheng family's merchant stall, with a constant flow of people traversing the thoroughfare. The atmosphere was incomparable to any street corner on earth. The men on the street resembled fitness instructors, their muscles pronounced and physiques robust. The women exuded an air of martial prowess, most adorned with weapons. Truly, this was a world that revered martial strength, its martial fervor strikingly evident. Numerous shops surrounded them, each displaying an array of peculiar and intriguing items. Cheng Yunxian found himself captivated, his senses overwhelmed, akin to a rustic villager encountering the wonders of the world for the first time. He is curious about everything and wants to inquire about it all. Now it has turned into Cheng Xia taking him shopping, where many of his questions can be answered by her. Cheng Yunxuan's face, filled with curiosity and humble grace, still carries a hint of the imposing demeanor he once had as the little tyrant of Shihu City, leaving passers-by in astonishment, if it weren't for the recent news of his triumph over several prominent families circulating. They might genuinely question whether he had lost his wits. However, it is evident that this refined and approachable young Master Cheng is far more endearing, as the previous air of arrogance has dissipated. Gradually, nearby young ladies and women draw closer, eager to catch a glimpse of the esteemed genius of Shihu City. At this moment, Cheng Yunxian is engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper about a pet beast he intends to purchase. His handsome countenance and humble demeanor captivate the shopkeeper, who, in an impulsive moment, reaches out to gently caress his cheek. Reacting to the unexpected gesture, Cheng Yunxian steps back, his cheeks flushing with shyness in an instant. The surrounding young ladies are utterly charmed by his bashful blush, erupting into jubilant shrieks. "I love you, Cheng Yunxian. Marry me, please. Let me steal a kiss. You are mine." Their wild cries echo through the streets, and Cheng Yunxian suddenly finds himself surrounded by a throng of women of all varieties, akin to the frenzy that follows a superstar on Earth. Amidst this chaos, he loses count of how many times he has been caught up in the excitement before finally managing to escape the crowd with little Sierre in tow. The sight of him fleeing from a horde of beautiful women on Shiji Street creates a striking spectacle, providing ample gossip for the onlookers in Shihu City. Who would have imagined that the illustrious young master, who was once invincible in the arena, would be so flustered by a gaggle of young ladies? Now, as he runs, Cheng Yunxian begins to grasp the exasperating side of fame, feeling profound sympathy for those in the limelight. East Street undeniably stands as the bustling heart of Shihu City, where the crowds never diminish, regardless of the hour. In a dim corner of a small tavern, a handsome young man peeks out to observe the throng surging outside. Beside him, a charming little girl with sparkling eyes watches him with curiosity. Who else could this be but the siblings Cheng Yunxian and Cheng Xia? Oh dear mother, at last, I've managed to escape. The women in this world are far too bold, too straightforward, too passionate. Cheng Yunxian now deeply understands the harrowing sensation of fame that can feel more like a curse than a blessing. He glances back at Cheng Xia, only to find her scrutinizing him intently. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Cheng Xia gazes at her brother with newfound unfamiliarity. Previously, when Cheng Yunxian brought her to Shiji Street, his haughty demeanor made him seem intimidating, and few dared approach them. But today, witnessing her brother being pursued by a throng of women fills the young Cheng Xia with thrill and amusement. The amiable and approachable brother before her is much easier to accept. She beams at him, dashing into his embrace. Having once been an only child, Cheng Yunxian cherishes this budding sibling bond. He affectionately tousles her hair and pulls her out of the shadowy corner. Clearly, he must learn to adapt to his former demeanor. Otherwise, even a simple outing will become a distant dream. Indeed, upon seeing him, people instinctively distance themselves from the little tyrant of Shehu City, while familiar faces politely greet him. For Cheng Yunxian, being able to stroll about with ease is undoubtedly a pleasant experience, yet maintaining an air of cool detachment proves to be a rigorous test for his body. Thankfully, now that he has attained some level of cultivation, he muses that in the past, he might have been left with sore muscles and fatigue, utterly defeated by the experience. Continuing his exploration, Cheng Yunxian visits the Duan family's spirit herb shop, the Zhang family's weapon store, and the Sun family's pill shop. He is disheartened to discover that the quality of pills in Shehu City is rather low, limited to the most basic, first-grade recovery pills and muscle-building pills. The greatest regret lies in the vast array of spirit herbs and beast pills gifted to him by the Beast Emperor. If only he could refine them into pills, their utility would be greatly enhanced. Yet, lamentably, Cheng Yunxian lacks the skill to concoct pills, and finding a master alchemist capable of producing high-grade pills in such a small place as Shehu City is a daunting task. Before he realizes it, Cheng Yunxian finds himself standing before a medical clinic, where a large sign reading "The medicine that never dies" catches his eye, the characters flowing elegantly as if a galloping steed soaring through the air. It is unmistakably the work of a master calligrapher. At that moment, Cheng Xia has already released his hand, rushing inside with glee. "Grandpa Mo. Grandpa Mo, Xia is here to see you." As her voice rings out, a jovial old man with a white beard rushes from the inner chamber, scooping the little girl into his embrace. "Ha ha ha, my little girl, what a delightful surprise. It's been ages since you last visited. Did you know Grandpa has missed you terribly?" Cheng Xia plants a kiss on his cheek and responds sweetly, "Yes, Xia has missed Grandpa too. My brother brought me out to play today, so I came to see you." At this, the delighted Mo Hai notices Cheng Yunxian standing at the entrance, and a glimmer of recognition flickers in his eyes. Cheng Yunxian adeptly perceives the subtle change in Mo Hai's expression. Bowing deeply as he greets, Yunxian pays his respects to Grandpa Mo. "I forgot to bring some gifts. Please don't take offense." "Haha, when did you become so courteous? I must say, I prefer the old you." Mo Hai chuckles before calling out, "Qing Sheng, take Xia to the back to play for a while. I wish to have a word with Yunxian." A slightly frail young man steps forward, nodding in greeting to Cheng Yunxian before leading Cheng Xia away. Following Mo Hai, Cheng Yunxian ascends the stairs with him, lost in memories of the kind old man who has cared for him as much as his own grandfather, Cheng Lai's Han. Their connection dates back 2 decades. When Cheng Lai's Han, in his prime, saved the injured Mo Hai from the jaws of a spirit beast. Unbeknownst to Cheng Lai's Han, the man he rescued was a renowned physician. When several members of the Cheng family fell gravely ill, even the best doctors deemed them beyond hope, yet Mo Hai miraculously cured them with a few simple herbs. As Mo Hai's reputation grew, the Cheng family found their home overwhelmed with visitors, leading Cheng Lai's Han to establish a clinic for him on E Street, where he has resided ever since. Even Mo Qingsheng, his apprentice, joined him only a few years ago. The sign "The medicine that never dies" was a tribute from a prominent figure in Lianghua, signifying that those treated by him would never perish, though his closest friend, Cheng Lai's Han, often jested that he was a death-dealing doctor, and over time, Mo Hai became accustomed to the moniker. A sudden call interrupts Cheng Yunxuan's reverie. Mo Hai gestures for him to approach. "Yunxian, extend your hand." Naturally, Cheng Yunxian, who has known this man since childhood, feels no hesitation. He extends his hand without a second thought. After examining Cheng Yunxuan's pulse, Mo Hai's usually calm demeanor shifts to one of astonishment. "When your grandfather spoke to me about you, I was skeptical, but it seems to be true." Cheng Yunxian smiles, eager to share news of his recent experiences with the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound, but Mo Hai interrupts him. With a serious expression, he says, "Your grandfather wished to inform me, but I declined. Regardless of what fortuitous events have led to your recovery, this is indeed a tremendous blessing. You must understand that a man without fault can incur blame for possessing great treasures. Thankfully, you reside in a small town like Shehu City. Had this been in the royal city, it could have brought calamity upon the Cheng family. Remember, until you possess the strength to safeguard your secrets, the best course of action is to keep them hidden from everyone." Under the gaze of this kindly elder, whose profound eyes seem to see right through him, Chung Yunxian inquires, "Is it truly that serious?" Yet Imo Hai bursts into laughter, saying, "Oh, of course not. Your grandpa Mo is just getting old and wishes for you all to be well. Sometimes I overthink things. Just be a bit more cautious in your endeavors, and we old folks will have fewer worries." Upon hearing his words, Chung Yunxian felt a great sense of relief. However, deep within his heart, he held a profound respect for Grandpa Mo's words. His secret was undoubtedly astonishing enough to shake the heavens and move the spirits. And it was something that must never be divulged lightly. "Grandpa Mo, your medical skills are remarkable. What are your thoughts on alchemy?" Imo Hai smiled as he gazed at Chung Yunxian and replied, "The path of cultivation is inherently arduous, and the creation of elixirs, which condenses the essence of flora and fauna and seizes the vitality of the heavens, is indeed a defiance of nature, rendering it even more challenging. Yunxian, your talent is exceptional, and your ability to recover signifies that you are a person of great fortune with boundless prospects ahead. Nevertheless, I must offer you a word of advice. The essence of cultivation lies in unwavering focus and immense perseverance. Relying too heavily on elixirs can deplete one's spirit, and I believe you should not be distracted by this during your training. Moreover, excessive dependence on elixirs for progression may lead to an unstable foundation, making it exceedingly difficult to reach the pinnacle in the future." Throughout Imo Hai's counsel, Chung Yunxian maintained a humble smile, yet being a person of strong opinions, he was not easily swayed. While he acknowledged the validity of Imo Hai's reasoning, he remained resolute. Observing Chung Yunxian's unyielding demeanor, Imo Hai chuckled heartily and rose to walk into the inner chamber, which Chung Yunxian recognized as Grandpa Mo's bedroom. Moments later, Imo Hai emerged, cradling an ancient wooden box, which he placed before Chung Yunxian. With his slightly aged hands, he gently caressed the box, momentarily lost in thought, his profound gaze filled with memories and sentiments. After a brief pause, he spoke softly, "I know you are steadfast in your beliefs, and nothing others say will alter that. This is for you. However, I must remind you not to become overly enamored with external paths." Chung Yunxian grinned with delight and unceremoniously opened the wooden box. Inside lay 3 thick tomes, their bold characters clearly indicating they were no ordinary texts. These 3 volumes were titled Record of Spirit Beasts, Pharmacopoeia, and Introduction to Alchemy. Imo Hai's voice resonated once more. "Since you have an interest in alchemy, begin your understanding here." After acquiring Imo Hai's alchemical texts, Chung Yunxian hastily returned to his secluded courtyard, wholly engrossed in studying the art of alchemy. The following day, he procured an ordinary second-tier alchemical furnace through his grandfather, Chung Lizhan, and commenced his trials in a makeshift alchemy chamber within the Cheng family estate. The essence of alchemy lies primarily in the control of the alchemical flame. For instance, the black stone fire utilized in creating the gathering spirit pill was adequate for his needs. Chung Yunxian discovered that the so-called black stone was akin to coal from his previous life. After heating the furnace with the black stone, he meticulously added the medicinal ingredients in the correct order. This step required little technical prowess. However, once the spiritual herbs melted into the medicinal liquid, it was crucial to manage the heat carefully to prevent the liquid from evaporating. Additionally, sufficient spiritual power was necessary to sustain the energy consumption of the alchemical process. For Chung Yunxian, this was not particularly challenging, but he struggled to control his spiritual energy to separate the impurities mingled in the medicinal liquid. Consequently, the excessive impurities led to explosions during the final stages of pill formation. Indeed, the process had become quite the spectacle, with the chamber occasionally filled with the sound of muffled explosions, accompanied by billowing clouds of black smoke and the soot-stained visage of Chung Yunxian. After 3 days, yet another tremendous explosion echoed through the air, and Chung Yunxian's door flung open. A figure resembling a wild-haired lion emerged, face smeared with soot, rushing out from the room, trailing thick smoke behind him. Cough, 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 cough. The violent coughing erupted from Chung Yunxian as he crouched beneath a large tree outside the alchemy chamber, tears and snot streaming down his face. The low-grade spiritual herbs he had brought from the family, which he had scarcely used, were now all depleted, leaving him profoundly disheartened as he had failed even to concoct the most basic gathering spirit pill. Perhaps he truly lacked any talent for alchemy. After a moment of rest, Chung Yunxian re-entered the alchemical chamber, only to discover that his storage bracelet had been completely emptied of low-tier spiritual herbs. He was acutely aware that attempting to refine elixirs with high-grade spiritual herbs at this stage would be a sheer waste. Undeterred, Cheng Yunxian clutched the family token and made his way to the spiritual herb hall. Noticing his movements from a distance, an old servant who had been discreetly observing him hurried to inform the family head, Cheng Lies-han. Upon hearing Cheng Yunxuan's desire to practice alchemy, Cheng Lies-han was filled with excitement and promptly arranged for a dedicated alchemical chamber. Equipped with all the necessary facilities, his blind trust in his seemingly omnipotent grandson had grown. As long as Cheng Yunxian expressed a wish, Cheng Lies-han believed wholeheartedly in his grandson's inevitable success. He also designated a trusted old servant to monitor all of Cheng Yunxuan's alchemical endeavors, eager to receive news of any successes at the earliest moment in the entirety of Shihu City. There was not a single alchemist. If Cheng Yunxian succeeded, even if he were merely a novice, it would be immensely valuable for the Qing family. However, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With each successive report of explosions emanating from the alchemical chamber, Cheng Liashan's flickering hope dimmed further. Perhaps his grandson truly lacked the aptitude for alchemy. Despite his extraordinary talents, it was unreasonable to expect him to excel in every endeavor. This encapsulated Cheng Liashan's true sentiments at that moment. When the old servant burst in to inform him that Cheng Yunxian had once again rushed to the spiritual herb hall, he wasted no time and dashed out to prevent him. Yet, he found himself blocking Cheng Yunxian at the entrance of the hall, confronted by a sight that was hard to believe. His grandson, dressed in tattered, filthy clothes, with a face covered in medicinal ash and hair resembling a bird's nest. Upon seeing Cheng Lies-han, the almost deranged Cheng Yunxian declared, "I need spiritual herbs. I am on the verge of success." Cheng Lies-han, grasping Cheng Yunxuan's shoulders, implored earnestly, "Grandson, let us not continue this madness. Shall we? No more alchemy." He led the bewildered Cheng Yunxian to the small lake beside the spiritual herb hall, where their reflections appeared in the water. Cheng Yunxian, now curious, noticed that one figure was undoubtedly his grandfather. But the other, appearing as a beggar, was a stranger. Thus, Cheng Yunxuan's focus gradually shifted from the world of elixirs, fixated on the figure in the water, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen this person before. Chapter 51. Cheng Yunxian buried alive suddenly. A loud roar startled Cheng Yunxian, causing him to leap nearly 7 feet high. The figure in the reflection was indeed him. What on earth was happening? Oh no! How utterly embarrassing! He frantically patted down his clothing, confirming his appearance, and then, with a cry, fled the scene like the wind. Unbeknownst to him, the entire Cheng family had long since grown accustomed to his outlandish attire. After this lesson, Cheng Yunxian developed a profound fear of alchemy and vowed never to mention it again. He secluded himself in his quarters, diligently focusing on cultivating his spiritual energy. It must be noted that the cultivation of spiritual energy is a process of accumulation. After several days of practice, Cheng Yunxian had only managed to condense a few drops of spiritual liquid in his dantian, leaving him exceedingly frustrated. At this rate, he could not fathom how long it would take to fill all the acupoints in his dantian. The prospect of achieving higher-tier spiritual liquid crystallization seemed utterly unattainable. At this moment, he yearned for the reputed gathering spirit arrays possessed by some esteemed clans. As the adage goes, a full man does not understand the hunger of a starving man. Cheng Yunxuan's rate of absorbing spiritual energy had far surpassed that of a typical cultivator. Were he to share his situation with outsiders, it would surely incite envy. Time passed leisurely, yet briefly, and upon returning to Shihu City, he found himself once more embroiled in trouble. The Zhao family was not only required to return the 5 villages they had annexed from the Qing family, but also to forfeit 2 additional ones. While the principle of honoring bets is well established, when personnel from the Cheng family went to reclaim the 2 villages, they were unexpectedly met with fierce resistance and sustained serious injuries. Consequently, Cheng Lies-han sent representatives to negotiate with the Zhao family, only to encounter their cunning denials, claiming that the villagers had resisted joining the Qing family of their own volition. It was incredulous that ordinary mountain folk could inflict such injuries upon 2 low-tier warriors. They lacked both the courage and the capability. The Qing family understood all too well that the Zhao family was behind this mischief. Originally, Cheng Lies-han intended to personally retrieve the villages, but upon hearing this, Cheng Yunxian was determined not to let such an opportunity to escape from this embarrassing situation slip by. He was tired of hiding within the courtyard, too afraid to step outside. He always felt as though everyone was reveling in his misfortune. Cheng Lianshan, understanding his grandson's sentiments, chose not to persist in the matter. After Cheng Yunxian departed from Shihu City, the awkward turmoil within him dissipated entirely, akin to a fish released back into the vast ocean, galloping freely across the boundless land. Remarkably confident, he did not even bring a single guard with him. As he exited Shihu City, a falcon, with a message tube affixed to one of its legs, soared past Cheng Yunxian, heading towards the distant mountains and forests. At this moment, on the road leading to the Zhao family's two villages, Dawang Village and Shaowang Village, there lay a place known as the Wolf Hunting Valley. The small gorge was flanked by steep cliffs, and the path within was rugged and treacherous, barely wide enough for a carriage to pass. However, the valley was currently obstructed by fallen rocks, rendering the route impassable. On the cliffs stood two figures against the wind. One, clad in green and masked, bore a grim expression, while the other, rugged in appearance, exuded a fierce gaze. A piercing cry of a hawk shattered the silence, and a majestic falcon alighted upon the muscular arm of the rough-looking man. After retrieving a message tube from the falcon's leg, he slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. The operation proceeded even more smoothly than anticipated. Cheng Lianshan did not come. The one arriving is Cheng Yunxian, and he is alone. This venture is proving to be exceedingly effortless. I wonder if the Zhao family head has prepared the gold coins as promised? The masked figure replied coldly, 1,000,000 gold coins is hardly a matter of concern for the Zhao family. Once a deal is struck, we shall not shortchange you. Ha ha, splendid. I do appreciate straightforward individuals. Time passed swiftly, and the monotonous sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. Cheng Yunxian was nearing. The two men exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of ferocity and exhilaration in the other's eyes. Cheng Yunxian had not given much thought to the minor issue concerning the villages. Had the Zhao family not acted foolishly by severely injuring members of the Qing family, he would not have needed to intervene. Yet, reflecting on the fact that the Zhao family had already crippled a genius due to his presence, and nearly eliminated Zhao Chun in a recent tournament, it was only natural for the Zhao family to seek an outlet for their grievances. Thus, Cheng Yunxian traveled leisurely along the way, akin to a tourist, admiring the scenery as he journeyed. Indeed, the landscapes here were unmarred by industrial pollution, unlike the barren hills left in the wake of deforestation in his previous life. The forests and various vegetation flourished lushly, presenting a scene reminiscent of an untouched primeval forest, with fresh, clean air and a sky of unparalleled blue, suffused with a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloping his being. Ah, how delightful! Cheng Yunxian, seated upon his steed, stretched languidly. Approaching the Wolf Hunting Valley, he felt he was nearing his destination. He was eager to witness what audacity the Zhao family possessed to be so brazen. He couldn't wait to break their legs. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he urged his horse towards the valley. It must be said that even the most ordinary horses in this world were exceptionally magnificent. In comparison to the renowned steeds of earth, they were simply incomparable. The path within the Wolf Hunting Valley was treacherous, yet to the steed beneath him, it was as smooth as a flat surface. Suddenly, the road ahead was obstructed by a landslide of rocks, prompting immediate vigilance from Cheng Yunxian. The travelers had not mentioned anything about the blockage. The weather had been clear for the past 2 days, with no torrential rains or adverse conditions. Thus, the occurrence of this landslide seemed exceedingly suspicious. The presence of such coincidences suggested that this was no mere happenstance. An unusual scent of conspiracy wafted through the air. A playful smile crept across Cheng Yunxian's face as he suddenly spurred his horse, which neighed loudly and accelerated like a bolt of lightning towards the valley. The steed charged towards the landslide without any intention of slowing down. And just as it seemed poised to crash into the rubble, Cheng Yunxian yanked the reins sharply in a burst of speed. The magnificent horse came to an abrupt halt, and Cheng Yunxian, with a graceful leap, arched backward, defying the laws of physics, as he soared away from the falling rocks. Boom! As he lay on his back, gazing at the heavens, he heard the thunderous noise beside him. The cliffs erupted with violent explosions, and rocks cascaded down. Observing the rapidly descending debris, Cheng Yunxian remained calm and composed, thinking to himself, "Good heavens! They are truly ruthless. Do they intend to bury me alive? If they seek to end my life, they shall not find it so simple. With a tranquil demeanor, Chang Yunxian executed several agile flips in midair, landing lightly on the cliffside, vanishing amidst the swirling dust. Originally, Zhao Ren had orchestrated such a trap to lure Chang Lianshan, intending to eliminate the pillar of the Cheng family. Little did he expect that the one they would ensnare would be Cheng Yunxian, yet the outcome still satisfied Zhao Ren immensely. However, the expenditure of 1 million gold coins felt somewhat unjust. Just as Cheng Yunxian was about to arrive, the coarse man prepared to strike him down, only to be abruptly halted by Zhao Ren. The cautious Zhao Ren had devised this time-efficient method, burial alive. At the moment Cheng Yunxian was suspended in midair, both individuals struck the cliffs with great force. As the rocks tumbled down and the dust settled, both the horse and Cheng Yunxian vanished into the valley, leaving only a chaotic pile of stones behind. Ha ha ha, Zhao family head. I feel your 1 million gold coins are truly unjust. Why not add an additional 500,000, and I shall assist you in eliminating Cheng Lianshan as well? Zhao Ren's audacity and ruthless demeanor earned the coarse man's admiration. He had astonishingly offered him a substantial discount. Well then, that sounds splendid. I believe Cheng Yunxuan's demise will deal a heavy blow to that old fellow. I shall seek an opportunity and then notify team leader Qi. Meanwhile, not far from them, a figure, covered in dirt and grime, lay concealed in the grass, remaining utterly motionless, his gaze chillingly cold. It turned out that at the moment the rocks fell, Cheng Yunxian had unleashed his latent potential, deftly navigating the falling debris, and ultimately emerged from the landslide zone. This was evidently a conspiracy, and with boldness stemming from his skills, Cheng Yunxian did not hasten to flee. Instead, he stealthily returned. Indeed, he had overheard everything. It was all a scheme devised by Zhao Ren. He intended to kill my grandfather. Recognizing Zhao Ren's masked appearance, Cheng Yunxian recalled that a masked individual had also appeared during the family crisis that Cheng Lianshan had described. At this moment, Cheng Yunxian was absolutely certain that the man was none other than Zhao Ren, the head of the Zhao family. Contemplating the lives lost in defense of the Qing family, an inferno of rage ignited within him, and the murderous intent surged within him. Suddenly, Qi Fang bellowed, "Who goes there?" Stepped forward, yet Zhao Ren remained oblivious to anything amiss. The vice-captain of the mercenary group, Qi Fang, who had been wandering the battlefield, was astounded by the sharpness of his perception of murderous intent. Cheng Yunxian was equally surprised, thinking to himself, this person is no ordinary individual, since his presence was already revealed. There was no need for Cheng Yunxian to remain hidden. He slowly emerged from the grass. Upon seeing the living Cheng Yunxian, both men were astonished by how he had escaped from such a lethal predicament. Although Cheng Yunxian now appeared somewhat disheveled, both men instinctively heightened their guard. Qi Fang felt a thrill of excitement. For the vice-captain of a mercenary group, accumulating gold coins was their livelihood, but for a challenger like him, the prospect of such a simple opponent left him feeling somewhat disappointed. The fact that Cheng Yunxian had survived ignited his bloodlust. Zhao family head, it seems our business must be deliberated further. Yet this boy possesses some intrigue. Chapter 52. The fruits of one's own misdeeds are not to be lived. Zhao Ren boldly removed the black cloth from his face, harboring no fear of Cheng Yunxian. With a sinister smile, he remarked, just a dead man. What does it matter if he dies early or late, right, nephew Yunxian? How dare they act so arrogantly before me? Do they think I am merely a lamb awaiting slaughter? Soon enough, I shall show you why flowers bloom with such red. Cheng Yunxian coldly regarded the two, saying frostily, Zhao Ren, I ask you, was that masked man involved in the last attack on my Qing family? Confident of his victory, Zhao Ren felt no need for restraint and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. So what if it was me? And if it wasn't, what of it, however? In light of your impending demise, I shall enlighten you. That individual was indeed me. Imph. Do you believe my Zhao family is easy to bully? You harmed my Zhao family member Zhao Ming, and thus I shall annihilate your entire Cheng clan. Only then will my heart be appeased. Your Cheng family was fortunate to escape last time. Do you have any further questions, or shall we proceed to your demise? Cheng Yunxian chuckled coldly, none. Therefore, you may prepare to die. With that, Cheng Yunxian retrieved the ancient sword Donghua from his spatial bracelet. Transforming into a fleeting shadow, Cheng Yunxian launched an assault towards the two individuals. His ambush was thwarted by a colossal broadsword wielded by Qi Fong, while Zhao Ren brandished a longsword. The weapons in their hands were evidently of exceptional quality, as they did not shatter beneath the Eastern Huagu sword. Instead, they merely left a profound gashed eye in that moment of life and death within the valley. Cheng Yunxian finally achieved his ultimate breakthrough, stepping into the Seven Shadows realm of the Lingbo Weibu technique. At this juncture, 7 solid figures incessantly attacked between the two adversaries. It must be noted that despite Cheng Yunxuan's initial mastery as a martial artist, obliterating the mid-tier warriors Zhao Ren and Qi Fong proved to be quite a challenge. Although he possessed an advantage in agility and technique, he could only barely match their prowess. The two prominent figures were now utterly astounded, as Cheng Yunxuan's displayed strength surpassed their expectations by a considerable margin. Given his ability to contend with both of them without faltering, one could only speculate on the formidable existence he might become should he continue to grow. The crux of the matter lay in Cheng Yunxuan's remarkable agility. The 7 manifestations he conjured appeared as tangible as real beings, creating the illusion that the two were simultaneously battling against 7 opponents. This realization solidified their resolve to eliminate Cheng Yunxian on this occasion, for should they miss this opportunity, he might become an everlasting nightmare for them. Suddenly, Cheng Yunxuan's icy voice echoed in their ears once more. "Zhao Ren, are you not curious about the whereabouts of Honghu?" Zhao Ren was jolted by this question, a shiver coursing through him as a thought surfaced in his mind that he dared not believe. Could it be? Cheng Yunxian continued, "I killed him. He was left with not a trace." Zhao Ren found his composure slightly shaken by Cheng Yunxuan's words, nearly allowing him to fall prey to a lethal strike. Drenched in cold sweat, he quickly steadied himself to fend off the assault. Despite still engaging in combat with Cheng Yunxian, an overwhelming sense of dread crept into his heart, causing him to entertain thoughts of retreat. Cheng Yunxian, meanwhile, felt his arms growing numb from the fierce battle, his spiritual energy waning. Yet he still could not vanquish his opponents, leading him to understand that the likelihood of defeating them through this method was exceedingly slim. It was clear that he had to resort to a powerful technique. In an instant, Cheng Yunxian distanced himself from the two, naturally bending his left leg while his right arm curved inward, his palm tracing a circular motion as he gently pushed outward. The dragon's wrath. Suddenly, a colossal and majestic aura emanated from him. Sensing the shift, Zhao Ren, already harboring thoughts of retreat, wasted no time in turning to flee. His cowardice alerted him to a palpable aura of death hovering menacingly around him. On the other hand, Qi Fong, who had long evaded death in the shadows, also felt the impending doom. He too yearned to escape. But it was too late. Cheng Yunxuan's spiritual energy surged forth violently, creating a tempest around him. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's head, formed from condensed spiritual energy, erupted from his palm, instinctively drawing in the surrounding natural energies to form a dragon's body and tail. This immense energy dragon, as thick as a water barrel, spiraled above Cheng Yunxuan's head before unleashing a furious roar and charging directly at Qi Fong. The energy dragon pierced through Qi Fong's form and, under Cheng Yunxuan's command, veered towards Zhao Ren. Fortune favored Zhao Ren, who, just as the energy dragon was about to close in on him, leapt off the cliff. However, he was still struck by the dragon's tail, causing him to plummet and spew forth blood. Yet he did not halt his flight in the blink of an eye. He vanished into the dense forest. With a resounding crash, the mountainside bore the brunt of Cheng Yunxuan's power, leaving a massive gaping hole in its wake. Witnessing the aftermath, Zhao Ren's courage crumbled entirely. He now regretted targeting the Cheng family and, more profoundly, crossing paths with Cheng Yunxian. Secretly, he began plotting his exit from Shihu City. Oblivious to the brewing crisis within the Zhao family in the city, the thick dust settled. Qi Fong had been reduced to nothingness. Cheng Yunxian, preparing to depart, was drawn to a metallic glint among the underbrush. Parting the foliage revealed a storage ring, presumably belonging to Qi Fong, that had miraculously survived the onslaught of the raging energy dragon, indicating it was no ordinary item. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yunxian, the Slaughter Mercenary Corps was a renowned entity throughout the continent, with branches spread far and wide. Although Qi Fong was merely a deputy leader in the small region of Wagong City, he held a position of authority. Items such as storage rings were standard issue for Mercenary Corps, distributed uniformly by the headquarters, thus certainly not commonplace. As Cheng Yunxian probed into the ring with his spiritual energy, he could not help but swallow hard. Within the storage space, a substantial area was filled with piles of gold coins, while other compartments housed small chests. Not in a rush to leave, Cheng Yunxian settled down cross-legged to inspect his newfound treasures. Upon opening one chest, he was enveloped by the rich aura of spiritual energy. It was filled to the brim with spirit stones. Spirit stones, crystallized embodiments of spiritual energy, boasted a density of power vastly superior to that found in the air. They were categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme grades. Cheng Yunxian had acquired only the lowest grade, yet even so, these spirit stones would expedite his cultivation process exponentially compared to the slow absorption from the atmosphere. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, swiftly alleviating the vexing dilemma of sluggish spiritual liquid accumulation he had been grappling with. After a brief moment of excitement, Cheng Yunxian continued his examination. He discovered 2 additional chests containing high-grade spirit herbs and several 4th-tier spirit herbs, which held little value for him. After a thorough search, he concluded his haul. Over 100 inferior spirit stones, 2 chests of spirit herbs, millions in gold coins, and what appeared to be various materials for refining weapons, none of which he understood well. So he paid them little heed. However, a beautifully ornate box containing a blood-red token piqued Cheng Yunxian's interest immensely. The token, dripping with crimson, bore the visage of a grotesque skull on one side, intricately inscribed with the word slaughter. Upon glimpsing these characters, Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of murderous intent, as if he were gazing upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He hastily reined in his emotions, no longer daring to ponder those 2 words in detailed. It seemed the slaughter mercenary corps was indeed extraordinary, for the very presence of such a token indicated it had been inscribed by a masterful hand. As for the identity of this adept, Cheng Yunxian found himself unable to ascertain their caliber. The thought of effortlessly dispatching a mercenary leader and reaping such rewards tantalized him. Perhaps regularly pillaging in this manner could become a promising venture. With visions of grandeur dancing in his mind, Cheng Yunxian remained blissfully unaware that Qi Feng, despite his rugged exterior, was indeed the steward of the slaughter mercenary corps in the Wugong City region. Besides the leader himself, he managed the corps general assets, a privilege not commonly afforded to individuals carrying millions in gold coins. Alas, Qi Feng's desire for a little extra profit led to his demise, inadvertently benefiting Cheng Yunxian. Chapter 53. The arrogance of Zhou Hong. After concluding his plunder, an exhilarated Cheng Yunxian prepared to leave when an intense sensation of being watched suddenly gripped him. Tightening the previously relaxed nerves, inwardly chastising himself for becoming complacent after such a resounding victory and acquiring a wealth of treasures, he realized he had let his guard down, completely unaware of being surveilled. Had the observer taken the opportunity to ambush him, the consequences could have been dire. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he vowed never to commit such a rudimentary error again. It was apparent that the observer was not an enemy. Cheng Yunxian straightened his attire and, cupping his fists, called out, "I am Cheng Yunxian. May I inquire which esteemed elder is present? Please, do reveal yourself for a conversation." "Ha ha ha, did you hear that, you two? This kid calls me elder. Come, let us go have a chat with him." Upon hearing this voice, Cheng Yunxian's brow furrowed slightly. 3 figures emerged from behind a nearby tree. 1 man and 2 women. The man, clad in white, exuded an air of nonchalance and appeared quite presentable. Accompanying him were 2 lowly-like beauties, one clad in red and the other in green, further accentuating his charm. These 2 girls were indeed quite attractive. Perhaps just a shade less than Duan Qingyuan. Observing the way they looked at the boy, it was clear they were utterly smitten, revealing that he possessed some skill. As the trio approached, the boy spoke with familiarity. "Brother, I must say, your palm technique from earlier was quite impressive. You could barely qualify as my little brother. How about following me from now on?" Cheng Yunxian felt flattered by the initial compliment. Yet his mood soured at the abrupt suggestion. With a displeased expression, he retorted, "Who do you think you are? Can you refrain from spouting nonsense here?" Undeterred by Cheng Yunxian's demeanor, the boy boldly declared, "I am Zhou Hong, and these are my junior sisters, Dingwei and Yu Xiuxiu. We have our own matters to attend and I must take my leave." Cheng Yunxian interjected, dismissing their presence. "Cheng Yunxian," in an impatient tone, was about to leave when he was suddenly halted by Zhou Hong. "Hold on. Do you look down on me? Just because you see your brother, you want to show off. You're planning to cross that canyon, aren't you? Step aside. Someone wants to showcase their skills." Cheng Yunxian, treating it as mere entertainment, stood up and made way, eagerly awaiting Zhou Heng's performance. Zhou Heng's demeanor shifted from a nonchalant attitude to one of grave seriousness. He extended one hand towards the sky, and in an instant, a massive sword materialized in his grasp. Indeed, the sword was colossal, imposing enough to instill a sense of pressure within Cheng Yunxian. Tio described its dimensions in engineering terms. It was approximately 3 meters long and half a meter wide, resembling a gigantic door slab. Ha! With a powerful shout, Zhou Hong concentrated his formidable spiritual energy upon the giant sword, transforming it into an even larger, towering spiritual weapon that seemed to pierce the clouds. He swung the sword towards the wolf-hunting valley with immense force. Boom! Dust and debris erupted into the air. Zhou Hong promptly sheathed his sword, reverting to his previous demeanor, disdainfully waving his arm as the dust settled. To be honest, Zhou Heng's display left Cheng Yunxian profoundly impressed. He had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable individual in these woods. At that moment, the wolf-hunting valley was unrecognizable compared to its former self. The paths within the valley had become straight and smooth, the rubble reduced to dust, and even the cliffs appeared remarkably polished. In that instant, Cheng Yunxian recalled a saying, "A heavy sword lacks a sharp edge. True skill lies in the unrefined." The straight and smooth paths instantly reminded him of asphalt roads from his past life, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Wow! If this technique were employed in Huaxia for road construction, it would surely yield astronomical profits. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, would be easily attainable. With newfound seriousness, Cheng Yunxian turned to appraise the boy named Zhou Hong, who was of similar age. Upon noticing Cheng Yunxian's gaze, Zhou Hong immediately adopted an arrogant and self-important posture. Seeing his ostentatious demeanor, Cheng Yunxian felt a surge of irritation. "How dare you show off in front of me? I hail from a world where arrogance reigns supreme. In my previous life, I navigated through a realm where boasting was commonplace, so dealing with Zhou Hong is child's play." Suppressing his astonishment, Cheng Yunxian coolly remarked to Zhou Hong, "Brother, I must admit your swordplay is quite impressive. You might just qualify to be my little brother. How about joining me in my ventures?" Zhou Hong, anticipating flattery and praise, was instantly taken aback, sputtering in outrage. "Why you? You?" He struggled to find appropriate words. Cheng Yunxian continued, "If you're unwilling, then so be it. But allow me to impart a piece of advice. Refrain from showing off, lest you attract a thunderous retribution. Well then, I have matters to attend to. May fate bring us together again." Without further delay, Cheng Yunxian turned and departed. "Stop right there." Zhou Heng's suddenly inflated aura caused Cheng Yunxian to feel as though he were teetering on the edge of a precipice. "I want to bully you. After all, you possess a first-class token from Chongkong Academy, right? In a year, you shall enroll, and I will seek you out. We shall compete. The loser must serve as the other's subordinate, though I assure you, I shall not lose. Just be sure you don't fail your entrance exam." As they moved away, Cheng Yunxian remained rooted in place, his expression devoid of emotion, yet internally, he was a tempest of thoughts. Impressive, truly impressive. The path of cultivation reveals that there is always someone stronger. Cheng Yunxian could hardly fathom just how much stronger Zhou Hong was. The gap between them was simply too vast. The pride and sense of superiority he had harbored since beginning his cultivation journey evaporated in that moment. Yet, this also ignited his competitive spirit. Indeed, he might be slightly stronger, but how long have I been cultivating? A year? Very well, let us see. I want to be your subordinate, not a chance. Cheng Yunxian's aura surged as he strode confidently into the wolf-hunting valley. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhou Hong walked ahead, muttering to himself, "Showing off? Be careful, or you might attract lightning. Ah, I see now. My little brother is truly talented. Hee, I never boast. I simply am remarkable. Ha ha ha, being remarkable is delightful, at the same time, within the confines of Wangduang." A spacious area near the village was adorned with several tables laden with fruits. A group of over a dozen individuals donned in garments emblazoned with the Duan family's distinct insignia sat around, indulging in fruits while engaging in casual conversation. Among them, a robust middle-aged man sat upright, his expression stern. Zhao Jie, a member of the Duan family's collateral branch with average talent, had only achieved the 7th rank of martial artist at his age. He was barely considered competent within the Duan clan. However, his sharp mind enabled him to effectively complete several tasks assigned by the clan head, Zhao Run, thereby gradually gaining recognition. Due to Zhao Ren's favor, his status within the Duan family rose, prompting him to emulate some of the higher-ups by occasionally displaying an air of authority before those of lesser status. Strangely enough, this often intimidated others, especially the mountain folk surrounding him. Having previously incapacitated the members of the Cheng family who had come to the village, Zhao Jie felt increasingly arrogant. He was the only one privy to Zhao Ren's plans. Thus aware that the Cheng family would not send anyone else, behind them, several households of villagers stood at a distance, their faces shadowed with worry. Given the conflict between the Cheng and Duan families, they should have felt no fear. However, with the Cheng family members injured, they feared retribution. Yet, among the Duan family, one villager from Wangzhuang was cheerfully bustling about, handing fruit to others and exuding an air of servility that would likely make Zhang Wu blush with embarrassment. Suddenly, a faint plume of dust appeared in the distance, swiftly followed by a refreshing breeze. A strikingly handsome young man stood proudly before the onlookers, his arrival unexpected. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden scene. Frozen in place, including the members of the Duan family, particularly those with their mouths full of food, whose expressions were comically varied. Zhao Ren had orchestrated a plot to harm Cheng Lai's Han and Cheng Yunxian. Naturally, Cheng Yunxian would not spare those who aided him. With Zhao Ren having fled, these henchmen would remain behind to meet their demise. Cheng Yunxuan's icy gaze swept across the crowd, finally locking onto Zhao Jie. Was it you who injured the guards of the Cheng family? Zhao Jie recognized Cheng Yunxian and, upon seeing him, was so shaken that he trembled and could hardly stand. Observing the cowardly expression on Zhao Jie's face, Cheng Yunxian couldn't help but smirk in disdain. Perhaps still clinging to a delusional hope regarding Zhao Ren, Zhao Jie gradually regained some courage after a brief pause. He stood up, attempting to project an air of authority as he recited his premeditated excuse. It was I who did it. These villagers refused to follow your Cheng family, so you cannot force them. In the heat of the argument, conflict ensued, and injuries were inevitable. Little did he know that the grotesque stiffness of his face, which resembled a mask, bore no semblance of authority. Indeed, it looked more pitiful than comical. Chapter 54. A surge of killing intent. Cheng Yunxian glanced coldly at the villagers who looked on in shock, then turned his gaze back to Zhao Jie, speaking with a chilling tone. Oh, so you claim these villagers do not wish to follow my Cheng family? Perhaps you could point them out to me? Zhao Jie pointed directly at the obsequious villager. This individual, named Wang Xiaowei, was somewhat clever and had previously caught wind of the Cheng family's near demise. Believing the Cheng family was on the verge of collapse, he saw an opportunity to align himself with the Zhao family. An expression of fear washed over him, but he forced down his trepidation and, trembling, stepped forward, attempting to puff out his chest. It was I. Before he could finish his sentence, a glint of cold light flashed, and Wang Xiaowei froze in place, his eyes widening in terror as if he had encountered a demon. Moments later, a crimson line appeared across his forehead, blood seeping forth and flowing more profusely until his body split in two, collapsing to the ground in a grotesque display, blood splattering everywhere. The members of the Zhao family and those surrounding them were utterly paralyzed with fear, their panic rendering them incapable of movement. They scrambled to retreat, desperate to distance themselves from the figure before them. Tables and chairs were overturned, and fruits lay scattered in disarray. Cheng Yunxian approached Zhao Jie, who had fallen to the ground, and squatted down to look at the man who was pale, sweating profusely, yet still attempting to maintain a facade of composure. Is there anyone else? He asked slowly. Zhao Jie opened his mouth, but no sound escaped as he felt his world begin to spin, followed by an enveloping darkness. Cheng Yunxian rose, surveying the area before loudly inquiring, Is there anyone else? The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. The mountain villagers were so terrified that they knelt on the ground, some with tears streaming down their faces. Yet they all tightly covered their mouths with their hands, afraid to utter a single sound. At that moment, Cheng Yunxian moved leisurely among the Zhao clan members, as if he were a walking demon, reaping the lives of individuals one by one. Moments later, All of Zhao's guards had been decapitated. Despite the slaughter of so many, not a single drop of blood splattered onto Cheng Yunxian. He then calmly approached the kneeling villagers and spoke slowly. "From now on, you shall be a part of the Cheng family. No one shall dare to humiliate you, not even the Zhao clan. However, should anyone dare to betray the Cheng family, they will meet the same fate." After uttering these words, Cheng Yunxian turned and departed, his figure flickering and vanishing at the end of the road. Just as he left, a guard from the Cheng family rushed in, a look of urgency on his face, as if there were something of great importance that required finding Cheng Yunxian. Upon learning of Cheng Yunxuan's whereabouts, he immediately pursued him. The guard's anxious expression suggested that the issues facing the Cheng family were indeed dire. When dealing with the Zhao clan, who resorted to any means necessary, there was no need to speak of mercy. Upon arriving at Shaowang village, Cheng Yunxian said not a word, drawing his sword and killing without hesitation. In his heart, he believed the downfall of the Zhao family was imminent. The villagers of Shaowang watched in horror as Cheng Yunxian committed his brutal acts, his demeanor cold and indifferent, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were slaughtering mere livestock. Cheng Yunxuan's bloody methods left an indelible mark on the hearts of these villagers, becoming an everlasting nightmare they could never shake off. From that day forth, whenever the Cheng family made a request, they complied without a hint of resistance. When the Cheng family guard finally found Cheng Yunxian, he was overwhelmed by the gruesome scene and the palpable aura of death surrounding Cheng Yunxian, causing him to feel as though he were facing a mountain, unable to catch his breath. "I've seen the young master." The guard's arrival made Cheng Yunxian acutely aware that the situation was far from ordinary. Could it be that the Zhao family had also made arrangements in Shihu City? Remembering the near annihilation of his clan, Cheng Yunxian could no longer afford to hesitate. He seized the guard as one would grasp a chick. Having diligently practiced the I Ching and the Cleansing Sutra, he had now achieved a minor mastery of the physical realm, greatly enhancing his strength. "What has happened in Shihu City? Speak quickly." His grip, combined with the fierce killing intent emanating from him, terrified the guard to the core. "Ah, young master, spare me. I'll tell you. Miss Qingyuan is missing." "What?" Cheng Yunxuan's expectations were confirmed. "Zhao Chun," he roared through gritted teeth. The Zhao family's assassination attempt at Hunter's Valley had been executed with utmost confidence. Whether it was Cheng Lai's Han or Cheng Yunxuan's disappearance, both were devastating blows to the Qing family. Thus, they felt emboldened, acting without concern. Yet, Cheng Yunxian was still alive, and the Zhao family's actions had driven him to madness. During this time, Duan Qingyuan had been living a remarkably comfortable life. Ever since Cheng Yunxian had saved her, her grandfather, Duan Zongyuan, had ceased to mention any arrangements for her to be matched with someone. Now that her physical condition had recovered, she no longer had to worry about being separated from her beloved. Having not strolled the streets for quite some time, she set off with her maid to explore the east street of Shihu City, hoping to find some novel adornments. She also thought of selecting a couple of gifts for her future sister-in-law, Cheng Xia, whom she held in great affection. Usually, when venturing out in Shihu City, she would only take one guard, and today it happened to be Duan Yu. After being thoroughly beaten by Cheng Yunxian last time, he had abandoned any thoughts of pursuing her, at least, not until he surpassed Cheng Yunxuan's strength. Naturally, there were reasons for Duan Zongyuan to take note of his potential, and after days of diligent training, Duan Yu had broken through to the 9th level of martial arts. This rapid progress made those who had previously mocked him think twice and treat him with much more respect. For Duan Yu, simply being able to spend time with Duan Qingyuan was a source of joy. Today, while the group was immersed in happiness, they failed to notice that danger was quietly closing in around them, as several unusual figures began to surround them under the pretense of shopping. Until one fool inadvertently wandered into a shop selling women's lingerie, picked up an item and pressed it to his nose, igniting a flurry of curses from the shopkeeper and a group of middle-aged M.E.N.I.T. was then that Duan Yu sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. As he anxiously prepared to lead Duan Qingyuan toward the nearest stronghold of the Duan family, they were ambushed. The scene erupted into chaos, filled with screams and shouts. The assailants numbered 5 or 6, and their strength was clearly superior to Duan Yu's. He had barely formed a counterattack before he was knocked unconscious. In the midst of the turmoil, the unconscious Duan Qingyuan was seized by one of the assailants and carried into a hidden alley, vanishing from Shihu City. The other attackers melted into the crowd. Disappearing amidst the throngs of people in the panic-stricken rush, no one noticed a gray figure stealthily slipping away at the entrance of that concealed alley. Not far away, in a desolate beef soup restaurant, a large pot at the entrance was bubbling with rich broth, the beef tender and fragrant. An old rocking chair next to it swayed slowly, yet the owner, the laid-back Zhang Wenyi, who enjoyed sipping tea there, had vanished without a trace. News of Duan Qingyuan's brazen abduction on the streets of Shehu City spread rapidly through the small mountain town. In an instant, the Cheng and Duan families were in an uproar, and the entire Shehu City was thrown into turmoil. When Chang Yunxian learned of Duan Qingyuan's abduction, his first instinct was to connect it to the Zhao family. In that fleeting moment, he wished he could chop the already slain Zhao lackeys into minced meat. But he knew such actions would be futile. Chang Yunxuan's icy expression turned a shade of deep iron. He pulled out a low-grade spirit stone, gripping it tightly in his hand, and vanished from sight with the grace of a breeze. As he raced through the mountains, the murderous intent in Chang Yunxuan's heart surged. The low-grade spirit stone was indeed extraordinary, providing pure spiritual energy that accelerated the transformation of spiritual liquid in his dantian by several times. Moreover, this was while still meeting the body's consumption needs. If used solely for cultivation, the effects would undoubtedly be even more remarkable. In his anxious state, Chang Yunxian could not fully comprehend these circumstances, and he failed to notice that as he raced through the forest like the wind, an eighth figure had already solidified behind him. By the time Chang Yunxian arrived at the Duan family estate, the lanterns were just beginning to light up. The meeting hall of the Duan family was brightly illuminated, with the head of the Duan family, Duan Zhengyuan, Cheng Lieshan, and several younger members gathered, each wearing an anxious expression. Upon seeing Chang Yunxuan's arrival, both family heads displayed expressions of shame, opening their mouths but failing to utter a word. Suddenly, a tear-streaked figure rushed in front of Cheng Yunxian, kneeling with a loud thud, and cried out, "Young Master Yunxian, kill me! It's all my fault. It's all my fault for not protecting Miss Qing'e and allowing her to be taken." Cheng Yunxian, with his stern demeanor, gazed at the haggard Zhao Jia, and with a swift motion, slapped him hard, leaving him stunned. He then coldly stated, "If you wish to die, it's easy, but you must first clarify the situation at that time." Zhao Jia, dazed, recounted the events leading up to that moment. Waiting for death to arrive, he had lost Duan Qingyuan and knew full well that Cheng Yunxian would not spare him. The crux of the matter was that he had already resigned himself to his fate. He had failed to protect her, and without even having the chance to contend with Cheng Yunxian, he had lost her. If he couldn't protect her, what was the point of fighting? It would be better to die. Chapter 55. The Righteous Butcher of Dogs. After hearing Zhao Jia's account, Cheng Yunxian gritted his teeth and continued, "Duan Yu, you lost Qingyuan while she was in your care. What else can you do? I punish you to run 10 laps around the Duan family estate, and after you've had your fill, get out and find her. You made the mistake. Don't expect others to clean up after you. Get out." With that, Cheng Yunxian kicked Duan Yu out the door. Surprisingly, after being kicked out by Cheng Yunxian, Duan Yu quickly scrambled to his feet and ran off. Cheng Yunxuan's words had awakened him. He resolved to face his mistakes. "I must find Miss Qingyuan." Cheng Yunxuan's reaction filled Duan Zhengyuan with satisfaction, and he regarded him with newfound respect, silently praising him. Indeed, he is a dragon among men. Duan Yu had great potential and was someone Duan Zhengyuan had intended to cultivate vigorously. He secretly loved Duan Qingyuan, and as the head of the Duan family, how could he not be aware? Yet, he had never spoken of it. The unexpected loss of Duan Qingyuan under his guard, in the face of overwhelming numbers, placed some blame on him, but he did not bear the brunt of the responsibility. However, he held himself accountable, believing he was the primary cause of Duan Qingyuan's abduction. In a state of overwhelming self-reproach, his spirit had suffered grievously, leading him to contemplate death. Unexpectedly, in a fit of rage, Cheng Yunxian refrained from killing Duan Yu and instead, with just a few words, reignited his fighting spirit. His composure in the face of adversity, unclouded by emotion, showcased his clarity of mind, decisiveness, and broad-mindedness, enabling him to find the optimal resolution to the predicament in such a short span of time. Yet, he was merely 16, destined to soar like a dragon amidst the clouds of fate. It remained uncertain how many heights he might ultimately ascend. Duan Zhengyuan cast an envious glance at Cheng Lieshan, whose joy was unmistakable. Cheng Yunxian then addressed him, saying, "Please, Grandfather Duan, ask everyone else to leave. I have urgent matters to report to you." With that, he requested the others to depart. Eventually, only 3 individuals remained in the vast hall. Cheng Yunxian spoke directly. "I suspect Qing Yuan has been abducted by the Zhao family. Today, my Qing family faced an obstruction from the Zhao family village, and while I was en route to address it, I encountered an ambush. This is Zhao Ren's scheme. He secretly bribed Qi Feng, the deputy leader of the mercenary group, with the intent to annihilate my grandfather. Instead, they unexpectedly crossed paths with me. Furthermore, the masked individual from the recent night raid on my Qing family was also Zhao Ren. What I mean is, you can now prepare yourselves. Once I rescue Qing Yuan, it will be the moment of the Zhao family's downfall." Upon hearing this, Cheng Lieshan was instantly enveloped in a chilling aura of murderous intent. Gritting his teeth as he declared, "Zhao Ren, I, Cheng Lieshan, will never share the same sky with you." Meanwhile, Duan Zhongyuan was filled with both anger and astonishment, astonished by Cheng Yunxuan's formidable strength. After their discussion, Cheng Lieshan promptly returned to the Cheng family to make preparations. While Cheng Yunxian exited the Duan residence, he intended to infiltrate the Zhao family under the cover of night, knowing he could not act recklessly until Qing Yuan was rescued, forcing himself to suppress the fury within. Meanwhile, Zhao Ren, in a state of disarray, resolved to mend relations with the Cheng family at any cost, wishing to transform enmity into harmony. Cheng Yunxuan's prowess had surpassed his understanding. Regardless of what fortuitous encounters or powerful figures might be behind him, the Zhao family could not afford to provoke him. Most concerning was that Cheng Yunxian was only 16. Should he continue to grow? One could only imagine the kind of being he would become. Zhao Ren found himself genuinely terrified. In Shihu City, the Duan and Cheng families shared the closest ties, and Zhao Ren planned to use Duan Zhongyuan's connections to achieve his goals. However, upon returning to Shihu City, the news of Duan Qingyuan's abduction had spread like wildfire. From a distance, he observed the anxious comings and goings at the Duan residence. That moment, Duan Zhongyuan clearly had no time to concern himself with Zhao Ren's trivial matters. He understood that this matter required careful consideration, and the disappearance of Qing Yuan ironically provided him with the opportunity to prepare. Upon returning to the Zhao family, he hastily dispatched a letter. Only then did his frayed nerves begin to settle somewhat. However, the moment he relaxed, he could no longer suppress his injuries, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. He hurriedly retreated to his cultivation chamber, sitting cross-legged to heal. Despite only being struck by the tail of the soaring dragon, the impact was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Dressed in stealthy attire, he vanished into the night like a wisp of smoke. Within the Zhao family, there had been no arrangements made since Zhao Ren's return, and the turmoil surrounding Duan Qingyuan's disappearance seemed to have no effect on their daily lives. Cheng Yunxian moved with lightning speed, evading any detection. Occasionally, shadows flitted by, leading superstitious individuals to believe the Zhao family was haunted. Afterward, rumors of ghosts began to circulate, leaving one to wonder if there was any truth to them or if they merely stemmed from people's imaginations. Cheng Yunxian traversed the various corners of the Zhao residence, going back and forth yet finding no clues regarding the abduction of Duan Chun. As he departed, a suspicious thought struck him. He had not seen Zhao Chun within the Zhao estate. Thus, he made a special trip back to investigate. As he passed by a room, he overheard a hushed conversation between a man and a woman. "Xiao Lan, darling, it seems like you've grown quite a bit. So soft to the touch, hee. Oh, you naughty one. You're incorrigible, hee. So, do you like it? Yes, I like it. I enjoy your naughtiness." Cheng Yunxian, disinterested in the sordid affairs of noble families, swiftly entered the room, the door barely making a sound. The sudden appearance of a cold-eyed figure clad in black sent chills down the spines of the two lovers. Yet, when they tried to scream, they found themselves unable to move or utter a sound. "Tell me where Zhao Chun has gone. If you don't, I shall kill you." They nodded frantically. "Young Master Chun." "Oh, no. Zhao Chun left the estate this morning. He hasn't returned by nightfall, and we, as mere servants, dare not inquire further." After Cheng Yunxian vanished, the shaken couple contemplated their next actions. Yet, the steward, surnamed Gao, could not regain his composure, leaving the maid, Xiao Lan, with an expression of deep resentment. Unbeknownst to them, this encounter had resulted in an unexpected consequence for Zhao Chun. Chung Yunxian continued to apprehend several individuals, receiving similar answers each time, further intensifying his anxiety. Throughout the night, Chung Yunxian disturbed many within the Zhao family, but he gleaned no information regarding Zhao Chun. It was not until dawn that he finally departed the Zhao residence. Currently, Zhao Chun stood as the prime suspect. It was said that after losing a duel, he had undergone a drastic change in temperament. What if he, in a fit of madness, harmed Qingyuan? With no leads on Duan Qingyuan's whereabouts, Chung Yunxian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as he wandered aimlessly through the streets, his mind racing through various possibilities, his countenance laden with worry. Not far away, a beef soup shop had opened its doors, the aroma of simmering broth wafting enticingly from the large pot. The sight piqued Chung Yunxuan's interest, not only because he had not eaten properly in a day, but also due to fond memories of beef soup from his homeland. A renowned delicacy and his personal favorite. Each time he returned home, indulging in a bowl of beef soup was a cherished ritual, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. He could never forget that taste. To his surprise, he found beef soup available here as well, and without hesitation, he quickened his pace and entered the shop. The interior was rustic, suggesting that the establishment had been around for quite some time. The owner, a middle-aged man, appeared somewhat thin yet spirited. Upon seeing Chung Yunxian enter, he quickly approached with a warm smile, exclaiming, "Young Master Yunxian, what an honor to have you visit our humble establishment so early. What would you like? Noodles, tofu skin, bean curd? How about beef offal, or beef tripe?" Listening to the familiar and affectionate inquiries, Chung Yunxian felt transported back to his student days when his family was not well off, and being able to enjoy a fragrant bowl of beef soup was a luxury. The vendor, Wang, would always add extra slices of meat whenever he visited. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, and he forced a smile, saying, "I'll have a bit of everything." When the soup was served, a thick layer of chili oil floated atop, fragrant and enticing. Chung Yunxian dove in, and after the first sip, he found himself unable to stop. It was that flavor, the taste of home. In the owner's astonished gaze, Chung Yunxian swiftly devoured an entire bowl of beef soup, leaving not a drop behind. Another bowl. "Please." As he savored the second bowl, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. The beef soup from his homeland, accompanied by flatbreads, was simply divine. With poignant words echoing in his mind, Chung Yunxian felt an overwhelming longing for home. He missed his parents, his brothers, and friends, everything. His thoughts transcended time and space, returning to that familiar world as tears silently flowed down his cheeks. However, to Zhang Wenyi, the owner of the soup shop, this scene was perceived entirely differently. "Young Master Yunxian, what exquisite delicacies have you not tasted? Yet, here you are, savaging a simple bowl of beef soup, as if you haven't eaten in ages." He had heard the news that Duan Qingyuan, who had been forcibly betrothed to Chung Yunxian, had been abducted. Seeing Chung Yunxian, weary and alone on the street, clearly searching for someone without rest, especially when he witnessed the young man's sorrowful tears while eating, Zhang Wenyi was deeply moved. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee before Chung Yunxian, proclaiming, "Young Master Yunxian, your loyalty and righteousness are unparalleled. I, Zhang Wenyi, humbly wish to follow you from now on. I hope you will accept me." Chapter 56. A fitting father figure. Chung Yunxian was jolted back to reality by the peculiar gesture of this unremarkable middle-aged man. It seemed that the lower one stood in society. The more likely one was to encounter true loyalty and righteousness. Chung Yunxian promptly rose, extending his hands to assist Zhang Wenyi up, saying, "My Chung family is currently in a tumultuous period, facing storms and uncertainty. Joining me now may lead to unpredictable outcomes, whether good or bad. Yet, your modest shop, though demanding early mornings and late nights, provides you with stability." Zhang Wenyi was aware that the Chung family had recently endured a calamity. However, his admiration for Chung Yunxian, a man of deep loyalty and affection, was primarily rooted in Yunxuan's extraordinary talent. Zhang Wenyi had never been content to languish in such a small mountain town. He had always aspired to achieve great things and to make his name known throughout the world. Yet, he had long struggled to find an opportunity, and now, encountering someone as devoted as Chung Yunxian, he was determined not to let this chance slip away. He was eager to demonstrate his own worth. "Young master, I understand that you are considering my plight. How about this? If I can assist you in locating Miss Qingyuan, will you agree to my request?" Really? You can truly help me find Qingyuan? Cheng Yunxian exclaimed, gripping Zhang Wenyi's shoulder with palpable excitement. Ease up. Ease up. Cheng Yunxuan's grip was so strong that it caused Zhang Wenyi considerable pain, prompting him to exclaim, Alas, my apologies. If you can genuinely help me find Qingyuan, I will agree to anything, Zhang Wenyi spoke earnestly. On the day Miss Qingyuan was abducted, she was not far from the small shop. I witnessed it clearly as I possessed some skills in concealing my presence and tracking. I immediately followed them. However, the strength of those from the Zhao family was overwhelming, and I feared to proceed further as he recounted this. A look of remorse crossed Zhang Wenyi's face, and he knelt, saying, Out of fear of the Zhao family, I chose to protect myself. Please, young master, punish me. An ordinary shopkeeper would naturally hesitate to become embroiled in the conflicts of the formidable Cheng, Zhao, and Duan families. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences, which Cheng Yunxian understood completely. So it is indeed the Zhao family. Let bygones be bygones. Where are they now? Their location is somewhat obscure and difficult to describe. Allow me to guide you. Lead the way. Cheng Yunxian grasped Zhang Wenyi's arm, and with a swift, graceful stride, they vanished into the morning's rosy haze, leaving behind a half-eaten bowl of beef soup, steam rising gently from it. Once Zhao Ren had completed his recuperation and exited the secret chamber, he intended to inquire about the situation between the Cheng and Duan families. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a throng of anxious servants. Their expressions filled with dread. He sensed that something terrible had transpired. What are you all doing standing around? Is there no work to be done? He bellowed, his mood frayed. At that moment, an elder steward, trembling, stepped forward and reported, Master, there has been an incident. Last night, a formidable figure in black infiltrated the courtyard, searching for Zhao Chun. We were all questioned and subsequently knocked unconscious. Zhao Ren's heart raced with cold dread. His first thought was of Cheng Yunxian. Could it be that he had come looking for Zhao Chun? Was Duan Qingyuan abducted by him? He quickly shouted, Where has Zhao Chun gone? Bring him to me. Yet, no one could respond, as they were entirely unaware of his whereabouts. He silently concluded that it was likely his disobedient grandson who had orchestrated the abduction. Initially, he had hoped to mend relations with the Duan family through Zhao Chun's assistance. But now, Zhao Chun's reckless actions had plunged both him and the entire Zhao family into a perilous predicament. The pressing concern was to locate them, to find Duan Qingyuan. He could only hope that Zhao Chun had not yet committed any foolish acts. Summon all available personnel immediately. We must search for Zhao Chun with all our might, and no matter what he is doing, once found, bring him back to me at once. As the Zhao family's members mobilized under Zhao Ren's command, he too set out towards the Duan family. Meanwhile, Cheng Yunxian, guided by Zhang Wenyi, arrived at a secluded valley. From the mountainside, he beheld a modest estate nestled amidst the towering peaks, shrouded in mist, resembling a hidden paradise. The road leading into this place was tranquil yet rugged, and none could have anticipated the wonders that lay deeper within. Had it not been for his encounter with Zhang Wenyi, Cheng Yunxian might have never discovered Duan Qingyuan's whereabouts. To his surprise, the Zhao family possessed such a concealed sanctuary. Zhang Wenyi, find a hidden spot to take refuge. I can proceed alone. Young master, please exercise caution. With that, Zhang Wenyi concealed himself among the foliage, while Cheng Yunxian darted towards the estate at lightning speed, having already roused Xiao Jin to scout ahead. Inside the estate, lights blazed brightly in the largest chamber. A young couple found themselves in a tense standoff. The girl, strikingly beautiful, was met by a boy who, while handsome, could not match her radiance. Yet, the atmosphere between them was fraught with conflict, shattering any semblance of romantic tension. Qingyuan, I love you. I would forsake everything. But I cannot bear to lose you. You know I have cherished you since childhood. My feelings for you are as constant as the sun and moon. Will you agree to be with me? We could reside here or escape far away, leaving behind all memories of Shihu City. What say you? Zhao Chun, release me. I am Yunxuan's fiancé. It is impossible for us to be together. Let me return, and we can remain friends. Zhao Chun, suddenly losing control, shouted, I do not want to be friends. I want you to be my woman. You have already annulled your engagement with Cheng Yunxian. You belong to me now. Duan Qingyuan, now losing her patience, retorted, Zhao Chun, wake up. My engagement with Yunxian was annulled solely because of my grandfather's concerns over his health. I never consented. Now that Yunxian has recovered, there is nothing preventing us from being together. Most importantly, I love Yunxian. I will only ever love him. You will forever remain just a friend. Zhao Chun, now unhinged, laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. No one will stop us. I shall. Look around you. This place was built with the steward's life savings. Intended as a sanctuary for his old age. Quite a nice environment, wouldn't you agree? The key is that no one in Shihu City knows of this place. Even if Qing Yunxian turned the city upside down, he would never find you here. Tell me, if we consummate our union here, will our child resemble you more or me? When we return to Shihu City with our child, you trust him so much. Why not allow him to be the child's godfather? Ha ha ha, just imagine how thrilled Qing Yunxian would be. What a stroke of luck it would be for him to be the godfather of our child. Hearing Zhao Chun's words, Duan Qingyuan's face drained of color, her countenance pale and bloodless, in a flustered state. She shouted, Zhao Chun, you are insane. You are a lunatic. Even if I die, I will never be with you. Seeing the fear finally flicker across Duan Qingyuan's face, Zhao Chun felt a rush of exhilaration and laughed uproariously. Given our bond, how could you deny me even the role of godfather? I would be far more fitting as a father. Suddenly, a magnetic voice resonated from outside the room, and Qing Yunxian nonchalantly pushed the door open, strolling in as if visiting a neighbor, casually taking a seat. Zhao Chun's voice trembled as he asked, How is it possible that you are still alive? What about the people outside? Qing Yunxian disregarded Zhao Chun's panic and fear, offering a warm, charming smile to the tear-streaked Duan Qingyuan before crossing his legs and addressing Zhao Chun. To take Duan Qingyuan without parental consent or a matchmaker's approval is simply outrageous. Zhao Chun, at the very least, you should have informed both families, and most importantly, you need to appease the old man Duan Qingyuan. Otherwise, he will never permit you to marry her. Do not speak ill of my grandfather. Seeing Duan Qingyuan's tear-stained face, Qing Yunxian straightened, adopting a righteous demeanor. It is Grandfather Duan. Grandfather Duan cherishes Qingyuan above all else. If you do not make him happy, all is in vain. Your sudden abduction of her has thrown the entire Duan family into chaos and has created turmoil throughout Shihu City. You are finished. You are finished. Grandfather Duan is furious, and the consequences will be severe. With all these issues combined, your chances of marrying Duan Qingyuan are virtually non-existent, so you might as well give up, wash your hands of this matter, and retire for the night. Oh, I almost forgot the most crucial detail. The key point is that you have abducted my Qing Yunxuan's woman. Who gave you the audacity? As Qing Yunxian spoke with increasing fervor, his emotions surged, and he could no longer contain his fury. He slammed his hand on the chair, which disintegrated into dust upon his rise. A palpable killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing violently towards Zhao Chun, who felt like a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, instantly submerged. Zhao Chun, unable to withstand the onslaught, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground in a heap. Struggling to his feet, Zhao Chun, in a state of hysteria, shouted, How have you become so strong? No, this cannot be real. At that moment, a flash of golden light signaled Xiao Jin's return to Qing Yunxuan's side. Brother, I have dealt with all of them. Qing Yunxian, with a cold expression, replied, Xiao Jin has eliminated all your subordinates. Now only the three of us remain. Zhao Chun, do you have any final words? How could you be so formidable? How could you possibly have recovered? Qingyuan should belong to me. The heavens are most unjust. I am determined to fight you. Zhao Chun wishes to perish alongside Qing Yunxian, yet what capability does he possess? The heavens are unfair. I will send you to meet him. Chapter 57. Secrets of the imperial capital Xijing, the capital of the great Liang Kingdom, lies like a colossal beast sprawled across the Sichuan plain. Its towering walls exceeding 100 zhang in height and several hundred meters in width, encompassing an area spanning hundreds of kilometers. It can truly be described as a magnificent fortress in comparison. Shihu City is but an ant beside an elephant, a firefly against the bright moon. Xijing is teeming with people. From the moment the sun rises to when it sets, the streets are perpetually bustling with a continuous flow of pedestrians. For centuries since the establishment of the Liang Kingdom, the 36 gates of Xijing have never been closed. It is undoubtedly the foremost city of Liang, often referred to as the city that never sleeps. This is attributed to the myriad of shops, taverns, and brothels that line its streets. There is nothing you cannot find here. provided you have the wealth to procure it. The currency here is not mere gold coins, but genuine spirit stones or various treasures for cultivation. Spirit stones serve as the universal currency here and throughout the entire continent. Another remarkable feature of Xijing is its exceptionally wide roads, the broadest of which, known as the Divine Path, stretches 2,000 meters directly to the Imperial Palace. At this moment, a carriage drawn swiftly by 6 jet-black firehoof steeds makes its way toward the palace along the Divine Path. The hooves of the firehoof steeds emit flames that rise without touching the ground, their heads held high in an air of pride, as if they were traversing the clouds. Inside the carriage sits a stately man clad in a black python robe, exuding an aura of authority without anger. With his eyes closed in quiet contemplation, he furrows his brow slightly, his left hand resting gently upon a leg that bears the scars of past battles. He is Tian Yunshu, the martial king of the Liang Kingdom. Beside him sits a charming young girl of around 14 or 15, her porcelain skin and doll-like face rendering her exceedingly adorable. Although she tries to appear obedient before her father, the lively sparkle in her eyes betrays her restless spirit. She is Tian Wuyo, one of the most esteemed daughters of the Liang Kingdom. Traditionally, the daughter of a prince could only be titled a county princess. However, the Tian family has long served the Liang Kingdom in warfare, achieving countless victories. The current martial king, Tian Yunshu, has fought alongside the emperor without ever tasting defeat, expanding the kingdom's territories indefinitely. His wife, who died shortly after giving birth to Wuyo, was injured during an assassination attempt by enemy forces. Since her passing, Tian Yunshu has remained unmarried, devoting his life to his beloved daughter. The emperor, upon Wuyo's birth, adopted her as his goddaughter and bestowed upon her the title of Wuyo. This title is the most prestigious among princesses, making Princess Changle the most revered in the capital. With a long neigh, the firehoof steeds come to a halt. We have arrived at the palace. Tian Yunshu's eyes snap open, radiating a fierce brilliance, and an overwhelming aura of dominance emanates from him, as if he were the sole ruler of heaven and earth. With the support of the young girl, he slowly disembarks from the carriage. "Father, you should go to see Father Emperor. I shall not meddle in the affairs of state. I am off to Xining Palace to play with Sister Rongyang." The resolute gaze of Tian Yunshu softens with rare warmth and tenderness only when he looks at the girl. He smiles gently, stroking her head, lost in reflection. In the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed, and the little girl has grown into a young woman. Unexpectedly, she dodges Tian Yunshu's broad and powerful hand, placing her hands on her hips and pouting at him. "Old Tian, I have endured you for far too long. I have told you countless times not to ruffle my hair. I am no longer a child." The martial king of Liang displays an uncommon expression of helplessness. "Wuyo, you have grown up. Do not behave like a wild child, running about carelessly. Be cautious, or you may find it difficult to marry. Your father cannot support you for a lifetime." Princess Changle immediately becomes irate. "Why have you been insisting on having those maids teach me proper etiquette? How to stand, sit, and walk? It has made me clumsy. You even told me to speak softly and not eat with big bites, to chew slowly. Is that really me? You only want to marry me off. Let me tell you, old Tian, not a chance. I shall cling to you. I look down upon all those royal relations. If you dare to sell me off, I will die right before your eyes." Humph. With that, Princess Changle turns away in a huff, swiftly disappearing from the martial king's line of sight. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Tian Yunshu shakes his head with a smile. Once he turns back, the smile and tenderness on his face vanish instantly, replaced by the steadfast and fierce demeanor he is known for. As he limps toward the palace, on either side of the road, guards stand in formation. As this limping figure passes, they regard him with the reverence afforded to a general emerging from a sea of corpses. Filled with awe and refusing to show even a hint of disrespect, they present the highest military salute of the great Liang Kingdom, honoring the war god in their hearts. "Salute, Martial King." Martial King Tian Yunshu graciously accepts their bow, his expression unchanging as he continues onward. He strides directly into the Qianyuan Hall, where the vast and brightly lit chamber contains but one person seated upon the elevated throne. His starry eyes and sword-like brows, a visage akin to jade, are crowned with a celestial diadem, surrounded by ethereal mist, resembling the Jade Emperor of the heavens. He is Yin Qixiao, the current emperor of the Liang Kingdom. The emperor's aura, unlike that of martial King Tian Yunshu, which is sharp and piercing, is more akin to an expansive ocean, its waves rolling outward, unceasing and relentless, leaving no thought of resistance, only the choice to submit. As martial King Tian Yunshu enters the hall, his aura gradually diminishes under the emperor's presence. Subject Tian Yunshu pays respects to your majesty. Rise. It has been a few days since we last met. Shu Yun, your abilities have improved once more. I believe it won't be long before the great Liang boasts another martial emperor. Truly, the fortunes of the nation are flourishing. Tian Yunshu responds, Your Majesty is aware that our Tian family's dragon god battle technique, while immensely powerful, is challenging to advance. I cannot foresee when I may achieve a breakthrough. Do not rush. Let us set aside such matters for now. I have summoned you today for an important discussion. According to our ancestral decree, a new heir must be established after the ruler has reigned for 50 years. As the deadline approaches, among my sons, who do you believe is worthy of the position? Tian Yunshu's expression remains calm and impassive as he replies directly, I do not know. You and I have known each other since childhood, growing up and fighting side by side. Our bond surpasses that of mere brothers. Would you not wish to alleviate my worries? Tian Yunshu states, My family also has ancestral teachings. The sons and daughters of the Tian family may fight for the great Liang on the battlefield, even unto death without regret, but they must never meddle in court politics. I implore your majesty to consider this. Furthermore, I have spent many years in battle and am not well acquainted with the circumstances of the princes. For the matter of establishing an heir, it is best to seek the counsel of the civil officials. Ha ha ha, Tian Yunshu. Your tongue is as tight as a sealed jar. I shall not hide from you. Many of the ministers favor the 4th and 7th princes, which aligns with my own thoughts. However, both of these lads have approached me requesting to wed the same girl, which quite surprises me. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Tian Yunshu's heart jolts. He wonders which maiden possesses such exceptional qualities that both princes would covet her simultaneously. What extraordinary fortune! Looking across the entire Great Liang, who else could capture the hearts of both princes but your Tian family's Princess Chang'e? Tian Yunshu detects a hint of anger in the emperor's words and immediately bows. Your Majesty, please understand, it is my failure as a father that has led to my daughter's unruly behavior. She plays about like a wild child, bringing shame upon the royal dignity. I too wish for her to change. I have recently engaged many to teach her proper etiquette. However, alas, to be frank, the results have been minimal. Just now, she scolded me quite harshly. Such behavior is unworthy of a royal title. Therefore, I beseech your majesty to revoke my daughter's princess status and demote her to that of a county princess to preserve the royal reputation. Humph. Tian Yunshu, are you indirectly accusing me? If you have failed to educate your daughter, does that not mean I, as her adoptive father, have also neglected my responsibilities? I see no shame in her behavior. I indulge her. Do not evade the main issue. You have watched the 4th and 7th princes grow up, and I believe both are quite exceptional, capable of being worthy matches for Wuyo. Whichever one you favor. I shall grant the marriage. Chapter 58. Princess Chang'e, Tian Wuyo. Tian Yunshu replies, In matters of marriage, it is traditionally the parent's command and the matchmaker's words that determine a lifetime. However, your majesty knows Wuyo's temperament. If we were to decide for her without her consent, should she be displeased, it would surely lead to chaos and unrest. Hence, I believe it is better for them to develop their feelings naturally, allowing them to grow fond of each other, and when the time comes, we can simply go with the flow. As he contemplates the heroic deeds of his goddaughter, Emperor Yin Qixiao cannot help but frown slightly. This indeed seems a prudent approach, yet he fears they may end up resenting one another. So be it. After Martial King Tian Yunshu exits the Grand Hall, the emperor's long and resonant voice echoes once more within the chamber. The writings suggest that perhaps one does not wish to become entangled in the royal disputes, which explains the fervent resistance to this matrimonial union. At this moment, from behind the intricately carved dragon screen on the western side of the Grand Hall, a scholarly figure emerged, clad in elegant white attire that exuded an extraordinary grace. Such confidential matters of the palace, it is remarkable that Emperor Liang would permit an outsider to listen, indicating a significant level of trust in him. He bowed deeply to Yin Qixiao and spoke. The esteemed ancestor of King Wu once followed the great Emperor Chong Kong to establish the foundation of the Liang Kingdom for generations. The Tian family has solely focused on military affairs, showing little interest in court politics, let alone matters of succession. Therefore, it is reasonable to believe that King Wu, like his ancestor, would not consider marrying Princess Chonglu into the royal family, especially not to the fourth or seventh princes. Moreover, I would advise your majesty to reconsider the decision to grant this marriage. Princess Chonglu has grown up under the affection of both your majesty and King Wu, resulting in her character being unrestrained and, quite frankly, unsuitable for the role of empress. Should either the fourth or seventh prince truly fall in love with Princess Chonglu, her status among the young ladies of the Liang Kingdom is unparalleled. And with King Wu's influence, the position of empress would undoubtedly be hers. If she were to become the empress of Daliang, the palace would surely be fraught with chaos. Thus, while this possibility may seem slim, I still urge your majesty to prepare for it in advance. A deep, resonant sigh echoed from the elevated throne. For these matters had long been apparent to King Wu. Is often said that my fourth and seventh princes possess exceptional talents and remarkable intelligence. Yet in this instance, they have truly disappointed me. Your majesty, the fourth prince is steadfast and formidable, while the seventh prince is astute and resourceful, both having reached the realm of King Wu at such a young age. Their abilities far surpass their peers. A wise person may have an oversight, but only a benevolent one can remain invincible in the world. They are too focused on external skills, neglecting the importance of their own character. They fail to comprehend that while one may ascend to the throne with the aid of external forces, one cannot rely solely on them to maintain their position. It is only when one reaches such heights that they truly understand the loneliness of being a solitary ruler. Sitting here inevitably becomes the reliance of the entire Liang Kingdom, the last bastion for Daliang. Their temperaments are still not sufficiently mature. The palace of the Liang Kingdom, with its intricately layered pavilions and twisting corridors, was traversed by a petite and charming girl who dashed through the corridors as if in her own home. Yet, the palace maids and eunuchs, upon catching sight of her, regarded her with utmost caution. Not a single person dared to underestimate her youth. They stood respectfully along the corridors, bowing and greeting, "Your Highness, Princess Chonglu." However, Tian Wuyo paid them no heed and walked past, completely disregarding their presence. After she had passed, the attendants collectively exhaled in relief. Within the residence of Princess Rongyang in the imperial harem, a young man and woman sat facing each other. The man, despite his scholarly attire, could not conceal his noble aura, particularly his piercing gaze that shone like the sun, radiating confidence. The woman, gentle and enchanting, evoked an instinctual desire for protection. "Sister, the seventh brother has always cared for you since childhood. You must assist me in this matter. With King Wu's support, the position of heir must rightfully belong to me. Once I ascend the throne, you shall certainly reap the rewards." The gentle girl, Princess Rongyang Yanfeiyu, spoke with a furrowed brow. "Elder brother, you know Wuyo's temperament. If she finds out, she may never speak to me again." The seventh prince Yan Donglu smiled slightly. "I will hide behind the screen. If you do not speak of it, no one will know. With my abilities, how could that little girl possibly detect my presence? Perhaps she was simply incapable of refusing others." Facing the seventh brother, who had been so kind to her since childhood, her brow furrowed with inner turmoil, yet she ultimately nodded slowly with pursed lips. The sight of her alluring demeanor and captivating presence stirred Yan Donglio's heart. He silently mused, "This royal sister possesses such formidable charm. Whoever wins her heart must be truly fortunate. Feiyu, I have arrived. Where are you? The sun is already high. You aren't still asleep, are you?" Hearing the sudden burst of exuberant voices from the courtyard, both of them knew the main character had arrived. Yan Donglu stood up, adjusted his garments, and confidently walked to the back of the screen, casting an encouraging glance at Yanfeiyu. Princess Rongyang inhaled deeply, steadying her emotions. With a creak, a young girl unceremoniously pushed open the door and approached Yanfeiyu. She circled around her, scrutinizing her with suspicion. This action made the already anxious Yanfeiyu even more flustered. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Wuyo, what are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Seeing Yanfeiyu's bashful expression, Tian Wuyo's playful spirit surged. She strutted towards Yanfeiyu, leaning forward in a manner reminiscent of a raucous man teasing a respectable woman. extending her hand to lift Yin Feiyu's chin, and proclaimed with an air of authority, "Little girl, give me a smile. I have plenty of money to reward you." Yin Feiyu was taken aback by her sudden boldness, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson, as if she could almost squeeze out water. Her sparkling eyes, both inviting and elusive, were truly enchanting, possessing an innate allure. Every frown and smile, every glance and gaze, was captivating, utterly natural. "You little imp, are you trying to get yourself killed? Is this how it is done on stage? Besides, you are so beautiful and have yet to be teased in the palace. Such beauty would be wasted. I'm merely here to tease you and alleviate your longing." The little girl, utterly oblivious to the ways of love, found herself mimicking actions that only resulted in an awkward situation. Yin Donglu, hidden behind the screen, could not help but find her ridiculous words both amusing and exasperating. "You little brat, spouting such nonsense. Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." Yin Feiyu, in a fit of indignation, chased after Tian Wuyo, and the room echoed with their playful banter. After a bout of laughter and mischief, the two, now weary, reclined on a soft couch, their cheeks flushed. "Feiyu, it's rare for you, the lazy pig, to rise so early today. Usually, you sleep until the sun is high in the sky. When I entered, you seemed to be lost in thought. It wouldn't be that you're feeling romantic? Would it? Is there a young man on your mind? You dare to speak such nonsense. Just wait until I tickle you to death. Oh dear. Ha 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 ha. All right, I won't say another word." After another round of playful antics, they finally settled down. Yin Feiyu recalled the presence behind the screen and, with a gentle gaze, remarked, "That young girl longing for love? Wuyo, are you perhaps pining for a young gentleman? Should I report to father and have him arrange a marriage for you?" No matter how willful and unruly Tian Wuyo was, she was still a girl at heart, and when the topic turned to herself, her face blushed furiously. Yet, in an instant, she regained her composure. "Oh? You Yin Feiyu, I see you play the gentle and virtuous lady every day, yet your mind is filled with all sorts of nonsense." As she prepared to tease again, Yin Feiyu, with a serious expression, firmly grasped her arm. "Wuyo, I'm speaking of important matters. Although we were born into royalty and appear to live in great fortune in the eyes of common folk, we lack the freedom of ordinary lives. Even our marriages are not ours to decide. Alas, what are your thoughts on marriage?" Though Yin Feiyu spoke earnestly, her gaze remained fixed on Tian Wuyo's every move. "Feiyu, what do you have to worry about? You are so beautiful and kind. Surely father will find you a talented and handsome suitor who will meet your satisfaction. As for me, you know my temperament. I dislike having others dictate my life. Not only do I have no thoughts on marriage now, even in the future, it must be someone I, Tian Wuyo, desire to marry. Otherwise, I wouldn't care who he is or what his status is. If he crosses me, I'll make sure he regrets it." Observing Tian Wuyo's fierce demeanor, Yin Feiyu continued, "Honestly, what do you think of my seventh brother?" Tian Wuyo pondered for a moment, then replied, "The seventh brother is quite admirable. He is handsome and exceptionally intelligent, earning praise even from father. Among our royal siblings, only the fourth brother can compare. Furthermore, he has the potential to become the emperor of our Liang kingdom. Whoever marries him may very well become empress, truly a position of power." Yin Feiyu then inquired, "What if you were to marry the seventh brother?" "What?" Upon hearing Yin Feiyu's words, Tian Wuyo leaped up from the couch, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking about? I have never thought of marrying him. I have always regarded him as an older brother. How could I entertain such thoughts?" Suddenly, her mind recalled her father's words from days past. "Wuyo, there are already undercurrents in the royal city as the fourth and seventh brothers vie for the position of heir. Both are attempting to win me over. The Tian family has never engaged in court politics, so you must be cautious in your conduct for the next few days." After a brief moment of contemplation, she gazed at Yin Feiyu in astonishment. "Is it the seventh brother who has persuaded you to convince me?" In Yin Feiyu's eyes, a hint of panic flickered as she abruptly rose and retrieved an exquisite box from the cabinet, slowly unveiling its contents. Inside lay a beautifully crafted hair ornament, resplendent in its elegance. "This is from seventh brother, sent to me with the intention of having me deliver it to you. To be honest, I've never seen him so flustered. It seems he may harbor feelings for you and feels a bit shy about it. Thus, I wanted to inquire about your sentiments towards him today, Tonwio." Not one to be easily deceived, was quite astute, particularly gifted with a sharp intuition. Internally, she mused, as if she knows her own character best. Throughout her time in the palace, she had been a source of exasperation for many, as the emperor invariably sided with her in any circumstance. Her arrogance and impudence had become notorious throughout the imperial capital. The notion that the astute seventh prince would take an interest in her was nothing short of absurd. Born into the royal family, she possessed a keen political sense and, recalling her father's advice, Tian Wuyo discerned his intentions were surely aligned with her father, not herself. I shall graciously accept this gift. Please convey my gratitude to seventh brother. I possess a set of Mingguang armor in my treasury that I believe would suit him well. I shall arrange for it to be delivered. As for anything else, I believe that a gentle and charming beauty like you, Sister Feiyu, is far more deserving of seventh brother's affections. I, however, do not feel that way towards him. Feelings can be cultivated. You know, but I wonder, what sort of type does Wuyo prefer? Oh, Yin Feiyu. Speak. Just how many favors have you garnered from seventh brother that you would even consider selling me out? To be frank, I am rather fond of your type, dear lady. Why not simply yield? With that, Tian Wuyo lunged towards Yin Feiyu. Stop it. Haha. The two soon became entangled in playful banter, until suddenly a voice called out, "The fourth prince has arrived." Instantly, they sprang from their lounging position, hurriedly adjusting their garments, their cheeks flushed and radiant. Who goes there? Tian Wuyo exclaimed as she darted behind the screen, unaware of the tension etched upon Yin Feiyu's face. Behind the screen lay nothing but emptiness, the window swaying open in the breeze. With a slight frown, Tian Wuyo peered outside, and upon seeing nothing amiss, firmly shut the window. Where is the royal sister? The two maidens promptly emerged, greeting the fourth prince with reverence. Wuyo, I greet you, royal brother. Rongyang greets you, royal brother. The fourth prince, Yin Dongshan, exuded a commanding presence and, after casually finding a seat, smiled and said, a few days ago, I acquired a few pet spirit beasts, snow cats, which I found delightful, so I brought one for Rongyang. I had intended to personally deliver it to you at the Martial King's residence. But since you are here, I shall give it to you directly. The snow cat, a third-tier spirit beast, was characterized by its lazy and gentle demeanor, its endearing appearance making it a coveted pet among the noble ladies of the capital. With a wave of his hand, two palace maids entered, each cradling a small, pure white creature with large ears and sparkling eyes, instantly charming the two young ladies. Oh, how adorable! They exclaimed, delighting in the playful antics of the charming little creature. Wuyo, I have another matter to discuss with you. Yin Dongshan's robust masculinity, paired with his captivating smile, was indeed disarming to many young women, though Tian Wuyo was an exception. Royal brother, if there is something to say, please do so without hesitation. As it is said, a graceful lady is well suited to a gentleman. Your beauty has blossomed even further, dear sister. I have requested father to grant me your hand in marriage. Would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? What? Tian Wuyo exclaimed in shock, causing her to inadvertently toss the snow cat into the air. Fortunately, Yin Dongshan swiftly intervened, using a surge of spiritual energy to gently catch the creature and return it to Tian Wuyo's embrace. Fourth brother speaks true. A graceful lady is indeed well suited to a gentleman. Seventh brother has long cherished feelings for Wuyo, and has also petitioned father for your hand. Seventh brother has been quite presumptuous. Yin Donglu had appeared at the door, exchanging knowing glances with his brother. Though their smiles were warm, an undercurrent of rivalry crackled between them. Yin Donglu had initially intended to cultivate his feelings for Tian Wuyo gradually, allowing things to unfold naturally. However, the unexpected arrival of fourth brother Yin Dongshan had disrupted his plans, forcing him to confront this emerging competition. At that moment, Tian Wuyo's expression hardened, her gaze sharpening, and her breaths grew increasingly heavy. Yin Feiyu, familiar with her temperament, recognized the telltale signs of an impending outburst. Indeed, Tian Wuyo abruptly hurled the snow cat at Yin Dongshan, pointing an accusatory finger at both brothers as she raged. Are there no other women in the world? Have you both come to toy with me? If you provoke me further, I shall set your entire residence ablaze. With that, she stormed out, leaving the three siblings in the room. In the wake of the commotion, Princess Rongyang, Yin Feiyu, wore a worried expression, contemplating how to mend her relationship with Wuyo. Meanwhile, Yin Donglu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Wu You's temper. I adore it." Yin Dongshan chuckled at his brother, saying, "Indeed, we brothers share a kindred spirit. I too find it delightful. Let us compete and see who prevails. Very well. Let us rely on our own merits." The two brothers exchanged smiles, embracing their camaraderie. "Ha ha ha, royal brother. How biased you are, bringing gifts for the royal sister without considering the royal brother. Had I known you were here, I would have invited you to my residence. My treasury would be at your disposal." Seventh brother certainly will not hold back. Princess Rongyang, Yin Feiyu, accompanied the two brothers to the entrance of the estate, where they parted ways. Yin Donglu sauntered off nonchalantly, while Yin Dongshan departed amidst a throng of followers from the opposite direction. Watching their retreating figures, Yin Feiyu's frown dissipated, her eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Princess Tian Wuyo returned to the martial king's residence, her face aflame with anger. The servants, sensing her displeasure, trembled in fear, as any who dared provoke her at that moment would not lose their lives, but would certainly experience the peculiar punishment she devised, a true testament to what it meant to be tormented endlessly. For instance, one of her infamous disciplinary methods involved a large sack filled with iron beans, roughly the size of mung beans, with a predetermined number to collect. The unfortunate recipient would be ordered to pick them up from a designated area of sand, only able to eat once the task was completed. Only those subjected to such punishment could fully grasp its terror, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Princess Tian Wuyo's myriad of disciplinary strategies. Has my father returned? Chapter 60. Devouring like a wolf upon the return of the prince, he went directly to the study, instructing that he not be disturbed. Inside the study, Martial King Tian Yunshu stood before a painting. Having gazed at it for an extended period, the artwork depicted a woman standing amidst snow, her figure graceful and her demeanor gentle, with cheeks flushed like fresh lychee and a nose as delicate as goose fat, exuding an aura of warmth and approachability. The brushwork was meticulous, with the figure appearing vividly lifelike, indicative of a masterful artist. She was none other than the martial king's wife, the late Princess Tian Wuyo's mother. Li Ruian died in the early years of the Liang dynasty. Amidst constant warfare, Tian Yunshu, the martial king, was often away on campaigns. Renowned for his ingenious strategies and strict military discipline, his troops were fierce in battle, and he had never faced defeat. Consequently, his enemies loathed him deeply. Tragically, just as Li Ruian was about to give birth to Tian Wuyo, she fell victim to an assassination attempt by enemy forces, sustaining grave injuries and passing away shortly after giving birth. In Tian Yunshu's heart, he felt that he owed her a debt that could never be repaid. Thus he vowed never to take another wife. With a creak, Tian Wuyo pushed the door open, plopping down in a chair near her father, her head bowed, her expression one of displeasure. Turning to gaze at his daughter, the martial king smiled and inquired, "What troubles you? Have you encountered fourth brother or seventh brother?" Tian Wuyo looked up in astonishment. "You know about that." But as she pondered the implications, her expression darkened further. She stood, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at her father. "You old man Tian, why didn't you tell me sooner? You visited your godfather today. You didn't agree to his proposal, did you?"